This young man came today with his friend Du Thap Tam to the National Esports Center to attend the welcoming ceremony for the most powerful player from Country H, Parkhan Kwong. He is an arrogant person who always thinks he's invincible, utterly contemptuous of Liu Chan's Country Z players, even openly calling them trash. To teach Parkhan Kwong a lesson, Du Thap Tam then used 2 hot pot meals to persuade Liu Chan to compete against him. Liu Chan at that time had only been using a mouse for 2 months. He had also just mastered the rules of this game last night. Yet, just for 2 hot pot meals, he boldly stepped onto the stage to compete with Parkhan Kwong. What no one expected was that Liu Chan utterly dominated Parkhan Kwong and won a landslide victory. When reporters interviewed him after the match, Liu Chan didn't hide the fact that today was his first time playing this game, that he was a genuine newbie. This truth further humiliated Parkhan Kwong. How could a player considered the strongest in Country H lose to a first-year student playing the game for the first time? That day, Liu Chan shattered Parkhan Kwong's pride and restored Country Z's reputation. Amidst the cheers of the audience, he ascended in one step, becoming the new king of this game called Battle Armor. After that match, Liu Chan also became a rising star in the esports industry. With a series of records and top rankings, he successfully entered the Hall of Fame. Unfortunately, heaven often envies the talented. Just as Liu Chan stood proudly at the peak of glory, he was involved in a traffic accident. After that accident, he was lucky to survive, but his cranial nerves were severely damaged and difficult to recover. When concentrating intensely, Liu Chan's reflexes would be delayed by 3 seconds. Normally, this wouldn't affect daily life, but for Liu Chan, a professional gamer, it caused a huge impact. From then on, his rankings continuously plummeted. In a blink of an eye, Liu Chan had fallen from the top rank to below 100. Those who once feared him now openly mocked him whenever they encountered him in-game. Today, a headache struck again. Liu Chan planned to go to sleep to end it, but as he stood up, he accidentally saw something under the table. It was the virtual reality helmet for the game Tien Tung, specially made for Hall of Fame members, which Noyet Hang Group had sent not long ago. Liu Chan had been persecuted for so long that he'd forgotten he was a member of the Hall of Fame. Out of curiosity, he decided to look into this new game. The moment the gaming helmet started, Liu Chan felt like he was swimming in a sea of data. Noyet Hang Group's virtual reality technology was truly advanced. Before long, Liu Chan had set foot in the novice reception temple. He felt so real, as if he had actually stepped into a lavish palace. Even the stone pillars in the temple had a lifelike texture. "Welcome, Liu Chan, to the reception temple." A clear voice rang out. "Hello, I am the spirit system." A tiny spirit maiden appeared before Liu Chan, representing the Tien Tung system. Through verification, the system recognized him as Liu Chan, a member of the Hall of Fame from Country Z. Players who are Hall of Fame members have the privilege of receiving a dedicated ID, and Liu Chan could continue to use his old ID, Liu Chan. But to be honest, the name Liu Chan had become the biggest joke in the Hall of Fame, so he didn't want to see it again at all. He changed to another name, called Chi Kich Tram Sa, to start a new life. Chi Kich Tram Sa means unrefined iron, which must be sharpened to improve itself. Liu Chan was very satisfied with the meaning of this name. After confirming his ID, the system allowed him to choose his race and profession. 10 basic professions were laid out before him, and this time, Liu Chan considered for a very long time. He didn't know which profession suited him best: a knight with strong offense, or a warrior with a balance of both attack and defense. While Liu Chan was still hesitating, the system suddenly displayed another notification. The VR gaming helmet would automatically take a blood sample to check his health condition using a tiny needle on the left side of the helmet. After that accident, Liu Chan was terrified of having blood drawn, so his whole body trembled. After the blood sampling was completed, the system quickly returned his health check results. And puzzlingly, all of Liu Chan's indicators showed a red alert. For example, his heart rate was 30% lower than normal people. His temperature was also 75% lower than the standard, and his brainwave response exceeded 120% of the normal human standard. And most importantly, Lu Chan's vital signs were only at 50%. This situation left him completely bewildered. What was happening? Could it be that his VIP gaming helmet was just an empty shell? That night, from Lu Chan's apartment room, a dazzling red light emanated, along with the shouts of a young man. "Damn it, don't mess with me like this." However, Lu Chan's alarming physical condition helped him unlock a hidden class, the Death Spirit Swordsman. This truly was a blessing in disguise. The Death Spirit Swordsman is the strongest warrior in Purgatory, a descendant of the Azura divine clan, wielding the power of death spirits, and the ruler of all night spirits. Lu Chan didn't think he would have such an unexpected stroke of luck. He had no reason to refuse the Death Spirit Swordsman class. Therefore, after confirming his class, Lu Chan immediately logged into the game. He woke up in the newbie village of Lon Lin, with the spirit of a discarded loser burning with a will for revenge. Lu Chan appeared in the form of a skeleton, moreover, a skeleton crawling up from underground. Lu Chan was utterly disgusted. Why did he look so shabby at the start of the game? Does this appearance look anything like a cool Death Spirit Swordsman? The system seemed to read Lu Chan's thoughts and explained that this skeletal form was the training state of a Death Spirit Swordsman. Lu Chan couldn't complain anymore. It was a special hidden class, so a skeleton it was. The one who greeted him was the village chief of the newbie village, Undead Mage Nawai Van. After a shocking greeting, a new item appeared in Lu Chan's inventory, a saber gifted by the village chief. Lu Chan carried his new weapon to the Radish Garden to fight the level 2 rabbit spirits there. With the HP of these small monsters, he only needed one swing to finish them off. But Lu Chan's biggest problem was the 3-second delay in processing information. Therefore, he decided to use the strategy of anticipating the opponent's moves and swinging his sword 3 seconds in advance. The scenario looked good, but when Lu Chan executed it, it went completely wrong. He swung his sword and missed, taking a painful kick from the rabbit spirits. If swinging 3 seconds early doesn't work, then I'll try slowing down. Lu Chan tried swinging 2 seconds early, still missed. He reduced it to 1 second, still missed. But when he timed it precisely at 0.9 seconds, the attack worked. Indeed, it wasn't because the rabbits were fast, but because Lu Chan's delayed reaction was improving. Although Lu Chan was eventually beaten back to the respawn point by these low-level rabbit spirits, he still felt incredibly happy. Guild Master, Thaptam, Chaotic Shadow, I, the world's #1 swordsman, am back. Lu Chan carried his sword to the Radish Garden once more. Along the way, he kept wondering why his reaction delay had decreased to 0.9 seconds instead of the 3 seconds the doctor mentioned. Lu Chan's mind was racing, feeling like he had forgotten something. Many fragmented images appeared in his mind: a sports car with its front smashed, a bloodstained baseball bat, and even the image of Guan Yu. All these things seemed unrelated. Lu Chan was also puzzled as to why they kept appearing in his head. He also remembered that the doctor had said his nervous system might be able to recover on its own. At the time, Lu Chan thought it was just comforting words, so he wouldn't give up hope for life. But based on the current situation, it seems what the doctor said is starting to come true. It seems he still needs to go back to the hospital for a checkup. As for the immediate problem, he first had to give those rabbit spirits a good beating. The system kindly reminded him to attack the rabbits next, as that was their biggest weakness. Lu Chan obediently followed, and with the learned 0.9 second delay, he quickly turned the tide. The reduced delay made Lu Chan feel refreshed. He fought with even more vigor, hoping that one day the delay would completely disappear, and he would once again reach the peak of glory. When Lu Chan had massacred the entire Radish Garden, he suddenly caught a strange creature. Upon closer inspection, it was another player with the in-game name Dem Ne Hoi Lan. Seeing him beaten so badly, Lu Chan soon guessed what would appear next. It must be the main boss of the Radish Garden. Sure enough, not long after, that huge level 10 rabbit spirit appeared. In its hand, it was still holding another player named Dem Ne Ko Chut Ko Don upside down by the leg. Big-eared Rabbit King is a very hot-tempered, muscular beast that dominates the entire Radish Garden. Looking at its muscles compared to Lu Chan's moving skeleton, it was truly a world apart. That guy, Dem Ne Ko Chut Ko Don, was thrown by it. flying off like a rocket. Just then, Dem Nehoy Lan was also taken out by Lu Chan to be used as a shield. These two brothers slammed straight into each other, immediately holding hands and returning to the respawn point. "You two can go in peace. Let me avenge you too," Lu Chan said nonchalantly. Having dealt with the two unrelated individuals, he then focused on the main issue. This was Lu Chan's first time facing a boss after his delayed reflexes were reduced, so he found it hard to suppress his excitement. He held the blade firmly in his hand, ready to face the enemy. Unexpectedly, that Rabbit King even had a weapon. Seeing Lu Chan draw his blade, it quickly put on a pair of sharp bear claws. Looking at its gangster-like appearance, Lu Chan also started to feel pressure, but he still forced himself to calm down. The opponent must be using high-speed melee attacks, and the best way to deal with such an opponent is to respond to movement with stillness. While the opponent attacks, he must dodge and find an opening. As Lu Chan was thinking this, the Rabbit King launched its attack. Indeed, its speed was very fast, and Lu Chan couldn't dodge in time. But what he didn't expect was that with just this first move, the rabbit took away 25% of his health. While he was still bewildered, the system's simulated window appeared with a notification. Immortality of the undead. Before running out of health, the undead swordsman can quickly heal damaged bones, maintaining a complete skeletal state, but health cannot be recovered. Lu Chan read it twice, but still didn't understand what nonsense the system was talking about. If health can't be recovered, then why is it called immortality? However, this wasn't as important as dealing with this gangster rabbit. If one blow from it took 25% of his health, then how much damage could a full power attack from him inflict on the opponent? Lu Chan put all his strength into a blow, but unfortunately, it only dealt 8 points of damage to the opponent. He quickly retreated backward. It seems this guy is tough to deal with. Not only does it possess incredible speed and is good at attacking, but its defense is also very solid. Lu Chan chose a sufficiently safe distance to retreat. As soon as Lu Chan touched the ground, the rabbit's spirit fiercely charged again. This was within Lu Chan's calculations. Using the moment it charged, he followed the momentum and slashed directly at its fatal weakness, the neck. But even more unexpectedly, beneath the rabbit's fur was a layer of iron armor. It's just the boss of low-level small monsters. Does it need to be this abnormal? The Rabbit King was furious at Lu Chan's counterattack. One punch from it broke a nearby ancient tree in half. Lu Chan nervously swallowed his saliva. If he were hit by a direct punch like that, his bones would probably shatter into powder. In this situation, it was difficult to find a breakthrough point. The big-eared rabbit's weakest point was already protected by iron armor. Based on the damage taken by both sides, the Rabbit King could withstand dozens more attacks. But if Lu Chan took one more hit, he'd be done for. He hadn't even thought of a way to resolve it yet. Meanwhile, the opponent seemed to have gone berserk. It used its bare hands to uproot a willow tree by the road, then swung that tree directly at Lu Chan. Fighting a formidable opponent like that rabbit seemed difficult, but Lu Chan wasn't so useless as to be crushed by a tree. He immediately used his continuous strike move to deal with the willow tree. Unfortunately, while Lu Chan was busy breaking the tree, the Rabbit King took this opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Lu Chan didn't expect this big guy to be so intelligent. However, as it charged, it was accidentally hit in the eye by a piece of broken wood. Immediately, this dealt 20 damage. Lu Chan found a breakthrough from this. It seemed the eyes were truly the opponent's weak point. Preoccupied with this, Lu Chan was distracted and took a punch. Fortunately, he managed to lower his chin with the direction of its attack, so the punch didn't land directly, only costing him 15 HP. However, before Lu Chan could even rejoice, the opponent quickly landed another punch, this time straight to his ribs. The sound of cracking bones took another 40 HP. Lu Chan was thrown by the Rabbit King, his entire body slamming into a nearby tree trunk. Now, he only had a mere 5 units of HP left. This impact created a large hole in the tree trunk. Lu Chan's upper body was stuck inside it, with only his 2 legs dangling outside the tree. The Rabbit King didn't intend to rest for a second. Seeing its opponent trapped in the tree hollow, it charged like an arrow, intending to land a final fatal blow. However, As the Rabbit King's punch was thrown, Lu Chan disappeared from the hollow. Its arm was held tightly by the vines inside the tree hollow. As for Lu Chan, he had gently escaped from it. It seems this mobile skeleton form is quite convenient at times. Because of its body size, it was very easy to maneuver through narrow spaces. "Little rabbit, I'm here." Lu Chan sat perched on a branch, saying triumphantly, "Do you like the gift I prepared for you? This dry tree is full of tangled vines inside. Once entangled, it will be very difficult to escape." The Rabbit King struggled relentlessly, but Lu Chan knew the more it struggled, the tighter the vines would wrap. It could only escape this situation by destroying the entire tree. However, how could Lu Chan let it have that chance? He gripped his saber and charged down from the branch. The tip of the saber plunged directly into the boss's eye, dealing 100 damage. The eyes were indeed the opponent's critical weak point. The Rabbit King only had more than half of its health bar left. But the headache was that Lu Chan's attack had sent it into a berserk state. The Rabbit King's speed and defense were both reduced by 50%, but its attack power increased by 50%. Despite this, Lu Chan wasn't too afraid. Facing an opponent that was blind and had reduced speed and defense, what good was increased attack power? Although his reaction was delayed by 0.9 seconds, he could still manage the situation. Finally, Lu Chan successfully defeated the big-eared Rabbit King. He immediately leveled up to level 4 and received the rewards dropped by the boss. It was a chest armor that increased HP by 20 and defense by 9, along with a great magic stone. This item could be traded with merchants for a certain amount of gold coins. Lu Chan quickly put on the armor, partially covering his skeletal body. There were only 2 boss drop rewards, but the level up reward also included 10 free attribute points. Lu Chan could use them to increase his 4 attributes: vitality, magic power, strength, and speed. Lu Chan's vitality points had just increased by 20 from the armor, so he didn't need to add more for now. He was temporarily unsure how to distribute the other 10 points. While Lu Chan was still pondering, he suddenly heard a very loud cry. He looked down from the high tree and saw 2 players frantically running as if being chased by ghosts. And these 2 seemed a bit familiar. They were probably the 2 young men named Tonight's a Bit Cold and Tonight's a Bit Lonely, whom he had just met. But why were they here? Lu Chan jumped down from the tall tree. As soon as he appeared, that crazy duo cried out in dismay. "Holy crap! Undead in front, mad dragons behind. Heaven wants to destroy us." It seemed they were being chased by someone. Fortunately, Lu Chan had no intention of being hostile towards these 2. He even helped them block an arrow from the enemy. "You 2, hurry up and go. Leave this place to me." Lu Chan shooed the 2 young men away, as if chasing away evil. In reality, he wasn't worried about their lives. It was just that Lu Chan was quite interested in the pursuer, an archer. From the arrow just now, it was clear that the person's arrow shooting speed was very fast, but the trajectory was a bit singular. With Lu Chan's current reaction speed, those arrows basically couldn't touch him. The opponent was a level 7 archer, in-game named Xiao Huarong, belonging to the Mad Dragon Guild. This guy looked impressive, but his ID was so girly. The bow in Xiao Huarong's hand was constantly drawn taut. It seemed he was furious that Lu Chan could dodge all of his attacks. A level 5 trash skeleton pretending to be a savior. Huh. Xiao Huarong cursed and unleashed his ultimate move called Whirlwind Burst Flame Arrow. Although this was his strongest move, it couldn't trouble Lu Chan. After all, he was a gaming genius, and now that he grasped his own 0.9-second delay, he handled situations incredibly smoothly. For the Whirlwind Burst Flame Arrow, Lu Chan didn't even bother to dodge. He confronted it directly and neutralized it. Xiao Huarong gritted his teeth, reached for another arrow, and was about to attack again. But he didn't know how Lu Chan had appeared behind him in the blink of an eye. With the opponent right behind him, what happened next was easy to guess. Lu Chan even politely said goodbye, then swung his sword, sending Xiao Huarong back to the respawn point. After all, archers are long-range offensive classes, always fragile and squishy, and usually can't withstand a single blow in close combat. After sending Xiao Huarong to his death, the ground beneath Lu Chan's feet suddenly trembled violently. Birds in the forest were also startled and scattered. What's this? Such a big commotion. It can't be new players fighting, can it? The tremors grew more intense. Luke Tran then guessed that the Crazy Dragon Guild members were clearing out the surrounding area to besiege the boss. That's why Xiao Huarong was chasing the two, tonight, brothers earlier. Unfortunately, he failed and even let a fish slip through the net, Lu Chan. Out of curiosity, Lu Chan ventured deeper into the Divine Light Forest. Indeed, there was a battle going on here. On one side was a level 15 Green Cockroach King, already at half health, and on the other were new players led by a level 9 knight named Longhan Tianha. Though he was said to be leading, Longhan Tianha didn't directly engage. Instead, he used money to overwhelm the monster. He promised that anyone present who dealt even one drop of damage to the boss would be rewarded with 50 coins. Longhan Tianha's extravagance left Lu Chan gaping in astonishment. One drop of blood for 50 coins. The remaining 1,200 drops of the Green Cockroach King were equivalent to 60,000 coins. Spending so much money just to deal with an F-rank boss, was this rich guy crazy? The new players here, every single one, were slaves to money. They chanted slogans like, however, even an F-rank boss like the Green Cockroach King was not easy for new players to handle. The casualty rate was increasing, and this monster seemed even more terrifying than the big-eared Rabbit King Lu Chan had just defeated. He felt that the few remaining members of the Mad Dragon Guild would also struggle to resist until the end. But Longhan Tianha seemed unaware of that. Even as casualties mounted, he still demanded that his guild members not stop. Remember to coordinate and position yourselves. Lure the boss to attack first. While it's focused on attacking, counterattack. Utilize the boss's time freezing skill to strike once and retreat. Don't stop. The more Lu Chan listened, the more irritated he became. What Longhan Tianha just said was too obvious. Even a new player could figure it out. So what kind of command strategy was that anyway? The important thing is, attacking so thoughtlessly like this would only cause severe damage to their own side. Could it be that rich young master didn't think of something so simple? Lu Tran found it a bit illogical. He leaned towards the idea that Longhan Tianha wanted to use other players' lives to gradually chip away at the boss's HP. A series of numbers began to pop into Lu Tran's head. Each person who died would be compensated 300 dong. If they were demoted in level, they would receive an additional 500 dong in compensation. The Mad Dragon Guild had 50 people here. If all of them were sent back to the respawn point and demoted in level, the total would be 40,000 dong. After adding the bonus for reducing the boss's HP, Longhan Tianha would have to spend a total of 100,000 dong. Is 100,000 dong for an F-rank boss really worth it? With the mindset of a busybody, Lu Tran still hid in a corner, meticulously observing the battle. With Longhan Tianha's strategy of using sheer numbers to overwhelm the boss, the Green Roach King's HP did indeed decrease, though quite slowly. A team of archers he had positioned on the outer perimeter began to attack simultaneously. After this wave of attacks took a considerable amount of the boss's HP, Longhan Tianha's joy was evident. Excellent shooting, archer squad. When the boss is almost out of HP, stop attacking and let me land the finishing blow. Lu Tran tooted. No wonder this kid was already close to level 10 at the early stage of the game. It seems he has always used the strategy of spending money to gain the opportunity to deliver the finishing blow to bosses. However, the stage with the boss's lowest HP is always the most difficult stage. As expected, the Green Roach King entered an enraged state. It grew 6 arms, its attack power and speed both increased by 100%, and its defense also increased by 50%. The situation seemed unfavorable for the Mad Dragon Guild. But those mercenaries, swayed by money, continued to charge forward. They all wanted to chip away a bit more of the boss's HP, and in return, they would receive a bit more money. Longhan Tianha timed it perfectly. When the Green Roach King's HP bar was down to a single, he made his move. But this rich guy never dreamed he would have his boss kill stolen by a complete stranger. Just as his weapon was about to hit the Green Roach King, it was knocked away by Lu Tran. He hadn't just been standing there gossiping all this time. With rich experience and talent far superior to Long Han Thien Ha, he successfully prevented him from claiming this boss. Young Master Long's face turned pale, then flushed. He was so furious that the veins on his forehead twitched incessantly. "Who are you?" Long Han Thien Ha hissed each word. "Me. I'm just an ordinary passerby." Lu Tran replied nonchalantly, his tone extremely annoying. "Just now, as I passed by, I saw many players being driven away by the Mad Dragon Guild, so I wanted to demand justice for them. Justice and fairness, my foot. You're only making your move now. Isn't your goal just to snatch my boss kill opportunity?" Long Han Thianha said scornfully, "I merely want to purify the game environment." Lu Tran showed no hint of shame, but a few back-and-forth arguments were enough. How could Long Han Thianha forgive someone who had touched what belonged to him, especially something he had spent a lot of money to obtain? Young Master Long attacked from one side, while on the other, the Green Roach King was also struggling with its last bit of strength. Lu Tran was caught between two attacks, but he remained perfectly calm. For him, whether it was Long Han Thien Ha or that boss, they were all about to bite the dust, and this so-called struggle would only make them perish sooner. Lu Tran only needed a second to stab his sword through Long Han Thien Ha's chest, sending him back to the respawn point. "Go home and practice your skills, young master. Relying only on money won't get you anywhere." Before Long Han Thien Ha completely disappeared, Lu Tran kindly reminded him a word as a senior in the profession. Lu Tran knew that with the personality of such a young master, after he respawned, he would definitely bring a crowd to deal with him, so he had to quickly take down the boss. Just then, the Green Cockroach King's berserk state ended. Its speed was reduced by 150%, defense by 100%, and attack power by 200%. Lu Tran was able to eliminate the opponent with just a normal attack. Although his eye sockets were empty, Lu Tran's eyes seemed to be glowing now. He was very eager to see the rewards dropped by the boss, but what awaited him was a glaring red warning from the system. Lu Tran's HP was too low compared to the limit. This forced him to log out of the game. Fortunately, the system still had some humanity, as it would automatically save all the experience and equipment Lu Tran gained after defeating the boss. And so, Lu Tran logged out of Thien Tung with a feeling of great reluctance. As soon as he took off his gaming helmet, rapid knocking echoed from outside the door. Lu Tran thought he was being robbed or something, so he grabbed a baseball bat and went to open the door. But unexpectedly, it was Du Thap Tam who arrived, and he looked very flustered. "What are you doing here this hour?" Lu Tran asked, confused. "You're still asking? Of course I'm worried about you." Du Thap Tam was out of breath, seemingly having run at full speed to get here. "I messaged you earlier and you didn't reply. Then you wouldn't answer my calls. You finally." Du Thap Tam hadn't even finished speaking when he looked up and was terrified by Lu Tran's current appearance. He let out a scream and fell backward. "Oh my God, a zombie!" Seeing Lu Tran look bewildered, Du Thap Tam pulled out his phone to let him see his current state. And even the owner himself was dumbfounded and shocked because his face was covered with many mottled spots, as if his skin had been eaten away, without him knowing when. Moreover, those marks were still moving. Only corpses have these mottled, cloud-like corpse spots. Furthermore, the corpse spots were changing rapidly and spreading down from the eye sockets. Du Thap Tam said seriously, "Hey, it's only 2 a.m. Don't joke around like that. It's probably just some kind of skin allergy, right?" Du Thap Tam was indeed not joking. The phenomenon occurring on Lu Tran's body at this moment was exactly like the forensic document records at his home. Lu Tran, suffering from a headache, exhaustion, and confusion from the mottled marks on his body, quickly fainted. Du Thap Tam then carried him to the emergency room of People's Hospital No. 4. The head of the department, Du Trung Can, was his father. After an examination, Dr. Du confirmed that the marks on Lu Tran were indeed corpse spots. In his entire medical career, he had never encountered a living patient with such a condition. Du Trung Can immediately instructed the nurse to take a blood sample from Lu Tran and also ordered many more tests for him. After analyzing his blood sample, he became even more troubled. because his blood contained a type of large virus that surpassed current scientific knowledge. But the strange thing was that they not only didn't attack the healthy cells in Lu Tran's body, but were also trying to restore the damaged cells. However, there were too many damaged cells in Lu Tran's body. This caused his blood circulation speed to slow down. The severely anemic areas on his body were the core reason for the appearance of corpse spots all over him. But those corpse spots were not the most serious problem. If Lu Tran's blood circulation continued to slow down, it might stop completely. And the result at that point, as everyone could probably guess, was that he would pass away. Seeing Lu Tran's depressed mood, Du Trung quickly comforted him. Don't be discouraged. Modern medicine is very advanced. I believe there will be a way. The PCT is ready. First, let's check if this virus has any other effects on your body. Yes, Uncle Du, thank you. No need to be so formal with me. It's just little Lu. Have you encountered anything strange these past few days? Luke Tran pondered for a few seconds at Du Trung's question. He did indeed encounter some strange things, but they were all very vague. So in the end, Luke Tran decided not to tell. He entered the PCT room and started the scanning process. Outside, Du Thap was still extremely anxious. Dad, when you asked that just now, were you suspecting old Luke was hiding something? Du Trung shook his head. Actually, he just wanted to confirm something. Because it's highly likely that Luke Tran himself doesn't even remember what happened to him. That is also the brain's protective mechanism. In other words, Luke Tran suffered from traumatic stress disorder and forced himself to forget some events from the past. But looking at Luke Tran's current circulatory speed, Du Trung was certain that he had suffered severe trauma previously, perhaps even a near-death experience. Luke Tran's current situation is not optimistic at all. Du Trung urged his son to quickly inform Luke Tran's family. Witnessing his best friend in such a life-and-death situation, Du Thap felt incredibly distressed. Meanwhile, in another development, the corpse spots on Luke Tran's face were slowly disappearing, and in his hazy dream, he suddenly felt a warm energy encompassing his body. When the PCT scanning process was complete, Du Trung told his son to quickly push Luke Tran to another scanning room while he went to retrieve the films. But as soon as he stepped inside, Du Thap couldn't help but exclaim loudly, because all the corpse spots on Luke Tran's body had completely vanished. Du Trung was astonished. Having lived for over half a lifetime, this was the first time he had witnessed such an unscientific phenomenon. Little Lu, how do you feel now? Luke Tran honestly recounted that during the scan, he suddenly felt a warm current in his body. After that, his headache was gone, and now he didn't feel any discomfort at all. The more Du Trung heard, the more unbelievable it seemed. He held Luke Tran's face, constantly shaking it left and right to check. This is too surreal. Your face is completely normal again. Your hands are normal. Your pupils are normal. Could it be that all the corpse spots disappeared just from one PCT scan? In Du Trung's eyes, Luke Tran was now like a rare animal that had escaped its cage. Although it was late at night, he was so excited that he had to drag Luke Tran to the laboratory. And so, Luke Tran had to stay in Du Trung's laboratory for another 3 hours. When he came out, his face was pale, and he had no strength, needing Du Thap to help him walk. Just now, Du Trung almost dissected his body for research, and Luke Tran's exhaustion was because he had drawn 800 cubic centimeters of his blood for experiments. After 3 hours of struggle like that, Du Trung confirmed that X-rays have an inhibitory effect on the virus. That's why Luke Tran's corpse spots disappeared after the PCT scan. The mood of the Du father and son had improved slightly, because now, as long as they find the right wavelength of X-ray for treatment, Luke Tran will definitely recover. The clock struck 6 a.m. Du Thap helped Luke Tran to the sofa for a temporary rest while he went to buy breakfast. Luke Tran was too tired to reply. Looking at his soft, smooth hands, as if they had never been injured, he felt extremely puzzled. Du Trung said he had experienced severe trauma, but why did he have no recollection of it? Not long after, Du Thap returned, along with a bag of breakfast in his hand. He also brought a story he had just overheard. Old Luke, There's a beautiful woman in a sports car arguing with the security guard right in front of the building's gate. The beautiful woman also had some sports bandages wrapped around her head, looking fierce as if she came here to catch a mistress. How about we go down and check out the drama? When Luke Tran heard the words beautiful woman, bandages, and sports car, his head started throbbing again. Thap Tam, did you take a picture? Do Thap Tam loved gossiping, so he actually did take a picture. After seeing the photo, Luke Tran's head spun once more, because that was the guild leader at Tuy Nhat Phuong. The chaotic and fragmented memories in his head gradually became clearer, then were pieced together. Luke Tran finally remembered everything. Last night, after his first date with Tai Tuy Nhat Phuong, he died. The beautiful woman Du Thap Tam photographed was Tai Tuy Nhat Phuong, whose real name is Hane. The moment Luke Tran remembered everything was also when Hane had arrived and was knocking frantically on the door. Du Thap Tam was so startled that he dropped the phone in his hand, even though he didn't understand what was going on. He just felt that Hane's tone wasn't very friendly. All right then, if you two already know each other, I'll go open the door. You two can just talk directly to each other. As he spoke, Du Thap Tam stood up and walked towards the door. Luke Tran immediately panicked. Thap Tam, wait, don't open the door. As Luke Tran spoke, he reached out for Du Thap Tam, but ended up falling flat on the ground. His whole body was still trembling after Duke and Trung had drawn 800 cubic centimeters of his blood. I have something to tell you. Luke Tran's voice was so small and weak that Du Thap Tam didn't even hear it. Outside, Hane was still banging on the door frantically, banging and yelling, making Du Thap Tam nervous. As soon as he turned the doorknob, Hane fiercely rushed inside. Luke Tran, Luke Tran. Hane's eyes darted around, searching for Luke Tran's whereabouts. Du Thap Tam pretended to be ignorant, saying she had entered the wrong room and that he didn't know who Luke Tran was. But Hane wasn't so easy to fool, especially since she had just heard Luke Tran's voice inside. Ignoring Du Thap Tam's attempts to stop her, she vigorously searched everywhere for her beloved. Finally, Hane rushed straight into the bedroom. Luke Tran was hiding behind the wardrobe in that room. Oh no, Luke Tran thought to himself. Thap Tam, oh Thap Tam, didn't I tell you to find a way to make her leave on her own? Why did you let her find her way into the bedroom? Hane was getting closer and closer to the wardrobe door, continuously scolding Luke Tran for hiding from her. Luke Tran didn't even dare to breathe heavily. However, as Hane's hand reached for the wardrobe doorknob, Du Thap Tam quickly reacted and shouted, Luke Tran is dead. Hane's hand froze, then began to tremble. No way, no way. Luke Tran couldn't have died like that. You must be lying to me. Absolutely 100% sure. If you don't believe me, you can go to People's Hospital number 4 and check the forensic report. Du Thap Tam said with absolute certainty. Indeed, this method worked. Hane trembled for a long time, then burst into tears, scolding Luke Tran as a deceitful scoundrel, and ran out. Only when her figure had vanished did Du Thap Tam dare to open the wardrobe door. Luke Tran was sitting in a heap inside, looking utterly lost and dazed. When I was at the hospital, I naively thought that if I just used x-rays for treatment, my body would recover like a normal person. But after the memory lock was broken, I'm not even sure if I'm still alive right now. Luke Tran's faint voice was extremely desolate, and his words only confused Du Thap Tam even more. The more you talk like that, the more confused I get. What exactly happened to you last night? You haven't explained it clearly yet. Luke Tran took a deep breath, then recounted what happened yesterday. It might sound a bit unbelievable, but he was buried alive. Du Thap Tam was already terrified upon hearing this. It turned out that yesterday afternoon, Luke Tran had accepted Hane's invitation to a meeting. Initially, he had thought it was just a regular online meeting between friends, but he didn't expect her to also hold the position of vice president of GGS Asia. Hane had used Luke Tran's previous equipment in the game Lin Dong to get 200,000 yuan, and then invited him to join the work team she had just formed. At the same time, Hane also confessed her long-held feelings for Luke Tran, but he turned her down. Du Thap Tam heard this and felt immensely regretful, because rejecting someone as talented, beautiful, and rich as Hane is something few people can do. But Luke Tran also had his reasons for refusing. With his current condition, sick and with delayed reflexes, being together would only become a burden for Hane. He didn't want someone like her to waste her time with a good-for-nothing like him. However, on the way back, while Hane was driving Luke Tran home, something went wrong. Hane's competitor for the GGS Asia president position, seeing no chance of winning, had set a trap along the way to confront her. The opposing side was overwhelmingly numerous, and every one of them was armed. Luke Tran and Hane's situation was dire. In that desperate situation, to save himself, he ignited the car's fuel tank, creating a large explosion. But this explosion could only delay them for so long. Hane even fainted from the immense shock. Coincidentally, a garbage truck passed by at that moment. Despite the smell, Luke Tran had no choice but to throw Hane onto it to escape. Their hunting trip was a complete failure. So, they vented all their frustration on Luke Tran. He was already exhausted, and his opponents outnumbered him. So he couldn't escape the tragic fate of being strangled until he lost his breath. After they had vented, those bad guys all thought Luke Tran was dead. So they dragged him to a mass grave in the north of the city. And so, Luke Tran, with only a faint breath left, was buried alive by them. When Du Thap Tam heard the words mass grave, his face turned pale. It seems this wasn't the first time those people committed a crime. Back to the main point, that day, Luke Tran's life wasn't yet cut short by fate, because right after those scoundrels left, a heavy rain poured down. The layer of mud and soil burying Luke Tran became soft due to the heavy rain. He had lost consciousness by then, but he crawled out from underground like a zombie. Luke Tran didn't know how he was able to move. He just felt the pain in his body gradually fading away. When he regained consciousness, he was vaguely standing in front of his own house. The important thing was that apart from his tattered clothes, there wasn't a single wound on his body. It was just that his head occasionally throbbed with a dull ache. Du Thap Tam felt that the large-scale virus his father had just discovered in Luke Tran was probably contracted when he was buried. After all, it did have the effect of restoring his body. But this was truly too unbelievable. Yet what Du Trung said was indeed accurate. Luke Tran had gone through a tremendous trauma, truly a near-death experience, which is why his brain automatically forgot some things to protect himself. After recalling it, Luke Tran's mood was incredibly complex. Thap Tam, tell me, am I still considered a living person now? Du Thap Tam couldn't give Luke Tran an answer yet. He only knew that all the mysteries were buried at that mass grave in the north of the city, and this urged Du Thap Tam to go there. Luke Tran originally wanted to go along, but with his current body, even standing up was difficult. The important thing was that Du Thap Tam wasn't going to the mass grave immediately. He had to go to People's Hospital number 4 first. Earlier, Du Trung told him to bring Luke Tran's gaming helmet for research. After finishing breakfast, Du Thap Tam carried the gaming helmet to his father's expert meeting room. As soon as he entered, he froze for a few seconds, because not only was Du Trung in the room, but also several gray-haired old doctors, all big names in the industry. While Du Thap Tam was out, Luke Tran quietly calculated the things he had to do before dying. These included finding a companion for his father and leaving him retirement money, helping Hang Ne rebuild the ancient sword Mong Han, and then leaving a proper suicide note. Not long after, Du Thap Tam returned. As soon as he heard his voice, Luke Tran quickly hid the plan. Du Thap Tam carried big and small bags, as if he was running away from home. And indeed he was running away. Without Luke Tran's consent, he announced that he would move in with him from now on. But my house only has one bed. Luke Tran, not understanding anything, said with his hands on his hips, "It's okay. Your sofa is big enough for me to sleep on." Luke Tran felt a bit of a headache, based on Du Thap Tam's expression. He guessed 9 out of 10 that his health condition had reached the point where he needed someone to take care of him. "What nonsense are you thinking? It's because I'm bored staying home alone. And as for you, you won't die that quickly." As he spoke, Du Thap Tam pulled out a health analysis report for Luke Tran. It stated that his physical condition was very good. Du Thap Tam said that he didn't believe it at first, but this report was the result of many experiments by the old professors, so he reluctantly believed it a little. Actually, Duke and Trung didn't want to reveal Luke Tran's illness, but there were too many virus gene sequences in his body, so he could only seek help from others. Those were the gray-haired doctors Du Thap Tam saw in the meeting room. After that, more and more people came, their ages increasing, and their ranks getting higher. Finally, they gathered into a group of academic giants. This was clearly not a normal meeting, but a medical confrontation, and these old professors all held great influence. They just needed to make a phone call, and that mass grave in the north of the city would immediately become a military forbidden zone. Du Thap Tam wouldn't need to waste effort going there. After half a day, all the secrets at that grave had been unearthed. Below that dumping ground for bodies was originally a mass grave from the late Han Dynasty. According to Du Thap Tam, that place might also be related to Quan Vu. It might sound unrelated, but indeed, among Luke Tran's fragmented memories, there were images of this legendary figure. What was even more mysterious was that a liquid flowed out from outside the tomb, and a primal virus was discovered within it. It shared the same genetic code as the virus currently running in Luke Tran's body. This was truly a shocking discovery. Luke Tran was infected with a virus from thousands of years ago. Since he was the first person infected with this virus, the doctors named it after him. While Du Thap Tam began tidying up his belongings, Luke Tran was still carefully studying that report. He noticed that the section on the virus's characteristics only had a few introductions and no specific details. This was understandable. The report was written in just half a day. Even if the meeting room was filled with experts who had decades of experience in the field, it would be difficult to immediately research the virus's characteristics. However, they could only confirm one characteristic: its extremely high regenerative ability. The proof was that it repaired Luke Tran's damaged cells and unexpectedly strengthened his body. But what concerned Luke Tran the most was that none of these esteemed elders seemed interested in his body. My dad told me that there was actually a debate at that time. Most people wanted to put him in the lab for 24-hour observation, but some of the top figures thought his opinion should be respected, Du Thap Tam explained. And later, those leading doctors also discovered that the primal virus had more research value. Therefore, Luke Tran's importance was downgraded. Now he was only considered a reference subject for the primal virus. When Du Thap Tam said this, Luke Tran finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was most afraid of becoming a guinea pig. Duke and Trung alone had already drawn 800 cubic centimeters of blood and tormented him for several hours. Now, with more than a dozen professors, if everyone was like that, Luke Tran wouldn't survive. I can't believe this virus has saved me 3 times, Luke Tran muttered. 3 times? Was it only 2? Du Thap Tam wondered. Cell regeneration, helping me come back from the dead, is 1. The primal virus, saving me from becoming a guinea pig for the professors, is 2. And finally, reducing my delayed reflex to just 0.9 seconds. This last detail was the first Du Thap Tam had heard since Luke Tran's accident. He was so excited that he immediately picked up Luke Tran's gaming helmet and told him to quickly get into the game and feel it. It would also be a good test to see if the X-ray system Duke and Trung installed was effective. At this moment, Luke Tran realized there was something different about his gaming machine. Du Thap Tam proudly said it was his father's important invention. He had installed an X-ray emitting device system that inhibits virus growth. This way, Luke Tran wouldn't have to go to the hospital for daily X-ray treatments anymore. Besides the modified helmet, Du Thap Tam also brought back a bracelet called a life monitoring bracelet. It could track Luke Tran's physical data and transmit it directly to the hospital at all times for research data. However, he would still need to go to the hospital for a full body checkup once a month for reference data. The word for month in Du Thap Tam's mouth hadn't even fully escaped before Luke Tran hastily interrupted him. That was because the bracelet, which had just been put on his arm, was emitting dazzling red lights, and Luke Tran was simultaneously shaking uncontrollably from an electric shock. Duke and Trung also got a fright when he saw that. Oh my goodness, what's going on? And so, the ambulance had to appear in the lobby of Luke Tran's building once again. Duke and Trung also arrived on site. After some adjustments, the red lines and the electric shock phenomenon disappeared. The reason it happened earlier was because Du Thap Tam had hastily put on the bracelet, forgetting the basic rule of adjusting the mode beforehand. So now he's blaming himself a lot. Uncle, Thap Tam has worked hard enough today. It's easy to forget a few things. Luke Tran then spoke a few words in his defense. However, Duke and Trung didn't really trust his own precious son that much, since he was already here. He then personally explained to Luke Tran about this bracelet. It can regularly monitor Luke Tran's physical condition. When the bracelet is black and no lines appear, that's a normal state. And when red lines appear on the bracelet, it indicates Luke Tran's cardiovascular system is having problems, and it will automatically emit electric currents like earlier to restore his cardiovascular system. If the bracelet turns blue, it means Luke Tran is having lung problems, and it can also automatically fix that condition by injecting into the glands on his shoulder. Finally, if a green line appears, it means there's a problem with blood circulation. Luke Tran's physical condition is unusual due to the presence of a virus. Earlier, Du Thap Tam didn't adjust the parameters and directly put it on his wrist, so the red line immediately appeared, and Luke Tran was electrocuted. Duke and Trung also advised him not to worry too much, because after the bracelet sends a signal, as long as it's within the city area, he can arrive within half an hour. Therefore, if you want to leave the city, you must inform us beforehand. This is also for your safety. I hope you can understand. Duke and Trung instructed him, but Luke Tran knew this wasn't an ordinary instruction, but a demand. He is now a special research subject, so restricting his movement within the city area is understandable. After both sides agreed, Duke and Trung returned to the hospital. Luke Tran then began to research the gaming helmet. Hey, old Luke, is your game ID still the same? I'll go online and add you as a friend. It's changed. How about yours? Luke Tran revealed his new in-game ID to Du Thap Tam. The other party had also changed to a new name that sounded even more impressive than a bell, Peerless Master. Luke Tran was silent for a few seconds, then gave a thumbs up. Good name. His attitude annoyed Du Thap Tam. What do you mean? Am I not worthy of that name? You are. Hurry and set up the server. Wait for you to go online and take me flying. Peerless Master. Everyone knows that Du Thap Tam is terrible at games. Luke Tran outwardly spoke a few encouraging words to him, but inwardly he secretly vowed to recover soon and turn him into a truly peerless master. Since last night, quite a lot of time has been wasted. For early-stage gamers, 15 hours like that are very precious. Luke Tran immediately logged into the game, and when the helmet started, the X-ray scanning system also started. That warm, comfortable feeling enveloped Luke Tran's entire body once again. This feeling truly is very pleasant and comfortable. When he logged into Thien Tung, the system automatically returned him to the coordinates before he disconnected, which was the Green Cockroach King's cave in the Divine Light Forest. At this moment, Luke Tran finally had time to check the equipment he had received. It was a sword named Pine Forest Greenblade. Luke Tran was eager to test the power of this new weapon. He swung the sword in his hand, and in a flash, it could split a large tree in half. This thing is so sharp, I wonder what effect it would have if it struck a monster's body. Just as he thought this, monsters conveniently appeared. Wasn't Luke Tran in the Green Cockroach Cave? Although the Green Cockroach King had been eliminated by him, the monsters it commanded were still very numerous. All of them were level 7 or 8 green cockroaches. This opponent greatly pleased Luke Tran. With a new weapon in hand, he unleashed a flurry of slashes. Wherever Luke Tran slashed, green cockroaches perished. The feeling of dominating this battle was truly satisfying. I'm in a hurry. All of you come at me at once. Seeing that the green cockroaches weren't very strong, Luke Tran said boastfully, but he didn't expect that these monsters actually understood human speech and truly charged forward all at once. However, even so, the difficulty only increased a little, completely unable to break the fact that he was dominating the situation. Luke Tran fought with increasing fervor, and not long after, he ended the battle, wiping out the entire nest of green cockroaches. Although it was still a bit less impressive than before, the young man still felt that he had been too cool and too handsome just now. Check Kitch Tram Sa. A booming voice echoed. Luke Tran still thought that Du Thap Tam had come to find him, or at most, Long Han Thien had come to settle scores with him. But when he turned around, he saw a complete stranger. The system reminded him that this was a soul judge, one of the most powerful souls in hell, who had come to the human world through a contract. His current strength was still unknown. For some reason, Luke Tran felt a little tense. This guy wasn't here to cause him trouble, was he? After confirming the identity of the player Chet Kitch Tram Sa, the soul judge began to pass judgment. Luke Tran didn't know what he intended to do. But then, the soul judge merely threw a scroll into his hand, on which was a wanted poster for Chet Kitch Tram Sa, worth 250 gold coins. This thing was called a soul bounty, essentially a way to put a bounty on other players in the game. And this bounty was issued by Long Han Thien Ha. Any player who successfully hunted down Luke Tran and made him drop a level would receive a reward from him. 250 gold coins was no small amount. 1 gold coin was equivalent to 100 T. Successfully hunting him down once would immediately grant 25,000. This was clearly that scoundrel trying to use money to kick him out of the game. Although Luke Tran was the one who provoked him first, this still made him extremely furious. Luke Tran tore the scroll in his hand. Long Han Thien Ha, just you wait and see which of us gets kicked out of the game first in the end. Putting that aside, after clearing out the green cockroach cave, combined with defeating the boss earlier, Luke Tran had completed the main quest, Green Cockroaches. He was promoted to level 10, gaining the qualification for class advancement. Now, he just needed to return to the novice village, Lon Ti Lin, to receive the class advancement recommendation letter, then go to Han Bang Quang to complete the class advancement. Luke Tran was so happy he jumped for joy. He could finally advance his class. Immediately after, Du Thap Tam, with the in-game name, Tuet the Chow Thursday, Peerless Master, also sent a friend request. As soon as Luke Tran accepted, he saw Du Thap Tam anxiously send a message. The content, of course, was asking who Luke Tran had offended to have a bounty of 250 gold coins placed on him. Old Luke, you haven't advanced your class yet? Not yet, I'm about to. Du Thap Tam sighed deeply. No wonder a bunch of players, who had already advanced their classes, were looking at Luke Tran like a meal, preparing to gang up on him. Luke Tran knew that many people would target him after that bounty, but he didn't think that so quickly people would gather to ambush him. You quickly look at the community chat channel. Du Thap Tam yelled. Luke Tran had never paid attention to such things before, but since Du Thap Tam said so, he reluctantly took a look. Indeed, the chat channel was exploding. Everyone was treating him as a target, and many teams were formed just to hunt him down. Du Thap Tam seemed very worried, but Luke Tran, the one directly involved, seemed quite calm in this situation. His calmness was understandable, because it might sound a bit bitter. But who in this world understood the feeling of being hunted more than Luke Tran? He still managed to survive the entire last year in Lin Dong despite being hunted by the entire gaming community. Oh right, I never asked you before. How exactly did you manage to survive that last year online? Du Thap Tam wondered. Bringing this up, Luke Tran felt annoyed again. Throughout that year, he had spread false rumors, feigned death, disguised himself as a wild beast, and even disguised himself as a roadside stone. Then he used a fake name to infiltrate the enemy's camp, and finally stayed in the boss's lair for half a month. In short, he did all sorts of tricks just to survive. Back then, Luke Tran was even given a nickname by his friends, Master of Escape. Unexpectedly, after just one day of playing Thien Tung, that Master of Escape had to make a comeback. To deal with those people who were hunting him, Luke Tran had already thought of a plan. First, he took a picture of himself, then sent it to Du Thap Tam. Next, he asked him to spread this picture, saying that Luke Tran was in the Divine Light Forest, among the ordinary monsters. He wanted to lure those players to the forest, while he would use this opportunity to change professions. Clever, old Luke. Du Thap Tam couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Oh, you're too kind. It's just basic tricks of the Master of Escape. After they finished discussing, Luke Tran quickly used plants and grass to cover his entire body as camouflage, then slipped away. Not long after, Du Thap Tam did as he was told, subtly spreading that picture on the World Channel. Indeed, those foolish players fell for it, rushing to the divine light forest at the call of money, unaware that the person they were looking for was the roadside stone they had just run past. Luke Tran had returned to the newbie village at that time to receive the job transfer recommendation letter. The village chief had instructed him to find the undead swordsman Tulwan in Frostfire Ridge and give him the recommendation letter written by the chief himself, so Luke Tran could become Tulwan's disciple. He ran at full speed. Once he reached Frostfire Ridge and changed professions, he would be fine, because that was the territory of the Night Spirit faction. Normal players belonging to the Righteous faction would automatically be marked as enemies by NPCs when entering that faction's territory. In fact, Luke Tran still had a bad feeling. Since Frostfire Ridge was the Night Spirit's only profession change location, his intuition told him that Longhan Thien How must have sent forces to ambush him there. However, Luke Tran couldn't keep running forever, especially since changing professions was something he absolutely had to do. Even if the enemy was right in front of him, he still had to charge forward. Luke Tran ran through a vast bone valley. Beyond this place was Frostfire Ridge. He found the highest spot to observe, to see how many enemies were outside Frostfire Ridge. If there were few people, he could directly engage them. But if there were many, he would have to use a feint, then sneak in amidst the chaos to change professions. Just as Luke Tran predicted, several people were ambushing outside Frostfire Ridge. A level 12 archer was in charge of observation. Accompanying her were a level 15 knight, a level 13 warrior, and a level 14 shield warrior. They all felt that Longhan Thien How was overly cautious to send 4 people to deal with a kid who hadn't even changed professions yet. Everyone, get ready. The female archer suddenly said, "We've waited so long. He's finally here." Following her pointing direction, at the end of the road, Luke Tran slowly appeared. Seeing that there were only 4 opponents, he breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, it wasn't a large group, otherwise, it would have been even harder to deal with. "Oh, we just met, and you're already shouting about fighting and killing. Can't we sit down and talk first?" Luke Tran spoke up, but he was actually stalling for time to find the right distance to strike. The 4 people indeed didn't listen to him, which was understandable, as they were all members of the Dragon's Fury Guild. Luke Tran had previously stolen their boss and tormented their guild leader, so how could they possibly sit down and talk now? They even thought Luke Tran was scared, which was why he was subtly trying to make peace, and thus they disdained him even more. You Dragon's Fury Guild have a lot of money, but such crude dispositions. I'm just a small skull. It's no disgrace for me to be scared." Luke Tran retorted, "But could you big brothers be merciful and just ignore me as if I were thin air?" As he spoke, he took a few steps forward. The distance between Luke Tran and his opponents was now 10 meters. He just needed to advance 2 more meters to enter attack range. That level 12 archer still had her bow drawn ready. The others were also ready to attack. "Humph, let you enter Icebound Ridge and ignore you changing professions? We're not that stupid yet. Young Master Long ordered us to kill on sight. It's just that your attitude isn't bad. I might consider just sending you back to the respawn point once. Big bro, leveling up isn't easy for us. Why do we have to make it so hard for each other?" Luke Tran continued his stalling tactic, advancing as he spoke. At this moment, he was only about 3 meters away from them, so he stopped and stood still. Luke Tran put on a troubled expression, constantly blaming himself for offending someone he shouldn't have, all just to make the opponents lower their guard a bit. Unexpectedly, they took it seriously, then excitedly praised their guild to the heavens. They even dared to compare their tiny Kwang Long guild to Truck on Lone's former guild. Luke Tran couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. He burst into a hearty laugh. "Haha, you guys want to compare yourselves to Truck on Loan? What a bunch of ignorant fools. Damn it, you dare to mock the Kwang Long guild? You're really tired of living." Luke Tran didn't want to continue this pointless conversation anymore. After all, he had already entered his desired range. He really didn't want to say much more to these inexperienced kids. The opponents, on the other hand, saw a mere level 10 necromancer speaking so arrogantly and fearlessly. feeling that they wouldn't be satisfied until they beat him down to level 0. That level 12 archer had already launched her opening attack. But even if the archer was a higher level than Luke Tran, she was still a paper-thin target. She couldn't withstand even one of his moves. Luke Tran took down his opponent in just 1 second. Now, who's the one who deserves to be mocked? They even put the archer in the front row. Your weak team awareness makes me unable to stop laughing because of a few words from the enemy. You guys just stared as the enemy brazenly walked right up to you. Are you mentally disabled? Luke Tran's words were openly mocking, and the opponents began to panic. But they had to pull themselves together, reassuring each other that there were still 3 of them, more than enough to deal with Luke Tran. The knight quickly ordered them to spread out and flank the opponent from 3 directions. However, Luke Tran remained calm. Without an archer for harassment, he was invincible in melee combat alone. That level 13 warrior wanted to sneak attack, but Luke Tran detected her before her blade could even strike. All 3 rushed forward, wanting to overwhelm him with numbers, but Luke Tran wasn't afraid. It was only then that he suddenly missed an attack. This time was different from before. Luke Tran was more experienced and quickly realized that his delay had decreased again. For now, to safely find out how many seconds his delay had been reduced to, he had to increase the distance first. Luke Tran was overjoyed. Based on his current neural recovery speed, he might have enough strength to fight Truck on loan in another 2 days. After a test, Luke Tran confirmed that his delay had been reduced to just 0.7 seconds. If that's the case, it'll be even easier to handle. The shield warrior was furious after missing his attack. He then unleashed his ultimate move, Earth's Fury. Unfortunately, this skill posed no threat to Luke Tran. In his eyes, even a level 14 shield warrior was just a meat shield. Like the archer, he was quickly sent back to the respawn point by Luke Tran. Now only the most talkative level 15 knight remained. He finally understood fear and hurriedly pleaded, Wait, can we sit down and talk?" Unfortunately, just as he finished speaking, Luke Tran's sword was already plunged straight into his forehead. After sending the opponent back to the respawn point, Luke Tran casually wiped his blade clean until it shone brightly as before. He then stepped inside Han Bang Kwong. "The Mad Dragon Guild members are coming soon. I have to withdraw." After he turned and left, the wound on the knight's forehead automatically healed. I don't know what method he used, but he truly didn't die just now. Seeing that Luke Tran had gone far, he then stood up and breathed a sigh of relief. But before he could even rejoice, Luke Tran appeared behind him again like a phantom. "Hey!" This one word from him scared the opponent so much he soiled his pants. Luke Tran pressed closer to him from behind, just like a true Azura from hell. "How could you revive on the spot? Did you secretly hide some revival potion?" "No, big brother." The knight tremblingly replied, "Players level 15 and above can revive on the spot. I just happened to reach level 15, so..." Luke Tran let out an, "Oh." This on-the-spot revival thing didn't seem to be very beneficial to him. If the opponent was able to finish him off on the spot, then it would be big trouble. It seems that after reaching level 15, he needs to be even more careful. "Big brother, look, I've told you everything clearly. Can I go now?" The knight carefully pushed Luke Tran's blade away from his neck. His bowing and cringing posture made Luke Tran feel utterly disdainful. Taking this opportunity, he also wanted to teach this guy who didn't know his place a lesson. So he continuously tapped his head with his sword, each time only causing the opponent to lose 1 HP. But it was both painful and humiliating. Luke Tran hadn't had enough fun yet when suddenly Long Han Thien Ha called the knight. He was extremely embarrassed, wanting to take advantage of Luke Tran's inattention to hang up, but nothing could escape his hawk-like eyes. Luke Tran grabbed the knight's hand, forcing him to answer the phone. "Hello, young Master Long." "Hi, Long." Long Han Thien Ha's anxious voice came from the other end of the line. "I've received the location you sent. You try to hold him back. I'm about to arrive. This time, we must kill him until he is out of the game." That knight was extremely nervous, because Lu Chun had discovered that he had just secretly sent his location to Long Xing Qianxia, who would have thought Lu Chen didn't even bother to care about him, and directly yelled into the call, Long Xing Qianxia, you guys are truly a bunch of losers who are already done for, yet still talk big. On the other end of the line, Long Xing Qianxia was so startled by Lu Chen's voice that he unconsciously took a step back. After all, he had been beaten by Lu Chen before, and sent back to the respawn point once. So, towards this dry-bone Lu Chen, he was still a bit scared. You are the Deep Halberd. That's right. It's me, your old man. Your sea dragon, or whatever has been taken care of by me. Your old man is waiting for you in Frozen Wasteland. Want to take me down? You guys aren't qualified yet. After that, Lu Chen quickly took out that knight. As an example, Long Xing Qianxia was still yelling at Lu Chen not to touch his friend. But before he could finish his sentence, the call was disconnected because he had lost his connection. Long Xing Qianxia was so angry he gritted his teeth. He then split all the people who were following him into two halves. One half went with him to Frozen Wasteland, while the other half went to the respawn point to guard. The purpose being that when Lu Chen was beaten back to the respawn point, he would be ambushed immediately. Not long after, Long Xing Qianxia had led his men to the outskirts of Frozen Wasteland. As soon as he saw the ragged coat under the familiar blue, he immediately launched an attack. A group of players also followed him and attacked. All kinds of professions attacked together, creating a never-before-seen barrage of attacks. Long Han Tianxia burst out laughing. He was sure that no matter how strong Lu Chen was, with his HP pilfered to 10, would not be able to withstand such massive damage. But before he could laugh for long, a glaring red simulated window appeared in front of him. Glaring red simulated window appeared in front of him. This meant that the system had sent a red alert. Long Han Tianxia, Grand Overlord Dragon, Earth God King, and many other players have actively attacked Fark, the captain of the Night Spirit Patrol team of Frozen Wasteland. All players belonging to the human faction of the Frozen Wasteland area will be considered enemies of the Night Spirit Patrol team. This announcement terrified all the players. They had just entered the game, and before they could even level up much, they had already caused enmity with a dark faction NPC. Even Long Han Tianxia hadn't anticipated this move. While he was still pondering a million questions in his head, the blue cloak was pulled down by the opponent. Pulled down by the opponent. Humans, your audacity grows by the day, daring to attack the Great Lord Fark. To attack the Great Lord Fark. When the cloak was pulled down, Long Han Tianxia realized that it wasn't the deep-sinking halberd he wanted to fight, but the captain of the Night Spirit Patrol team. This was clearly a trap set by Lu Chen, and unfortunately, the rich but brainless fool had fallen for it. Fark is a high combat power NPC of the Night Spirit faction. Being marked as an enemy by him, of course, was not a good thing. Long Han Tianxia ordered his subordinates to calm down and maintain formation. But in this situation, how could anyone remain calm? As for Fark, he certainly wouldn't easily let those who had arbitrarily attacked him get away. Want to run? Don't even dream about it. You'll die and revive. At Fark's command, the ground suddenly cracked open. Skeletons emerged from beneath the ground, grabbing hold of the player's legs. And even Long Han Tianxia was no exception. Before such a skeleton army, it was difficult for them to maneuver, especially when that army was also controlled by a high-level character of the Night Spirit faction like Fark. Long Han Tianxia was utterly panicked and screamed loudly, "Quick, call for reinforcements." Fark felt like he had just heard a joke. His weapon was already pointed directly at Long Han Tianxia's head. Reinforcements, huh? That's a good idea, because just defeating a few guys like you wouldn't be enough to appease my fury. Long Han Tianxia was beaten senseless, and those who followed him were also being massacred by the Night Spirit army. Not a single one could escape. Not a single one could escape. All of this was witnessed by Luke Tran, who was hiding on the side. He was immensely pleased to see that his plan of using someone else's knife to kill had succeeded. It truly wasn't a waste of the 10 coins he spent earlier to buy 10 sets of worn-out beginners' clothes just like his own in the newbie village. Recalling earlier, when he met Fack, Luke Tran had used up all his vocabulary to flatter him to the sky, saying that he was his true fan, idolizing him like a surging river. After that, he took this opportunity to give him a set of clothes exactly like the one he had just bought from the village chief. When Fack put it on, Luke Tran praised him endlessly so he would be satisfied and wouldn't take it off. That's why in the end, the blind-eyed Long Han Tien Ha mistook him. After this incident, he hoped the Mad Dragon Guild would be quiet for a while, but unexpectedly, right after that, the bounty was updated. Again, previously, whoever caused Luke Tran to drop a level would receive 250 gold coins. Now, just by killing him once, without even needing to make him drop a level, they'd immediately get a reward of 500 gold coins. Moreover, whoever had intelligence on him would also be rewarded 10 gold coins. The reward money shot up like Long Han Tien Ha's anger. Luke Tran wasn't worried at all. The more the opponent wasted their money, the more opportunities he'd have to fight against many masters. Moreover, these masters would all become stepping stones for him to gradually return to the peak of glory. After Long Han Tianha's group was handled swiftly by Fack, Luke Tran confidently ventured deeper into the icy ridge. Finally, Luke Tran found the undead swordsman that the village chief mentioned. He was so excited that he even jumped, practically skipped there. Master, I'm here to get my class changed. How dare a puny ant like you step into my territory? Take this. As expected, all the characters from the Night Spirit faction are hot-headed. Just like that. In the end, Luke Tran still had to pull out the letter of recommendation from the village chief to make Tulwan's sword. Stop. Village Chief Napiwan was an old friend of Tulwan, since he personally introduced him. Then he had no reason to refuse the boy. I'll heed my old friend's advice and take you as my disciple. But kid, you must remember this carefully. As a Death Knight, we must have an extremely corrupt body and soul. Whatever Tulwan said, Luke Tran nodded profusely. I'll remember it, master. Tulwan seemed very pleased. He even generously patted Luke Tran's head once, a stark contrast to his fearsome, drawn sword stance from earlier. He said that before changing classes, he needed to stimulate the boy's talent a bit first. The hand on Luke Tran's head seemed to apply a little more force. Then Tulwan began to speak in a clear, sonorous voice. O slumbering Lord of Spirits, let your necromantic power shine everywhere, overthrowing all rules in this world. Descendant of the Death Spirit, awaken your talent. So, awakening talent in Tien Tung is also this grand. After a while, the system announced that Luke Tran had acquired the talent named Necromantic. Mantic Power. Level 1 Necromantic Power awakens the dormant power of the undead, helping to increase damage by 5% against all enemies. Each time it levels up, the effect of the talent also increases by 5%. This talent can be increased up to a maximum of level 10. By then, Luke Tran can increase damage by 50%. Damage. This is truly a power that everyone craves, isn't it? Tulwan also seemed very proud when he saw his new student could acquire a talent of the highest caliber. After that, he began another ritual to officially bestow upon Luke Tran the identity of a necromantic swordsman. After the ritual was completed, he tried to check his attribute panel again, and everything had increased. And Luke Tran himself also felt that his body was now brimming with power. There was only one thing that made him not too happy. That was, even after officially becoming a necromantic swordsman, his appearance was still a skull. Not handsome at all. Tulwan patted Luke Tran's shoulder to comfort him. The path of Azura is long and arduous. A skull is our true nature. Lad, kid, I see your skeleton is quite unusual. Here are 3 skill books that can help you develop quickly. Luke Tran's eyes lit up, but before he could even thank him to, Luan took back the skill books in his hand. It turns out that even between master and disciple, this item is still very valuable. So, he still had to charge Luke Tran, each book costing 5 silver coins. Luke Tran felt a pang in his heart, with tears streaming down. He had just accepted quests and raided bosses, struggling through all sorts of things to save up 24 coins. But this newly accepted master of his just opened his mouth and took 15 coins from him already. Master, we're master and disciple. Can't you sell it a little cheaper? To me? What are you prattling about? 5 coins per book is already the cheapest price. Luan showed no mercy, directly taking Luke Tran's silver pouch, then tossing him those 3 skill books, while repeatedly saying he was already selling them at a loss. Luke Tran eagerly opened all the skill books. He received 3 new skills, which were basic swordsmanship, increasing sword damage by 5% against warrior-type enemies. Next was corpse plunder, allowing Luke Tran to search corpses to obtain more items. Finally, cross slash, increasing damage dealt to all targets by 10%. Luke Tran did some quick calculations. Basic swordsmanship and cross slash alone, when combined, already increased damage by 15%. Already. Plus the talent he gained after changing classes, wouldn't that make it a total increase of 20%? Wasn't that a total increase of 20%? Before, when playing as an agile character, Luke Tran's swordsman skills could only increase damage to a fixed amount, but the skills of the undead swordsman now, conversely, can increase the entire 100% of the damage level. Thus, based on the fundamental increase of that, in the future, the damage level will increasingly grow. This profession is truly overpowered. Indeed, the best way to test new skills is through combat. Thinking of this, Luke Tran then went to inquire with Su Luan. Master, do you have any good quests? Su Luan was still immersed in the feeling of having earned 15 gold coins. So he carelessly tossed Luke Tran a scroll. It was a top-tier S-Rank quest, named Skullfinger. The quest's content was that he had to go to the Great Cemetery, eliminate 50 low-level skull soldiers who had sought refuge with humans, and collect 10 skull fingers to return to Su Luan. Luke Tran clenched his fist upon receiving the quest. Suddenly feeling much more excited, he immediately headed to the Great Cemetery. The skull soldiers here were level 12. If it were before, Luke Tran would still be able to defeat them, but after changing professions, his attack power had become much stronger. Now, with just one sword strike, Luke Tran quickly defeated that skull soldier. However, after he fell, a dazzling purple flame rose from his body. This thing shot straight towards Luke Tran. Although he didn't know what it was, he instinctively raised his sword to meet it in battle. However, Luke Tran's sword swung out and sliced through the air. That thing actually had no physical form. Now it was too late to avoid it. Lu Chun was then struck by this fire. Directly, the flame burrowed into his body. Strangely, Lu Chun felt no pain or ache. Instead, he felt very comfortable. The system announced that he had just absorbed a fire spirit worm, but his experience didn't increase, and his attributes remained stagnant. Lu Chun found it strange. Could it be that this thing had no effect other than that temporary refreshing feeling? Then, he planned to log out and search the forums for information later. For now, he wanted to see what good items might have dropped from the skull soldier. However, Lu Chin's high hopes led to an even greater disappointment. Only a torn piece of cloth dropped from the skull soldier, of poor quality, with no value or use. Ugh, this worthless guy. All my waiting was for nothing. Luke Tran roared. Gotta keep hunting. Not all skull soldiers can be this worthless. Soon after, Luke Tran had cut down 50 skull soldiers and collected 10 skull fingers. The quest was completed, and he also gained a level. He's now level 11. Now he just needs to return to Han Bang Quang to claim the reward from Tulwan, and he'll be done. From that last soldier, a small magic stone dropped. Though it was a bit useless, it was still better than the 49 rags before it. Luke Tran sighed deeply. As he was preparing to return to Han Bang Quang, he suddenly realized he had gone too far. He had entered the Azure Bone area within the Grand Graveyard. All around were towering tombstones. For some reason, Luke Tran had a feeling that something would appear. Sure enough, right after that, a giant skeleton appeared. It was a level 15 Azure Bone skull. But this one wasn't just normally large. Luke Tran stood before it like an ant before an elephant. Seeing this size difference, he started to feel a bit nervous. "Where did you come from, you little skull brat? How dare you act wildly in our territory?" The Azure Bone skull spoke, its booming voice echoing throughout the area. Luke Tran wasn't interested in talking to a monster NPC like him, so he initiated the attack. Because he thought the opponent was formidable, he put all his strength into this attack, using a series of skills. He never expected that the imposing giant Azure Bone skull would be defeated so easily by Luke Tran. He even scratched his head in doubt, wondering why a mini-boss like it was much easier to deal with than the skull soldiers. Understanding Luke Tran's confusion, the system quickly explained. Azure Bone skulls are the primary species in the Azure Bone Graveyard. Though their bodies are large, their combat power is low. However, they're very skilled in team combat and prefer to act in groups. Luke Tran only paid attention to the words. He had just finished reading the notification when a blazing arrow shot straight towards him. As Luke Tran jumped to dodge, he clicked his tongue, lamenting that he had stirred up a hornet's nest. The Azure Bone skull he had just defeated was probably just a vanguard. The difficult opponents were the Azure Bone skulls, fighting as a team behind them. They attacked together from multiple directions, complementing each other quite well. Their power was indeed great. However, these monsters were still not strong enough to take Luke Tran's life. Seeing his strength, more and more Azure Bone skulls were drawn to him. Luke Tran began to feel weary. Even if their abilities were inferior to his, prolonging the battle like this would lead to exhaustion. So Luke Tran came up with an idea. Weren't these surroundings enveloped by those towering tombstones? He used his sharp sword to draw a line on the tallest tombstone. Then he went around to the back and kicked it squarely. From the position of the cut, the tombstone immediately toppled. Several Azure Bone skulls that couldn't run fast enough were quickly crushed by it. Luke Tran originally wanted to use this chaotic opportunity to escape, but before he could leave, he felt immense pressure. Such great pressure, it seems the real boss has arrived. Sure enough, those giant Azure Bone skulls all knelt down in unison, showing extreme reverence. The creature that had just appeared could lift that tombstone with just a flick of its hand. "Rise! Who are you, daring to harm my people?" Luke Tran swallowed a mouthful of saliva from tension. Under the command of that great skull boss, he had been surrounded by the Azure Bone skulls. Before Luke Tran was not an ordinary skeleton. It was Qing Yu, the Lich Lord, whose level was still unknown. The system also warned that Luke Tran couldn't defeat this enemy yet and needed to retreat quickly. The fact that he couldn't see the opponent's level proved it had to be at least 20 levels higher than him. Luke Tran wasn't foolish enough to insist on fighting a losing battle. But the problem was, he was now surrounded by layers of Azure Bone skulls, so escaping wouldn't be so easy. Qing Yu, the Lich Lord, slowly began to advance. On his way, he unconsciously stepped on a dead Azure Bone skull, causing its skull to immediately crack. Luke Tran became even more nervous. He couldn't even cut that skull with his blade. Yet this guy just stepped on it and it shattered. "Accept your fate, you mere runt," Qing Yu said. His voice was icy cold, not sounding like he was joking at all. With each step he took, the ground began to crack and break apart. Luke Tran felt his mind go blank. Just how terrifying was his power? How was he supposed to deal with such a formidable opponent now? Suddenly, an idea flashed in Luke Tran's mind. He looked around, and after a moment, he had confidently determined the direction back to Ice Core. Qingyu had also advanced in front of Luke Tran by now. Do you have any last words? Luke Tran had now shed his earlier fear, then impudently raised his middle finger and scoffed, despite the opponent being a Lich Lord. Who are you trying to intimidate with a broken tombstone? And you address yourself as we? Do you consider yourself an emperor? If you're so good, come on. Flatten me with that tombstone. Luke Tran's attitude left Qingyu stunned for a few seconds. His anger reached its peak. The Lich Lord's right hand was raised high to the sky, and from his fingertip radiated a stream of red light that seemed intimidating no matter how you looked at it. You scoundrel, you'll pay for your arrogance. As he lowered his hand, the tombstone shot towards Luke Tran. The direction it flew was also the direction back to Ice Core. Seeing his opponent fall into his trap, Luke Tran secretly rejoiced. He timed it perfectly, and when the tombstone shot towards him, he leaped onto it. Farewell, Mr. Skull. Seeing Luke Tran fly past them, the Azure Bone Skulls merely looked at each other foolishly. Qingyu, on the other hand, was so enraged that he even dropped his usual proud demeanor. What are you staring blankly for? Chase him for us, he roared. The Azure Bone Skulls finally snapped out of it, but it was too late to catch Luke Tran. When they chased to the border of the Grand Necropolis, they saw the large tombstone left behind. Luke Tran didn't even mind taking the time to carve a few words onto it while escaping. Thanks to the Lich Lord for the Grand Tombstone. He even carved a large heart shape with it. The Azure Bone Skull stared blankly, seeing that his handwriting was beautiful, and the heart was also very pretty. Qingyu was so furious at his subordinate's cluelessness that he nearly spat blood. His whole body emanated a terrifying killing intent, scaring everyone. The Azure Bone Skulls could only bow their heads, begging their lord to calm his anger. He then issued a bounty for Luke Tran, ordering that if found, he was to be killed without mercy. But how could they catch Luke Tran when he had already returned to Ice Core to hand in the mission? After the Luan received the 10 fingers, the main mission was officially completed. Luke Tran gained another level thanks to 1,200 experience points. He also received 5 reputation points and a piece of equipment, a glowing wrist guard. This item helped him gain 8 physical resistance points, 4 magic resistance points, and 2 strength points. Luke Tran quickly put it on. These wrist guards seem to match his chest armor, don't they? Finally, new equipment. One step closer to completing a full set of gear. Luke Tran muttered. His attributes have also increased quite a bit. Although he can't directly confront the undead lord yet, he can at least fight the green bone skeletons to level up. When Tuluan heard him say that, he couldn't help but be shocked. You've already encountered green bone skeletons and the undead Lord Tanvu. That's right. Luke Tran nodded vigorously. If it weren't for my quick thinking, I almost wouldn't have made it back. Tuluan's expression suddenly became serious. Then he gave him a painful pat on the shoulder. He said that because Luke Tran had gotten involved with the undead lord, he was obligated to accept another mission. Recently, that Tanvu has been preparing to summon a large number of skeletons to attack Ice Core. Given the situation, Tuluan believed they had to strike first to gain the upper hand. As soon as Tuluan finished speaking, a new series of quests was sent to Luke Tran. These were all superior E-rank quests, a full rank higher than the skeleton quest he just completed. The first quest was to hunt down 200 green bone skeletons and collect 20 of their fingers to hand over to the Luan. Upon completing the quest, he could receive a black iron grade equipment, 2,200 experience points, and 21 reputation points. The second quest was to hunt down 200 thornbush skeletons and collect 40 of their fingers to bring back to the Luan. The reward was another piece of equipment, 3,000 experience points, and 45 reputation points. The final quest, and the most difficult, was to directly confront the undead Lord Tanvu's skeleton guard, to buy time for the undead swordsman Tuluan to pursue the undead lord. Completing the quest would grant a bronze grade equipment for 1,500 experience points and 100 reputation points. Luke Tran broke out in a cold sweat after reading the quest board. Although the quest rewards were generous, completing them wouldn't be easy at all. Great wealth must be achieved in dangerous situations. As long as you don't let the undead lord absorb your soul worm, you'll be fine. Luan reassured him. Seeing him proactively mention the soul worm, Luke Tran took the opportunity to ask his question. Master, what exactly is this soul worm? Luan explained that the soul worm is the source of life for the night spirit race. The night spirits have a total of 4 major clans. They collectively rule all night spirits. The largest in number is the vast undead clan. Next is the zombie clan, with the strongest physical constitution. Then there's the dark elf clan, wielding the most advanced magic. And finally, the wraith clan, with their elusive presence, completely unharmed by any physical attacks. Largest in number. Luke Tran asked, puzzled, why do I feel like our undead clan is a bit inferior? Among the 4 great night spirit clans, only our undead clan can absorb soul worms and achieve endless evolution. We are truly the strongest night spirits. Luke Tran still didn't quite understand exactly how they were strong, but seeing Luan's serious expression, he probably wasn't lying. Master, what happens if one soul worm is absorbed? Then they will fall into a dark hell. Their name will be erased from the list in this world. Luke Tran swallowed nervously. Isn't that just being directly wiped out of existence? It seems the nature of the undead clan is quite brutal, isn't it? They can only evolve continuously by absorbing the souls of their own kind. Initially, it's just a simple undead. Then it levels up to become an undead general. After that, an undead lord. And then an undead king. Finally, when enough soul worms are absorbed, it can even become the most powerful existence in the night spirit world, the absolute ruler, the king of night spirits. Or a shorter name, that is Shura. The master looked at Lu Chun, pondered for a moment, then continued. Shura is the path of continuous evolution. It's the glorious responsibility of the undead clan. He no longer has the opportunity, but Lu Chun has awakened a unique undead power. He will definitely succeed in the future. He greatly encouraged him. Lu Chun nodded slightly, then said he wanted to hunt the green skeletons. His master warned him to be careful. He is the hope of the undead clan. Lu Chen's figure quickly disappeared, so he didn't hear his master's next words, which was also his hope. Outside the green skeleton tomb area, the level 15 green skeletons were guarding this place. At this moment, a level 3 messenger crow also flew over, cawing a few times. The green skeletons looked at it in surprise, somewhat suspicious. It kept cawing loudly upwards. Was there something up there? Another one shook its head, denying it. Don't joke. How could anything climb such a tall tombstone? There was no denying the truth. These tombstones were indeed very tall. They thought it was just other birds perching there. However, there was truly someone up there. It was Lu Chun, hiding on a tomb. After the green skeletons disappeared, he let out a sigh of relief. He almost got exposed. He needed to patrol elsewhere. Lu Chun evaded the green skeletons and then patrolled. After half an hour, he had a clear understanding of the situation. Outside the green skeleton tomb area, there were 8 patrol teams. Each team had 5 members, accompanied by a messenger crow for communication. He had to take down the crow first, so they couldn't call for backup. The most troublesome thing was that every 10 minutes, 2 teams would meet. Destroy 2 teams in 10 minutes while avoiding detection. Then every 10 minutes, he'd have to destroy 2 similar teams. This was indeed a huge challenge for Lu Chun. He pondered for a moment, then decided to act. When the green skeletons patrolled to this side, he started the timer. Then, without a word, attacked the first green skeletons. Surprised by his sudden attack, the green skeletons screamed in fright. But unfortunately, before they could even see anything, the sword in Lu Chen's hand had already severed the messenger crow's body. The first step was a success. His speed was too fast. The green skeletons couldn't even keep up. Each swing of his sword brought down a green skeleton, and disgusting slime splattered everywhere in the air. He had started using his skill. In an instant, faint purple light streaks appeared. The green skeletons feared that once he used his skill, they would be finished. One fiercely charged forward, swinging its club at him. But Lu Chun had already completed the skill's action. The sword gleams swiftly attacked the green skeletons. The speed of the sword gleams was so fast that the naked eye couldn't perceive it, and the green skeletons couldn't keep up. They took the full brunt of Lu Chen's skill, but Lu Chen still felt he was too slow. He had to be faster. He didn't have much time. Not long after, all the green skeletons fell, leaving only a single blue finger bone floating in the air. Lu Chen looked at this scene with some dissatisfaction. Only one? The drop rate is too low. The clock was almost at 2 minutes. Lu Chen knew he no longer had time to use the death grasp skill. At this rate, he would meet the second team in another 7 minutes. That meant he had to resolve each battle within 1 minute. It would be quite difficult. Time flew by. A moment later, strange lightning suddenly appeared in the sky, startling the patrolling green skeletons. What's happening? But when they saw the corpses of the green skeletons and patrol crows on the ground, they became even more terrified. 8 teams wiped out. If there was no shift change, no one would have noticed. The patrolling green skeletons on this shift had leveled up. One hesitated whether to report it to their master, but another stopped him. Today, we let that person escape once, which already angered our master. If we add this to it, our master will be completely disappointed in us. As these words were spoken, the green skeletons behind also felt it made sense and nodded in understanding. The leader continued to order. Double the number of patrol teams, double the personnel, equip each team with 4 messenger crows, and expand the search area. We must catch the troublemaker. Elsewhere, Lu Chen was hiding in the living zone, silently checking the remaining number of green skeletons. Currently, he had only taken down 40. He had only collected 4 finger bones. It would take a long time to complete the quest. He could only go deeper into the tomb area to continue hunting. But Lu Chen still had some gains. Taking down 40 enemies had gotten him to level 13. Completing the quest would get him to level 15. He wondered what his rank would be now. Thinking this, he couldn't help but check the leaderboard. Seeing the top-ranked person, he couldn't help but sigh. This ghost bone child is already level 18, leading too far. He must be someone who grinds levels, but I'm only level 13. What rank am I? He continuously scrolled the leaderboard to search for his name, but he kept scrolling and still didn't see it, until he stopped outside the top 100, at position 125, where he finally saw his name. Seeing this position, he couldn't help but feel dissatisfied. In Lingdong, he always maintained a rank in the top 100, but here he dropped to 125. That's unacceptable. He must get into the top 100. Thinking this, he immediately grabbed his sword and wanted to run off. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the darkness. It was the undead knight Ghost Bone Child. Lu Chen looked at the person in front of him in shock. It really was Ghost Bone Child. Through Ghost Bone Child, Lu Chen learned he was being hunted. He was a little surprised, wondering why he was suddenly being pursued. Ghost Bone Child had come for the 500 gold bounty. He was originally looking for Lu Chen and unexpectedly ran into him here. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes at the person in front of him, letting out a cold snort. His bounty wouldn't be easy to claim. Ghost Bone Child chuckled. That's even better. If you were too weak, it wouldn't be any fun. As soon as he finished speaking, the spear in his hand lunged towards Lu Chen. His spear thrust wasn't too fast, and Lu Chen easily dodged the attack. Ghost Bone Child looked at the scene in surprise. He actually dodged it, and even dealt damage to him. He immediately counterattacked, the spear thrusting again. This time it grazed Lu Chen's arm, causing him to lose some health. Lu Chen took the opportunity as he retracted his weapon to leap away, looking at him with a pensive expression. His reaction speed was slightly slower than his, but his defense was too high. This was probably the advantage of the Undead Knight class. Ghost Bone Child was now filled with fighting spirit. His opponent was quite good, and he really wanted to continue fighting him. He continued to charge forward. Lu Chen didn't back down, gripping his sword tightly, ready to respond. He waited until the spear tip was almost upon him, then realized the opportune moment. Immediately after, he used his sword to deflect Ghost Bone Child's long spear. Ghost Bone Child looked at him in disbelief. He timed it too well, immediately knocking his spear away. In the second he was stunned, Lu Chen charged forward with his sword, constantly taunting. Don't just stand there stunned. You're number 1, aren't you? As soon as he finished speaking, purple energy surged around him. He had activated Chunan, and sharp sword raised slashed towards Ghost Bone Child, causing him significant damage. By the time he reacted, he was trembling, gripping his spear tightly to defend himself. Although he sustained damage, he seemed fine. After steadying himself, he fiercely bit his lip. "If you've used all your skills, then it's my turn." As soon as he finished speaking, he wound up and charged towards him. In a flash, the spearhead was enveloped by a pale blue spirit flame, instantly piercing towards Lu Chen. However, his weakness was his speed. His reaction was too slow, and Lu Chen was able to avoid this piercing attack. But a few seconds later, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his head. Lu Chen's body couldn't help but tremble. This feeling was too painful. He could only brace himself by planting his sword into the ground. At this moment, Lu Chen couldn't react in time and was impaled by a spear, losing a large amount of health. He knelt on the ground, deep in thought. What just happened to him? His head felt like it was about to explode. Realizing Lu Chen was in distress, Ghost Bone Child fiercely charged forward, continuously cursing him, telling him to just die. At this moment, Lu Chen could no longer move to dodge. He could only raise his sword to block Ghost Bone Child's spear. He fiercely bit his lip, struggling to resist, but the spear continued to push deeper. Ghost Bone Child clearly had the upper hand. With a slight twist of his wrist, he sent Lu Chen's sword flying far away. Lu Chen watched helplessly as his weapon flew out of reach, silently cursing. But Ghost Bone Child wouldn't give him that chance, coldly blocking his way. "You want your weapon back? Dream on." The spear once again pierced Lu Chen, causing him to lose more health. Lu Chen was somewhat alarmed. His weapon had been knocked away, and his health had dropped by more than half, while his opponent was fully equipped and still had full health. If this continued, he would lose. While he was deep in thought, Ghost Bone Child didn't waste any time and thrust his spear forward. Seeing the spear about to pierce his chest, Lu Chen couldn't help but curse under his breath. Indeed, he took a direct hit from Ghost Bone Child, sending him flying backward, his body crashing hard into the tombstones behind him. Seeing this, Ghost Bone Child couldn't help but be smug. He then retrieved his spear, thinking the battle would end easily now. But Lu Chen was fine. He could still stand up. He was a little surprised that he had actually blocked that attack. Ghost Bone Child looked at the person struggling to stand before him, still alive. But that was good too. He immediately pulled out his camera. A skull appeared in the air. He wanted to record Lu Chen's defeat to receive the reward he had forgotten earlier. Then he would fight a proper battle. However, when he saw Lu Chen's actions, he was a little surprised. At this moment, Lu Chen was intently watching the leaves in front of him. Suddenly, purple sword light appeared from his hand. His strange action left Ghost Bone Child utterly baffled. Was he cutting falling leaves? Under his horrified gaze, the leaves aimlessly falling in the air were suddenly sliced into 100 small pieces. At this moment, Lu Chen laughed loudly in triumph. It was just as he thought. The intense headache was because the delay suddenly dropped by 0.5 seconds, and this familiar feeling was a 0.2-second delay. Squinting at Ghost Bone Child in front of him, Lu Chen couldn't help but grin excitedly. Now there was a perfect test subject right here. He raised an eyebrow, provoking the person in front of him. "Number 1. Let's continue with round 2. Ghost Bone Child was provoked by his arrogant actions, snorting coldly in disdain. "A person without a weapon dares to be so aggressive?" Lu Chen pouted slightly and said arrogantly that he only needed 2 fingers to deal with him. He dared to look down on him? Ghost Bone Child gripped the spear in his hand tightly and fiercely thrust it forward. At this moment, he had truly become murderous. He wanted to end Lu Chen with this single strike. Lu Chen clearly felt the powerful momentum. However, he remained very calm, casually raising a finger to block the spearhead. A second later, Ghost Bone Child's spearhead was deflected in another direction. His speed was too slow. This scene caused Ghost Bone Child to be uncontrollably shocked. Using only 1 finger, he easily parried his attack. This was impossible. He was unwilling and continued to attack. This time, he used a continuous piercing attack. The spearhead at this moment seemed to split into multiple fragments, arriving with wind-ripping speed. But the result was still the same. It was still casually deflected by Lu Chen's finger. Lu Chen squinted at the person in front of him and scoffed. Ghost Bone Child, your attacks are useless. Ghost Bone Child naturally wouldn't give up like that. He coldly snorted, telling him not to be arrogant. Those were just ordinary attacks. Let's see how you'll block this one. As soon as he finished speaking, the spear in his hand transformed into a sharp long spear and thrust forward. However, Lu Chen still stood there calmly. He gave a faint smile, his tone full of disdain. Why bother blocking an attack like this? He didn't move. He didn't dodge. The long spear directly cut through him. But what surprised Ghost Bone Child was that even though the spear had cut through, it caused no damage to him. The moment he was stunned, Lu Chen had already approached him, reminding him that this was not the time to be dazed, then directly punched him. Ghost Bone Child couldn't dodge in time and took the full force of his punch. He couldn't figure out when Lu Chen had gotten to him. What had just happened? Of course, no one could answer his questions, and at the same time, Lu Chen had gripped his long spear. He fiercely kicked him in the stomach, causing him to lose a significant amount of HP. Without giving him a chance to react, Lu Chen forcefully pulled the long spear out of his hand. Ghost Bone Child thought he had been careless, so he slipped and fell to the ground, while his weapon was also thrown far away by Lu Chen. Looking at the person lying on the ground, he immediately mocked, "You don't have a weapon anymore either." Meanwhile, he had already pulled his sword from the tombstone, and the situation had changed. After saying that, he took a running start and charged forward. Once again, he used the continuous blade strike to attack Ghost Bone Child, wanting to end it with this single move. But Ghost Bone Child was not idle. He activated Ghost Armor Overlord to protect his body. Ghost Bone Child triumphantly told him that this ghost armor wasn't something to be easily broken. Lu Chen frowned, looking at the invisible protective armor in front of him, and couldn't help but exclaim, "It's really tough." But more surprising things were yet to come. Ghost Bone Child suddenly acted. Could he have a backup weapon? Just as he predicted, Ghost Bone Child pulled another long halberd from his equipment inventory and fiercely threw it towards Lu Chen. A pale blue energy enveloped the entire long halberd, and not long after, the area in front was immediately engulfed in a sea of fire. At this moment, Ghost Bone Child's Ghost Armor Overlord had also ended, and he entered a weakened state for 15 seconds, with defense reduced by 80%. Seeing the blazing flames in front of him, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had finally dealt with Lu Chen. But his halberd had only struck the tombstone behind. As the flames gradually weakened, Lu Chen's figure still stood there calmly, and he didn't forget to raise an eyebrow, provoking him. "Did you really think you could deal with me?" It would be a long time before he could do that. Ghost Bone Child looked at the person standing in front of him in complete disbelief. He had directly hit his fire rocket pierce, yet he was completely unharmed? Lu Chen chuckled, teasing him that he had too many questions. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was in front of Ghost Bone Child, stabbing down with his sword, causing him great damage. Ghost Bone Child bit his lip fiercely. His current defense was too low. Even a normal attack caused 106 damage. After the skill ended, his defense stats had decreased. Lu Chen had realized that. This is a good opportunity to finish him off. So Lu Chen continued to attack Ghost Bone Child. The sword in his hand slashed down fiercely. His attack speed was too fast for Ghost Bone Child to keep up. He didn't even need to use skills to defeat him. Lu Chen looked at the defeated opponent, a triumphant smile on his face. Being ranked top 1 wasn't bad. It was just unfortunate he met him. But at this moment, he realized that Ghost Bone Child had gone offline. He couldn't help but frown. Offline already, huh? Looks like he got scared. At Ghost Bone Child's house, after going offline, he still couldn't escape the screen. He was still rewatching the combat video. It was unbelievable that even at 0.5x speed, he still couldn't clearly see what had happened. Gongsun Gu didn't grasp the principle behind his execution. It seemed he would have to watch it frame by frame to figure it out. And so, he continuously manipulated the device, adjusting the speed to rewatch. The slow-motion footage of Lu Chen's moves gradually became clear. Gong Sun Gu paused it to watch bit by bit. As a professional, he finally realized the problem. Lu Chen just shifted a little to dodge the attack, then immediately returned to his original position, creating the illusion that the long spear had passed through. This speed, this maneuver, was truly unbelievable. Only masters in the Hall of Fame like Truck on Loan and Lactran could do that. Thinking of this, he excitedly brought back his gaming device. He couldn't miss out on such a big shot. At the same time, Lu Chun in the game suddenly sneezed twice. Wonder who's talking bad about me. In the cemetery of life, the area was still shrouded in dark, fearful night. Ghost Bone Child quickly returned but couldn't see Lu Chen anywhere. He wondered if he had logged out or gone on a quest. But it didn't matter. As long as he was still in the icy glacier or the large cemetery, he would definitely find him. Lu Chun, who was hiding on a tombstone, suddenly sneezed. Again, he was a little suspicious that he had caught a cold, or perhaps someone kept mentioning him. Why else would he keep sneezing? As he was lost in thought, a grumpy voice suddenly rang out. It was the patrolling skeletons. They didn't know who had attacked them, forcing them to work overtime on their day off and ruining their date. Then they continuously cursed, saying they only knew how to sneak attack from behind, were cowardly, and were afraid to show themselves because of their numbers. They even cursed him, calling him a lone dog who didn't know how to enjoy his day off. He heard every word, trembling with anger. They dared to call him cowardly, so he decided not to wait any longer, shouted loudly, and jumped down to attack, startling the skeletons who looked up in fright. The messenger crow urgently cawed. The skeleton also stared at him blankly. Before it could react, he slashed it, and he no longer hit it, directly admitting he was the one who defeated them. The messenger crow and the skeleton it was perched on were slashed in half by him, falling dead on the spot in an instant. Looking at the corpse at his feet, his eyes were filled with hatred. This damn bony scoundrel dared to call him a lone dog. He just didn't want to make his guild leader sadder. The skeletons were stunned by this sight, and after a while, they realized and shouted that he was the one they desperately wanted to catch, and also the one who attacked the patrol team. In an instant, messenger crows covered the sky. The leader quickly ordered the others to follow him. At the same time, the messenger crows in the sky emitted an alarm. Northeast of the cemetery, the 6th Squad encountered an enemy attack. Seeing this, the skeleton immediately became smug, telling Lu Chen to quickly surrender his life. However, Lu Chen was not afraid and didn't forget to compliment them on being smart, knowing how to disperse communication signals that couldn't be blocked. At this moment, the skeleton charged towards Lu Chen, telling him to take his move. Lu Chen calmly looked at it, his eyes full of disdain. Seeing his arrogant attitude, the leader immediately ordered the whole group to charge together and take him down. In a flash, a fierce battle broke out in a section of the cemetery. But the skeletons were no match for Lu Chen. No matter how they attacked, they couldn't hit him. Then they asked in surprise how he could dodge attacks so easily. However, Lu Chen didn't answer them. Another one reassured, "Don't panic, reinforcements are coming soon." Lu Chen smiled excitedly. "That's even better. I hope they can arrive a little faster. Because it's boring to wait after dealing with the ones in front of me." As soon as he finished speaking, he made his move. Pale purple energy continuously danced in the air. Their speed was so fast that the naked eye couldn't see them, followed by piercing screams. After that, the green cemetery continuously echoed with the announcement sounds of messenger crows. Patrol teams were constantly ambushed, but Lu Chen kept changing direction, making him unpredictable. The green skeleton team leader, upon hearing that the 8th team was ambushed, immediately ordered the green skeletons to rush eastward, not letting Lu Chen escape. However, as they were running away, Lu Chen was also running back towards them. The team leader sensed movement and stopped. Something's coming. But before he could do anything, a flash of sword light appeared from nowhere and struck. His neck was severed in half just like that. This scene left him stunned. What exactly had just happened? He hastily asked the green skeletons behind him if they were all right. But when he looked again, he was instantly terrified. His soldiers had been completely defeated, and 2 fingers floated in the air. The team leader looked at the scattered bodies of his soldiers on the ground and angrily yelled, "Who's there?" He quickly scanned around and indeed saw a blurred figure standing there. He recognized it as the skeleton he most wanted to find. But Lu Chun, who was in front, ignored him and was continuously regretting. He still hadn't achieved his previous speed and accuracy. He'd still let one lucky one survive. After a hunt, he had collected 215 green bones and 19 fingers. It still wasn't enough. The ignored team leader got angry and continued to question. "Weren't you in the Eastern Cemetery?" Lu Chun then raised an eyebrow, looked at him, and mockingly laughed, saying their reinforcements were too slow. So he had to come here himself. With that, the sword in his hand once again showed signs of attacking, saying, "Enough nonsense. I should finish off the last one." The team leader, disdained by him, angrily cursed him, saying he was arrogant. He fiercely swung the mace in his hand, intending to smash it down. Unfortunately, his speed was too slow. Lu Chun dodged to the side, and his mace simply slammed into the ground. He didn't expect to miss. But what was even more unbelievable came next. Lu Chen's figure was like a ghost, appearing and disappearing. The sword, enveloped in purple energy, began to savagely strike the team leader's body. In just a few seconds, the team leader was struck down to the ground by him, and items dropped. The last finger was also collected, mission complete. The system quickly announced congratulations for completing the mission and told him to go to Frozen Iron Peak to collect his reward. After completing the mission, Lu Chun thought about his new skill. With only a 0.2-second delay, dealing with the green skeletons was a piece of cake. Frozen Iron Peak, a place shrouded in cold year-round. Lu Chun had now arrived here as instructed by the system to receive his reward. He wondered what kind of black stone item he would get this time. He hoped it would be a pair of gauntlets. After receiving the reward, he also had to find a place to repair his damaged weapon. After a battle, his sword was heavily chipped. Just then, Lu Chen's steps suddenly stopped because he heard crying echoing from somewhere. A few seconds later, a group of people suddenly appeared, and there was a coffin among them, looking a bit gloomy. Lu Chen stared blankly at the group of people walking towards him. The leader kept wailing, "So young to be gone, and his head is missing too." He threw out white circular papers. Lu Chen frowned slightly. A patrol team member died, and his head is missing. This must be a hidden quest. He couldn't pass it up. Thinking that, he immediately greeted the person walking ahead, asking what was wrong. He was Captain Faker of the patrol team. As soon as Faker heard a sound, he hastily looked up, saw him, and excitedly grabbed his hand, agitatedly saying that something big had happened to the patrol team. He only found the body, but the head was missing. Lu Chun listened and pretended to be indignant, agreeing, "That's outrageous. The patrol team is responsible for protecting Frozen Iron Peak, so they can't go seek revenge." Lu Chun listened with a look of fury, cursing that iron-backed bear for ambushing them. As soon as these words were spoken, Faker looked at him trustingly, praised him for being understanding, and said his future would definitely be bright. Lu Chun nodded without hesitation, agreeing and telling him to rest assured. Thus, he received the advanced tier ironback bear slaying quest, requiring him to kill an ironback bear, and earning him 20 reputation points and 2,000 experience points. After reading the quest notification, Lu Chun couldn't help but frown. This quest had a time limit. It seemed he had to depart immediately. Hearing these words, Faker pointed him 500 meters to the east, where there was a Death Spirit Forge. He immediately thanked him, then quickly walked towards the east. The Death Spirit Forge was not far away, an ancient building with a skull displayed in front. Lu Chun arrived shortly, looked up at the house in front of him, and fell into thought. This was the Death Spirit Forge, but the blacksmith seemed to have an issue. The venerable village chief was wearing a blacksmith sign around his neck. Lu Chun suspiciously asked if he had a second job. He calmly admitted it, even proudly stating he was versatile and had many talents. He stood up from his chair, walked over to Lu Chun, and said it had been a long time. Did he want to enhance, repair, or dismantle equipment? He honestly said he was there for repairs. But this job required strength. Could the village chief handle it? The village chief smiled at him. He then chuckled and removed his black cloak, revealing his sturdy, bare body. He confidently said it was just a few small pieces of equipment, not even enough to warm him up. He raised an eyebrow at Lu Chun, telling him to hand over his equipment. He hesitated for a moment before handing his sword to him. The village chief took it, then threw it into the forge to absorb enough heat, followed by powerful hammering. The village chief held the forging hammer in his hand, proudly looking at Lu Chun and telling him to watch closely. Immediately after, he began hammering down on the hot sword on the screen. Lu Chun observed his skillful operations from the side and couldn't help but praise his talent. Not long after, the village chief reached the final step, tempering, with continuous opaque white light appearing around Lu Chen's sword. Very quickly, the village chief let out a sigh of relief. The sword in his hand was now perfect, without a single crack. Lu Chen took the sparkling sword in his hand, his eyes shining brightly. Amazing! It looks just like new. Sweet words catch flies. These words made the village chief very pleased. He put his cloak back on, jiggled his leg, and casually said, "Don't you know who I am? The #1 blacksmith in the spirit realm, that's who." Lu Chen declined to comment. He asked how much it cost. For an acquaintance, he'd only charge him 1 silver coin. Lu Chen quickly paid and turned to leave. Next was the Ironback Bear slaying quest. He still had 45 minutes. There was enough time. The Frost Path was the road leading from Frost Ridge to Icebound City. This was a disputed area between the light and dark factions. To the right was a green pine forest, two contrasting landscapes. No wonder it's a contested area. The boundaries were very clear. Lu Chun thought bears would likely be in the green pine forest, so he faced that direction and called out to it. He repeatedly called out loudly, but received no answer. However, at this moment, his expression was a little startled, because the giant level 20 Ironback Bear was sleeping soundly in front of him. It was so huge it astonished Lu Chun, revealing its terrifying blood-red eyes. The giant Ironback Bear's body quickly rose, almost completely obscuring Lu Chen's vision. It had woken up and wanted to fight him. After a long while, it just stood there silently, facing him. Then it directly lay down and went back to sleep, as if he wasn't a threat, so it wasn't too worried. Seeing this, Luke Tran got furious. This stupid bear was still sleeping even with an enemy right in front of it, proving it didn't take him seriously. Since that's the case, he'd act immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, he fiercely leaped into the air, then swung his sword down, aiming for its head. However, it seemed to sense danger. Its eyes opened again, and it sat up. Luke Tran's sword could only strike its forehead, but it didn't inflict any significant damage. Luke Tran looked at it in shock. Its armor was too hard. All damage had been blocked. At this moment, the Ironback Bear realized he wanted to attack it, so it didn't hesitate to swing its giant claws at him. Luke Tran cursed loudly, then dodged aside. Once he landed safely, he frowned and thought. This time he had been careless. How could it be stupid if it could ambush and defeat scouts? Moreover, its defense was no less than that of the Ghost Valley Master. This was going to be a bit difficult. With that thought, he again motioned towards the Ironback Bear, telling it to continue. The large bear seemed provoked by him and let out a roar. Then it fiercely charged towards Luke Tran. Seeing the bear approaching him, Luke Tran smirked. This stupid bear had fancy armor, but that didn't mean other parts were as tough. With that, he immediately thrust his sword towards its belly. This time, the damage inflicted was much greater than before. The bear collapsed to the ground, temporarily unable to resist. Luke Tran narrowed his eyes and gave a faint smile. Sure enough, compared to its back protected by iron armor, its belly was softer. However, his joy was short-lived, as the bear got back on its feet. At this moment, its eyes were filled with killing intent as it glared at Luke Tran, fiercely roaring at him. However, he wasn't scared. He had already found its weakness. It was about to be defeated. But as soon as he finished speaking, a layer of iron armor began to grow on its belly, protecting it. Seeing this, Luke Tran couldn't help but be shocked. How could it have such a move? Under Luke Tran's shocked gaze, the Ironback Bear suddenly curled its body into a ball and rolled furiously towards him. He jumped into the air in surprise to avoid it. The Ironback Bear's body slammed behind him, and Luke Tran let out a sigh of relief. That was too dangerous. But the Ironback Bear didn't stop, continuing to roll towards him. Luke Tran bit his lip fiercely, gritting his teeth, telling it to stop. His sword in hand clutched tightly. By the time its body approached him, a sharp sword light began to dance in the air. Luke Tran struggled to withstand the iron-backed bear's massive body. However, its momentum was too strong, making it somewhat difficult for him. But Luke Tran didn't give up. He put all his strength into his hands and yelled at it to get lost. Then he flung the iron-backed bear's massive body away. The iron-backed bear's body was sent flying backward by Luke Tran's blow, rolling in a circle far away. Luke Tran frowned slightly. The iron-backed bear spinning not only increased its force, but also its defense. If this continued, he would be too passive. He couldn't let it curl into a ball again. At this moment, the iron-backed bear had stood up from the ground. Its eyes were filled with hatred as it glared at Luke Tran. Immediately after, it roared and attacked Luke Tran. At this moment, he realized it was turning its back, which was a good opportunity to finish it off. The giant bear fiercely charged towards him, and Luke Tran dodged aside. The iron-backed bear thus fell into the air. Luke Tran coldly snorted. It was done attacking. Now it was his turn. Immediately after, he fiercely slashed at it, the sharp sword light injuring it quite severely. The iron-backed bear roared in pain and glared at him. Before he could react, it counterattacked again, making him jump back. Immediately after, it took a leaping step forward. Very quickly, it approached Luke Tran. Seeing this action, he realized its intention to curl up again. And at this moment, Luke Tran realized how to block its attack. He just needed to stab its spine. No sooner said than done. The sword in his hand was aimed at the iron-backed bear's spine and thrust down. That way, it would never be able to curl up again. The iron-backed bear's body was pierced by Luke Tran. The gigantic body at his feet had begun to struggle back up. Seeing its body, Luke Tran couldn't help but sigh at how tenacious it was. With such a severe spine injury, it could still stand up. Luke Tran clearly knew its intention was to counterattack, so he yelled, "Dream on," then swung his sword and rushed forward to stop it. Luke Tran's attack speed was too fast for the iron-backed bear to react in time, so it was stabbed in the eye by him. This one sword inflicted massive damage, and it was thus defeated by him. Luke Tran's mission was also complete. Not only that, he successfully leveled up to level 15. Not long after, many items dropped from the iron-backed bear's body, making Luke Tran overjoyed. Level up, plus a great demon stone, guard pants, and a mask. The rewards from the iron-backed bear were truly awesome. First, he would go change into the guard pants. Very quickly, Luke Tran changed into the equipped pants. Although the beast hide equipment wasn't as good as metal armor, it increased agility. So it wasn't bad. Luke Tran was very satisfied with it. Due to the equipment change, Luke Tran's strength and agility increased significantly. Luke Tran scanned the remaining dropped equipment and couldn't help but sigh. This mask was quite useful. It could provide disguise. Wearing this, he could leave Frosty Ridge. Having completed the mission, Luke Tran immediately returned to Frosty Ridge. As soon as he arrived, he shouted loudly to inform Faker that he had completed the mission. Only then did he realize there was another person in front of Faker. He surprisingly said, "Are you two together? But also, good. I can turn in the quests at once then." Faker explained that he and Swordsman Salon had known each other for over 500 years and often played chess together to practice. Luke Tran didn't pay too much attention. Then, he handed the blue bone finger to Sulon. Sulon took it and praised him for doing very well. With that, the two didn't hesitate to give him the rewards. After completing 2 quests, he gained over 4,000 experience points, over 40 reputation points, and also received a black stone, then leveled up to level 16. Luke Tran looked at the rewards he had received, his eyes shining brightly. He had received blue leather gloves and a Qingguang fan. He only needed shoes and arm armor to complete the set. At this moment, he had just leveled up and acquired new equipment, so his attributes had increased significantly. However, there was still something that bothered him. how to use this Qingguang fan. Thinking this, he looked at Swordsman Sulan and asked if this item was a strategist's weapon and if he could exchange it since he couldn't use it. But Sulan shook his head and said no. However, there was a human market in Frost Bridge Palace. He could try his luck there. Luke Tran frowned slightly. If night spirits weren't welcome, he had a disguised mask, so he would try using it. At the Frost Bridge Palace market, Luke Tran entered wearing his disguised mask. From beginning to end, no one recognized him. He also exchanged the Qingguang fan for a pair of shoes and 11 silver coins, which wasn't bad. Just then, something in front suddenly tried to block his path, making him stop. Indeed, a sharp sword struck towards him without warning. The attacker was the assassin, Mad Dragon Arrogant Bone. Mad Dragon Arrogant Bone squinted, looking at Luke Tran's sword blocking his attack, and couldn't help but be astonished. His reflexes were indeed as quick as the little white dragon said. He actually blocked his attack. Luke Tran looked at the person in front of him, frowned, and said he didn't know the broken halberd sunk sand he was talking about, and told him he had the wrong person. Although he said that, he couldn't help but panic internally. People from the Mad Dragon Guild. He didn't know why he had been exposed. Mad Dragon Arrogant Bone pointed at the sword in his hand. Even with a mask and hidden ID, it was still too easy to recognize. Only he in the entire Frost City had it. It was then that Luke Tran realized he had forgotten about this green pine forest green. While he was still thinking, Mad Dragon Arrogant Bone did something unexpected. He suddenly turned his head and shouted loudly, 50,000 bounty. Broken Halberd Sunk Sand is the person right here. He swore on the honor of the Mad Dragon Guild that he was being honest. Luke Tran didn't expect this move from him and angrily cursed him, asking what kind of disrespectful game he was playing. He calmly replied, as long as it works, who cares how I play? With a 50,000 bounty and a black stone, the people in front of them began to surround Luke Tran. Mad Dragon Arrogant Bone raised an eyebrow triumphantly and told Luke Tran to surrender his life. Luke Tran squinted at the crowd in front of him, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Just relying on them to take him down? This was truly a joke. He immediately raised his sword, his posture clearly indicating an attack. Mad Dragon Arrogant Bone watched him cautiously. He was about to strike. However, Luke Tran suddenly turned around and fled, under the shocked gaze of everyone. A few seconds later, he reacted and gave chase, muttering, "This bastard dares to play tricks." As he pursued Luke Tran, he contacted his people, informing them that he was heading towards Frosty Ridge and to quickly gather squads 1 and 2 to ambush him outside the canyon. But the other person said they couldn't deploy anyone. Hearing these words, Arrogant Bone was immediately horrified. The other person quickly explained that Fantasy of Charm had just caused chaos at the main headquarters, and their guild leader had led the entire team to hunt her down. Arrogant Bone couldn't help but bite his lip and curse. Damn it! Broken Halberd Sunk Sand hadn't been dealt with yet, and now he ran into Fantasy of Charm. There was no other way, so he had to tell them to deal with Phantom Illusion, while he went to handle Broken Halberd Sunk and Sand alone. Meanwhile, Luke Tran had run to the pine forest next to Frosty Ridge Trail. Once past this green pine forest, they would reach the safe zone of Frosty Ridge. But fate had other plans. Luke Tran already sensed danger approaching. It was Arrogant Bone who had caught up. He didn't hesitate to attack Luke Tran with his dual blades, and Luke Tran quickly raised his sword to block. Luke Tran pushed him away with force, while continuously cursing him. "Are you dog glue? Why do you keep sticking around and not letting go?" Arrogant Bone snorted coldly, glaring at Luke Tran and cursing. "If you exist any longer, you'll harm the reputation of the Berserk Dragon Guild, so you must disappear." Luke Tran looked around, not sensing anyone else, then looked at him and asked, "Are you alone?" Hearing these words, Arrogant Bone became alert. The guy seemed about to use a skill. Indeed, as soon as he finished speaking, Luke Tran used Vermilion Blade, and streaks of sword energy began to dance in the air. A sense of danger arrived. Arrogant Bone quickly dodged, and Luke Tran's sword energy struck nothing but air. This sight surprised Luke Tran. He actually managed to dodge it. But what was even more surprising was that another person suddenly appeared behind Arrogant Bone. Luke Tran frowned slightly. Why is that person here? Upon hearing this, Arrogant Bone was also startled. Who are you talking about? He also turned his head to look behind him and saw Ghost Valley Master. Ghost Valley Master was also observing Luke Tran. Because Luke Tran was wearing a mask, he didn't recognize him immediately. Only feeling a bit familiar, he observed Luke Tran's equipment and the green sword as well. A moment later, he recognized him. The moment he recognized him, he threw the wolf in his hand towards Luke Tran. Arrogant Bone quickly jumped aside to dodge. Luke Tran, on the other hand, calmly used his sword to cut the wolf in half. A hint of anger flashed in his eyes. Yet another bother. His attack failed. So Ghost Valley Master charged again with his spear. It had been a long time since they last met in battle. Luke Tran coldly snorted, telling him to stay away from him. He didn't want to see him at all. As Luke Tran spoke, he dodged the other's attack. The spear struck the ground, sending rocks and dirt flying. On the other side, Arrogant Bone watched this scene in surprise. They were enemies. Thinking of this, he seized the opportunity to propose cooperation to Ghost Valley Master. However, Ghost Valley Master completely ignored him, striking him down on the spot with a single spear thrust. Arrogant Bone didn't expect Ghost Valley Master to attack him. Weren't they enemies? Why did he attack him? But no one answered him. He quickly lost his life. Ghost Valley Master looked at the person in front of him, his tone filled with disdain. The battle of the strong doesn't need this kind of interference. Arrogant Bone, unwilling to give up, gritted his teeth and warned that the Berserk Dragon Guild would not let Ghost Valley Master off. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared from the conversation. Ghost Valley Master completely ignored Arrogant Bone's threat. Who does Berserk Dragon think they are to threaten me? At this moment, he glanced at Luke Tran again and casually said, "The annoying bug is gone. Let's continue." Luke Tran found him very annoying. Who would want to fight him? But Ghost Valley Master had noticed that he had leveled up, so he would definitely be stronger. He immediately attacked Luke Tran again. Seeing the energy-filled spear slashing towards him, he couldn't help but angrily curse. Doesn't he understand human language? Saying that, he still dodged. But Ghost Valley Master's speed was different from last time, quite a bit faster, and had managed to graze Luke Tran's arm. Seeing this, he couldn't help but be surprised. His speed had increased. He had to win quickly. Thinking that, he immediately counterattacked. This sudden action of his left Giguzian prepared. In an instant, he was struck by his sword, losing a lot of blood. But Luchin didn't stop. His sword continued to strike down. His speed was like lightning. He danced through the air. Giguzi couldn't even keep up with a single afterimage, so he just took the blows from his sword. Giguzi bit his lip fiercely. Too fast. He didn't expect him to be even faster than before. At this moment, Luchin kicked him flying away. His body slammed into a pine tree behind him. Giguzi was unwilling. Why had he put all his bonus points into agility? But it still wasn't enough. While he was deep in thought, Luchin had already charged forward again. By the time he realized Luchin had approached him, he frantically summoned his ghost armor. Unfortunately, it was too late. Luchin's acquisition skill had been activated. Pale purple energy enveloped his sword as he struck down. The damage Giguzi suffered was even greater. This single strike killed him instantly. Luchin sighed. Finally, he handled it cleanly. He should retreat now. But he hadn't even taken a few steps when Giguzi resurrected. Luchin was a bit stunned. He resurrected so quickly. Should he continue fighting? Giguzi stared intently at Luchin, then said in a deep voice. He hesitated for a moment, then shouted. Hearing these words, Luchin couldn't help but be startled. He was exposed, but he didn't admit it, calmly saying. Giguzi was very confident in his speculation, to be able to create an illusion, dodge immediately, then return to the original position. This maneuver could only be done by Shadow Illusion Chaos from the Hall of Fame. Luchin was slightly surprised. So he didn't guess it was me? He quickly waved his hand, saying he wasn't. Besides, he's no longer a member of the Hall of Fame. Queecock too, however, didn't believe him. He stubbornly insisted that he was Chuck on loan. He couldn't possibly lose repeatedly to an unknown player. It could only be someone from the Hall of Fame. Luke Tran frowned upon hearing this. Couldn't it be? It made him recall memories from that day. Backstage at the Peerless tournament, while he was preparing his weapons, he overheard discussions about who would win the final match. They were all certain Chuck on loan would win, and they scorned Luke Tran, saying he was just a kid who had just transferred from another game, and only won by luck. At that time, he had also angrily said, "Is it really impossible?" But the truth proved them wrong. He had won, defeating Chukang Luan. Therefore, he believed nothing was impossible. It was only a matter of wanting or not wanting to. But hearing his words, Queecock too was slightly surprised. Luke Tran ignored his reaction and continued to ask, "Can equipment and level alone determine everything?" Queecock too couldn't help but frown, wanting to retort but finding himself speechless. Luke Tran continued, "Thien Tung isn't simply about grinding levels and killing monsters to reach the highest level and become invincible like him. The real opponent is the player. If he doesn't have the determination to constantly fight against players, then it's best to give up early." Queecock too, hearing his last sentence, angrily criticized, "On what grounds do you say I don't have the determination to fight?" Luke Tran shrugged indifferently. Then who just lost to someone with a lower level and equipment than himself? And even used the excuse that the opponent was a member of the Hall of Fame to justify it. And finally got annoyed and refused to admit it. Queecock too was so angry he couldn't speak. Luke Tran was also too lazy to argue with him. After speaking, he turned and left. He hurriedly stopped him. "Don't go." He believed his loss to Luke Tran was merely due to being in poor form. He won't give up. He will definitely win. Even if you are Chuck on loan, it will be no exception. Luke Tran sighed upon hearing this. This guy is really stubborn. He didn't turn his head, waved his hand, and said he looked forward to that day. But it's best if he goes back and reviews the recording. His condition during the match was indeed very bad. He also played quite badly. His last words were incredibly impactful, leaving Queecock too stunned as he watched his retreating figure. At Gong Sun Gu's house, he started watching the recording. It's just that the old, tattered VR helmet's data transfer speed was too slow. A moment later, he finally entered the game. He wanted to see if it was really that bad or if his condition was truly not good. He intently watched the images inside. A moment later, his expression immediately darkened. At this moment, the video showed him after farming, but his health bar had significantly decreased. He slapped his forehead, lamenting, "I must be a pig." And after farming, only 1/3 of my health remained, and I was still in the weakened state of the Demon Armor Overlord body. And yet I still charged straight in, adding bonus points to agility, but the increase rate was low. I couldn't even catch up to the opponent. What a waste. Knights should still stick to allocating points to health and defense. Just like that, he sat in front of the computer, watching the recording. But the more he watched, the more he felt that Luke Tran was not human. He stood up from his chair and walked to the board hanging on the wall. Then he started writing something on it. After a long while, he felt he hadn't missed anything else, so he stopped. On it was all the information about Luke Tran and him, as well as information about his 2 losses. He frowned, looking at the information board, then muttered to himself, "A full force attack, although it has the greatest destructive power, leaves too many openings. If a monster figured it out, it wouldn't be able to defeat him. And an expert like Cheek Kitch Tram Exe would definitely be defeated in one blow. Conversely, if I play defensively, I'll have the advantage. So, when facing Cheek Kitch Tram Exe, I can only rely on health and defense, counter-attacking like a turtle, waiting for the opponent to expose an opening." He felt this method would definitely be effective. His eyes now revealed a fighting spirit. He would definitely defeat Cheek Kitch Tram Exe. On another note, in the residential area of Han Bang Quang, this is the resting place for the Night Spirit race. Lying in coffins can help Night Spirit warriors reduce fatigue. Luke Tran had returned to this place. He couldn't help but yawn a few times. So sleepy. He'd stayed up all night again. He was about to climb into the coffin to log out and go to sleep. But someone intentionally didn't give him that chance. Queequeg, too, had chased him to this place and ambushed him from behind. Luke Tran jumped into the air to dodge. His spear immediately struck the coffin behind him. Lu Chan angrily scolded him, asking if he was crazy. Destroying a coffin was a curse from heaven. Ghost Valley Master squinted his eyes at him, confidently saying he had studied the recordings and found a way to defeat him. This time he wouldn't lose again. Hearing this, Lu Chan looked at him like an idiot. Did he really think that just by studying the recordings, he could fully understand him? If he thought so, then let him try. Immediately after, the two quickly lunged into battle. Two energy sources collided, creating a loud explosion. Before long, Ghost Valley Master was defeated. Lu Chan leisurely sat on a tombstone, drinking a booster potion. He really found the counterattack strategy, but it was still a bit lacking. A moment later, Ghost Valley Master revived again, looking at Lu Chan and laughing triumphantly. This time he lasted 18 minutes. He still wanted to continue challenging Lu Chan, but the result was still the same. He was still defeated by Lu Chan. Then he revived again, fought, and was defeated. In a continuous loop. Even if he was demoted, he wouldn't stop. He kept doing this, truly annoying Lu Chan. This time he didn't defeat him, but broke the tip of his spear, gritting his teeth and cursing him, asking if he'd stop already. Ghost Valley Master had been defeated by Lu Chan until he was demoted to level 15, but he still didn't seem to realize the problem. Lu Chan fiercely kicked him, telling him to calm down. He wasn't a free training dummy for him to fight. If he wanted to keep fighting, that was fine. But how much was he willing to pay? Hearing this, Ghost Valley Master clenched his teeth and remained silent. Large cemetery, thorny burial ground. Everywhere were dense thorny vines. Lu Chan came to this place to complete a mission. As he fought the thorny skeletons, he connected with Thap Tan. Seeing that he was only level 10, he criticized him. Why was he leveling up so slowly? He was almost level 20. Thap Tam annoyedly said, "Do you think everyone's a monster like you?" Lu Chan thought for a moment, then offered to transfer him some money to buy equipment and HP potions, telling him to hurry and level up. Thap Tam on the other end was delighted and gave him a good guy card, saying he would help update intelligence in Ice Palace City. Lu Chan praised him, then hung up. Meanwhile, he was fighting the Thorny Bone Warrior. He landed a heavy blow, causing massive damage, but only received minimal damage in return, only 5% of the reflected damage. Realizing this, a hint of triumph appeared in his eyes, telling it to struggle before it died. Then he attacked again. This move was even more fierce. The Thorny Bone Warrior died instantly from this one strike, and he also obtained 242 thorny bones. He also collected enough fingers. The quest was completed. He had leveled up to 20, which made him very happy. He opened the leaderboard to check. It had changed a lot. Lu Chan couldn't help but frown. This Frost Rune City is too intense. He was level 20 but still wasn't in the top 10. Fantasy Allure, Ghost Valley Master, and even Dominator. The top 10 had 4 SSS-Rank players, and the top 20 had 9. Compared to a few individuals, this Dominator Guild would be Ancient Sword Dream Soul's biggest opponent in the future. He had to tell 13 to focus on investigating them. Just then, his stomach suddenly rumbled. He was a little confused about what was happening. The system immediately issued a warning that his satiety value had decreased. Weakened state. He needed to eat quickly. Lu Chan trembled and fell to the ground. He had forgotten about this. It seemed he hadn't eaten anything since logging in. The system continued to issue notifications. Lu Chan bit his lip fiercely. He might become the first player to die of starvation. In his hunger and thirst, he suddenly saw the grass in front of him. Having no other choice, he had to pluck a handful of grass and swallow it. Only then did his body regain a little strength. But he found it disgusting. But he was at his wit's end. He could only eat it. At this moment, a voice from behind him suddenly asked what he was doing. Lu Chan flinched slightly. The voice belonged to a little girl. He quickly put on his mask and then turned his head to look. Behind him, a little girl wearing a pretty pink dress had appeared, without him knowing when, with shoulder-length hair, and carrying a basket in her hand. The little girl's name was Siren. She was a human NPC. Lu Chan was a little startled, and a bit shy and hesitant. However, the little girl was very smart and knew he was hungry. Then, without hesitation, she took an oatmeal bread from her basket and gave it to him. This was made by her mother. She said it was very delicious. Lu Chan nodded in thanks, then took the bread and devoured it. This bread made him recover to normal. Lu Chan was very happy that just one piece of bread completely filled his points. Thinking of this, he suddenly raised his hand and punched the large tree in front of him, making it break in half. Siren saw this scene and admiringly praised him for being so strong. Lu Chan chuckled softly and said it was all thanks to her bread. Then he took out a silver coin and offered it to Siren, but she refused, saying one piece of bread doesn't cost much. Lu Chan frowned slightly. If she didn't take money, then it must be a quest. Thinking so, he asked her if he could help her with anything. She shook her head gently and said her mother was sick, and the doctor said only white mushrooms could cure her. Lu Chan was a bit suspicious. Did she want to go alone? Isn't there an entrusted mission? He hesitated and told her there were many scary night spirits nearby, and asked if she'd be okay alone. The little girl heard this and wasn't scared, her eyes full of determination. She said she wasn't afraid for her mother's sake. She added that if she had 2 white mushrooms a month, her mother would recover. Lu Chan frowned again. A whole month? Could it be a huge quest with rich rewards? If so, he had to keep an eye on it. Thinking about this, he put a silver coin into her basket and told her to bring him 1 bread every day for the next month, considering this money as payment for the flour. Siren nodded slightly, then bid farewell to Lu Chan and left. He narrowed his eyes, watching her retreating figure, deciding to wait and see for a month. This NPC was quite interesting. Elsewhere, Gue Guzi was reviewing his to-do list, and after some thought, decided to buy supplies and go fight a boss. However, before he could leave, arrows suddenly ripped through the air from behind him. He was startled and dodged the arrows, missing him, plunged into ancient trees, causing them to explode. Gue Guzi fiercely frowned and shouted, "Who's there?" Immediately after, a loud laugh erupted, and Gue Guzi looked back to see Kwang Long-O leading people towards him. He glared at Gue Guzi and maliciously said that he had warned him the Kwang Long Guild wouldn't let him off. Gue Guzi snorted coldly upon hearing this, and then launched an attack. But his spear hadn't even reached Ao Gu when it struck a shield. He frowned slightly and told the person to move, but that person remained blocking there. Gue Guzi only focused on the person in front of him and forgot about what was behind him, getting ambushed. His HP bar continuously dropped. It was Ao Gu who stabbed him from behind. Gue Guzi glanced behind him, his face filled with hatred. On the other side, at the Ice-Steel Cross, Luke Tran completed a quest and received 3,000 experience points, 45 reputation points, entry into the Thorn Shoulder Sect, and hacking gauntlets. Su saw the rewards Luke Tran just received and was happy, thinking that this time he finally had enough equipment. At this moment, Su spoke again, saying Luke Tran's sweet mission was complete, and now he would take him to eliminate Siu. With that, he immediately pointed his sword to the sky, summoning his troops. Immediately, a legion of skeletal soldiers appeared. Luke Tran was amazed by this sight. A Death Knight can even summon large numbers? That's so cool. Su nodded slightly and asked if he wanted to learn. He would teach him. Luke Tran immediately agreed, but eliminating Siu still had to be completed first. They quickly headed to the large cemetery in the Steel Bone Tomb area, starting to eliminate Siu's soldiers first. Luke Tran used the Vermilion Blade to take down Siu's soldiers in droves, then fiercely shouted, "Siu, the Bone Emperor, come out here." As soon as these words were uttered, the armored skeleton in front of him couldn't help but be surprised. A moment later, Siu appeared, leading his legion of armored skeletal soldiers. Opposite them were Su, Luke Tran, and the skeletons. As soon as Siu arrived, he ordered his soldiers to take down Su's group. Both sides quickly charged into attack. Soldiers from both sides fell one after another. Siu watched Su's soldiers keep falling without end and grew angry. His armored skeletons were no match for them at all. Eliminating these summoned undead is useless. To defeat the enemy, you must first eliminate their leader. Thinking this, Siu narrowed his eyes at Su, who was surrounded by armored skeletons, then charged towards him, intending to eliminate him. He fiercely slashed at Su, who quickly raised his sword to parry. Siu angrily looked at him, questioning why he was still alive. Both sides quickly engaged in close combat, the sound of clashing metal continuously echoing. Su glared at Siu. Not only am I alive, but I'm just one step away from becoming a Sura. As soon as these words were uttered, Siu was immediately terrified. Su didn't explain, flicking his hand to send him stumbling back. However, at this moment, Luke Tran suddenly concealed himself into the ground, startling Siu. Immediately after, he burst out from the ground, attacking Siu with the vermilion blade, inflicting massive damage. Siu cried out in pain and angrily cursed Luke Tran, then fiercely charged at him with his sword. Luke Tran raised an eyebrow provocatively, then summoned an undead. Instantly, an undead blocked Siu, taking a blow for him. Siu's attack was very powerful, one sword inflicting great damage on the newly summoned undead. Siu glared at Luke Tran, questioning, "You're an undead too?" He fiercely bit his lip. A lone Death Knight cannot evolve into a Sura, unless they absorb the soul spark of a comrade. But undead are too rare. Finally, I understand why Su succeeded. He truly is cunning. At this moment, Luke Tran pointed directly at Siu's face and cursed, "So what if I'm a Death Knight? Did I eat your family's rice?" Siu just snorted twice and said nothing. Then he suddenly burst into laughter, asking, "Don't you know yet? You're good master. I want to report Su." But before he could finish speaking, a ray of energy pierced his throat, causing blood to gush out fiercely. Su appeared from behind and told him, "What are you waiting for? Attack." Luke Tran nodded slightly. Then he charged forward, sword energy dancing in the air, and Siu was thus defeated. He gained 4,500 experience, directly leveling up to 23, and also acquired many items. Luke Tran nodded in satisfaction. 2 more levels, and I can use the 2 bronze items. However, at this moment, pale purple fire spirits suddenly entered Luke Tran's body, astonishing him. He frowned, looking at Su and asking what was happening. Su calmly said, "I'm old now and don't need it anymore. Hurry and absorb it. It would be a waste if the soul spark dissipated." Luke Tran understood and nodded, beginning to absorb the fire spirits. A moment later, he had absorbed all the fire spirits, but he was still a skeleton and had not yet evolved into an undead general. Su calmly said, "This is the suffering of the undead." Luke Tran frowned slightly. "Why suffering?" Su slowly explained, "Death Knights are a special kind of summoned spirit. The ancestors of the undead stole a portion of Sura's power, summoning the undead, and were cursed. The evolution path of Death Knights has no breakthrough points. There's only the starting point, Death Knight, and the end point, Sura." Luke Tran asked doubtfully, "Only an end point? What about the evolutionary path Master once told me about?" Su nodded slightly. He was afraid he would lose faith. "This path is too difficult. It's unclear how long it is. There's no direction, only a vague end point." He had already given up, but he hoped I could do it. Luke Tran wasn't discouraged upon hearing this and excitedly said, "That's what makes it interesting." Su nodded with satisfaction, looking at him. He knew he hadn't chosen the wrong person. Luke Tran stared at him blankly, a little speechless. On the other side, on the battlefield of Ghost Valley Child and the Mad Dragon Guild, although Ghost Valley Child had defeated many, there were still a lot left. He was alone, and his health bar couldn't quite take it. One guy glared fiercely at him, telling him not to push his luck and that he'd send him off. Ghost Valley Child snorted coldly. "Just him? If it weren't for those annoying archers, that guy would have been dead just now." Hearing this, that guy conceded and charged forward with his polearm. Ghost Valley Child immediately used his Ghost Armor Overlord body to defend. However, that guy's pole arm was actually able to pierce through the Ghost Armor. Duong Dai Nan and Luke Tran arrived as scheduled, waiting for Ghost Valley Child. While idle, he opened the rankings to check. He had finally made it into the top 10. Even the grind-heavy Ghost Valley Child had been surpassed by him, but it was already past 12 o'clock. Why hadn't he arrived yet? He recalled that day. After he asked how much he could give up, he replied that he could give up everything. Even offering it all to him wouldn't be regrettable. Having made such a resolution yesterday, and today being the first official day of training, he wouldn't be late. He didn't even reply to private messages. He saw that he had been online for quite a while, yet hadn't gained a single level, which was quite illogical. Luke Tran, filled with doubt, checked the World Channel. In the Ghost Forest near the Frigid Steel Ridge, Ghost Valley Child finally couldn't hold on any longer. He sat leaning against a tree, surrounded by the Mad Dragon Arrogant Bone's group. Arrogant Bone frowned at him, unable to help but sigh in admiration. He truly is a top 10 master. His armor was shattered, but he still held on, and Arrogant Bone earnestly invited Ghost Valley Child to join the Mad Dragon Guild, promising to spare him. However, Ghost Valley Child was very arrogant, scoffing disdainfully. Seeing his attitude, Arrogant Bone angrily cursed him for seeking death, then ordered the rest of his men to charge. The men immediately obeyed and rushed towards Ghost Valley Child. However, before they could do anything, Ghost Valley Child was blocked by powerful sword energy beams. The speed of the sword light was too fast. They couldn't catch up, and many were already defeated. Arrogant Bone retreated cautiously, asking, "Who's there?" Once the smoke and dust cleared, the figure of the newcomer became visible before them. It was Luke Tran. He stood shielding Ghost Valley Child, glaring at the group, gritting his teeth and saying, "You dare touch my people?" As both sides were about to clash, a shout echoed, "Slash the heavens, sink the sands!" Mad Dragon Arrogant Bone, upon meeting him, shouted, "Slash the heavens, sink the sands! You've come at just the right time. I don't have to look for you now. I'll send you all off together." With that, he turned and rapidly retreated. He moved out with several people, including mages and archers. The mages were preparing to cast spells, and the archers were drawing their bows, readying their formation to welcome the enemy. Slash the heavens, sink the sands, with a smug expression, clasped his hands behind his back, showing disdain, but in reality, he was just faking bravado. "Ha ha ha, I dared to come alone, so of course I have my trump card. Let me show you the special ability of a Death Knight." Then he used a skill, taking 2 health potions from Ghost Valley Child's inventory. Ghost Valley Child was a bit surprised. "What? This kind of maneuver exists too." Slash the heavens, sink the sands held his sword pointed at the sky and shouted loudly, "Grand Summon, Sky Bone Dragon." Mad Dragon Arrogant Bone looked up at the sky in shock, utterly bewildered. What? But when nothing happened, he immediately felt something was wrong. Turning to look back, he only saw a log. Slash the heavens, sink the sands, and Ghost Valley Child had already fled. Then the Mad Dragon Arrogant Bone's men looked at each other in astonishment. "Damn, we were tricked." Mad Dragon Arrogant Bone immediately yelled, "Chase them!" At the same time, the archer and mage members behind them began to unleash their skills, covering the 2 fleeing people from all sides, with continuous explosions lighting up the entire sky. Ghost Valley Child, running for his life, yelled, "Slash the heavens! If we keep this up, we'll be completely drained. We're dead either way. Let's go back and fight." Slash the heavens turned and shook his head. "Trust me, follow me." A bomb flew towards them, forcing the 2 to quickly jump away. Otherwise, they'd surely be eating dirt. Behind them, the mages and archers continuously attacked them. Mad Dragon Arrogant Bone shouted, "Don't stop! Bomb them to death!" Full firepower covered the 2 of them. Do these guys have no limits? They're unleashing skills as if they don't cost anything. The continuous barrage of firepower and arrows covering the 2 made Ghost Valley Child scream in terror. "Oh my God!" "Run fast!" Then the 2 held hands and ran forward, with bombs still exploding behind them. The two ran to the undead patrol camp, where it had already been violently attacked and exploded, with tent fragments continuously flying out. Mad Dragon Arrogant Bone, leading a group of pressing members, appeared right behind the two. Ha ha ha! Slash the heavens, sink the sands. You have no escape route left. Prepare to die. Slaying heaven, sinking sand turned his head to look. Nowhere left to run? It's you who have nowhere left to run. He waved his hand and laughed loudly, making Mad Dragon Arrogant Bone extremely confused. Slaying heaven, sinking sand called out loudly. Undead patrol, come out. Immediately, a group of undead emerged, surrounding Arrogant Bone's group, making Mad Dragon Arrogant Bone's group both surprised and afraid. Mad Dragon Arrogant Bone only now realized they had been lured into a trap. Oh no, we've fallen for a trick. The undead patrol captain spoke up. Fortunately, Brother Slaying Heaven sent someone to inform us to burrow underground and hide. You humans dare to raid our camp. Ghost Valley Child was extremely surprised upon hearing this. Oh my God, was this all Slaying Heaven's plan? Mad Dragon Arrogant Bone furiously shouted. Slaying Heaven, sinking sand. You despicable scoundrel. I underestimated you. Someone like you. Slaying Heaven, sinking sand interrupted. Don't listen to his blabbering. He wants to heal. Brothers, attack. Mad Dragon Arrogant Bone clenched his fists in anger. Ghost Valley Child, I'll leave Little Dragon King to you. Captain Mage Killer, the Shield Warriors, and Range Professions will be handled by the Undead Patrol. Slaying Heaven, sinking sand gave the order. Ghost Valley Child understood. All right. Then Slaying Heaven, sinking sand raised his sword and charged forward. He lunged towards Mad Dragon Arrogant Bone. His sword transformed into a scythe. Mad Dragon Arrogant Bone's offense and defense had now changed shape. Seeing him charge, he used both hands to block. Damn it! On Captain Mage Killer's side, he swung his long pole arm to suppress the opponent. Kill all these humans. The undead soldiers were beating up several mages and archers. Kill them all. The beaten one screamed in fear and pain. Don't come over here. I'll help. On this side, Ghost Valley Child was confronting Little Dragon King, smiling smugly. Ha ha ha, without archers and mages for support. Are you that weak? Little Dragon King could only sulk. Damn it. Giguzi mercilessly unleashed his skill. I told you I'd solo kill you in minutes. Behind Giguzi, an assassin appeared, intending to seize the opportunity to assassinate him. Watch out. Zhan Qian Qinsha shouted. Then Mad Dragon Arrogant Bone was thrown straight at the assassin, making him stumble. Zhan Qian Qinsha, his whole body like an arrow, suddenly shot out like lightning, gliding towards the assassin. He threw a health potion to Giguzi. Take it. Remember to heal. Giguzi immediately thanked Zhan Qian Qinsha, thinking, is this the advantage of team combat? Zhan Qian Qinsha used his sword to slash across the waists of Mad Dragon and the assassin, leaving them no time to defend. Just as Zhan Qian Qinsha was about to deliver the killing blow to Mad Dragon Arrogant Bone, a warrior appeared behind Zhan Qian Qinsha. This is a good opportunity. I'll finally kill him. Overlord slash. Zhan Qian Qinsha reacted in time, using his sword to parry the dangerous blow. You're just someone who doesn't know how to live or die. Captain Fack, who had just killed the mage, laughed loudly. Ha ha, brothers, kill all these invading humans. Just then, a strike flew past Captain Fack, severing his head from his neck. That person held Fack's skull. It was Bright Ranger, phantasmagoric, with one hand holding the skull and the other holding a sword across her shoulder. Her mask and flowing cloak gave her an imposing aura. Zhan Qian Qinsha was surprised. Fack was killed so quickly? Mad Dragon Guild has experts of his caliber. Little Dragon King, fighting Giguzi, also shouted loudly. Phantasmagoric, you finally agreed to join Mad Dragon. Giguzi, you guys are dead for sure. Giguzi quickly stepped forward, fiercely striking Little Dragon King with his spear. Even if she helps you, you're still dead for sure. Little Dragon King hastily cried for help. Phantasmagoric, quickly save me. Giguzi taunted. You can't fight without someone helping you? He just chuckled because he saw Phantasmagoric flying very quickly towards Giguzi. He thought Phantasmagoric would help him, but unexpectedly, she glided past him and beheaded Little Dragon King. Giguzi saw it and was confused. Weird, aren't they on the same side? Then Phantasmagoric turned and slashed at Giguzi. Both Little Dragon King and Giguzi fell. Zhang Qianqiansha was extremely worried. Giguzi. Zhang Qianqiansha lunged towards Phantasmagoric. He raised his sword and slashed at her. What exactly do you want, Chunan? Phantasmagoric smoothly turned to dodge the sword. Following the momentum, she spun around with a powerful attack, slashing directly at Zhang Qianqiansha's neck. She was truly terrifying. A single sword strike instantly killed everyone. The ground was covered with corpses, and she was rotating her camera to collect rewards. A message appeared, Giguzi. Oh my God, this woman is too strong. She cleared them all by herself in just a moment. Zhang Qianqiansha messaged back. Yeah, she just got lucky. Anyway, everyone's HP isn't enough. If we don't go now, she'll probably forget to turn on the camera for rewards and try to keep our bodies. He looked at Giguzi and sent a message. We're near the Night Spirit camp. We'll revive faster. I'll count to 3. Then we'll revive together, kill her, and retreat once it's done. Giguzi replied, All right, we can't let her get the reward that easily. The count began. 1, 2, 3. Zhang Qianqiansha signaled, Revive. Phantasmagoric was currently standing and rotating her camera to check. Giguzi and Zhang Qianqiansha had just revived. Both simultaneously rushed forward and unleashed skills. Chunan's blazing fire dual strike launched towards Phantasmagoric. This move created a huge explosion, with black smoke rising thickly. The first wave of attack didn't deal much damage. Phantasmagoric quickly dodged and grabbed Giguzi's spear. Zhang Qianqiansha immediately backed away, signaling to Giguzi. He received the command, Come on. She immediately turned towards Giguzi. Flowing light slash. Giguzi immediately unleashed his skill. Ghost Armor 3-form array again. Phantasmagoric immediately lost HP. Minus 124 HP. Giguzi praised, Well done. Phantasmagoric gritted her teeth and yelled, You're looking for death. Phantasmagoric angrily swung her sword in a counterattack. Zhang Qianqiansha managed to retreat and avoid it, but still lost 89 HP. Zhang Qianqiansha dodged, but was covered in a cold sweat. That was close. Giguzi was not afraid at all, risking it all with a spear thrust at her. Hit her. This spear hit Phantasmagoric, making her lose 221 HP. Phantasmagoric quickly stabbed back at Giguzi. A mere scoundrel dares to act so brazenly. This move made Giguzi lose 246 HP. Zhang Qianqiansha seized this opportunity to launch another ambush. He unleashed his incredibly powerful speed and attack, causing Phantasmagoric's health bar to lose 125 HP. Then she gradually lost her balance and slowly fell down. She lay flat on the ground. Giguzi stepped forward and resentfully kicked Phantasmagoric. Damn it, aren't you rank 1? You still got killed like everyone else. I'll keep your corpse here for a night and see if you're still so great. Zhang Qianqiansha sternly pulled Giguzi's arm. Keep your head. Hurry up and retreat. There are no undead patrols, and if Mad Dragon's people revive soon, we'll be in trouble. Notification displayed. Undead Patrol Revival Countdown. 23 hours, 58 minutes, 13 seconds. Zhang Qianqiansha and Giguzi immediately turned and ran. No more talk. Let's level up quickly. Right. Outer ring of Cold Ice Port. Zhang Qianqiansha had already killed several small monsters to level up. He ate the bread Xian Ran brought him. He lowered his head and saw that Xian Ran looked very sad. Xian Ran, what happened? You weren't happy just now. The girl nodded, pointing into the distance as she replied, Big brother, there's an old man over there who seems to be injured. Can you help him? An injured old man. Zhang Qianqiansha's eyes lit up. All right, I'll help. Don't be sad anymore. Xian Ran couldn't help but cheer up, standing with a smile. Big brother, Xian Ran knew you were a good person. Zhang Qian Sha laughed heartily, thinking to himself, still no quest notification. I'll just check it out anyway. Better than nothing. Deep in the desolate forest, Zhang Qian Sha found an old man sitting against a tree, moaning. I'm going to die. Wild bears have been killing Izo for days. Found him. Such a loud voice. He must not be dead. It turned out to be the wilderness hunter. Zhang Qian Sha immediately walked forward and asked him in a low voice, Sir, are you all right? The old man saw Zhang Qian Sha was just a skeleton and was horrified. GHGH ghost. Then he brandished his bow and arrow. Don't come near me. Zhang Qian Sha immediately bit his hand. Damn, I forgot to wear my mask. Night spirits and humans aren't on the same side. After he finds out I'm a night spirit, will he still give me a quest? Then Zhang Qian Sha resolved to take the risk. No, I can't let a quest that's within reach just slip away. Zhang Qian Sha immediately knelt down, repeatedly hitting the ground with his hands, pretending to be in pain, with tears and snot flowing. Wah, you don't know. I was originally a small human warrior. I went out to work and was bitten by a night spirit, turning me into one. But I always maintained the principle. I'd rather eat grass when hungry than harm people. The old man sympathized. Poor child, is that so? The old man stepped forward and patted Zhang Qian Sha's shoulder. Good child. Whether human or night spirit, anyone with a conscience is a good person. Zhang Qian Sha nodded. MHM, I am a good person. Why are you injured here, sir? The old man replied dejectedly. Oh, young man, I'm the only hunter in the village. I came here originally looking for some meat, but I didn't expect so many wild bears to gather here. They attacked me for 3 days. If you hadn't come, I'd surely be dead today. Zhang Qian Sha shook his head and chuckled. No need to worry. I'll help you get out of the forest. The old man's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He grabbed his hand, extremely agitated. All right, young man, as long as you help me get out of here. I will teach you my hunting and cooking skills. I am a renowned hunter and chef in this region, you know. Zhang Qian Sha also firmly clasped the old man's hand. Don't worry, leave this to me. He thought to himself, 2 sub-professions that others can only dream of, and I'm getting 2 of them here. As soon as he completed this quest, Zhang Qian Sha also leveled up to 25. He immediately equipped his new weapon and new cloak, thinking to himself how cool he looked. At this moment, the notification displayed. Character attributes. Attribute information. Name, Zhang Qian Sha. Profession, Necromancer Swordsman. Level, 25. Tier 1 attributes. HP 575, Mana 355, Strength 35, Agility 16. Tier 2 attributes. Attack 61 to 90, Defense 80, Movement 32, Reputation 264, Spell Power 0, Magic Resist 49, Attack Speed 32, Luck 1. At the same time, the notification panel also displayed. Your bounty has increased. My bounty has increased. Just then, Du Shirsen called. Old Six, what have you done again? Your bounty has risen to 80,000. He replied, What? 80,000? I really want to kill myself to get the money. Shirsan frowned. You can't do it, but I can. He immediately agreed. That makes sense. You quickly level up to 25, and we'll collect the bounty together. Du Shirsan's voice was fawning. Leveling up also requires resources, you know. Brother Lu, support your little brother with a bit more money. Zhang Qian Sha yelled straight at Shirsan. Didn't I just give you 15 silver coins? Is it all gone? Where did you spend the money? Du Shirsan immediately explained. Brother Lu, you don't know the prices in Frost City. 100 HP recovery apple costs 4 silver coins. After buying equipment, 2 apples and all the money's gone. Zhang Qian Sha opened a skill, looked at the interaction materials, and questioned. 4 silver coins? Is that thing really worth 4 silver coins? On the display panel, cooking menu, applesauce, level 1. Ingredients, 5 apples, 1 empty bottle. Effect, restores 100 HP. Level 2 rice balls, ingredients, 15 sticky rice, 5 chicken meat, 5 salt. Effect, restores 200 HP. Back at the Mad Dragon Guild headquarters, Long Xingtian Xia angrily slammed the table and shouted, 2 times already. 2 times. The elite forces of the Mad Dragon Guild were annihilated twice by someone. How humiliating. Little Dragon King didn't dare to say anything more and just replied, Boss, please calm down. I've already increased the bounty. Someone will definitely despise him, even if they can't kill him. We'll have good news very soon. Long Xingtian Xia calmed down somewhat after hearing that. All right, let those who seek the bounty deal with them. Mad Dragon Arrogant Bone, sitting nearby, asked, What about Feng Se Huan Xiang? That woman is getting more and more out of line. Didn't you say before to not give her any bounty and not bother with her anymore? Long Xingtian Xia gave a cold, sinister laugh and replied, Just let her be arrogant. I have arrangements for her. The scene shifted to Frost City Plaza. A group of people were in the bustling market, buying and selling. Vendor, how much is this item? Another person stood from afar and shouted, Precious magic stones. Come and see. Zhan Qianchen Sha, wearing a disguised mask and not afraid of being discovered, shouted loudly in the square, Don't miss out. Apple jam, 2 silver coins a serving. Also quality bear hides. He thought happily, I have the hunting skill, so I can pick apples directly, saving ingredient costs. 2 silver coins a serving is a huge profit. How can apple jam for 4 silver coins compete with me? A group of people passing by immediately stopped and asked, Boss, how much did you say the apple jam was? Zhan Qianchen Sha pointed at the ingredients and held up 2 fingers, replying, 2 silver coins a serving. No scams. Fake goods get 10 times compensation. After hearing that, people swarmed over. I'll take 5 portions. Give me 3 portions. I was here first. I'll take 10 portions. He quickly stopped everyone. Don't push, 1 person at a time. In a few minutes, he had made a lot of money. He happily looked at his money pouch. 400 silver coins, easily done. Just then, someone approached. Boss, this bear hide is good. How much is it? Zhan Qianchen Sha looked up. Brother, you've got a good eye. My bear hide is a level 2 material. The person who asked for the price was Ba Tian Dao Yuxie. He immediately quoted a price. Just 2 silver coins per piece. He seemed to know this person. Ba Tian Dao, leader of the tyrant family. He must have money. I should make a big profit off him. Ba Tian Dao was holding the bear hide and examining it. Zhan Qianchen Sha quickly introduced it. Brother, look, this is a good bear hide. With a good tailor, 1 bear hide can make 2 or 3 decent quality leather armors. Ba Tian Dao also acknowledged, Indeed, it's not bad. It's from a level 28 wild bear, very hard to come by. Then, without saying much, he took out a money pouch and simply said, I'll take it all. Zhan Qianchen Sha held out his hand to receive the money, smiling delightedly. Thank you, boss. You're so generous. He thought to himself, Sure enough, foolish people have lots of money. This guy is so easy to trick. Suddenly, Ba Tian Dao said something with a laugh that made Zhan Qianchen Sha freeze for a moment. With an 80,000 bounty on your head, you can still come to the market to sell goods. It truly is you, Zhan Qianchen Sha. Zhan Qianchen Sha immediately drew the sword from his back defensively and asked, What do you mean? Ba Tian Dao quickly put the money into his hand, chuckling. Ha ha ha, brother Zhan Qian, no need to be tense. We're not enemies. I'm just admiring your strength and daring. Zhan Qianchen Sha pondered for a moment, then, while packing his goods, said, The shop's closed now. Please go home, customer. Ba Tian Dao smiled faintly and continued, Brother Zhan Qian, no need to leave so quickly. It's our first meeting, and I'd like to discuss a business deal with you. Zhang Qian was a bit surprised. Oh, Ba Tiandao explained. I just saw your apple jam. The quality is very good. The other items aren't bad either. 1,000 portions of level 2 chicken rice. You set the price. 1,000 portions? You want me to die of exhaustion? Zhang Qian emphasized, thinking to himself. He even lets me set the price. It seems the Tyrant family not only has many experts, but also lots of money. Can't miss out on this kind of rich guy. He calculated for a bit, then held up a finger and quoted Ba Tiandao. A maximum of 100 portions. The original price is 10 silver per portion. Now the price is 30 silver. Ba Tiandao nodded and immediately handed over 500 silver coins as a deposit. Zhang Qian then realized he had quoted too low a price. The scene shifted to the desolate forest. Zhang Qian and Ghost Valley have been sparring for a while. Ha ha, Zhang Qian, are you just tickling me? Ghost Valley provoked. Suddenly, Zhang Qian carelessly dropped his sword. Ghost Valley saw this and immediately seized the opportunity. Ghost Valley used Dark Flame Strike, charging forward, intending to stab Zhang Qian directly. Zhang Qian stood there laughing. So you faked dropping your sword just now. Huh, tricked you. From the right flank, a level 28 Wild Dragon Spirit Panda rushed out and rammed Ghost Valley, causing his skill to fail. While Ghost Valley was being restrained by the Dragon Spirit Panda, Zhang Qian calmly explained to Ghost Valley. Opportunities in battle are not always opportunities. They can also be traps. When your state is broken, don't panic. Calmly think and make the most advantageous choice. Then he picked up his sword. Ghost Valley, using his spear to block the bear trying to bite him, seemed to realize something. The most advantageous opportunity. Ghost Valley then used Ghost Armor Tyrant Body to block the Wild Dragon Spirit Panda's attack. Ghost Valley understood so quickly that Zhang Qian had to give him a compliment. That's a very quick reaction. You can immediately change skills to a defensive state to minimize damage. Ghost Valley was still trying to control the bear, yelling, "What's wrong with this bear? Its level is even higher than yours." Zhang Qian was standing, wiping his sword, and told Ghost Valley, "This is a dragon spirit skull that was transformed from a previous quest. I've discovered that as long as I kill them, no matter what their level, they can be transformed into my summoned creatures. After their level increases, the summoned creatures also become more beautiful." At this moment, Ghost Valley had just finished dealing with the dragon spirit bear. He immediately turned and aimed his attack at Zhang Qian. There's an opening. But for some reason, Zhang Qian managed to summon another undead bear, a large bear. Ghost Valley stabbed the bear inside again. Ghost Valley was forced to turn and focus on dealing with the second undead bear. He unleashed the ghost spear slash, cursing as he fought. "Hateful! Are all your skills used up on one summoned creature?" At this moment, Zhang Qian had quietly circled around from the side and jumped behind Ghost Valley. "Don't forget, you don't just have one enemy." A flash of a sword streaked past. Zhang Qian dealt a fatal blow to Ghost Valley. He lay flat on the ground. "I didn't win a single time today either." When Ghost Valley woke up, he began to think about what he had learned recently. "I'm already ranked second on the bounty board. The gap to first place is still so far. As expected of Zhang Qian, I really can't beat him." A small bird flew down and landed on Ghost Valley's hand. He looked at it and mused, seizing combat opportunities, judging the enemy, detailed maneuvers. Zhang Qian is indeed teaching me very thoroughly. Even though I lose every time, I still feel like I'm getting stronger. I need to find a master to test myself against. With that, he stood up resolutely, his face looking very determined. The scene shifts to a black pond. Level 30 Blackwater crocodiles are being attacked by a group of people. It's the Tyrant Clan group, led by the level 24 warrior Tyrant Evil Tiger. "Brothers, blow it up. The boss can't take it anymore." The Blackwater crocodile was continuously attacked by bombs and was about to collapse. Then Ghost Valley suddenly rushed out and stole the kill, delivering a critical blow that reduced the crocodile's HP by 215. The Tyrant clan members gaped, surprised and astonished. The crocodile fell beside Ghost Valley. Tyrant Evil Tiger pointed at him and cursed. "Damn it!" Tyrant Evil Tiger was furious and was about to charge forward, but someone next to him held him back and reminded him, "Captain, don't be impulsive. He's the recently famous Ghost Valley. He single-handedly wiped out several elite squads from other guilds. He's ranked second on the bounty board. The Mad Dragon Guild is about to be driven crazy by him." Tyrant Evil Tiger merely looked up at the sky and shouted, "Oh God, why did I have to run into this guy?" Tyrant Evil Tiger also knew his limits and issued a threat. "Ghost Valley, don't go too far. We're from the Tyrant clan." Ghost Valley's face lit up with joy. "Oh, so you're the Tyrant clan? That's great." Tyrant Evil Tiger seemed a bit wary. "What do you mean?" Ghost Valley looked directly at the group. "Killing the boss was just a side thing. You guys are my real target." The Tyrant clan members looked terrified, utterly panicked. A moment later, Ghost Valley stood alone amidst the corpses of the Tyrant squad and commented, as expected of the Tyrant clan's elite squad, they were indeed difficult to deal with. He clenched his fist, thinking happily to himself, "I really am stronger now." The scene shifts to the commercial street of Frostfall City. At Food Store 13, 13 was a bit surprised. "Did old Six, the shop owner, really put my name down?" He calmly replied, "Frostfall City taxes Night Spirit players too heavily. If you're the owner, you can save money." 13 was even more surprised to learn that John Chien Sha had additional professions. "I didn't expect you to have two sub-professions, hunting and cooking. You collect ingredients yourself and make the food yourself. Aside from seasonings, there's almost no capital needed. Overlord Blade would probably scream if he knew he had to pay triple the price." Zhang Qian immediately retorted, "Why would he cry? This money is nothing to the Tyrant clan. How is your intelligence gathering coming along?" 13 recounted, "The ancient sword Dream Soul's strength is quite weak, lacking top experts. Their leader still hasn't come online yet." Zhang Qian Sha remained silent, pondering for a moment. Then he spoke, "I need to level up quickly now. The food sales are entrusted to you. If you encounter Ancient Sword Dream Soul members buying things, remember sell at a low price." 13 stroked his chin. "Don't worry, I'll handle logistics. I'm already familiar with it. Old Six, before you level up, should you give me your bounty money?" Zhang Qian glanced at 13's equipment and considered, "With your commandeer equipment, I doubt anyone would believe you got my bounty money." With that, Zhang Qian threw a black iron item to 13. "Take this black iron item for now. I'll get you a full set of black iron equipment in a few days." 13 accepted the hammer, looking extremely happy. "Good brother, all right." The scene shifts to Icebound Port. There's a gate, and the sky is hazy, looking very gloomy. On the ground, a level 17 undead, dressed in rags like a beggar, lay sprawled out. He had white hair and a withered face that looked very familiar. Zhang Qian Sha was walking when he froze upon seeing him, then looked down and gasped in astonishment. "Ghost Valley!" He shouted angrily, "Who did this?" Ghost Valley hastily sent a message to Zhang Qian Sha. "Go quickly. Faint Mirage and Mad Dragon Guild want to bathe Icebound Port in blood." He finished reading the message and just let out a small laugh. "Bathe Icebound Port in blood? What a big boast, huh?" On top of the cliff, Faint Mirage had been standing there waiting for Zhang Qian for a long time. He glanced at her, looking exasperated. "It's you again, Faint Mirage." She immediately jumped down and swung her sword at Zhang Qian, but luckily he parried in time. With sharp eyes, she asked Zhang Qian, "So what?" He immediately showed his disdain for her. "You're supposedly number one on the leaderboard, yet you're associating with the Mad Dragon Guild." She swung her sword in response. "It's none of your business." While the two were fighting fiercely, the system announced that Ghost Valley had revived. Ghost Valley sat aside, contemplating. "Too fast. I can't even get a move in. These two monsters." Faint Mirage continued to attack Zhang Qian, and he defended with his sword without retaliating yet. Suddenly, Zhang Qian summoned a level 28 giant bear spirit, which was ready to attack that woman. It quickly knocked back and attacked Faint Mirage, causing her to fall to the ground. HP 12, HP 11, HP 8. She was surprised and didn't understand why. How can a summoned creature's level exceed its master's? As soon as she finished speaking, both Zhang Qian and the bear spirit charged forward to attack her. She raised her sword, emitting a powerful yellow light, and with a contemptuous look said, "That summoned creature is a bit interesting, but it's just a dark creature." Zhang Qian looked at her in astonishment. "That's—" The big bear next to him also stopped. She unleashed the blinding light skill, and the dazzling yellow light grew larger and larger. Zhang Qian immediately raised both hands to shield his face, and the bear spirit stood in front of him to protect him. The illumination of the light critical strike caused him to lose 421 HP. A warning sounded. "You are subjected to the illumination of blinding light. Defense has been reduced by 20%, and the bear spirit was now nothing but a charred skeleton, completely burned to a crisp with no flesh left. Zhang Qian was also stunned by this skill. Killed the big bear so quickly. Light-type skills have too much damage against night spirits, reducing their defense. Then she raised her sword and swung it at Zhang Qian. "You're next." He also raised his sword to block. He looked at her scornfully. "Is this all the skill you have?" She then pulled out a card, which was the Ice Storm skill card. The two members of the Mad Dragon Guild watched from afar in surprise. Little Dragon King said to Dragon's Reach, "Faint Mirage actually got a skill card. Don't only bosses above level 35 drop these?" Dragon's Reach pondered for a moment and replied, "Well, she is Faint Mirage. It's not surprising for her to have a skill card." After the card was deployed, countless ice shards appeared, falling on Zhang Qian, forcing him to just raise his sword to defend. The ice shards hitting him caused him to continuously lose health. HP minus 24, HP minus 25, HP minus 31. The wind from the card was so strong that Zhang Qian was swept into the air, letting out a cry. Ghost Valley, standing nearby, was also blown away. He secretly cursed. "Damn it. I only knew that domain-type skill cards were powerful, but this is too outrageous." Then she gathered the ice shards in one place and commanded, "Go." Countless ice shards gathered and shot straight towards Zhang Qian, who was floating in midair. Ghost Valley, clinging tightly to a rock to avoid being swept away, saw this and shouted, "Watch out, Zhang Qian." Suddenly, a purple light appeared, causing the ground to shake for a moment. Ghost Valley, as if having escaped a calamity, exclaimed, "Oh my God!" Then a giant lion spirit appeared, shattering Faint Mirage's ice shards. Zhang Qian held a skill card in his mouth. He proudly declared, "I have a skill card too." The mighty lion roared, and a tempest-like wind swept away all of her puny ice shards. The two members of the Mad Dragon Guild were also blown away by this, clinging to a pillar for support. Dragon's Reach shouted in surprise, "What the hell? They both have skill cards." Faint Mirage, with her blue light, and Zhang Qian, with his purple light, were fighting fiercely, neither willing to yield. Faint Mirage analyzed Zhang Qian's skill card. His skill card, after blocking the ice storm, can actually erupt with such intense heat. As their two swords clashed, her sword grew redder and hotter. Suddenly, she flung her sword away, causing Zhang Qian's sword to strike directly into the ground. Zhang Qian looked smug. "Throw away your weapon? You're dead." Then he used the Crimson Blade skill to finish her. She held out a dagger to block Zhang Qian's attack, which greatly surprised him. Dual wielding. He was wondering when her other hand blocked his sword. Then she unleashed the flowing light slash, thinking she had killed him, but he surprisingly dodged it. He thought to himself, "This isn't good." He cursed under his breath. "Damn it. If I hadn't dragged this out, I wouldn't have needed to use the Azure Flame Cloak to increase dodge rate." But his HP had already dropped by 34. After seeing Zhang Qian dodge her attack, she looked surprised. He dodged it? Impossible. Since he couldn't drag it out any longer, Zhang Qian quickly pulled out the Greedy Wolf skill card. A purple light appeared around Zhang Qian. The game system displayed a notification. You used the Greedy Wolf card. Attack speed increased by 5%, movement speed by 5%, effective for 30 minutes. Immediately after that, Zhang Qian swung his sword horizontally, but she quickly retreated and dodged it. Meanwhile, the two guys from the Mad Dragon Guild were watching, their hands still firmly gripping the pillar. Little Dragon King exclaimed in surprise, "No way! An attack from a skill card can still be dodged." Long Han Tianha, standing on this side, showed annoyance and envy. An entire guild might not even have one card. How could he have two? Suddenly, both of them lunged at each other, stabbing. She stabbed Zhang Qian in the chest, causing him to lose 288 points, and he, in turn, stabbed her in the stomach, causing her to lose 175 health points. After that, both of them fell. Zhang Qian, unwilling to accept it, silently cursed. "Damn it! I can't believe we died at the same time." Damn light attribute counter. Ghost Valley, witnessing the entire battle, didn't know what to say when he saw both of them lying on the ground. He looked admiring. This was a real battle. Both sides performed with extreme precision, without a single wasted move. Can I catch up to these two? As soon as they died, a notification appeared, and both of them revived. Zhang Qian yelled, "Let's do it again, Chu Nan." She wasn't to be outdone. "I'll follow through to the end." Lu Kuang Tram, Long Han Tianha, watching, gloated. "These two are really crazy. Quickly tell Ao Kat to bring people here." Little Dragon King accepted the order, yes. Following that, the system displayed again. The two of them killed each other repeatedly, dying and reviving countless times. In the end, both dropped to level 17. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Zhang Qian laughed loudly and said, "Haha, let's stop killing each other. Continuously losing levels isn't good for anyone." She panted and nodded in agreement. "Phew, a truce." Ghost Valley, standing nearby, spoke up. "You two finally calm down. Look over there." Zhang Qian turned to look. The rats finally showed their faces. The Mad Dragon Guild was leading a group of people towards them. Long Han Tianha laughed loudly and said, "Oh no. Your battle was too spectacular. I wouldn't dare miss a minute of it." Fong Sakwin Tuong handed a camera-attached orb to Long Han Tianha and said, "You came at the right time. All the kill videos are in here. As agreed, remember to pay the reward and rental fees." Suddenly, Long Han Tianha broke his word and shattered the camera orb, leaving her utterly stunned. Ghost Valley and Zhang Qian stood there, their eyes wide with surprise. Fong Sakwin Tuong yelled angrily, "What?" Long Han Tianha even sneered arrogantly. "Oh dear, my hand slipped. It's just a camera. You're not going to get angry over a camera, are you?" Fong Sakwin Tuong was so furious her face turned red. She wanted nothing more than to run over and tear him apart. Long Han Tianha. He then taunted, "Oh, that's right. You're here for the bounty. Ha ha ha. Too bad my target isn't just them, but also you, Fong Sakwin Tuong. Based on being ranked top 1, you provoke our Mad Dragon Guild and still expect to escape unscathed?" Then he yelled, "You all must die." The three on this side just stood there, looking at each other, completely bewildered. Fong Sakwin Tuong, utterly enraged, cursed Long Han Tianha. "You despicable scoundrel. When you invited me to cooperate, I should have killed you. Damn robber. Player Zhang Qian Tram, saw invites you to the group chat." Long Han Tianha continued to provoke her. "I invited you to join the Mad Dragon Guild many times, but you were uncooperative. Don't blame others for the path you chose." Zhang Qian turned to look at her and nodded as if signaling something. The Mad Dragon group standing in the distance also wondered what the three of them were up to, looking so secretive. The group chat message board appeared. Ghost Valley cursed Fong Sakwin Tuong. "You're really crazy. Look at the good you've done, harming yourself and others. Are you happy now?" Fong Sakwin Tuong retorted, "Ghost Valley, do you want to die again?" Zhang Qian Tram Sa. "Did you pull me into this, just for this guy to scold me?" Ghost Valley was speechless. Zhang Qian Tram Sa quickly intervened. Everyone calm down. Now is not the time to argue. Ghost Valley and Fong Sac Win Tuong bickered behind Zhang Qian's back, both extremely angry. Zhang Qian pointed straight at Long Han Tianha's face. If you can't get it, you destroy it, huh? Don't you fear this will get out and damage the Mad Dragon's reputation? Long Han Tianha also pointed back at Zhang Qian's face. Ha ha ha. A madman who constantly steals bosses and kills people. One who likes to kill all those who compete for quests to earn money. And another who is guilty of countless crimes and is at the top of the bounty list. Who would believe the words of you three? Group chat messages appeared. Zhang Qian Tram Sa suggested, "We are all not yet level 20. Only by cooperating do we have a chance to win." Ghost Valley immediately agreed. "All right, I'll listen to you." Fong Sac Win Tuong also assented. "All right, I'll cooperate with you this once." Long Han Tianha yelled loudly. "The only video evidence for the bounty has been destroyed by me. The rest of you can just leave the game to end this." Mad Dragon cleanses the world of evil. Then he ordered his subordinates, "Send them on their way." The subordinates responded in unison, "Yes." Immediately, thousands of colorful arrows flew towards the three people on the other side. The incoming arrows immediately created a huge explosion that shook the entire sky. Long Han Tianha thought he had killed the three people and laughed arrogantly. "Ha ha ha. Record this scene and post it on the website. I must let everyone know the consequences of provoking the Kuang Long Guild." Behind him, arrows continued to be fired. A second, more impactful explosion occurred, with thick black smoke billowing. Suddenly, the three successfully defended and immediately rushed out, yelling at him, "Don't even think about it." The arrows continued to fly, but Tram Sa and Fong Sac Win Tuong were unharmed. The two, wielding swords, flew towards the Kuang Long Guild. Long Han Tianha smirked with contempt. "You're at death's door and still struggling. Get them." Chu Long Vong charged out, quick as lightning, his tone full of confidence. "Boss, watch me perform." Another subordinate also flew in with a knife. Facing them, the three people were also rushing forward at light speed. Tram Sa unleashed the Chunan move, and Fong Sac Win Tuong was no less, delivering the Lu Kuang Tram attack. Fong Sac Win Tuong, full of rage, "Get out of my way." You two charged forward and struck twice, sending those two subordinates flying into the air before they could counterattack. Long Han Tianha was clutching his spear, cursing, "You two pieces of trash. I can't believe I have to act myself." He unleashed his skill. Fire Flame Impact. A terrifying golden light radiated around him. He charged forward and slashed towards Quikok 2. He quickly blocked the attack with his spear. Fong Sac Win Tuong and Tram Sa were flying beside him, and he shouted, "Quikok 2. Quikok 2 confidently replied, "Leave it to me." Fong Sac Win Tuong and Tram Sa had already flown past Long Han Tianha. Seeing this, he realized something was wrong. He turned and ordered his subordinates, "Everyone, go protect our distant brethren." Quikok 2 saw him distracted while fighting, and angrily attacked him. "Doing other things shows you don't take me seriously." He quickly parried the attack and provoked Quikok 2. "Just wait until your defense skill disappears. Then you'll be garbage to be crushed anytime." Quikok 2, holding a bag of something, laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha. Tramkin gave me a bag of chicken rice, so my ghost armor aura can stay on all day. Do you have such logistics?" Quikok 2 continued, "There's one more thing, Kuang Long. Do you only need to protect those far away?" He taunted him while attacking. Long Han Tianha heard this and glanced to his left. He exclaimed in surprise, "What?" The Kuang Long Divine Physician Priest was being continuously struck by Fong Sac Win Tuong's light attack, causing him to lose 541 HP. He panicked and cried for help. "Why does this woman have light attacks? Help me!" Beside him, Tram Sa had just slashed the Kuang Long strategist, making him cough up blood, losing 421 HP. He could only yell, "Damn it! How can a level 17 kill a level 25? Long Han Tianha gritted his teeth, seeing his subordinate cut down. He stared fixedly in that direction, lowering his guard. Quikok 2 saw this as a good opportunity and launched the Underworld Fire Impact attack. But unfortunately for Queequeg 2, his opponent reacted very quickly, grabbing Queequeg 2's spear tightly. He gaped in confusion. He blocked it. He thought to himself, my level dropped too fast. The attack skill's power isn't enough. He immediately counterattacked, slashing towards Queequeg 2. He said contemptuously, "You think you can hurt me? Get out of here. You should just obediently be a meat shield." Then he turned and continued to order his subordinates. "All of you attack. The support can't save them anymore. Kill them." Tram Can Sa and Fong Sac Win Tuong were still actively fighting on their side, but the situation didn't look very promising. Fong Sac Win Tuong said, "Their attacks are too strong. We need to find a way to retreat." As Fong Sac Win Tuong was about to retreat, Tram Sa grabbed her arm, reassuring her, "Don't worry, we are a team." Queequeg 2 arrived just in time. "I'm here." "That's right, we are a team." Then he unleashed his ghost armor aura skill, creating a shield to protect all three of them. They remained inside the shield. Tram Sa signaled, "The attack is almost over. Prepare to counterattack." Fong Sac Win Tuong immediately agreed. "All right." As soon as the attack ended, Tram Can and Fong Sac immediately rushed out to fight the Quang Long people. Long Han Tian Ha, standing there, saw this and became extremely furious. He threatened, "Tram Sa, you won't win." Fong Sac Win Tuong flew from somewhere to him. "Long Han Tian Ha, your opponent is me." She immediately swung her sword, intending to slash his shoulder. He blocked it in time and asked Fong Sac, "Do you want to die?" Tram Sa, meanwhile, was surrounded by Quang Long's people, who arrogantly mocked him. "You walk right into a crowd of people. You truly have no brain. Just die." Tram Sa. He just gave a wry smile after hearing that, then pulled out a red card, the Fire Blazing Flame skill card. A Quang Long subordinate saw the skill card, and his mouth fell open in extreme surprise. How did he still have a skill card? Tram can use the card skill. A golden light flashed, accompanied by a large fire burning each of Quang Long's subordinates. Long Han Tian Ha saw the great fire burning his group and angrily shouted, "Tram Sa, you forced me to do this." Demon Horn Strike skill card, 3 times. With that, he took out a yellow card with a Qilin Hen inside. A notification appeared. "You used the Demon Horn card. The first attack has 100% critical damage, the second has 200%, the third has 500%. This skill card increased his power." He immediately swung his sword at Fong Sac Win Tuong. Despite her efforts to defend, she was still thrown far away, only able to exclaim, "So strong." After dealing with Fong Sac, he rushed towards Tram Sa. "It's your turn, Tram Sa." Tram was already waiting for him. "You're just in time." Long Han Tian Ha immediately flew over and slashed directly at him. He retreated to defend. He didn't expect that slash to be so powerful it broke his sword in half. He seized the opportunity, turned, and continued to slash at him. Die. Tram didn't know what to do at this moment, thinking this might be the end for him. Ghost Armor Physique suddenly appeared, causing his spear tip to only penetrate the shield. Queequeg 2 appeared, but Long Han Tian Ha's spear tip had already shattered the shield. The spear tip pierced through Queequeg 2's forehead, causing his HP to decrease by 418. Tram Can, behind him, couldn't help but praise him. "Well done, Queequeg 2. Long Han Tian Ha and Queequeg 2 faced each other. Long Han angrily shouted at Queequeg, "Damn it! Why are you always everywhere?" Queequeg 2 was not to be outdone. "I'm the team's tank. Before I die, no one else will fall." Ultimate skill. Queequeg 2 used a spear to stab him in the stomach, causing him to lose 110 HP. He still spoke loudly. "You want to kill me with that broken gun? Don't even dream about it." Queequeg 2 confidently replied, "This is a team battle now. A broken gun doesn't need to be powerful, just good enough." While Long Han Tian Ha was confused, Fong Sac Win Tuong appeared behind him, raising her sword. "Die, you scum." She used Flowing Light Slash. A streak of light flashed. Her slash severed Long Han's head from his neck, and his HP dropped by 522. And so he fell, his body in one place, his head in another. Kwikok put his arm around Tramkin's shoulder and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, this is great. Team fights are the best. Tramkin agreed, that's right. Fong Sak Win Tuong only hummed in response. Around the three of them were only corpses. Scene shifts to a wild jungle. Fong Sak Win Tuong, exhausted, asked Tramkin. Kwikok has left. Aren't you going offline yet? Tramkin, also resting under a tree, replied. Today I suffered heavy losses, dropped many levels. I need to go level up. Fong Sak Win Tuong coughed, then asked, are you in which province? Tramkin replied, yes, in F City. Fong Sak continued, me too. Can we meet up? Tramkin agreed to the proposal, but also set a condition. Meeting is fine, but you have to let me see your appearance, otherwise forget it. I can't come if I don't even know your true face. Fong Sak Win Tuong pondered for a moment after hearing that. She replied, okay, then raised her hand to her face, preparing to remove her mask. Tea House Nan Sam, a small coffee shop in the city center. Luke Tran was scrolling through his phone, waiting for someone. It was almost 3 o'clock, but the person he was waiting for hadn't arrived yet. At this moment, a gentle voice suddenly rang out along with a cup of coffee placed on the table, making him jump and look up. Before him was a strange girl, but the people around knew her and kept whispering about her. Through their chatter, he learned that this girl's name was Lam Dat Han, the campus belle of S University. Luke Tran slightly furrowed his brows and mumbled the name Fong Sak Win Tuong. Lam Dat Han then sat down in the opposite chair. He immediately knew he had guessed correctly and couldn't help but tease. Being so kind, this must be some kind of plot. Lam Dat Han chuckled softly, shyly explaining, this is an apology for last time. I was greedy, so I was exploited by Kwong Long. Luke Tran shook his head, declining to comment. What happened is in the past. It's not wrong to act for a few tens of thousands in bounty, but she didn't have to defeat them more than 10 times, did she? Mentioning this made Lam Dat Han even more awkward. She whispered, the first time was indeed for the bounty, but after that, defeating them a few times was actually to vent my anger. Luke Tran couldn't help but frown. Lam Dat Han continued to explain the old story. Before, she had accepted a mission to destroy the undead patrol team and had prepared for 10 hours straight. Who would have thought that Luke Tran and Kwikok would lead the Kwong Long Guild to a big battle with the undead patrol team, ruining her plan? That was a D-level beginner mission, yet in the end, she got nothing. Then she tried to claim his bounty, but was defeated by him instead. The more she spoke, the angrier she got, her face turning red. After listening to her complain for a while, Luke Tran smiled wryly, saying they had received enough. Then he asked her what she wanted from him. But in his heart, he secretly cursed. This girl really holds a grudge. It's best not to provoke her in the future. Hearing his question, Lam Dat Han no longer beat around the bush and went straight to the main point. She wanted to establish a guild and wanted to invite him to join. As former Top 1 and Top 2, their cooperation would surely lead to smooth sailing. However, as soon as this proposal was made, Luke Tran immediately refused. He would not join. Lam Dat Han clearly saw his determination and didn't force him. After all, they had fought together, so even if he didn't join, they could still be friends. Luke Tran had no problem with that. Then he asked her, "You're not just trying to deal with Kwong Long, are you?" Lam Dat Han didn't hide it. "What is Kwong Long? My real targets are Dakba Dao of Dakba and Luke Tran himself." Hearing this, he couldn't help but smile faintly. Interesting. The two talked for a while longer, reached an agreement, and then left. The next day, Thap Tam and Luke Tran were packing their things. Thap Tam asked him about meeting Lam Dat Han yesterday. He was even afraid that she had lured him into something, since he suddenly started looking for a place to set up a studio today. Luke Tran gently shook his head, put the key into the room in front of him, and slowly explained, "I originally intended to set up a studio when I played Lin Dong. Unfortunately, after switching to Thien Tung, I kept being short on money and couldn't afford to rent an office. But after defeating the guild master of the Kwong Long Guild, I had money. So Luke Tran was very grateful for Kwong Long's bounty. The two slowly entered the room, glancing around. Thap Tam was quite satisfied. This place is pretty good. He then asked Luke Tran what they needed to do next. Luke Tran stated his goal, to recruit the first member for the studio. Hearing this, Thap Tam's eyes lit up. He wanted to know who he would recruit. He suggested, "What about Fong Sak Wintoam?" But he shook his head. "This Lam Dat Han isn't someone you can just invite. And besides, she already has her own plans." Thap Tam slightly frowned. "Then who can we invite?" "We can't invite a newbie." But Luke Tran nodded and gave a mysterious smile. "Each studio only needs one newbie. That's enough." Thap Tam knew he was referring to him and snorted coldly. Then he asked who he actually wanted to invite. Luke Tran smiled faintly and said a name. "Of course, it's Queecock too." As soon as this name was uttered, Thap Tam was astonished. This is a top 10 level player. Only Luke Tran's name is ranked above his on the bounty board. Can you really invite him to the studio? Luke Tran was very confident. He patted Thap Tam's shoulder and told him to rest assured. "Just get a good night's sleep this afternoon, and we'll begin the next step tonight." In the evening, Luke Tran logged into the game. At the Frosty Ridge graveyard, he messaged Queecock 2, telling him to come if he wasn't busy. Queecock 2 quickly replied, asking what was up. Luke Tran told him it was good news, and he replied that he would come. Queecock 2 was a rare expert. Although his current strength was far behind Luke Tran and Lam Dat Han, he was still a top player, capable of handling normal elites by himself. A moment later, Queecock 2 finally arrived. He immediately got straight to the point, asking Luke Tran what was going on. He called him Little Devil, then asked if he had ever considered joining a guild later on. Queecock 2 suspiciously asked why he was suddenly bringing this up. He frankly said that he had just established a studio and wanted to invite him to join. The location was the new district of S-City, with convenient transportation, private rooms, food and accommodation included, and unlimited mana recovery items provided. Queecock 2 furrowed his brow slightly. Finally, he arrogantly said that he was a top-level player, and many people outside were seeking him out. "Why should I join your studio?" He chuckled faintly and directly asked him if he wanted to become a top expert. Queecock 2 nodded without hesitation. Of course, he wanted to. "Then there's no problem. As long as you join Luke Tran's studio, under his guidance, this is completely within reach." Hearing these words, Queecock 2 immediately agreed to join. He also promised that one day he would defeat Luke Tran, and with that he left. Luke Tran watched his retreating back and sighed helplessly, wondering why everyone seemed to target him. The next day, at the train station, as agreed, Song Tun Kok arrived in S-City, and Luke Tran and Thap Tam went to pick him up. He affectionately called him Little Devil twice, but he was very displeased with this nickname, angrily protesting not to call him that anymore. Luke Tran wasn't in a hurry and took him to a hot pot restaurant for a meal. Thap Tam put an arm around his shoulder and called him Little Devil, saying they'd be brothers from now on. Faced with Thap Tam's familiarity and being called Brother B, he was a bit hesitant to respond, shyly saying he understood. Luke Tran sat on the side, observing the two, feeling a bit conflicted between happiness and sadness. The first expert the studio recruited was a super enemy who always targeted him. Thap Tam narrowed his eyes, looking at him, and asked why he called him Brother B. Song Tun Kok very casually replied that he hated the number 13, so it became B. Hearing these words, Thap Tam immediately got angry and told him not to call him Brother B anymore. Luke Tran frowned, looking at the two, but it was still a good thing. The studio's personnel were growing stronger. A moment later, the three returned to the office Luke Tran had just rented. Thap Tam apologized, explaining that they had just moved in and hadn't tidied up yet. Song Tun Kok didn't mind much, saying it was fine as long as they tidied up together after unpacking. Luke Tran first led him to see the room, but at this moment, his eyes suddenly fell on a mask placed on the shelf. He recognized this item, then exclaimed in shock, "This is the specialized VR helmet of the Hall of Fame. Could it be Lac Tran?" He looked at Luke Tran behind him, frowning, and asked, "You're really Lac Tran? But you said before that you weren't a member of the Hall of Fame." He very calmly said, at the end of Spirit Cave? Were Lac Tran's performances truly worthy of that place? At this moment, Thap Tam took out Luke Tran's trophy and showed it off. It was the first championship trophy of War Unrivaled. The person in front of them was truly Lac Tran. Then he asked Song Tun Kok if he greatly admired Lac Tran. Song Tun Kok shook his head slightly, denying it. He had a great idol in his heart, the great idol Na Chun, the genius boy who defeated Park Han Wong at the National Esports Center. That was the pinnacle of gaming, competing for the country. However, hearing this name, Luke Tran and Thap Tam exchanged glances, looking pleased. Song Tun Kok observed their expressions, and a suspicion arose in his heart. Sure enough, he then saw a photo of Luke Tran with Park Han Wong placed on the shelf. He couldn't believe it, exclaiming, "How can this be? You're really his idol, Na Chun." Realizing this, Song Tun Kok immediately became excited, rushing over to firmly grasp Luke Tran's hand, a wide smile on his face, calling Luke Tran great idol. He knew that having his account deleted in Spirit Cave was very frustrating. Today, since they are teammates, he will definitely help you get revenge. Luke Tran shook his head slightly. He had a dream, but he didn't want revenge. Instead, it was for all of their dreams. A dream of dominating floating ice, monopolizing Zone Z, even competing with top masters from various countries on the same arena, and becoming #1 in the world. Therefore, he suggested their studio be named Blood-Colored Mercenary Group, because both he and Gong Sun Gu are night spirits, inseparable from the color of blood, and the initial investment for the studio was somewhat limited. They definitely had to take on more mercenary tasks to earn money. Gong Sun Gu agreed without hesitation. This name is great. It reminds him of the scenes of slaughter on the battlefield. Sher San was no exception. From now on, this place would be the Blood-Colored Mercenary Group studio. And so a team was formed. Lu Chun and the other two sat on the sofa to discuss future plans. Lu Chun asked everyone what their initial goal was. Sher San quickly said he wanted to conquer Floating Ice City and win over female gamers. But Gong Sun Gu wanted to defeat Frenzy Dragon, eliminate Tyrant, and trample Bamboo Dragon. However, Lu Chun gravely stated that their initial goal was to earn money. As soon as he said this, Sher San and the other person were stunned. Sher San hurriedly took out his computer to calculate half a year's rent for computers and in-game purchases. Therefore, the 80,000 bounty was gone in just 2 days. Lu Chun could only sigh. Only this week's food money was left. If they didn't earn money, they'd have nothing but dirt to eat next week. At this moment, Gong Sun Gu suggested they use his bounty, and that's when Sher San remembered. They still had the imp's bounty money. Lu Chun also agreed, saying he would go farm for loot while the other two went online and claimed the bounty first. White Forest. As soon as Lu Chun logged in, he ran to this place to do a quest. Not long after, Sher San called to say the bounty was cancelled. Lu Chun was a bit surprised. Frenzy Dragon and his gang suddenly got smart, so Sher San and the imp could only form a team to farm dungeons for 40 silver. Lu Chun heard this and nodded with satisfaction. Then Sher San excitedly said he found a job for him. A top master on the leaderboard just ordered 100 portions of level 3 food, each costing 50 silver. They're in a hurry and needed done within 12 hours. Lu Chun opened the material panel to look, then frowned. A top master needing a large amount of food so urgently meant they were preparing to fight a boss. He suggested Sher San demand an additional 5%. Sher San, being opportunistic, wanted to demand 10%. At this moment, a message suddenly appeared on the announcement board. Tyrant Blade successfully reached level 30, becoming the first level 30 player in Floating Ice City. Lu Chun felt aggrieved seeing this. If he hadn't lost levels fighting Lin Yisan, the first to reach level 30 wouldn't have been him. Never mind, he'll go make money first. With that, he ran to the Defense Canyon to find green peppers. However, the green peppers were guarded by a giant snake, whose level was unknown. Lu Chun couldn't help but frown at the snake in front of him. If its level wasn't visible, it was at least 10 levels higher than him. Picking just one pepper is this dangerous? He had to make that designer, Dan Shu, pay double. Thinking this, he didn't hesitate and charged forward, using Vermilion Blade to attack the python. This move dealt critical damage to it. He was very satisfied with this. Indeed, striking a snake at its 7-inch mark was very effective. Immediately after, he continued to aim for that spot, dealing immense damage. However, at this moment, the python suddenly swung its tail at him, making him cry out in pain. Not only that, it also spat out a stream of blue smoke, attacking Lu Chun. The moment he made contact with the blue smoke, the system announced he was poisoned, losing 5% of his current health. He couldn't help but frown. The poison was too strong. He had to finish this quickly. Thinking this, Lu Chun immediately summoned the undead. The python kept spitting venom at him. However, the python suddenly felt pain throughout its body. Its health continuously dropped, but the attacker was nowhere to be seen. Lu Chun, however, saw it and praised. As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed forward again, continuously swinging his sword in the air. The sharp sword light, like a flash of lightning, struck the python, causing tremendous damage. To finish off the python, he then fiercely stabbed its back with the vermilion blade. The purple rays of light danced in the air. This single move dealt critical damage to the python, ending its life just like that. The gratifying thing was that after defeating it, he directly leveled up to 31, becoming the top player in Floating Ice City. Luke Tran casually stood on the python's back, collecting items while checking the leaderboard. He then saw Lam that Han had reached level 30 and mused that this beauty's leveling speed wasn't slow either, but still a bit slower than him. This python boss gave a lot of experience and dropped quite a few items. They were all good items, except for skill books he would keep. The rest could be sold for a high price. He was going to get rich. Luke Tran then looked at the python's corpse in front of him, feeling he shouldn't waste it. Its power wasn't weak, making it suitable to replace the big bear. He thought and immediately acted. He began to chant a spell, Death Grasp, summon undead. Very quickly, he succeeded, and his undead transformed into the undead Python Emperor. Luke Tran was very happy. After finishing this level 3 task, he had to go grind levels and strengthen himself. At the Cold Ice Cross, Luke Tran went to find Sulin. As soon as they met, Sulin scolded him, saying with his current appearance, how could he entrust him with the mission of a Death Knight? He could only say apologetically that he had been as fast as possible. Sulin sighed softly, then said to give him 5 gold coins, and he would perform the promotion ceremony for him, and also give him 3 new skill books. Hearing this, Luke Tran was a bit suspicious. Was it that easy? No other requirements? Sulin frowned and asked what he wanted. Luke Tran gave a dry laugh and shook his head, then gave him 5 gold coins. Sulin began to perform the promotion ceremony for him. He successfully advanced to a bronze-tier swordsman, but this was too easy, making him feel it was unrealistic. But he didn't think much of it, believing Sulin wouldn't harm him, and then examined the 3 books Sulin gave him. A moment later, Sulin spoke, telling him that once he had mastered his new skills, he should quickly go fight and improve himself. Luke Tran didn't hesitate and agreed, then ran off. Watching his retreating figure, Sulin suddenly revealed a malicious smile. He must become strong quickly, his good disciple. He couldn't wait to take his soul. On the other side, at the Weeping Canyon, a fallen knight stood guard. In a nearby bush, Lam Dat Han and Luke Tran were hiding, observing. Lam Dat Han said in a deep voice that it was very difficult to deal with. She would be the main attacker later, with Luke Tran providing support. Luke Tran nodded slightly, telling her not to worry. As long as the money arrived, everything would be a small matter. Lam Dat Han snorted coldly, scolding him as a money grubber, and then suggested they charge forward together. As soon as she went out, she used Flowing Light Slash, but unfortunately, the fallen knight blocked her attack, taking no damage at all. Immediately after, Luke Tran also rushed forward, using his vermilion blade, imbued with purple energy, to slash the knight's abdomen, but it didn't deal much damage either. The fallen knight then pushed Lam Dat Han away and confronted Luke Tran. Seeing the sword slashing towards him, he quickly dodged. Glancing at Lam Dat Han, he couldn't help but question where this beautiful lamb got such a high-level quest. Playing like this was getting a bit intense. She heard him and bit her lip fiercely, retorting that it was her class promotion quest. Luke Tran was a bit surprised and asked, "Is the Light Traveler's promotion that difficult?" Lam Dat Han, while attacking the knight with fire, explained to him, "Whose promotion quest isn't difficult? Special classes are even harder." A powerful ray of brilliant light appeared in her hand, rushing directly towards the fallen knight with lightning speed. Meanwhile, Luke Tran was deep in thought. His quest was very easy. Did Sulan want him to get stronger quickly? No, there must be something wrong. At the same time, the fallen knight, hit by the light, had its health reduced by 20%, but it suddenly pierced through the brilliant light and slashed towards Lam Dat Han, startling her. She quickly retreated, a hint of doubt in her eyes. How could a dark creature slash through light? A sharp red sword gleam was rushing towards her. Immediately after, an explosion suddenly rang out, and flames erupted in the air. Fortunately, before it exploded, Luke Tran had summoned his undead, using its tail to tightly wrap around Lam Dat Han and pull her out. She asked, somewhat surprised, "You can change your summons?" He snorted coldly, smugly saying, "There's a lot you don't know yet." Immediately after, he suggested they both advance together. Lam Dat Han immediately agreed. The two of them, along with the undead Python Emperor, charged straight towards the fallen knight. Luke Tran activated his vermilion blade. The weapon began to dance in the air, slashing with lightning speed, dealing critical damage to the knight. At this moment, the undead Python Emperor also spat venom towards the knight, poisoning it, causing it to lose 5% of its current health every 10 seconds. The fallen knight's health continuously decreased. Lam Dat Han and Luke Tran attacked even more fiercely, pinning it down from the front and back. A second later, both of them simultaneously used their skills, attacking the knight together. Under their fierce momentum, the knight perished, and Lam Dat Han also leveled up to 32, becoming the top-ranked player. Luke Tran retracted his sword, discontentedly saying that he had only been at the top of the leaderboard for 2 hours before she pushed him down, and taking only 2 gold from her felt a bit like a loss. Lam Dat Han pouted slightly, nonchalantly saying that he was the one who didn't specify properly, so don't even think about raising the price at the last minute. Then she said she had a quest that paid 3 gold per hour, asking him if he was interested. In Giant Rock Canyon, a group of players were attacking the Giant Rock Guardian together. At the same time, in a bush not far away, Luke Tran and Lam Dat Han were hiding. Luke Tran looked at her suspiciously. "This is your 3 gold quest?" Stealing a level 40 boss from Quang Long? She calmly admitted it, saying that this boss had a chance to drop a 100% pet capture seal card. Luke Tran frowned upon hearing this, a little excited. "Okay, but you'll have to pay more." Facing this money grubber, Lam Dat Han was a bit helpless. "If we succeed, I'll pay more." Luke Tran chuckled, telling her to trust him. She knew he was very powerful, but didn't forget to remind him not to be careless, as this time Quang Long had real experts taking action. Lam Dat Han met Dan Thursday Thiat Ki, a level 31 warrior, and Fiend Van Fuck Vu, a level 31 Dark Knight. Luke Tran watched the two of them flexibly fighting the giant rock, and couldn't help but sigh. They joined Quang Long? No wonder top players can immediately find a boss's joints are its weak points. Lam Dat Han also nodded in agreement. Long Han Thien has invested a lot of money in Thien Tung, recruiting many top players on the leaderboard. Luke Tran clicked his tongue upon hearing this. Having money is really nice. If I had known Dan Thursday Thiat Ki was with Quang Long, I would have demanded a Tier 3 food price. Unfortunately, there's no medicine for regret. At this moment, the battle between Giant Rock and Quang Long's people was extremely fierce, skill energy spreading everywhere. The Giant Rock was so annoyed by them that it became enraged, and Quang Long's people immediately retreated. Lam Dat Han saw the scene and suggested, "The boss is getting close. Prepare to attack." But Luke Tran stopped her. Lam Dat Han listened to him and waited silently, continuing to observe Quang Long's battle with the Giant Rock. At this point, Long Han Thianha recognized a good opportunity and hurriedly urged everyone to attack fiercely. Immediately, A series of skills simultaneously targeted the giant rock's joints, causing its health to rapidly decrease. At this time, the giant rock's health was only over 2,000, and Quang Long's people continued to attack the giant rock. A moment later, the giant rock's health finally dropped to only 2,000. The two of them simultaneously charged forward, darting towards the giant rock like lightning. Lam Dehan realized something and shouted loudly, "Ambush!" The two quickly used their swords to block the ambush, and another explosion erupted, a large spark appearing in the air. Fong Han Tianha saw this and smugly said, "Sure enough, a mouse fell into the trap, and it's even an acquaintance." He looked at the person next to him and praised them, then ordered them to finish off the boss quickly. However, at this moment, a mocking voice rang out, "Trying to hurt us with just that cold wind move? What an illusion!" By the time they looked again, they only saw Luke Tran and Lam Det-Han standing on the head of the colossal python. Luke Tran snorted coldly, "This time you're smarter. You even know how to set an ambush." Dan Thursday Thiet Ki looked at the two in surprise. How are they unharmed? However, no one answered him, as the two, along with the Python King, had already charged forward simultaneously. Quang Long's people, seeing Luke Tran's undead Python Emperor for the first time, found it a bit difficult to deal with. They hurriedly blocked the python, preventing the two from reaching the giant rock. Luke Tran snorted coldly, then used his sword to slash down, directly taking out one enemy. After eliminating a few small fries, 3 other enemies used shields to block the trio, and an invisible wall appeared around them. However, the two were not flustered. Lam Dat-Han calmly used piercing aura to attack. Immediately, a beam of light shot straight through the invisible wall, instantly breaking through the encirclement of the 3 people in front. Then the two arrived in front of the giant rock. Lam Dat-Han triumphantly said, "It's my turn, boss." Without another word, the two charged forward with their weapons, but Luke Tran's undead Python Emperor was destroyed at this moment. The two didn't care much, focusing on attacking the giant rock, but the damage dealt wasn't very significant. Dan Thursday Thiet Ki saw this scene and became tense, urgently ordering, "Don't hit the wrong boss. Focus fire on Luke Tran and Lam Dat-Han. Control the boss's health. I need to deliver the final blow." At the same time, after a period of attacking, Luke Tran and Lam Dat-Han had brought itself down to only 1,700, but Quang Long's guild's attacks were still coming. Lam Dat-Han immediately suggested that she would block the damage so Luke Tran could finish off the boss. Luke Tran immediately charged to the top of Siu Thatch and slashed down, but he missed. Lam Dat-Han anxiously asked if he could do it. He gave a cold snort. How can a man ever say no? As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately activated Chunan, and a sharp sword light slashed down from the top of Siu Thatch, directly taking all of its health and finishing it off on the spot. Luke Tran also leveled up to 32. The Quang Long members saw this scene and were so astonished they couldn't close their mouths. Dan Thursday Thiet Ki cried out in alarm. Over 1,700 health. Even my 2 critical hits might not have done that. Yet Luke Tran was able to deal such massive damage with just one attack. Fiend Van Fuck Vu reacted quickly, telling him to hurry and snatch the loot. He immediately nodded in agreement. The two of them charged forward simultaneously, but Lam Dat-Han noticed them and used Lu Quang Tram to block their path, buying time for Luke Tran to claim the loot. The Quang Long members were now furious and rushed to attack en masse. Lam Dat-Han realized there were too many enemies and urgently told Luke Tran to leave. Luke Tran had also collected everything and didn't need to stay any longer. Immediately after, the two of them ran through the firewall in front of them and escaped. The Quang Long members watched, angrily shouting for them to stop. Unfortunately, no one who's running away actually stops. Flames continuously surged towards them, and Luke Tran and Lam Dat-Han quickly dodged. Lam Dat-Han asked if he had a way to escape. He nodded slightly. Then he suggested she attack the cliffs on both sides. Lam Dat-Han obeyed and slashed at the cliffs, causing giant rocks to quickly tumble down, and in the blink of an eye, the area was filled with large boulders. The Quang Long members were trapped inside, unable to pursue, and angrily screamed at the sky. Luke Tran, outside, ran off triumphantly. The two quickly ran back to White Forest and checked their items for a while. Lam Dehan was displeased, saying it was a huge loss. Only the seal could be used. The weapon wasn't her type. The ring had dark attributes, and she still had to pay him money. Hearing this, Luke Tran suggested she give him the ring. She looked at him suspiciously. Then she raised an eyebrow and said, "This is a growth ring. That little rental fee isn't enough. 15 gold, not a single coin less." Luke Tran gave a faint smile. Lam Dehan immediately looked at the spear in his hand and was surprised. It was Nguyen. She'd been farming for it for so long, but it never dropped. Then she suggested an exchange. Luke Tran raised an eyebrow and looked at her provocatively, using her previous words against her. He wanted 25 gold. Lam Dehan gritted her teeth and cursed him for being greedy, but she still gave him the ring, then took the spear and paid 10 gold. After completing the trade, Lam Dehan thanked him and left. He didn't pay much attention, smiling and saying, "As long as the money is right, the Crimson Mercenary Group will never disappoint." Elsewhere in the Frosty Forest, a group of people were locked in a stalemate after defeating a boss. Thap Tam frowned, looking at Avatar Fong Lam, and questioned, "The boss is down. Aren't you letting us go?" Hearing this, Avatar Fong Lam just chuckled lightly, saying that Thap Tam and Song Tun Kok could leave, but he needed to speak with the two from Ko Ki Mong Han. He wanted to buy Li Jung's armor for 2 gold. If they sold it to him, he wouldn't make a move. This was clearly a threat. Li Jung immediately grew angry. "If you want to fight, then fight. A bronze-grade armor is worth at least 20 gold. Do you think we're fools?" At this moment, Thap Tam patted Minoyet's shoulder beside him, reassuring her not to worry. They wouldn't stand by and watch when a large group bullied the weak. Then he glanced at Song Tun Kok behind him. Song Tun Kok took a step forward and calmly stated, "The hiring fee is 50 silver. If you agree, I'll take care of them right away." Avatar Fong Lam heard this and scoffed dismissively. How arrogant. Thap Tam also didn't back down much, stating that the Crimson Mercenary Group would definitely get involved in this matter. Seeing that negotiation was impossible, Avatar Fong Lam immediately ordered his brothers to charge, intent on forcing Li Jung to hand over the armor. The two sides thus rushed into battle. Avatar Fong Lam dueled Thap Tam, but their strengths were too disparate. Thap Tam quickly found himself at a disadvantage. Avatar Fong Lam was very pleased. The skill of the Crimson Mercenary Group is only SOSO. At this moment, his eyes filled with battle intent, wanting to land a fatal blow to finish off Thap Tam. Thap Tam panicked and called out to Kwikok Tu for help. Kwikok Tu, who was originally fighting an enemy, immediately rushed over upon hearing the call and blocked Avatar Fong Lam's sword strike. As soon as Minoyet and his companions saw the newcomer, they called out, "Big Brother," startling both Minoyet's 2 companions. Avatar Fong Lam also recognized who had arrived, the Tram Saglaive. Luke Tran retracted the sword in his hand, looked up at the person in front of him, and coldly said, "You dare lay a hand on my brothers?" At the same time, Minoyet, standing behind him, looked at his back and vaguely remembered when Luke Tran had once stood in front of her and said something similar. She felt he was very similar to Lu Chen from back then, and her guess wasn't wrong. He really was Lu Chen. Avatar Fong Lam was initially a bit stunned but quickly reacted, swinging his sword to retaliate, and cursed him for being arrogant. Lu Chen used an XA move to attack, but missed the target. He thought Lu Chen had genuinely missed and laughed scornfully. Missing at such close range really shows he's all name and no substance. Seeing his attitude, Lu Chen merely chuckled. "Is that so?" Immediately after that, Lu Chen's attack speed instantly changed. This time he used Chu Nan to attack, and this strike caused significant HP loss to him. Avatar Fong Lam bit his lip fiercely, exclaiming, "How could the damage be so high?" He immediately told his brothers to retreat. Lu Chen watched the group leave so quickly and couldn't help but let out a cold snort. Seeing that there was nothing else to do, He told 13 and the other to leave. Meanwhile, in Tantian Canyon, Tu Waiho, who was resting on a cliff, suddenly received a message from Avatar Fong Lam, warning him to be careful of the Tram Sa Glaive. Tu Waiho stared blankly at the message for a long time, then replied, "Got it." The Tram Sa Glaive is in the top 3 of the rankings, so his strength is definitely not to be underestimated. On this side, Lu Chen and the 2 others were about to leave when they were suddenly called back by Min Noyet. Lu Chen frowned and asked if she needed anything. She thanked him for saving her, and after a moment of hesitation, invited him to join Ko Kim Mong Han. Lu Chen was a little surprised and hesitated for a long time before speaking. Min Noyet tried to persuade him, saying that Ko Kim Mong Han was very strong and financially robust, but Lu Chen felt it wasn't the right time. So, he turned to decline, giving the reason that he already had his own, Huyet-sacked mercenary group. However, if she ever needed them again, she could hire them. They would be very willing to take on missions from a beautiful lady like her. With that, he led Kwikak 2 and the other to leave. 13 also happily bid her farewell. Lu Chen was already part of Ko Kim Mong Han, so why would he join again? Min Noyet watched Lu Chen's retreating figure, a hint of sadness in her eyes as she asked Su Duong if he felt Lu Chen was very similar to an old friend. Su Duong knew who she was referring to and sighed, calling out Lac Tran's name. Min Noyet sadly said that ever since that incident, he had been like a lost soul every day, and the opportunity to be promoted to director had also slipped away. Su Duong patted her shoulder to comfort her, saying, "There's nothing we can do. When he comes online again, I'll take her to level up." Min Noyet sighed helplessly. "That's all we can do." With that, the 2 also turned and left. At the trade market in Fubang City, Lu Chen came here to buy a sealing card. After getting it, he grumbled discontentedly. "Just one card costs 20 silver. What a ripoff. If it weren't for him having a special grade card, no one would buy it." He also wondered if the guild leader would be promoted to director. Thinking of this, he suddenly fell into contemplation, then shook his head, deciding not to think about it anymore and go catch a pet first. Lu Chen looked at a series of pets in front of him. The green horse ox is an attack-type pet but very slow. Xian is a defense type, good for tanking. Fire wolf and sword-toothed tiger are also decent, but none of them quite satisfied him. He continued his selection and then noticed a 4.5-star attack pet with decent speed, defense, and HP. After making his choice, Lu Chen immediately headed to the poison bee forest. He found a large, healthy bee and threw a sealing card at it. Immediately after, a golden light enveloped the poison bee. Not long after, it disappeared into the sealing card. Lu Chen was very satisfied. The starting stats are over 19 points, which isn't bad. Just then, Lam Dat Han messaged him asking what pet he had caught. He sent her a picture and the stats of the golden bee. She also sent him a picture of her fire blade to see. After seeing Lam Dat Han's fire blade, Lu Chen looked at his golden bee, feeling a bit displeased. It was truly a case of comparing oneself to others leads to anger. Comparing one's possessions leads to wanting to discard them. While he was still deep in thought, 2 men suddenly approached from behind. They were Dak Ba Chien Than and Dak Ba Kai Than, and they wanted to buy his golden bee for 5 gold coins. Lu Chen turned to look at them, then scoffed disdainfully. 5 gold coins? Is his money that valuable? Dreaming in broad daylight, I'm not selling. Seeing that he was being uncooperative, the 2 men warned him to politely hand over the item, unlike Li Duong, who couldn't keep his face. Immediately after, without another word, he directly attacked. Sword energy danced in the air, slashing towards the 2 of them, causing immense damage. By the time they reacted, he was nowhere to be seen. Lu Chen had already moved behind them and coldly told them to surrender their lives. As soon as he finished speaking, he pierced Dak Ba Kai then with his sword. Dak Ba Chien then seized this opportunity and rushed towards him. However, he wasn't panicked, merely letting out a cold, contemptuous snort. In an instant, he disappeared from his sight. His sword just slashed into the air, and he was also cut across by Lu Chen. Lu Chen was now filled with hatred. So, It was these trash who attacked Su Duong. The sacred ancient sword spirit must not be desecrated by anyone. But at this moment, a sword gleam suddenly slashed. It was a sweeping blade slash that caused him to lose a large amount of blood. Lu Chen turned his head in surprise. It was that bastard Dak Ba Dao. He ambushed him. This smug bastard didn't care if he ambushed or fought fair. He kicked Lu Chen. Immediately after, he fell into the pit not far away. Dak Ba's followers nearby asked if Dak Ba Dao needed to go down and finish off Lu Chen, but he shook his head and said no. The situation is unclear, but there's only one exit, so guarding here is enough. Hearing this, the person standing next to him immediately praised his wisdom. What kind of Dak Ba guild leader? He's just a sneaking bastard, and now he's getting his retribution. Su Lon appeared from behind at some unknown point and fiercely slashed towards him. Dak Ba guild members were terrified and tried to dodge, but Su Lon attacked too quickly. They couldn't dodge in time and could only try to withstand the blow. Someone panicked and asked if they should still guard Lu Chen. Dak Ba Dao gently shook his head and told them to quickly run away. Below the pit, Lu Chen had fallen into a beehive. He fiercely bit his lip, cursing Dak Ba Dao, daring to play dirty with an ambush. Once he gets out, he'll definitely get him back. But what he should be worried about now is the swarm of bees in front of him. Hornets, killer bees, all difficult to deal with, and there's also a boss. But at this moment, he discovered that the Xianfeng boss was only level 1. Could it be the legendary highest quality boss level pet? Thinking of this, he became overjoyed. This was the protagonist's halo. Lu Chen excitedly mumbled, "It's true that good fortune comes from misfortune. He's hit the jackpot. He really has to thank Dak Ba Dao." This was clearly a rare opportunity, so he immediately took out his ceiling card. But that Xianfeng boss looked at him with an extremely contemptuous gaze. Lu Chen was a bit annoyed. This guy is so arrogant. Even though it's a boss, it's only level 1. First, let's try using a regular ceiling card. Saying that, he immediately threw the card towards it. A strange pattern appeared in the air, surrounding the Xianfeng boss. Only, the progress stopped at 90%. Lu Chen couldn't help but be happy. There's hope. Lu Chen was a bit dissatisfied. Wasn't it 5 tries? Is sealing a boss-level pet that hard? He sighed helplessly. In the end, he still had to use the special great sealing card. Thinking this, he immediately threw the red card towards the Xianfeng boss. Sensing danger, the swarm of bees immediately rushed forward to protect it. Lu Chen immediately rushed forward and slashed at the bees in front of him, smugly saying that even the Xianfeng boss would be scared sometimes. But then another swarm of level 1 bees protected it. Lu Chen was a bit angry. He definitely had to isolate it. Then, he pretended to stumble and miss his strike. The swarm of bees took this opportunity to attack him. His health bar continuously decreased, but he still couldn't lure the Xianfeng boss. Then he completely pretended to fall and lay motionless. Only then did the Xianfeng boss happily fly towards him. At this moment, he immediately jumped up. He had been waiting for it this whole time. Saying that, he didn't hesitate to throw out the special great sealing card. At this point, a red pattern appeared, encircling the Xianfeng boss. A moment later, the sealing process was successful. Lu Chen laughed triumphantly. The special grade seal was truly worth it. He had to thank Kuang Long. He quickly opened the Xianfeng boss's status panel to look, his eyes widening in surprise. Attack growth of 6. Agility growth 5.5 stars. This Xianfeng is truly dominant. Let's see if Lam Dahan will still be arrogant this time. Thinking this, he immediately ordered the bee in front of him to check the situation above, and also brought its level 1 subordinates with him. Xianfeng immediately nodded, then flew up to check, and then ran back to report that there was only one person up there. This startled him. So Dak Ba Dao was alone, yet still dared to guard him. Truly foolish. Thinking this, he immediately jumped out of the pit with his sword, wanting to take Dak Ba Dao's life. Just as he emerged, he saw Su Lon standing tall there. He immediately withdrew his sword and asked why he wasn't at Han Bangquang, but had come here. Su Lon pouted and asked why he couldn't come here. Then he threw him a map, saying that in the forest north of Han Bangquang, There was a vicious swarm of hellwind wolves that hunted night spirits and needed him to clear them out. Lu Chen frowned upon hearing this. Did he go to all this trouble to find him just to kill a few wolves? Su Lon heard this and angrily scolded him, saying he had barely managed to snatch the quest from Faker. He wanted him to get stronger quickly. Why wasn't he thanking him and going to complete the quest? Lu Chen was suddenly scolded and a bit flustered, quickly saying to calm down. He would go do the quest. Immediately after, he ran to the forest and continued to slaughter the wind wolves, completing the mission not long after. But he only got level 3, nothing else. Lu Chen was a bit suspicious that the quest personally given by an NPC would be so simple, but he decided to complete it first to see what Su Lon was up to. Once Lu Chen was done, he returned to the cross in Han Bang Quang. Knowing he had completed the quest, Su Lon immediately gave him the reward. The most notable item was the Wind Wolf leg armor. Su Lon said in a deep voice from the side that this equipment not only had great stats, but it also increased damage against beast-type monsters by 10%, no worse than bronze-grade equipment. Lu Chen quickly collected the leg armor, then happily said that this leg armor was indeed powerful, but it wasn't worth him personally going there. What if he was mistaken for a regional boss? Su Lon gently shook his head, saying it's fine. No need to worry about him. You've matured more. He needs you to become stronger, strong enough to confront him. Luke Tran slightly furrowed his brow. Perhaps it was Su Lon who drove Dak Ba Dao away. Although he treated you very well, facing him, a night spirit like that made you shiver, feeling a bit dangerous. After that, he didn't go online anymore, but logged off, going out to eat a bowl of noodles with Thap Tam and one other person. Thap Tam looked at him, smiling, and said he really earned a lot of money. He even gave them 2 more eggs. He refused to comment, telling them to eat quickly, then went to work. He had just received the Golden Person mission from Min Noyet. Hearing this, Thap Tam was immediately surprised and asked suspiciously, Min Noyet hired you proactively? Aren't you exposed? Luke Tran gently shook his head. Perhaps she just wants to test me. So this time I'll provide support, letting Song Tun Kok be the main force. Song Tun Kok gently nodded in agreement, then asked why he didn't reveal his identity. Luke Tran explained while eating, saying that it was because of him that the ancient sword Dream's soul collapsed back then. What right did he have to rejoin? He could only protect them in secret. Moreover, his current appearance isn't human. Not yet a ghost. It would scare them. After Luke Tran finished speaking, he urged them to eat quickly, adding that he had a surprise for the 2 of them. Hearing this, they eagerly asked what it was. Luke Tran didn't tell them, stood up wanting to leave, and didn't forget to remind them to wash the bowls. The 2 then bickered about washing dishes and started arguing loudly. At Floating Ice Plaza, Luke Tran took out 2 pet sealing cards and gave them to the 2 people. These were rare quality pets. Both were very happy to receive them. Luke Tran made these especially for them, telling them to quickly equip them so everyone could see the power of the blood-colored squad. Immediately after, the bees appeared, following beside the 3 of them. When people saw this, they started to discuss. The pet system had clearly just opened, and they had already acquired rare boss pets. Some even exclaimed that they were too extravagant. Just then, Min Noyet approached from the other side. Seeing the 3 of them, she gave a faint smile, wondering why there were so many people. Turned out it was them. Luke Tran casually said he couldn't keep clients waiting, then asked if she had 2 other people. Min Noyet gently shook her head, saying it was just her and Li Jung. Luke Tran didn't mind, saying that with enough people, they should depart. The group quickly moved. Thap Tam walked and mused. Li Jung has already changed classes to level 30, huh? Li Jung chuckled faintly, saying he was far inferior to their blood-colored squad. Yet he has pets. Further ahead, Min Noyet also asked Luke Tran if his fight with Dak Ba in the Poison Bee Forest was about the pets. He shook his head, denying it. Min Noyet didn't say much more, then gratefully added that a few days ago, her people were ambushed all night by Dak Ba, and he had avenged them. Luke Tran chuckled softly, saying that a mere thank you wasn't sincere. It would be better replaced with cash. Min Noyet sighed upon hearing this, but still agreed to give him an extra gold coin after completing the mission. A moment later, The group arrived at the freezing forest, where there was a level 0 boss treant. Li Jung immediately spoke up, saying it only had one skill, continuous spear throwing, and as long as it could be tanked, it wouldn't be hard to defeat. Queecock too gently nodded, then suggested he would activate his ghost armor tyrant body and stand at the front, and everyone else could just attack it. Everyone thought this was a good idea. However, while no one was paying attention, a tree root suddenly emerged from under the ice, then tightly bound Min Noyet's arm. No one was prepared as it hoisted her into the air. Startled, she called for everyone's help. Amidst the dangerous battle, Min Noyet was suddenly clutched tightly by a bunch of long, octopus tentacle-like vines. The surrounding soldiers panicked. What is this? Didn't the boss only have one skill? Fong Lam was confused. No one around knew either. Stop talking so much, save her first, someone shouted. When one person jumped up, he also couldn't escape the entanglement of the vines, which kept emerging more and more from the ground. Tram Tsan Tram Sa, also Luke Tran, quickly flew up, using his sword to tear the stubborn vines into 100 pieces. Min Noyet consequently fell freely. Luckily, Luke Tran managed to catch her in time. Another eye technique threatened them. Luke Tran was surprised, then warned Min Noyet to be careful. That was the fire dragon art, the head of a fire dragon. Lu Chen used his cape to fend off the scorching flames, while Min Noyet used healing spells to support from behind. The two families met. Turns out they shared the same ideal. Oh my, does the Shadow Clan want to claim the boss? Fong Lin greeted cordially. Gentlemen, it's been too long. But now's not the time for friendly greetings. The boss is still here. After a while of struggling, it officially revealed itself. Someone shouted, "Everyone be careful. The boss has made its move." The boss shot out a barrage of sharp arrows. Just these were enough to finish them off. Lu Chen continued to defend, shielding Min Noyet behind him. Fong Lin, on the other hand, was utterly delighted, ordering his mages and archers not to stop, to kill all these rats along with the boss for him. Du Shursan saw that the situation looked bad, so he asked Lu Chun about the next strategy. There were tigers lurking both ahead and behind. Min Noyet behind them continued to do a good job, supporting her teammates, healing all beings. Lu Chen quickly arranged the formation, commanding everyone to stay and deal with the boss, while he would swiftly confront the rampant Shadow Clan members below. With that, Lu Chen advanced towards the enemy. After a quick analysis, there were quite a lot of opponents. They had to deal with the distant ones first. After setting up the formation, Lu Chen headed straight for the largest concentration of distant enemies. Halfway there, Fong Lin was already standing by. He was brandishing his sword, ready to strike Lu Chen. Zhang Ganchen Sha, do you really think you can stop them just by yourself? He scoffed. As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Lin lunged with a sudden sword thrust, but Lu Chen quickly dodged the fatal blow. Immediately after, he flew behind that shadow fake. You truly don't know your own strength. Without hesitation, he retaliated with a critical strike. It was clear that the arrogant one would lose his head. Whoever blocks me, Lu Chun, must surely die. However, in a moment of overconfidence, he took a slight hit. Damn it, I was delayed by 0.2 seconds. Lu Chen then continued to analyze, looking down at the Shadow Clan members. Skills are useless. Their equipment is all profound iron. Their abilities can't inflict much damage. So he quickly delivered a finishing blow to end these harmless people. Seeing this scene, everyone was terrified. Oh my, Zhang Ganchen Sha is too strong. Brother Fong and several mages were all dealt with by him. The Shadow Clan member channel quickly reassured beside them. She's seen it. Don't worry, they clearly outnumber us. All archers, full force. Stop Zhang Ganchen Sha. The remaining two mages, focus on Morong Min Noyet. Kill her first. It turned out the terrifying fire dragon art belonged to Channel. She summoned it once more to counterattack Zhang Ganchen Sha. But he wasn't so easily defeated. He quickly dodged and moved through the flames to attack Channel. You're asking for death. Below, the archers, led by the shadow agent Shanhai, commanded a rapid assault strategy, 100 arrows firing at once. Lu Chen fell into a critical situation, showered by a barrage of arrows. Although the arrows' damage wasn't high, the number was overwhelming. Suddenly, his defense points greatly increased, and healing green light surrounded him. It turned out to be Min Noyet. "How fortunate! Your healing was truly timely, sister," he said, giving a thumbs up in gratitude. Empowered, Lu Chun, brother Zhang Gongchen Sha, charged straight at the shadow agents, activating the Ghost God armor skill. Channel was furious, yelling, "You good-for-nothing idiots! Can't you even take down a healer?" She began summoning Ice Spike Art, firing a barrage of sharp ice rays. Lu Chun retaliated with his sword, swift as the wind, shattering the ice rays and gradually advancing towards Channel. Using his divine speed, he cut through the layers of projectiles, lunging at Channel, leaving her no time to react, only able to gape in awe at this insane speed. Lu Chen struck Channel with the Crimson Blade move, sending her flying backward. However, she quickly summoned the Fire Dragon art again. Zhang Gongchen Sha, die for this old hag. Yet, while defending, she didn't anticipate being finished off. Lai Yong appeared from nowhere, delivering a final decisive blow to Channel. The Shadow Clan members, after their leader was nearly eliminated, cursed under their breath. Damn it! But he was also dealt with immediately after by the imp. Lu Chen praised the swiftness. Thus, all of the Shadow Clan members were handled. Du Shursen ran over. Thanks to the support of the beautiful Min Noyet, we successfully acquired the boss. Lu Chen praised him. Well done. We blood-colored mercenaries absolutely cannot be bullied by others. Do they want to snatch bones from our mouths? Dream on. And so, once again, the team set off to battle. Brothers, charge. Don't spare a single one. A barrage of skills were unleashed. Demon God Slash, Assault Strike, Healing Art, Crimson Blade. They couldn't hold on any longer. The system finally announced that player Shadow Agent Feng Lin had disconnected from the game, followed by player Shadow Agent Channel. Du Shursan and Lai Yong were triumphant. This battle was so satisfying. After being bullied for so long, they finally won a match. Big Sister will be online at 10 p.m. tonight. He can finally share the good news. Brother Lai Yong, with us, the blood-colored mercenaries. There's no such word as lose. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen secretly thought, is the boss finally coming? Mingyu approached. Half of the roots from the boss's exploding tree are extra thank you gifts. They're all tier 4 hide materials. They're a great help to the blood-colored mercenaries, so I hope you'll accept them. Lu Chen didn't mind. All right, I hope for future cooperation. Du Shursan once again greeted Sister Mingyu. Lu Chen was still pondering. The boss is coming. She'll be online at 10 p.m. tonight. The rope and wolf hide should make for some decent armor. What's the boss's bust size, I wonder? Du Shursan saw him lost in thought and reminded old Lu that their situation wasn't looking good right now. Lu Chen snapped out of his thoughts. Du Shursan then told him that there were quite a few posts on the forum created to kill them. Mad Dragon, Dominator, Shadow Clan. All the influential guilds in Floating Punk City seemed to have a grudge against them. Lu Chen didn't care. Is that all? He asked the imp. We have so many enemies. What should we do? The imp immediately replied. Kill one if one comes. Kill two if two come. Step on the bones of the highest-ranking enemies. Lu Chen was delighted. Excellent. Their dream as blood-colored mercenaries was to become overlords, even to dominate Z country. On the path to becoming king, enemies were never scarce. Lu Chen remembered Lai Yong, saying that the boss would be online at 10 p.m. tonight. So he quickly set off to search the entire map. But after searching all 9 new player villages, why hadn't he seen the boss yet? He was still running at full speed, searching. As he ran, he kept looking around. How strange. Boss, where are you exactly right now? Suddenly, Lu Chen stopped abruptly. He saw a familiar figure. Looking again, wasn't that Sister Mingyu? Fearing he'd be discovered, Lu Chen quickly hid behind a tree. He kept watching Mingyu as she continued walking. She's here, so that means the boss is here too. Suddenly, just as expected, the boss Lu Chen had been looking forward to truly appeared. It was the beautiful girl with long blue hair. Blue waters on one side, night level. Mingyu was overjoyed, rushing forward to grab her hand. Ivy, you're finally here. Ivy was also very cheerful, shaking hands with Mingyu warmly. Seeing the sword neatly tucked at her hip, Mingyu asked Ivy, "Did you choose the sword again this time?" Looking at her surroundings, Ivy smiled. She remembered Luo Chen once saying that swords were the king of weapons in this game. Their flexibility changed quickly, and their defense-breaking effect was good. Although her profession was a knight, she had decided to use a sword from now on. She said proudly. Mingyu saw that her friend was still dwelling on Luo Chen's existence, and reminded Ivy, "Don't be like this, Ivy. Luo Chen is gone. Forget him. After all, we still have to live on, right?" Ivy felt a pang of unwillingness. It's true that we have to keep living, but there's no need to forget Luo Chen, is there? As soon as she finished speaking, the wind suddenly picked up, and leaves flew everywhere. Ivy smiled. That kid once said he'd be with me until the very end. I always feel like he's still by my side, always watching over me. Mingyu fell silent for a moment. From a distance, Lu Chen witnessed this, feeling a bit heartbroken as he softly uttered the boss's name. Mingyu decided to break the mood, pulling Ivy to another spot. She would take Ivy to level up. Su Yang was still waiting for them there. The two ran off hand in hand. As dawn broke, the floating Peng City Square was bustling with a lively marketplace. Items were being sold everywhere. Tier 1 Yellow Wind, Attack Level 4, Absolute Top Tier. Rarity 19 points. Only 150 gold. Come quick if you want it. I only caught one today. Lu Chen walked through the crowd, completely oblivious to his surroundings, ignoring the shouts. He could only think of Ivy's current situation. The boss is too weak right now. He definitely has to find a way to help her increase her strength. Suddenly, Lu Chen's thoughts were interrupted by someone unexpectedly hooking their arm around his. It turned out to be the beautiful Miss Lin. The pretty girl asked, "Handsome Lu Chen, where are you going?" Lu Chen was a bit annoyed, wanting her to let go. This is a public place. What kind of behavior is this? Pulling and dragging. He raised his hand to push her away, but was quickly seized by the other party. His arm was squeezed so tightly that he shivered. Lu Chen conceded, "Beautiful Miss Lin, what exactly do you want?" She then suggested he help her. There are some annoying flies. Besides, in this matter, you're the one who benefits. But Miss Lin here underestimated young master Lu too much. Suddenly, he used his other arm to tightly hug Lin Juhan's waist. This sudden action surprised her. "You're benefiting? These are your words, you know." Lin Juhan's face turned crimson. Beautiful Miss Lin was embarrassed by this rude action. Suddenly, from afar, someone shouted loudly, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" Long Han and his bodyguards ran over. "Beautiful miss, why are you with this kind of person?" he asked, his face unreasonably fierce, as if it were his own family matter. Lin Juhan knew he was coming, and became extremely annoyed. She immediately told Lu Chen that this was the guy who had been bothering her. After only one meeting, he's been clinging like glue. Lu Chen laughed loudly upon hearing that. It was too funny for that guy. Maybe he likes abuse, or maybe she's just too attractive. Lin Juhan angrily shouted for him to shut up. She couldn't take it anymore. Miss Lin decided to act. She turned and pointed at the guy. "Why do you keep following me? Don't you know you're bothering me?" Behind her, Lu Chen was ready to back her up. This Long Han didn't know his place. He even pompously asked if the beautiful miss had a pet, saying he'd give her one. As he spoke, he took out a sealed card. This was the greedy wolf he just bought for 100,000. Its rarity was very high. She could take it to level up. The sealed card opened, and the pet appeared from it, a mighty wolf. Lin Juhan found this guy ridiculous. Level 29 is very high. Trash. Look at this. So she also pulled out a sealed card. Her pet was the Azure Flame Ring. Level 20, rarity 34. Having been thoroughly humiliated, Long Han gave an awkward laugh. "So you already have one?" He looked a little scared. Miss Lin struck another blow. "See that? A flame ring with rarity 34. Now take your wolf and scram." Lu Chen, witnessing the good show, chuckled incessantly. Long Han, having been humiliated and laughed at, became furious. Zhang Qinsha, what are you laughing at? If you've got guts, bring out your pet. Lu Chun was caught in the crossfire for no reason, but it's fine. This was a request after all. So he immediately summoned Feng Se Illusion, creature level 27, rarity 69. Indeed, a high score, looking incredibly powerful. Lu Chen's pet flew over, making the other two pets look a little fearful. Long Han was so shocked his jaw dropped. An S-rank pet? Rarity 69? How can this be? Lin Juhan was also surprised. You rotten bone. How do you have it? Are you trying to die? And also a Huang Feng pet. Long Han still hadn't accepted the truth, arrogantly shouting, How did you get the Xian Feng? You must have cheated. Lu Chen remained calm, petting his pet. No cheating at all. I should thank Kuang Long for the special sealed card. Hearing it was a gift from Kuang Long, Long Han became even more flustered. And that wasn't all. The beautiful Mrs. Flame Ring was also caught with a special sealed card. Both were higher level than his own pet. He felt a fatal blow. Shame turned to anger. Long Han aimed his spear straight at Lu Chun. But this was Frost City. Dared he act violently here? This is a public area. Fighting is prohibited. Violators will be banned from public areas for 1 month. Fine, the special sealed card was stolen. Kuang Long accepted it. Now, what's your price for Xian Feng? Long Han challenged. But old Lu was not to be outdone. He shouted a price of 100 million. Long Han was successfully provoked. Brother Zhang Gan, don't joke around. Lu Qin confirmed. The price is clear, no lies, no jokes. Provoked to death, he finally had to leave. Zhang Qinsha, remember to take good care of your pet. Don't let it die. Lu Qin replied, Don't worry, even if you die, my Feng Se illusion won't. But the matter wasn't over. Miss Lin shouted, Zhang, Gan, Chun, Sha, can you explain the name of your pet? Frightened, he agreed to change it immediately. The two entered a narrow path in the forest. Kuang Long's guild is getting stronger and stronger now. Do you want to see them grow powerful in Frost City? Lu Chen asked Juhan, and she answered, Aren't you smart? Why don't you think about it? In Frost City, the person who truly doesn't want Kuang Long to grow the strongest isn't them. After walking for a while, mages and priests approached. The two became alert. Clearly, they had ill intentions. Just as Lu Chen said, upon seeing each other, both sides immediately raised their weapons. Be careful, they all have their own motives. Lin Juhan, from behind, was a bit confused. Strategists and priests in front, knights in back. Even someone without a brain wouldn't arrange this formation. But if they pass us, changing positions front to back, it becomes a standard combat formation, he explained. The strategists immediately charged. Their vigilance is not bad. Flame surge. In the group chat, the two also began to divide tasks. Feng Se Illusion would handle the strategists and priests. Zhang Qinsha agreed to handle the knights. Quickly, he easily disarmed a level 33 Blade Shadow, then used a Vermilion Ring Strike to neatly eliminate the enemy. Enemies were on all sides, charging forward. All the remaining enemies around had the same target, Zhang Qinsha. Lu's attack was very strong. With a Dragon Flame spell, Lu Chen was hit, his points dropped, and he began to feel in danger. It's not over yet. This knight still hasn't stopped. Next is a Z/surprise attack. Lu Chen realized this maneuver would work on others. However, not on him. He then dodged the knight's direct slash. With incredible speed, Lu Chen quickly got behind the enemy, using the Chu Nan skill. He indeed got hit, but his health points only dropped by 154. Was Chu Nan's damage that low? He was puzzled. It turned out the other team had support. The healing spell was very powerful, and with a steel wall, the injured knight team quickly recovered. The steel wall would increase the faction's 5% defense and magic resistance. Lu Chen worried. Oh God, healing that fast? Plus a buff. Having support is really annoying. Looking back at the team, He had just aggressively attacked, now being buffed. Zhang Ganch and Sha now began to feel afraid. 1 against 5. They weren't damaged at all, while he only had half his health left. The other team also realized Lu Chen's weakness was not having healing, and attacking him was too easy. He began to cast a cheer, a spell that increases the faction's 5% attack and magic power. However, being too overconfident, before he could finish casting the spell, his head was already separated from his neck. It was Miss Lamb, and they died in everyone's surprise. Receiving support, Lu Chen returned to his task, ordering his pet, Wind King, to kill the one far away. Truly worthy of being number 1, their coordination was truly seamless. The enemy, still determined to eliminate Zhang Ganch and Sha, began to rush into the fight, hoping to take them down. However, he was immediately blocked by Lam Weihan. Seeing this, the other guy was displeased, saying, "Fong Sak Win Tuong, the person we want to deal with is Zhang Ganch and Sha. You'd best not get too involved." Ignoring those foolish warnings, Weihan continued to support Lu Chen. "You scammer. I'll help you block the enchanter. Quickly deal with the other side." Receiving the notification, Lu Chen began to charge, ordering Wind King to deal with the one in front. The pet obeyed and rushed forward, and yet it was truly powerful, firing a barrage of spikes at the enemy, sending him fleeing and screaming for help. Oh God, even a pet can be that strong. One guy began to cast the Flame Impact skill. "Even if it's a boss-level pet, it still has to die," he said, as he unleashed the skill on the pet. Lu Chen's blade quickly blocked it, to the other guy's surprise. "You think you can injure my Wind King with just that?" he said, casting Shattering Shot. But it was a faint slash, making the other guy hallucinate. Lu Chen then turned back for a Chu Nan skill, eliminating the arrogant enemy. The enchanter on this side saw the situation wasn't good. 1,500 damage. Oh my God, one sword killed 2 people. As the battle paused, the coordinated duo remained unharmed. The tactician was displeased. "Zhang Ganch and Sha, I never thought the number 1 Fong Sak would also come to your aid." He thought that if Lu Chen had been alone, he would have switched channels and dealt with him long ago. Fong Sak Win Tuong let out an "oh" sound upon hearing that. "No wonder you attacked him. So you're the channel mage's friend." The enchanter wasn't giving up. "Zhang Ganch and Sha, you're a hotshot on the rankings. Do you dare to recall your pet and fight me fairly?" "Why not?" Lu Chen said, immediately recalling Wind King. "All right, I won't use my pet anymore. Let him see my true strength, whether I can truly help my friends or not." Just as he finished, the enchanter advanced, applying poison to his flame-imbued blade. But Lu Chen was too fast, dodging most of the slashes. Enraged, he kept slashing wildly, yet kept missing. Lu Chen had returned to the offensive. He repeated the Shattering Shot skill, missing the other guy, but the guy became more cautious. "It's not a miss, it's the Shadow Kill skill." But it was too late. He had lost his stance, falling neatly under Lu Chen's blade. Lu Chen then followed up, slicing the tactician's sword in half. The bronze weapon was broken. After the sword, his neck was grazed by Lu Chen's blade, terrifying him immensely. But Lu Chen only stopped there, not continuing. The enchanter was still terrified. "Why aren't you attacking?" Looking down at the blade at his throat, he trembled with fear. Lu Chen then retracted his blade, signaling Weihan to go level up. "Don't waste any more time in this forest." Weihan obeyed and followed him. Having just escaped, the enchanter collapsed in fear. "Channel, how exactly did you offend such an opponent?" At Phantom Valley, the landscape was desolate, littered with skulls everywhere. Fong Sak Win Tuong Lam, Weihan summoned a sealing card, capturing a level 1 green skull. The system also announced congratulations for successfully sealing the green skull. But an arrogant level 48 skull intended to ambush her again. How dare it underestimate her? It immediately took a flowing light slash, its head flying off. Zhang Ganch and Sha Lu Chen nearby also used Chu Nan to eliminate the remaining arrogant skulls. The system announced congratulations to the 2 players for completing the Spreading Blood quest, receiving 12,000 experience points and 450 reputation points. In the end, Zhang Ganchen Sha reached level 39, while Fong Sak-Huin Tuong reached level 40. Lu Chen asked, Why? Leveling up with me wasn't bad, was it? Not only did you level up, you also caught a green skull, which sells for at least 400 gold coins in the arena. Wai Han agreed, finding it reasonable. Suddenly, a level 1 blood skull appeared, truly pitiful. It immediately fled screaming as these two overlords fought over it. In the end, it was Lu Chun who snatched it. He was delighted. One successful attempt. I truly am the chosen one. Wai Han scorned. You money-obsessed guy. Don't laugh. I have more good news. Lu Chen was curious, and Wai Han replied, Hero token. Lu Chen froze upon hearing that. I didn't mishear, did I? A hero token. Isn't that an ultimate item that only bosses above level 60 drop? His eyes lit up at the mention of it. Lam Wai Han chimed in. Players who receive a hero token can officially establish a guild, and they can receive official benefits like increased collective attributes. Compared to privately formed guilds, it's a world of difference, she said, sparkling like a star. At Phantom Valley, the two rested. Lu Chen wondered, You, the number 1 on the rankings, are only level 40. There's no sign of a level 60 boss yet. Is this news reliable? Wai Han replied, It's reliable. I heard the developers want to put hero tokens in undeveloped areas to encourage players to explore them. Crazy Dragon and Lone Tyrant are furiously expanding their scale. Lam Wai Han continued, These two powerful factions, because of the hero token, join my Snow Silvershirt Guild to go against them. She spoke pleadingly. Lu Chen was confused upon hearing that. Again, why do I feel like she's talking about the hero token just to get me to join her guild? Realizing she was partially exposed, Wai Han hesitated. No, it's not like that. She awkwardly turned away. Nevertheless, he was still attracted. In 1,000 caves, he obtained a hero token fragment and founded the Ancient Sword Dream Soul Guild. This time, the first hero token fragment in Heaven's Roar couldn't be missed either. Han suggested again, Then let's team up. Even if you don't join my guild, we can still snatch the hero token together. Lu Chen agreed. Okay, then let's team up again. With the decision made, they would fight a proper battle against Crazy Dragon and Lone Tyrant, determined to get the hero token. Han also agreed. After hearing that, she immediately jumped up and asked Lu Chen if he had any other plans tonight. He immediately replied no. Han brightened up upon hearing that. Then in half an hour at the main S gate, I'm inviting Lu Chen to dinner. Remember to dress nicely. Logged out of the game, back in real life, Lu Chen was already waiting at the S gate. He followed instructions and dressed very smartly and handsomely, looking quite good. The security guard wondered, Young man, you've been standing at the gate for so long. Are you also waiting for Lam Han from the art department? He was confused. How do you know? Do you know Lam Han? The security guard replied, I see 8 people like you waiting for Lam Han at the gate every day. Go home. You won't be able to wait for her. Lu Chen could only force a smile upon hearing that. However, contrary to the security guard's thoughts, Money Grubber, you're here so early? The beautiful girl approached, and the security guard was surprised. Are you really appearing today? She immediately pulled Lu Chen away, leaving the security guard astonished. On the main road, Lu Chen proactively asked where they were going and offered to call a car. Han smiled and said there was no need, because the car had already arrived. Suddenly, a supercar pulled up next to them. Lu Chen was surprised. What? This car? Han confirmed it was. He secretly thought, Is this the stingy Lam Han? She haggles every time, but today she directly called a Bentley. The two were seated in the car, and she ordered the driver to move. The driver looked at Lu Chen through the rearview mirror with a somewhat unfriendly gaze. Is this old man sick? His eyes look like he wants to kill someone. Then he turned back to Han and solicitously said, Han, your friend, please introduce him. His smile was a bit forced. Han, such an intimate name? Could this person be Lam Han's elder? Lu Chen pondered slightly. Ihan replied, "He's a Heaven's Roar player. You don't need to know him." The driver was a bit displeased after hearing that. He continued to jab, "Ihan, you're too obsessed with games, making friends with all sorts of people." As he spoke, he gripped the steering wheel tightly. Ihan began to get angry upon hearing that. "Don't control me. It's my life. I'm in charge. Who I befriend is my business. Stop the car. They'll go by themselves. You don't need to drive them anymore." Lu Chen saw the tense atmosphere and remained silent, avoiding it. The driver suddenly panicked upon hearing that. "It's not easy to call a car now. I should still drive the two of you." Ihan was still very upset. Seeing her look very angry, he softened. "I respect your choices. Just remember to protect yourself well." But his gaze towards Lu Chen still held some displeasure. Such deep hatred? What did I even do? Upon arriving and getting out of the car, he was startled. "Are you really eating here? Cam Tuen Mong Hung, the most luxurious five-star restaurant in the city. Are we really eating here?" Without bothering to care about Lu Chen's alarm, Ihan calmly walked in amidst the enthusiastic greetings of the waitstaff. Seeing that, Lu Chen also entered. Not bad at all. A five-star restaurant, late dinner, luxury car, and a hateful uncle. This meal, I won't worry about it anymore. A path will open before the mountain. In this wide world, eating is the most important thing. The two continued towards the entrance. Lu Chen wondered, "Ihan, what was the relationship with that uncle just now?" She immediately told him not to think too much. "If there's an opportunity later, I'll tell you. Let's go in quickly." The two entered, looking truly like a real couple. Lu Chen thought, "Inviting me to such an expensive meal, I really feel a bit awkward." Seeming to understand what he was thinking, she reassured, "Don't worry, it's not that expensive. Over there are all young masters and ladies." Lu Chen was confused. "Why do I feel like there's some kind of party going on here?" Jat Han confirmed that this was someone's birthday party. "No wonder you said it wasn't expensive. Turns out we're freeloading. We're eating like this without needing to bring a gift." Jat Han immediately said it wasn't necessary. In fact, she had a gift for him. Hearing that, Lu Chen was puzzled. What gift? So she handed him a gift box. He opened it, and surprisingly, inside was a phone. Lu Chen was confused. A phone? For me? Still not believing it was real. He was bewildered. A diamond-studded gold case. Isn't that a bit too flashy? It's quite heavy, too. Jat Han was a little amused. Of course it's heavy. The outer casing is made of real gold and 10 carats of diamonds. It's worth nearly 200,000. After hearing the price, Lu Chen panicked. "What? You said 200,000? That number is terrifying." Lu Chen was a bit hesitant. Jat, it's both heavy and vulgar. If it weren't real gold, only a country bumpkin would use a phone like this." As soon as she heard that, Jat Han laughed so hard she choked on her drink. "What? A country bumpkin? Ha ha ha. You're absolutely right. A country bumpkin made this phone." From a distance, a figure had noticed Lin Han. As that person approached, a wave of comments arose. "Isn't that the campus belle of S University? Lin Jat Han? She's even attending Li Luo Ha's birthday party." Another person said, "Isn't young Master Luo pursuing Lin Jat Han? Who's that man? Doesn't he value his own life?" "He looks quite familiar, though." Suddenly someone announced, "The campus belle has arrived. Where did young Master Luo run off to?" A man in a flamboyant pink floral shirt, with his silver-dyed hair slicked back. He waved a friendly greeting. Jat, I didn't expect you to come." He thought she wouldn't come to his birthday party. As he spoke, this ill-mannered man even dared to touch her hand, arrogantly asking if she had received the gift he sent. Unexpectedly offended, Jat Han panicked. "Li Luo, I've told you many times, don't you dare call me by the familiar name, Jat. Furthermore, today I came here with the man next to me to have supper." Caught in the crossfire, Lu Chen knew he had offended this young master. Lu Chen sighed helplessly. Just as expected, the meal won't be good. This girl causes trouble wherever she goes. I thought this time would be smooth. He was helpless. As predicted, Young Master Yu, the Prince of S University, Li Luo, looked at Lu Chun as if he wanted to eat him alive. Where did this bastard come from? And he dares to be with a beauty. Lu Chun, seeing this, wasn't afraid at all. Then where did this peacock sprout from? This flamboyant young master suddenly noticed the phone that Jat Han had just given Lu Chun, and became a bit puzzled. Seeing this, Lu Chun also picked it up to examine it. Young Master Luo began to get angry. So this is the gift he gave to Lin Han, and now it's in the hands of the person sitting opposite. He yelled at her, demanding, "Jat Jat, the phone I gave you, why is it in Lu Chen's hands?" Jat Han couldn't take it anymore and decided to retort to this unreasonable man. "I've told you many times, absolutely do not call me Jat Jat. Furthermore, I don't need this phone. He shamelessly gave it to me." How annoying! Jat Han glared at Li Luo. "If that's the case, then it's my right to give it to whoever I want." Knowing he couldn't speak harshly to Jat Han, this arrogant Li Luo turned to warn Lu Chun. "Kid, know your place, will you? Give me back the phone. It's not something you deserve." His eyes looked like he was itching for a fight, and Jat Han beside him was furious. But if he weren't cunning, he wouldn't be Lu Chun. "I don't even want to use it, but your Jat Jat gave it to me." The words carried emotional undertones, and Jat Han beside him blushed shyly. He declared, "So, how I handle it is my business." That arrogant man couldn't stand it anymore and decided to throw a punch. He aimed his fist directly at the table, causing the wine glass to splatter everywhere, and most of the food on the table was overturned. Lu Chen quickly shielded Jat Han. After that punch, everyone around was also extremely panicked. Lu Chen asked if Jat Han was okay. She confirmed she was fine. The arrogant man then asked, "It seems he didn't invite you to today's party." Then he told him to get out. Lam Jat Han was absolutely furious. He had clearly told her she could bring someone. "This is the person you wanted to bring here." Lu Chun, as he spoke, fully embraced his arm. Lu Chun was also very angry at this hateful young master's rude behavior, his eyes as if wanting to curse. Suddenly, everyone around heard the name Lu Chun. This name, this appearance, could it be? Lu Chun, Nai Chun Sr., it really is you. A girl from somewhere spoke up. She introduced herself as Ha Lin Lung, a third-year film student from S University. She confessed she had admired him for a very long time. The beautiful girl Ha Lin Lung looked at Lu Chun, her eyes shining brightly. "Senior Chun," she said she had watched that match at that time. She was also present at the school then. Now, to be able to coincidentally meet her idol like this. "May she please take a photo with you?" Her phone was already ready in her hand. Lu Chen was a bit shy, but it was also difficult to refuse. So, the two took a photo together in his awkwardness, secretly glancing at Jat Han, who was looking a bit mysterious beside him. Jat Han already knew he was Nai Chun. Lu Chen was also very troubled that his identity had been exposed. Both were still in an awkward situation. The young fan girl still wanted to take another photo, seemingly in her own world. Seeing himself completely ignored, Thunak became enraged. Who was Nai Chen anyway? Before he could get a proper answer, he was kicked away by the bustling crowd who rushed over upon hearing that Lu Chun, who was Nai Chun, was present here. "You are our idol, the legendary Great Master." Everyone recognized him as the mysterious legend of the Nai Chen Gaming Club. The girls also crowded around. "I can't believe we get to see him in person today. He's so handsome, Senior." These girls also want to take a picture. Lu Chen was a bit awkward due to his identity being revealed. In the distance, Thu Nak was kicked so hard his waist was dislocated. A friend asked if Nak Thu was okay. He was still very angry. Linak asked, "Who exactly is this guy? How dare he cause a commotion at his birthday party?" Unexpectedly, his friend was also a fan of Lu Chun, introducing him with an extremely admiring gaze. "That's the strongest president of the S University Gaming Club ever. He's only 18 and already." Before he could finish, Nak Thu angrily shouted, "In the end, he's just someone who's good at playing games, right?" His friend confirmed, "That's right." A little confused, realizing he had misspoken, He definitely had to resolve this, rushing into the crowd. The friend tried to push all the fans away. Linak pointed directly at Lu Chun. "Your name is Lu Chun, right? You took his phone, stole his woman, took all his attention. This is his, Nak Thieu's, birthday party. Do you really want to die?" So angry she couldn't speak, Jadhan angrily said, "Whose woman is he? Don't be so shameless." He was rendered speechless by the scolding. This is truly humiliating. Linak immediately changed his demeanor. "Fine, Lam Jadhan, this is your choice. Beat both of them to death." He ordered the formidable men behind him, who all looked very menacing. Without hesitation, a shameless bunch, outnumbering them, still rushed in, determined to beat Lu Chin up. Like a hero from a game, Lu Chin decided not to run, standing his ground to fight back. He didn't forget to tell Jadhan to find a way to run, while he'd block them here. Jadhan immediately reminded him to be careful. A weakling was kicked far away by him. Seeing that, another guy angrily raised his fist straight at his face. But Lu Chun was no less, responding with a punch of equal force, but he was more experienced. So it was easy to knock out that short blonde guy. A dark-skinned guy saw this and suddenly got scared, wondering how that small kid could be so strong. In fact, Luke Tran didn't expect himself to be so strong, to have such great power. Is this the physical enhancement virus that Thaptam mentioned? The dark-skinned guy was still unconvinced, thinking Luke Tran had used some trick, and started to ambush him. However, Luke Tran quickly sensed it, raised his hand to block the powerful punch, and then delivered a punch straight to the guy's stomach, with such force that it even smoked. The burly guy, almost twice his size, was knocked down, thus dealing with all these people. Lilac ran out of options, so he resorted to a dirty trick, throwing a bottle straight at Luke Tran. Everyone around was scared, but thanks to the virus's effects, he was much more agile, dodging it to the guy's astonishment. He was pleased. His body unexpectedly reacted even before he thought, and his sensitivity had also increased. Lilac was so angry he cursed. "Damn it!" Luke Tran called him a waste, truly useless. Suddenly Jayat Han appeared out of nowhere, gave him a kick, and he was sent flying again. Immediately after, she quickly grabbed Luke Tran's hand to escape this awkward situation, asking why he was just standing there. Luke Tran was surprised. "Why were you still here?" She confessed. "How could I leave you here and go?" Realizing that, Luke Tran, now stronger than before, actively took Jayat Han's hand. "Okay, let's run together." Poor Lilac. Not only was he kicked, but the young couple also stepped on his arm, causing him so much pain that his eyes bulged. His henchman woke up after the shock and helped young Master Lack. Before they could ask anything, he ordered them to chase after the two. Thus, a somewhat romantic scene unfolded, with the young couple running together, ignoring the crowd chasing them from behind. Suddenly Jayat Han twisted her ankle. She fell. Fearing he would be affected, she told him to go first. She had sprained her ankle, and Lilac surely wouldn't dare to do anything to her. Luke Tran wouldn't just let that happen, so he picked her up in his arms, saying, "What nonsense are you talking?" Luke Tran scolded her, giving Jayat Han a chance to sigh. The people behind them, one holding a table, another a glass wine bottle, another a plate, were determined to chase them to the end. Unable to catch up, they decided to throw things directly at him. Even with increased strength, getting hit like this still hurt, you know. At Tin Noyet Park, after escaping the thugs, the two rested on a patch of grass. "Damn it, we ran through 3 streets to shake them off." Jayat Han agreed. They stick like glue, but this time Lilac's princely gang learned a lesson. "Let's see if he dares to bother me again." Luke Tran was puzzled. This guy, both in game and in real life, keeps making things difficult for us. Not only did we not get to eat, but we almost got killed by thrown objects. Jayat Han felt a little guilty, so she tugged at his sleeve and apologized. "This time it's my fault." However, she was also sad, saying she had suffered a lot of trouble because of Luke Tran. He was confused. "Huh, weren't all the troubles caused by you?" Jayat Han reminded him that he was Nachin, the senior. She was the current president of the game club. After he left, she suffered terribly. Luke Tran looked bewildered. Giant Han became even angrier. After you defeated Biosihan Vom, every year many masters, hearing your name, came to challenge the game club president. When she took office, she was beaten countless times. Luke Tran analyzed. With your ability back then, you indeed took quite a beating. She continued. I originally wanted to expose that unethical nature, but I didn't expect you to take all your information with you. Not even a photo was left. Luke Tran smiled faintly at that. I'm not stupid, am I? To leave it so masters could find me. Suddenly Giant Han moved closer, leaning in close to him. Senior, you really know how to keep secrets. Luke Tran felt awkward. She wants to kill me again. He stood up. I really hadn't thought about it. It's all my fault. Running for so long made me a bit hungry. Instead of compensation, I'll treat you to rice noodles, Giant Han. After speaking, he offered his hand to help her stand up. Giant Han immediately agreed. Back in the blood-colored mercenary's room, Luke Tran was being treated. Old Luke, relying on the Du family's special medicine for wounds. Just wait and see. Du Thap Tam was examining the wounds, but was suddenly surprised to find no injuries on Luke Tran's body. He was surprised. How can that be? I was almost beaten to death at the guest house. How can there be no wounds? Seeing that Luke Tran didn't believe him, Thap Tam let him check for himself. There really weren't any, but the pain had definitely been real before. He looked at himself in the mirror. His body was perfectly intact. Perhaps, as if suspecting something, Luke Tran recklessly took a knife and cut his own hand, letting blood flow out. Du Thap Tam was startled. Old Luke, you don't have to hurt yourself just because you're not injured. But miraculously, the wound and blood both disappeared without a trace, to the astonishment of both of them. Luke Tran was amazed. Indeed, this virus's regeneration ability is truly too powerful. Du Thap Tam reminded him. Luke Tran's test results are all normal, but today there's a special situation. Shouldn't you find time to get a more thorough checkup? Luke Tran agreed. I'll go see Uncle Du for a deeper checkup in a few days. Tell Thap Tam not to worry, my life is very tough. Suddenly Luke Tran asked Thap Tam about the mission. Was it completed smoothly? Do you need my help? Thap Tam was helpless. You're changing the subject again. You really aren't afraid of the wind blowing your tongue away. But actually, there is something I need your help with. At the bustling Phu Bang Tan market, a masked man approached and asked the owner why the price of level 4 red potions had increased to 50 silver coins per bottle when it was only 22 days ago. The owner, looking tired, sighed and explained that food resources were scarce, and this price was due to the major guilds competing for them. Noticing the masked man's hesitation and the calculating look in his eyes, the owner sternly told him, If you're not buying, then leave. Don't hinder my business any longer. Unexpectedly, a notification appeared on the screen, congratulating him on successfully trading the blood skull to player Chitui Kimmi for 1,000 gold coins, and after deducting a 5% transaction fee, 950 gold coins had been transferred to his account. Seeing this, he was extremely surprised, feeling as if heaven and earth had just granted him an unexpected opportunity, as the money arrived at just the right time, as if perfectly responding to his recent hesitation, instantly changing his mood from anxious to excited. With an arrogant look, he turned to the owner and declared that he would buy them, requesting 50 potions. Hearing this, the owner immediately changed his attitude, his face becoming more cheerful and friendly, and he instantly agreed to the order. He held the red potions in his hands, feeling their weight, but also a surge of excitement, secretly thinking about how the big guilds were scrambling to buy supplies, clearly having heard the rumors, all aiming for the hero's order. But in his heart, he felt this was a quick money-making opportunity that he couldn't miss in this adventurous game. Suddenly, a series of messages from the squad appeared, announcing that young Master Lack and Mo Dung Minoyet had joined the group, along with an urgent question about whether old Luke had bought the red potions yet, urging him to quickly go to Yulin Kok. He secretly thought about Thap Tam flirting with Miss Min Noyet again, feeling a sense of sarcasm, and then wondered who that young Master Knack was. hoping it wasn't that idiotic young master. Another message notification sounded, as Peerless Master asked if he had bought the red potions yet, and urged him to quickly go to Yulin Kok. Meanwhile, Tramps on Tram, Sa gave an urgent command, making him realize that time was running out and things were becoming more serious than ever. The scene shifts to Yulin Kok, where young Master Lack was talking to the beautiful Minoyet, mentioning that his guild lacked support like hers, offering a salary of 10 gold coins an hour, while at the same time, old Luke had also arrived at the entrance of Yulin Kok. He heard young Master Lack say that, and secretly thought, "It's Lilac, all right, a foolish kind of person, rich in money and gold coins. Only he would offer such a 5-tier salary increase," making him feel both sarcastic and ironic. As soon as he entered, he was surprised to see Minoyet. Seeing his reaction, she quickly introduced herself, saying she was there to earn some extra money. Then Peerless Master also appeared and offered a price of 10 gold coins per hour for healing, emphasizing that everything had to be clear and that she shouldn't be deceived. He exclaimed in surprise that with just 1 gold coin, he could invite a high-level cleric like her, making him feel like he had truly made a huge profit in this deal. But in his heart, he secretly thought, "Sister Minoyet, are you tricking a ghost? Earning over 1,000 gold per hour, why would you only care about this 1 gold coin?" At this moment, young Master Lack spoke up, reminding them that Minoyet had arrived, so they should hurry and get to work. She replied that she didn't know about this, creating an urgent atmosphere between them. At this point, old Luke secretly thought to himself, "The king isn't in a hurry, but the eunuch is." And he added that for a 10-hour, 5-level boost, there's no need to rush, creating a more relaxed atmosphere amidst the tension of the conversation. Minoyet spoke up, asking Tram how much the blood skull he had at the auction house sold for yesterday, and he confidently replied that the selling price was 1,000 gold. Seeing this, Minoyet exclaimed in surprise that it was so expensive. She had originally planned to buy it as a pet for a friend who had just started the game and needed an assistant. Old Luke responded by asking about the guild leader, then explained that there was no need to buy a pet yet because pets had to match their profession. For instance, the blood skull was only suitable for mages and high-attack archers. For other professions, the blood skull would be useless. He also emphasized that at the start of the game, only an idiot would buy such a low-attack pet. Hearing this, Minoyet chuckled gleefully and said that he wasn't wrong. Meanwhile, young Master Lack was trembling. He heard a voice announcing that the blood skull he needed had arrived. As soon as the other person finished speaking, young Master Lack angrily said, "I know, now get lost," making the atmosphere even more tense and humorous than ever. Hearing this, Chitui Kimmi immediately obeyed, quickly leaving without hesitation, making the atmosphere a little lighter after the recent tension. Min Noyet was surprised, but before she could ask, old Luke confirmed that the buyer of the blood skull was indeed young Master Lack. Upon seeing young Master Lack holding the seal card, old Luke thought that he was truly audacious to be carrying a seal card worth nearly 100,000 gold at only level 22, roaming around. If he died, it really wouldn't be worth it. Afterwards, he again wondered why he had just thought of killing people and robbing them, feeling surprised by the reckless ideas springing into his mind. Then, a sudden sound made old Luke think someone was approaching, increasing the anxiety in his heart. He then turned back and told everyone, "Let's go. We need to level up quickly." His determined tone made everyone around him feel more energized, ready for the challenges ahead. The scene shifts to deep within Yulin Kok, where everyone was asking each other if they really had to kill this level 47 blood skull. Anxiety was clearly visible on everyone's face as they looked around and felt the terrifying power emanating from the enemy before them. Young Master Lack spoke up, saying that Tram Sa was only level 39, the highest in Ghost Valley was level 37, and everyone else was more than 10 levels lower than the monsters. So how could they fight? This created a tense atmosphere as everyone realized the difficulties they were about to face. Old Luke said that leveling up wouldn't be fast that way. Killing only level 20 to 30 monsters wouldn't achieve 5 levels in 10 hours. But with the beautiful Min Noyet's help, it would be easy. Young Master Lack just needed to protect from the back to gain experience. Min Noyet also agreed that it was the only way. Then old Luke shouted, commanding everyone to act, preparing for battle with high determination. The battle between the two sides was extremely intense. The clash of weapons and the roar of monsters echoed throughout Yulin Kok. The air was thick with suspense and determination. Every blow carried life or death pressure, forcing everyone to exert all their strength to resist the overwhelming power of the enemy. Old Luke shouted Feng Wang and immediately charged into battle. The fighting was extremely intense. Powerful blows and skillful tactics were deployed. Every move was decisive, neither side wanting to back down from the enemy's strength. Min Noyet secretly thought that he was so strong he must have already died, that this was his full power. Feeling both worried and surprised by the superior strength old Luke was displaying. Thinking this, she unleashed her blazing flame strike and charged into battle with the Red Skull, the power of her attack erupting like a sacred fire, making the surrounding air intensely hot. Seeing this, old Luke said that the attack was too fierce, immediately creating an immortal shield to envelop himself, protecting him from unexpected blows. With this immortal shield skill, the player absorbs 15% of the attack as their own health, helping old Luke maintain his health while continuing to fight. Min Noyet was extremely surprised and thought that she hadn't even attacked yet, and he could already heal himself. Ghost Valley, too, truly shouldn't be underestimated. She secretly thought, is this the true power of the blood-colored mercenaries? If they could be recruited, they could truly obtain the hero's order. This made her even more determined to help Gujin Minghuan regain its prestige. Then suddenly, someone shouted, calling out to the beautiful Min Noyet to save their life, to provide more healing. Min Noyet secretly thought that even the best teams had their weaknesses. Immediately, old Luke charged into battle with the Red Skull, determined not to let his teammates fail. He displayed all his skills and strength, aiming to put great pressure on the enemy, giving his teammates a chance to recover and launch stronger attacks. Min Noyet asked in surprise, "Is this a healing spell?" The other person joyfully said, "My Du family lives again." This made her feel both excited and incredulous. At the same time, she realized that the power of healing spells could unexpectedly change the tide of battle. Lac Fu saw everyone happy about their victory and thought to himself that it was truly uninteresting. This success brought him no sense of satisfaction. At this moment, an announcement rang out, congratulating player Tram San Tram Sa for reaching level 40, congratulating player Quikok 2 for reaching level 39, and congratulating player Lac Fu for reaching level 27. Min Noyet said goodbye and see you again, everyone, before leaving. Her every step echoed softly in the silent space of Ghost Valley. When everyone saw the rankings, old Luke said that level 40 was only 7th place. During this time, everyone was leveling up quickly because of the hero's order, making the atmosphere tense and competitive. Lac Fu spoke up, "No more talk of debts, okay?" Seeing this, Du family said, "You've leveled up. Why aren't you going back to the city quickly? If you accidentally die, they won't take responsibility." Du family's words were not just a warning, but also showed concern for Lac Fu's safety. Lac Fu laughed arrogantly and said, "Don't mind me. Who dares to kill me anyway?" His confidence and arrogance made everyone around him feel amused. But at that very moment, a sharp sword, seemingly from nowhere, suddenly flew forth, piercing through his body and causing him to collapse to the ground. No one could have predicted that a moment of arrogance could lead to such a tragedy. When they saw the items dropping from Lac Fu, one person suddenly spoke to old Luke, saying, "These are all silver tier equipment and ultimate grade items." This guy actually dared to carry items worth 50 to 60,000 around so carelessly. He's truly bold. Suddenly, a person dressed in black with a covered face appeared, and a cold voice echoed, "Tram San Tram Sa, long time no see." His words made the atmosphere tense. Everyone's eyes focused on him, and everyone knew this was the one who had killed Lac Fu. Upon realizing that the person in black was Kwong Long Geokat, old Luke couldn't help but be surprised, immediately speaking up, "Kwong Long Geokat, I didn't expect you to kill my mercenary right before my eyes." His voice was filled with tension, as if it was not just a confrontation between two people, but also a challenge between the forces existing in this world. With that, both sides immediately plunged into battle. Moves were unleashed at dizzying speed, and the sound of clashes echoed like thunder. Each sharp and powerful blow made the surrounding air hot, and the dazzling light from the skills made the battle intense and its outcome unpredictable. At this moment, Kwang Long Gao Kat held a sword in his hand. Seeing this, Old Luke ordered everyone not to let him escape. Old Luke chased after Kwang Long Gao Kat and said that there were so many good items. He'd rather get hurt than not get one. But he didn't forget to ask what it was exactly. Old Luke commanded the little demon to launch a pincer attack, saying that whatever Kwang Long Gao Kat stole must have some secret. He must not be allowed to escape. The little demon obeyed. With that, Old Luke unleashed his blazing fire-pierced skill and charged into battle with Kwang Long Gao Kat. Kwang Long Gao Kat and Old Luke clashed, their blows like fierce waves crashing against the shore, echoing with rapid and powerful sounds. Each move demonstrated ferocity and skill, their eyes shining brightly in this arduous battle. Kwang Long Gao Kat laughed gleefully with an arrogant expression, announcing that he would leave the battle, leaving Old Luke and the others angered, making the surrounding atmosphere even more tense and harsh. With that, Kwang Long Gao Kat left, leaving Old Luke and his accomplice in bewilderment, unable to grasp what was happening. Old Luke commanded the little demon to face forward, asking him to sweep his spear to kick up dust, and despite his surprise, the little demon immediately obeyed. Then both of them swept with great force, creating a cloud of dust that rose like a thick pillar of smoke, obscuring the opponent's vision and making the surrounding atmosphere chaotic. After that, Old Luke was surprised not to see any trace of Kwang Long Gao Kat. His sudden disappearance made Old Luke feel confused and unable to understand what had happened. The silence that enveloped the surrounding space only increased the tension in his heart. He was furious, filled with annoyance, cursing that this scoundrel was skilled indeed, daring to return to the old path, a provocation he could not accept, which made the tension in the battle even more explosive. Suddenly, Old Luke was unexpectedly attacked from behind by Kwang Long Gao Kat, leaving him flustered and unable to react in time. Du family turned back, fiercely attacking Kwang Long Gao Kat, with challenging words that it was better to arrive at the right moment than to arrive early. Then, without hesitation, he immediately delivered a powerful slash to the opponent's back, demonstrating his determination and agility in this battle. After being slashed in the back, Kwang Long Gao Kat vanished from the battle, leaving everyone bewildered. After Kwang Long Gao Kat left, everyone held the item he left behind and was surprised to learn that it was the Cursed Compass, a mysterious treasure with the ability to guide those who dare to face their destiny. Everyone was surprised, holding the compass in their hands, realizing that this was indeed the Cursed Compass. They understood the reason why there was news about the hero's command, but no one could find bosses level 60 or higher. It turned out that to find those powerful enemies, they needed this compass to guide them. Their eyes were filled with hope and determination, ready for the journey ahead. Du Jia said in surprise, "This must be what Kwang Long Gao Kat stole, but where did young Master Nat get it from?" Then another person spoke up, "Forget it. With this, we can directly fight level 60 bosses, and then target the hero's command." Their eyes lit up with excitement and determination as they imagined the glorious victories ahead. Old Luke spoke up, saying that this item was important and had to be immediately taken back to the warehouse in Fubang City, and everyone agreed. The scene shifted to the warehouse in Fubang City. The atmosphere was quiet but full of anticipation. A girl spoke to Old Luke, telling him that she had skipped the dungeon boss to come here, so if it wasn't important, he'd be dead for sure. Her words echoed like a warning, clearly expressing her suspicion and determination regarding the impending situation. Old Luke smiled and said he'd show her something. His smile contained mystery and confidence, making the girl even more curious and anxious. As he held the compass in his hand, the woman was surprised to realize it was the Cursed Compass. Her eyes lit up with astonishment and curiosity. She said that according to rumors, The publisher had released 4 to 5 items that could guide players to bosses level 60 or higher in unexplored areas. She initially thought it was a scam, but she didn't expect it to be real. This truth made her feel more excited and enthusiastic than ever, as it opened up new opportunities for unprecedented battles. Holding it in her hand, she asked old Luke where he got it from. Her voice was full of surprise and curiosity, her eyes never leaving the compass, as if hoping to find an answer that would clarify all the mysteries surrounding this miraculous item. Old Luke said Kwong Long Gaokat stole it from young Master Nak, and he then killed Kwong Fong, so the compass fell into his hands. Hearing that, the girl couldn't help but admire him, saying he was truly lucky to have obtained the cursed compass. Her admiration further increased her respect for old Luke, seeing that he was not only smart, but also possessed precious treasures. He said not to get too excited because bosses level 60 and above are extremely powerful. The entire level 40 team of Dakba was wiped out by a level 58 boss. That warning echoed as a reminder that they were facing fierce challenges. The girl said that after bosses surpass level 55, their strength is completely different, and the Tuet Nan Sen Guild only has 100 members, with only 10 of them above level 40. Fighting a boss 20 levels higher is too difficult. Numbers won't compensate for it. Her words served as a reminder that they were facing an extremely arduous challenge, and to succeed, they needed to prepare thoroughly. Old Luke said he called her because he wanted to say that within 5 days, all level 40 players must reach level 45, and level 35 players must reach level 40, after which they would lead and face the level 60 boss together. The determination in his voice made everyone feel invigorated. They realized that only with good preparation would they have a chance to win. The girl said she couldn't wait any longer. Looking at the growth rate of Dakba and Kwong Long regarding their boss fighting capabilities, it should be enough. Only lacking the guiding item, we must seize this opportunity. And old Luke said he would take care of the megapixel recovery items. The scene shifted to Reflection Hill, where Dujia and old Luke were standing and talking about Dujia's new outfit. He said this was something he just bought with the 20,000 roses he had just received. The excitement in his voice could not hide his pride. Hearing that, old Luke said that was their commission money, and equipment upgrades could be drawn from the studio's 70,000 fund. Seeing that, Dujia immediately replied that most of the money in the studio was from old Luke selling skulls, and the funds from collected materials were for future development and recruiting members. That money couldn't be used to buy equipment for himself. Dujia's words showed his responsibility and foresight for the team. Dujia said that even though his strength was not equal to old Luke's and the Little Devil's, he could compensate with equipment. Hearing about the boss fighting collaboration, the Little Devil was already level 42 and was still grinding crazily every day. He couldn't afford to be left behind. The determination in his words clearly showed his desire to continuously improve and not be outdone by his friends on the upcoming journey. Hearing that, old Luke said that in 3 days, Lam Jayat Han would see the strength of the bloody mercenary group, and he didn't forget to tell the Little Devil to rest and not harm his health. Hearing that, Dujia agreed and said he would cut the power to the Little Devil's room later, forcing him to sleep, while old Luke should also quickly level up and prepare materials. Old Luke happily rushed towards the garlic plants, as this was the main ingredient for cooking level 5 food. The joy in his eyes showed his excitement at the thought of dishes that could boost the team's strength. An announcement rang out, congratulating him on collecting 3 times the amount of garlic and his hunting skill increasing 5-fold. Joy and excitement filled the air. He happily thought to himself that with a little more garlic, he could start preparing level 5 food. The eagerness in his heart made him feel like he was about to grasp success. But when he started pulling out the garlic, he was surprised at how firmly rooted it was. The garlic bulbs seemed to be firmly rooted in the ground. He had to use a lot of strength to pull them out. Then suddenly the ground shook. Dirt and rocks flew everywhere, making him panic and think it was an earthquake. The strong shaking made him worried, not knowing what was happening. He realized this was the level 60 boss, the guardian of the hill. He thought to himself that he hadn't even used the cursed compass yet, and he'd already encountered a level 60 boss. Anxiety surged in his heart as he realized this dangerous situation. He panicked, thinking with such overwhelming power, even if all the dominating forces came, they might not be able to win. Little Devil and Thap Tam had already logged out. He needed to inform Giant Giant. Anxiety rose as he realized that if he didn't act quickly, the situation would become more dangerous than ever. He panicked when he realized Giant Giant wasn't online, and he couldn't defeat the level 60 boss. But if he ran away, he would lose face. As the tension mounted, he felt stuck between a difficult decision. After thinking, he still took up his weapon, because if he defeated it alone, the item drop rate would double and a hero's command would definitely drop. The determination in his heart made him feel like he could achieve something miraculous. He charged forward, but the level 60 boss just scoffed contemptuously. Its smug smile seemed to remind him that this wouldn't be an easy fight. He was surprised when the level 60 boss merely waved its hand, and he was already faltering. The powerful force from the wave was like a storm, making him stagger back, feeling as if he had just hit a solid wall. Nevertheless, he still charged forward to test how thick the skin of the Guardian of the Hill was. Full of determination, he wanted to prove his abilities, despite the risks that awaited him. But as he lunged, his sword broke, which made him panic. A feeling of powerlessness filled his heart as he realized he couldn't inflict any damage on the boss. His confidence suddenly vanished, and he knew he was in a dangerous situation. The level 60 boss moved with powerful strides, which panicked old Luke, because he was almost stomped into powder. He realized that facing it alone was truly overconfident, and he needed to escape quickly. He was aware that safety was the top priority in this dangerous situation. Suddenly, he saw a gap and quickly escaped, but unfortunately, he was caught by the level 60 boss's finger, feeling as if a giant trap had ensnared him. Fear flooded him as he realized there was no turning back, and his fate was now entirely in the enemy's hands. As he was held, he thought to himself that with its superior physical defense, and the bloodthirsty mercenary guild being entirely physical attackers, without magic support, this boss was truly a tough nut to crack. The feeling of helplessness grew as he realized that the opponent was too strong compared to his and his teammates' power. Panicked because its strength and speed were both extraordinary, truly living up to its reputation as a level 60 boss. He immediately thought of calling for help, but at that crucial moment, Little Devil and Thap Tam were offline. Then he realized Giant Giant was online, but before he could do anything, he was surprised when a group of people rushed in and attacked the level 60 boss. This unexpected appearance made hope flicker in his despair. Longhan Tianha held a compass in his hand and said that last time, Kitch Tram Exe had stolen the compass, and this time it was hard to find one. He just used it and already found a great deal. Dan Thursday Tiki heard that and said this was the first level 60 boss. It's highly likely to drop a hero's command. The atmosphere became more lively as everyone realized the precious opportunity within their grasp. Longhan Tianha said that if they got the hero's command, Kuang Long would form the first guild, and ruling Ice City wouldn't be far off. Excitement spread among everyone as they envisioned the brilliant future they could achieve if they succeeded in this battle. With that, he raised his weapon high and declared that every brother who defeated the boss would be rewarded with 10 gold coins. Everyone obeyed his command. A spirit of unity and determination to win flared strongly in everyone's hearts. They were ready to rush into battle, determined not to let this opportunity pass them by. The whole group rushed in but were no match for the boss. The power of the level 60 boss terrified them. Their attacks were quickly countered. Seeing that, old Luke thought to himself, one skill wiped out over 10 players. Luckily, I ran fast. His heart clenched at the boss's brutality. He knew he couldn't stand still. He had to find a way to escape and call for more help if he didn't want to become the next victim. Then he picked up his sword and thought to himself that he also needed to prepare a bit. Luckily, he had a backup weapon. Though it wasn't as good as the previous one, it was still better than nothing. A feeling of anxiety surged as he thought about confronting the boss. He stood in a safe position to observe while waiting for Giant Giant to arrive. His heart was filled with tension as he watched his teammates fighting the boss. And when his teammates arrived, he had to kill all of Kuang Long's ranged attackers before they could approach. He thought, damn it, second skill. Even from this far, I'm affected by the boss's power. Then the boss unleashed its Stone God Spike skill. A barrage of stones flew towards the soldiers, who frantically yelled at each other to dodge. But the boss's power was too immense. The stones charged powerfully, hitting the soldiers directly and making them fall on the spot. No one had time to react or dodge. The power of a level 60 boss was truly overwhelming. The level 60 boss, after a fierce battle, also gradually became exhausted, staggering with each step under the relentless attacks of the soldiers, eventually collapsing to the ground amidst the commotion of the survivors. Long Han Thian Ha was surprised to witness the boss's superior power. He never expected one of its moves could take down an entire group of soldiers, making him more cautious. He triumphantly told himself that he would be the ultimate victor, his heart filled with complacency at the prospect of obtaining the hero's decree and solidifying his position. He loudly urged the surviving soldiers, ordering them to quickly get up and continue attacking, determined to send the level 60 boss on its way. Old Luke hid in a secluded corner, thinking that it would take 300 perfectly coordinated people to gradually wear down the terrifying power of the level 60 boss. He picked up his sword, thinking that Jayat still hadn't arrived, and he couldn't wait any longer. Long Han Thian Ha ordered his soldiers to charge and kill the level 60 boss. He felt his strength draining by the second, but his determination invigorated everyone. Then the whole group rushed towards the level 60 boss. In the tense atmosphere, shouts echoed, and the glint of blades flashed in the light as they charged together like fierce waves. Then old Luke's Huin Fong flew in, making Long Han Thian Ha realize it and ask if it was the Tram XA halberd. His eyes filled with doubt. Then he ordered his subordinates to block the Tram XA halberd, and the soldiers quickly obeyed. They rushed in to form a barrier, preventing old Luke from reaching the level 60 boss. But deep down, they all felt anxious. The Tram XA halberd thought to itself that Kwang Long had reached its limit. Now it was his turn to deliver the finishing blow to the boss. He focused his mind, clutching his weapon tightly, ready to act with resolute will. He charged into the level 60 boss, filled with determination and confidence, thinking to himself that the boss still had the strength to use skills. But in its current state, he told himself he'd see how much power the boss could unleash. He braced himself, ready to receive any attack from this mighty opponent, while still determined to deliver the final killing blow. He delivered the final killing blow, a powerful slash, to Long Han Thian Ha's surprise and helplessness as he witnessed the Tram XA halberd's swift move. His sword sliced through the air, piercing directly into the body of the level 60 boss, creating a blinding light and a sky-shattering explosion, leaving everyone around stunned by the magnificent sight. An announcement rang out, congratulating the Tram XA halberd on leveling up to 5 and simultaneously becoming the top-ranked player. All eyes turned towards him. Applause and admiration spread everywhere, making him feel the position and power he had just achieved, like a new king in the game world. Hearing this, he contentedly hugged the items in his hands, feeling as if he had just won a big victory, happily saying, "Sweet victory." As if these achievements were the sweet reward for his tireless efforts, Long Han Thian Ha was unwilling to give up, rushing towards the Tram XA halberd with the determination to snatch the valuable items. His mind was full of thoughts that those things should belong to him. He couldn't let someone else seize the fruits of his own hard-won efforts. Then an announcement suddenly rang out, reporting that all of Kwang Long's soldiers had been revived, which somewhat bewildered the Tram XA halberd. He realized that the situation had become more complicated than ever, and the feeling of victory he had just obtained now became a greater threat as these enemies rose again and continued to fight. After the soldiers revived, Long Han Thian Ha charged at the Tram XA halberd and declared that he wouldn't escape his pursuit even if he grew wings. But the Tram XA halberd showed no fear. His eyes gleamed with determination and resilience, preparing for an unavoidable confrontation. His spirit remained unyielding despite the enemy's threats. He ordered Huin Fong to fly over, preparing a crushing blow for Long Han Thian Ha, with superior strength and speed. Huin Fong swooped down like lightning, striking Long Han Tianha directly and causing him pain. Seeing this, the soldiers continuously summoned their power, each one striving to create special skills. The dazzling light from the unleashed moves made the atmosphere more tense than ever. They were determined not to let the Tram XA Halberd have a chance to pass and win again. The Tram XA Halberd ordered Huin Fong to charge and kill Long Han Tianha, with a voice full of resolve and confidence. He knew this was the best chance to end this confrontation, and Huin Fong, like a gust of wind, darted toward the enemy with unstoppable force. Hundreds of arrows flew towards the Tram XA Halberd, but he quickly used his stealth skill, causing the arrows to merely whiz through the space he had just occupied, leaving only a quiet, hazy void. Long Han Tianha was utterly furious at this. He roared, declaring that the stealth skill couldn't help the Tram XA Halberd escape his pursuit. He would use every means to dig 3 feet deep, drag him out, and kill him to avenge this humiliation. The scene shifts to Willow Forest, where a girl is pointing a bow towards a man standing not far away, her sharp eyes and the arrow ready to leave the bowstring, in a tense atmosphere awaiting his reaction. The man sneered, confidently saying that Lenny Han couldn't get past their defenses to save the boss, and now the boss had surely been taken by Raging Dragon. The sarcasm in his voice made the atmosphere even more tense. Then a notification rang out, announcing that the Tram XA Halberd had killed the Hill Guardian God and quickly taken the top spot on the leaderboard. Pride and awe filled the hearts of the surrounding players. Hearing that, Lenny Han happily said, "It seems you guys couldn't take the boss. As expected of Senior, he could even snatch the boss by himself." Hearing her words, that guy was startled, unable to believe the truth before his eyes. Lenny Han confidently said that nothing was impossible for someone like the Tram XA Halberd. Her eyes shone with pride and trust, clearly showing her admiration for her teammate. With that, she quickly rushed to assist, thinking that Senior, having snatched the boss alone, must have fallen into an ambush, fighting single-handedly. She couldn't let him be in danger without any support. She tried to contact him, but no one answered. The rising anxiety in her heart made her even more determined to run faster, unable to hesitate, only hoping that Senior was still safe and would wait for her to arrive in time, because now his HP was only 15, and all his health potions were used up. One more attack would surely eliminate him. She felt heavy pressure, thinking that she had to get there quickly to save Senior before it was too late. A notification rang out, announcing that the respawn time for the Undead Python King was 9:59, and the respawn time for the mysterious Wind Pet was also 9:59, which couldn't help but worry her. The Tram XA Halberd was overwhelmed by the speed of the charging soldiers. He didn't hesitate to order them to charge, even though he knew that if they failed, they would drag each other down into the abyss. At this moment, that fierce spirit made him feel more exhilarated than ever. Long Han Tianha laughed smugly, his mocking voice ringing out. He taunted the Tram XA Halberd, asking if he could even do it. Then he continued to urge his soldiers into battle, ending everything with a cold remark, "Go die." Hundreds of arrows flew towards the Tram XA Halberd, creating a chilling whooshing sound that made him feel a little flustered. It felt as if he was besieged in a storm of arrows. Even though he was mentally prepared, the surprise still made his heart pound faster. Suddenly, Lenny Han rushed in, her face full of determination. She spoke to the Tram XA Halberd, saying, "Please forgive me." But immediately after, a shocking notification rang out. Fong Sak Huin Tuong had killed the Tram XA Halberd, and she had become the top player on the leaderboard. Lenny Han turned to her enemy with a defiant look. She spoke forcefully, "Even if the meat's spoiled, it's still for my own pot." Meaning that regardless of the opponent, she wouldn't let others interfere in her battle with the Tram XA Halberd. Both of them rushed into battle. Continuous attacks ensued, each sparing no effort. Powerful moves clashed, creating sharp noises. The atmosphere grew tense, each strike carrying the determination and strength of an uncompromising war. Long Han Tianha said that if she just left the spoils, he would let her retreat. His tone was confident and arrogant. He thought that with his strength, someone as weak as her surely couldn't resist. Hearing that, Lenny Han sneered, asking what he could do, and then unleashed her clear water fragrance skill to provide fire support. Sharp arrows flew towards Long Han Thien Ha, forming a powerful wave of attacks. Then a notification rang out, announcing that the Tram XA Halberd chose to respawn in Fu Bang City, with his level automatically decreasing by 1. The scene shifts to a warehouse in Fu Bang City, where the Tram XA Halberd is alone, pondering Lenny Han's decisive action. She acted swiftly and resolutely, not only preventing Raging Dragon from getting the spoils, but also readily killing him, which surprised him. At this moment, Lenny Han happily ran over to announce that she had kept the spoils, only waiting for Senior to open the chest. Meanwhile, Old Lu looked at her with surprise and blurted out that she still had some conscience, but he himself had dropped 2 levels. She gave him 1 item and kept 1 for herself, then said, "Let's see if the level 60 boss dropped anything good." He sighed, replying that he really needed a hero's order now to alleviate his recent loss, his eyes reflecting a longing, wanting to reclaim what was lost in the arduous battle. But when he opened the chest, he was utterly surprised because the level 60 boss didn't drop a hero's command token, but only 2 ordinary equipment items. A feeling of disappointment surged as his expectations didn't come true. Lenny Han dejectedly looked at the Storm battle boots, realizing they were just a silver item, not very valuable. She felt let down, having hoped for a valuable spoil of war, but only receiving something worthless. In her heart, she began to doubt the capabilities of the level 60 boss they had just defeated. Old Lu held the Ice Demon Shard, his eyes lighting up as he recognized its value. He said this gold item could be considered a consolation for their recent losses. At least it could help him increase his strength and compensate for dropping 2 levels. He felt more satisfied knowing he wasn't completely empty-handed after the battle. Lenny Han decided to give Old Lu the battle boots because he suffered the most after the battle. And when Old Lu received them, he gratefully promised to compensate her for the difference in value. Old Lu sighed and said that if the level 60 boss didn't drop a hero's command token, it could only be from a level 65 or 70 boss, because the level 60 boss already possessed 2 area of effect damage skills that could easily wipe out even level 40 players, while level 65 and 70 bosses would surely be much more terrifying and dangerous. Lenny Han wondered that if the level 60 boss required 300 people to defeat, then how many would it take to defeat level 65 and 70 bosses? Old Lu explained that although Raging Dragon mobilized 300 people, only 25 of them were above level 40. The rest were level 30 and 20 members. They had quantity, but no quality. He continued, saying that Lenny Han's Snow Silver Guild had members with a minimum level of 30, with very high quality. So 2 level 50 players with gold equipment, plus 100 members from Snow Silver. It's not impossible to defeat a level 65 or 70 boss. He went on, saying that every minute and every second must be utilized. He was eager to equip the level 50 gold item, because Lenny Han, the top-ranked hack-and-slash-goddess, might just be surpassed by him. Lenny Han confidently told him to dream on, because the top spot would always be hers. The scene shifts to the Icy Steel Cross, where Old Lu's master was looking at him with satisfaction, praising him for being very diligent lately, progressing to almost level 45. Old Lu humbly replied that his master was being too generous with praise, but he himself knew he had to strive to be worthy of a Death Knight's mission. Old Lu asked Master Surin if there was any mission that was both easy and offered a lot of experience and generous rewards. The master just smiled upon hearing this and praised him for knowing how to pick tasks. Master Surin said that Old Lu was lucky, as he did have an easy mission. Hearing this, Old Lu was incredibly surprised and excited, feeling it was a good opportunity to gain experience and prove himself. The scene shifts to the Black Crow Peak, the Potion Tower, where Old Lu stood before an old building, its faded, moss-covered walls reflecting the mystery and enigma of ancient magic. He chuckled triumphantly and said that this would be the Potion Tower that would change the history of the continent. From today, I, your master, will become the first potion master in the history of the continent, secretly outlining the plans for my grand career. The announcement echoed again, instructing to kill Potion Master Su-Yi at Crow Ridge, steal the potion Su-Yi researched, and deliver it to Surin to receive a great reward. Old Lu didn't hesitate, kicking the door open, his demeanor bold and determined, his heart filled with excitement for what he was about to discover. Upon arriving, Old Lu saw Potion Master Su-Yi. His eyes gleamed with determination and arrogance, and he loudly demanded the master's life, his heart filled with a thirst for conquest and dominance. Potion Master Su-Yi smiled lightly, his eyes full of hidden meaning, and said that Old Lu came at just the right time, as if he had been waiting for his arrival to carry out a mutually beneficial transaction. He turned to look at Old Lu's entire body, his gaze attentive as if appraising a precious item, and said, "This is a tasty morsel, a very sturdy body." Old Lu yelled and charged at Su-Yi, full of determination and without hesitation, knowing this was the decisive moment and he had to act immediately. He coldly remarked, "Your strength is sufficient," then kicked Old Lu, sending him flying into the cross on the wall where chains awaited. The chains wrapped tightly around him, rendering him immobile. Bound by chains, Old Lu was utterly surprised, as his master had said this was a simple task. He couldn't understand why things were unfolding this way. Su-Yi held the revived spirit in his hand and said, "Little Night Spirit is about to enjoy the most wondrous potion," his voice carrying a sense of self-satisfaction and mystery, unsettling Old Lu. Old Lu was in agony as the chains tightened around his body, feeling as if every muscle was being stretched taut. He yelled at Su-Yi in despair, demanding to be released, his voice strained from the throbbing pain. Su-Yi used his hand to force open Old Lu's mouth, making him drink the dark green liquid. Old Lu had no way to resist. He could only swallow the strange liquid whole. He coughed violently, his eyes staring at Su-Yi in panic, then asked in gasps what he had been given to drink, anxiety flooding his mind. Su-Yi was surprised. He quickly forced open Old Lu's mouth again, asking with a suspicious tone why he wasn't reacting. Confusion was evident on his face as he couldn't understand why this miraculous potion wasn't having the expected effect. Old Lu yelled, demanding Su-Yi let go of him. Panic was clear on Su-Yi's face as he realized the potion wasn't working as intended, making him doubt his own effectiveness and feel uneasy about the unfolding situation. Su-Yi lunged at Old Lu again, his eyes full of doubt, and asked why his bones hadn't changed at all. Confusion mixed with anger was clearly visible on his face. Old Lu confusedly asked Su-Yi what he had given him to drink, while Su-Yi calmly replied that it was the revived spirit potion, something that could make spirits grow in flesh and blood, his words carrying an undertone of confidence and arrogance. Hearing this, Old Lu was surprised as to why such a good thing existed. He wondered why he wasn't feeling anything, confusion evident on his face as he felt something was wrong with his body. Su-Yi angrily asked why Old Lu hadn't changed. He couldn't accept the failure of his efforts. He had dissected thousands of people, and only then did the night spirit appear. Yet now, before him was an Old Lu showing no signs of transformation whatsoever. The feeling of disappointment and anger made him unable to calm down, his sharp eyes fixated on Old Lu as if trying to uncover the reason for this failure. Su-Yi squeezed Old Lu's neck, growling that it must be Old Lu who had a problem, making Old Lu feel like he couldn't breathe. He yelled, cursing Su-Yi as a madman, anger and despair mixed in his voice. Su-Yi tightened the chains, making the cross shake, creaking sounds echoing as if the cross was about to crack. Old Lu felt the weight of the chains, the constriction becoming more and more painful. Then Su-Yi held a long saw, his eyes full of horror and coldness. He declared that he would see how Old Lu was different from other night spirits, stating that he would rot away every bone of his and refine his soul fire for research. Hearing that, Old Lu couldn't help but get angry. He loudly stated that Su-Yi had ruined so many lives, yet the spirit-restoring elixir had no effect, which meant he had failed to create what he desired. He angrily scolded Old Lu, saying that if the spirit-restoring elixir succeeded, all night spirits would turn into humans, and the 1,000-year war between light and darkness would end because of him. He claimed that the night spirits and humans who had died were all contributions to this great ideal, and this sacrifice would not be in vain. Old Lu contemptuously said that killing in the name of righteousness was disgusting. As he spoke, he broke all the chains. His resilience and determination made it impossible for the chains to bind him. He felt the power rising within his body, and that made Sui feel bewildered by this strong resistance. Old Lu lunged and sent Sui flying, telling him to go dream his big dream. The confidence in his voice made Sui realize that his plan was gradually being ruined. Old Lu summoned the Demon King, and upon seeing the Master Servant Spirit, Sui exclaimed in disbelief. Sui realized the reason the elixir had no effect was precisely because Old Lu was a rare night spirit. He had searched for a death spirit for 15 years, and today Old Lu had delivered himself to his doorstep. His eyes lit up with curiosity and ambition. Sui understood that if he could study and possess Old Lu's power, he would achieve what he had always yearned for, which made him unable to suppress a triumphant smile on his face. He said to obediently be his guinea pig. He needed Old Lu's bones and soul to create the greatest spirit-restoring elixir. Sui's voice was filled with cruelty and desire in his eyes. He yelled, "Bone numbness!" to use his power. The sound echoed throughout the space, energy radiating like powerful waves. Old Lu also refused to yield. He summoned the Demon King to attack in response. Old Lu struck with superior power, giving Sui no time to react and forcing him to flee. He plunged into the fight with fierce determination, his blows like raging waves crashing down, making Sui feel endangered. Finally, Old Lu killed Sui, defeating the terrifying enemy after an arduous and dramatic battle. Old Lu had killed Sui, and with his death, all the elixirs were also consumed by him, leaving nothing behind. He looked at the pile of elixirs on the table, thinking that since they were all Sui's elixirs anyway, he casually picked a bottle of a similar color, relabeled it without worrying about anyone recognizing it. Scene shifts to the Cross, Cold Ice Port, where Old Lu successfully brought the elixir back to his master. He looked at his master with eager eyes and asked about the reward for this mission. The master handed Old Lu the reward. At that moment, a notification sounded, announcing that Tramps on Tram Sa had completed the mission, receiving 8,000 experience points in bronze. He held the shield in his hand, greatly surprised by its quality. Although it was only a bronze artifact, its attributes were in no way inferior to a silver artifact. Then he turned back to ask his master if this elixir could truly make spirits grow flesh and blood. When Old Lu turned to ask his master about the elixir's capabilities, his master began to explain that Sui had found the elixir's recipe that year, but lost it. Unexpectedly, he had spent 15 years researching it and finally succeeded. With the addition of a catalyst, not only night spirits, but even death spirits could grow flesh and blood. Old Lu couldn't help but be surprised upon hearing that, feeling as if he had just discovered a huge secret he had never thought of before. The master confirmed that only the catalyst was missing and turned to look at Old Lu. His gaze made him afraid, feeling as if he was pressured by an invisible force weighing down on his mind. He couldn't avoid worrying about what his master would ask for in the future. The master said the catalyst was not something he could absorb and told him to go level up quickly. Old Lu immediately nodded in agreement to obey. His heart was filled with determination, not just for power, but also to prove himself to his master and the challenges awaiting him. Scene shifts to the Icity Market. Manhua turned to ask Ivy if they really had to participate in the fight for the first heroic token. Her voice was filled with worry and apprehension. Manhua continued, saying that finding people was already difficult with their current strength, so competing for the heroic token was too hard. There would be more heroic tokens later, so there was no need to fight to the death for the first one. Ivy listened seriously and replied that there is always fortune in danger. The first heroic token not only provides 50% of any 2 attributes to guild members, but also announces the official establishment of the first guild in the Sea Nation region. Her eyes were full of determination, excitement spreading through her words. Ivy continued that the first title would be famous nationwide, and the strong attribute buffs would attract many players to join Ko Kimong Honorable. This was their hope to revive Ko Kimong Han. Manhua said that on the leaderboard, most top players had been recruited by Kwang Long and Doc Ba to compete for the first heroic token. Where would they find suitable people? Ivy replied, not necessarily. What about the person I mentioned earlier, Trick Kitch Tram Sa? Min Noyet thought Trick Kitch Tram Sa was very strong. Both his actions and character were very trustworthy. She had invited him to join the guild, but unfortunately, he had refused. Ivy emphasized that among the top 10, only Trick Kitch Tram Sa was not in a guild. If they could recruit him, it would become a great strength for them. She felt that attracting him to join was necessary and decided to try again. Min Noyet felt more at ease with Ivy and decided to introduce Trick Kitch Tram Sa to her. She believed that meeting him would bring many good opportunities for both sides. Ivy reassured Min Noyet that she was still aware of the situation. After all, Ko Kimong Han still has everyone here. Her words served as encouragement, helping Min Noyet feel more at ease. Suddenly, an announcement echoed through the space. Bronze Shield, the highest bidder will get it, which caught both their attention. Min Noyet pulled Ivy towards the sound of the auction. Ivy emphasized that right now, the important thing was for them to upgrade their equipment and enhance their strength to its best state. Min Noyet nodded in agreement and said that Ivy's Blackstone shield had long since failed to keep up with her level, and it seemed someone was selling a bronze shield over there. They needed to quickly go check it out to find an opportunity to upgrade their strength. A sense of excitement was filling both of them. Arriving there, they saw the bronze shield sparkling in the light. The seller stood next to the shield with a confident expression, announcing that this was genuine merchandise of excellent quality and could provide significant support in battle. Min Noyet was surprised to realize the seller was none other than Cheek Kitch Tram Exe. He also seemed surprised because it had been a long time since he last saw her, while Ivy just stared blankly at the two, not understanding what was happening. Min Noyet curiously asked why he was wearing a mask. He said it was because he had too many enemies, so he wore it as a precaution, and also to sell items to earn some money. He didn't forget to tell Ivy to feel free to look at the items too. Ivy shyly asked how much the shield cost. Cheek Kitch Tram Exe praised her discerning eye, saying it was the best shield, sold for 50 gold. Ivy was surprised because this bronze shield had attributes comparable to a silver shield, and even 80 gold was hard to buy on the market. So why was he selling it for only 50 gold? He humorously replied that it was because she was brought by Min Noyet, and he considered it making friends. Min Noyet smiled happily and thanked Cheek Kitch Tram Exe. Meanwhile, Ivy slammed the shield onto the table, startling Cheek Kitch Tram Exe. She introduced herself as the guild leader of Ko Kimong Han and proposed that he join Ko Kimong Han. Luke Tran was stunned upon hearing this. He wanted to, but not now. Thinking it over, he shook his head and refused, citing his own plans. However, Ivy didn't give up and continued to persuade him, saying that Ko Kimong Han truly needed experts like him to join. He could make any demands, and she could fulfill them. Luke Tran frowned, looked at her, and coldly said that this time she was recruiting him just to compete for the first heroic command, but they couldn't even find a level 60 boss, so they shouldn't even talk about it. With that, he lifted his foot to leave, but Ivy continued, saying she had something. Then she took out a golden compass from her person and gave it to him. He glanced at it for a moment, but in the end, he shook his head and said no. Then he advised her, saying, "A compass is just the most basic thing. Ko Kimong Han's strength is too weak. Participating in the competition for the first heroic command will only lead to destruction. As a rational guild leader, she would know how to make a decision," he said, then resolutely left. Ivy watched his retreating figure, stubbornly shouting that she wouldn't give up. After walking a distance, Luke Tran secretly looked at them and murmured, "Ivy, it's best to preserve everyone's strength." He would bring the first heroic command back to Ko Kimong Han. After parting ways with Ivy and Min Noyet, Luke Tran went elsewhere to look for quests. But the place he arrived at had no NPC quests, only monster grinding, which was too slow for leveling up. And at this moment, his undead Python King had also been resurrected, but it was no longer very useful. He needed to replace it with something stronger. Just then, a cry for help suddenly echoed from behind, making Luke Tran turn around in surprise. he saw a red-haired girl running from afar, with several high-level monsters chasing after her. This girl was Han Noyat Hong, a level 44 archer. Han Noyat Hong ran straight towards Luke Tran, continuously calling for help. Luke Tran activated his Crimson Blade to attack the two monsters behind her. What surprised him was that they died with a single strike. They only had a little health left. He suspiciously asked her, "You only needed to use a skill one more time to kill the monsters, so why did you run?" But Han Noyat Hong hugged him, saying it was because she was scared, and if it weren't for the quest, she wouldn't have fought them. Luke Tran frowned, looking at her. She quickly said she would share the quest with him. He hesitated for a moment, then agreed, but she could only take one piece of equipment dropped by the boss. The rest would be his, and she had to get off him immediately. Han Noyat Hong heard that and immediately distanced herself from him, her eyes sparkling as she said she would obey him completely. Actually, his goal was to level up. This quest would grant him one level, which was more efficient than mindlessly farming. Immediately after, the two set off to complete the quest. Every monster that appeared to block their way was swiftly defeated by Luke Tran. Along the way, Han Noyat Hong watched with a hint of admiration. He cut down monsters like they were nothing. So skilled. Luke Tran frowned, looking at her. Again, this woman was a bit troublesome. He coldly said they were already deep inside Ghost Mountain Valley. The boss could appear at any moment. As a level 44 archer, she should also contribute a little. But she feigned a cutesy demeanor, saying she was scared and only felt safe by his side. Luke Tran sighed helplessly. Where did this coquettish woman come from? But there was no other way. He still had to continue further inside. The deeper they went, the more mist appeared before them. Luke Tran cautiously looked around. "It's here." Han Noyat Hong trembled in fear, asking him what was coming, saying it scared her so much, and he absolutely had to protect her. As the mist gradually dissipated, a figure carrying a blood-red blade also appeared. It was the level 50 Ghost General, and upon appearing, it immediately attacked Luke Tran and her. The Ghost General's speed was too fast, startling Luke Tran a bit, and he quickly pushed Han Noyat Hong aside. It seemed almost instantly. The Ghost General's blade slashed down where the two had just been standing. Luke Tran slightly turned, taking advantage of the Ghost General's unguarded moment to slash its back. But it didn't back down, immediately turning to counterattack. One strike from its blade caused him to lose a large amount of health. Luke Tran created some distance from the Ghost General and fell into contemplation. At the same time, Han Noyat Hong, who was merely observing the battle from the side, was displeased by this scene. She was almost instantly eliminated by the boss. Yet young Master Long had told her to recruit him. She immediately drew her bow and arrow, preparing to deal with the boss. But at this moment, a terrifying change occurred. Luke Tran suddenly increased his speed, activating the churning blade to slash at the Ghost General. The speed was too fast. The boss couldn't keep up and lost a certain amount of health. At this moment, the Ghost General's body suddenly changed. It was activating its General's 100 battle skill, increasing lifesteal by 1%, attack power by 1%, and attack speed by 2%. Luke Tran showed no panic upon seeing this. Even 200% attack speed couldn't make it faster than him. He was getting bogged down. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged into attack once more. The deafening clang of metal immediately echoed. Both wanted to swiftly finish off the other. At this moment, Luke Tran's eyes were filled with battle intent. The two moved like flashes of lightning, appearing and disappearing in midair, making Han Noyat Hong's eyes glaze over from the side. This speed is too fast. What's going on? She was, after all, the 4th-ranked archer in Fu Bang City, yet she couldn't keep up with the target speed. Even though she had activated Eagle Eye, she only saw blurry afterimages. With this speed, she somewhat suspected Luke Tran was a member of the Hall of Fame. Luke Tran, at this moment, was completely unaware of her speculation, still focused on fighting the boss. The Ghost General once again activated its skill, then charged forward to attack. Luke Tran quickly summoned the Ghost God armor for defense. However, the boss's blade still pierced through the armor. He quickly activated Mercy, and it actually managed to block it. He laughed triumphantly. Mercy not only blocked attacks from small monsters, but also from bosses. Immediately after, he knocked away the boss's blade, then used Churning Blade to attack it. This move dealt nearly 3,000 critical damage to the boss. And just like that, he finished it off. Han Noyet Hong was completely overwhelmed with shock at this moment. He alone defeated a level 50 boss. It was truly too incredible. Luke Tran subtly withdrew his hand, glancing at Han Noyet Hong behind him, mocking her for not lifting a finger. Afraid he'd notice, she immediately changed her attitude, returning to her coy manner, saying he was too good and didn't let her do anything. At the same time, in another location, Long Han Tien Ha and Lam Dat Han were observing Luke Tran. Lam Dat Han was a bit annoyed, scolding him for calling her just to watch this. He chuckled softly, starting to sow discord, saying that Luke Tran wasn't trustworthy, and he wanted to show her Luke Tran's true colors. But unfortunately, she knew his true colors much better than him. She let out a cold snort. This clumsy attempt at sowing discord was truly ridiculous. Long Han Tien Ha didn't give up, proposing that he and she form the country's largest guild. Lam Dat Han glanced at him, coldly telling him to stop babbling. Whether it was him, Dak Ba, or the Truck Long Guild in other areas, her Tuet Non Sam would gradually defeat them all in the future. Saying that, she immediately lifted her foot to leave. But after only a few steps, someone coldly told her that sometimes too much self-confidence only harmed oneself, and dragged Tuet Non Sam into the abyss. Lam Dat Han fundamentally ignored his words, not even turning her head, telling him to keep those words for himself. Lam Dat Han hurriedly left the place, but she was incredibly annoyed inside. Luke Tran actually dared to hug someone else, making her furious. Luke Tran, who was about to collect items, suddenly sneezed, wondering who was cursing him now. Han Noyet Hong, seeing this, immediately asked if he had caught a cold. Luke Tran was too lazy to respond to her, telling her to stop acting. The quest and loot had been divided, so she should just say what she wanted. She continued to act anyway. She looked utterly wronged, saying she was only worried about him. So why was he yelling at her? Luke Tran let out a cold snort, exposing her fake demeanor, holding a silver-grade bow in his hand. She was also a female archer who had defeated a level 48 boss, yet she was chased by 2 small monsters. Moreover, he was a skeleton, yet as soon as he saw her, he rushed into her arms. Clearly, she had an ulterior motive. Han Noyet Hong, the #1 female archer of the Kwang Long Guild. Upon hearing this, Han Noyet Hong pretended to be startled, asking if he had seen through her from the start. She just wanted to invite him to join the Kwang Long Guild. Luke Tran heard her tone, and his body couldn't help but tremble as he told her to stop. Han Noyet Hong didn't give up and continued to persuade him, saying he saw for himself that independent players couldn't find good quests, but they in Kwang Long easily could. With his strength, everything in Kwang Long would be at his disposal. Even she herself, she added, then put on a disgusting seductive pose. Luke Tran was utterly annoyed by the sight of her, bluntly placing his sword to her neck, warning her to stay away from him. He had no interest in joining the Kwang Long Guild. Now, did she want to leave or die here? Han Noyet Hong was scared by his actions and retreated, calling him an unfeeling blockhead. After scolding him, she immediately ran off, afraid he might actually attack, as she was no match for him. Only after she left did Luke Tran breathe a sigh of relief. That nuisance was finally gone. He wanted to see if he could summon this boss. Thinking that, he placed his hand on the Ghost General's chest, and a faint purple energy appeared accordingly. Before long, the dark purple figure of the Ghost General appeared. He had truly succeeded in summoning a new undead, transforming it into the Ghost General. Luke Tran was very satisfied with it. What he noticed was that with his current strength, he could only possess 1 undead, but when a new undead was summoned, the lower-level undead would automatically disappear. When he becomes Ashura, everything will be at his feet. However, just as he was excited, everything in front of him suddenly went dark, making him confused. It was Thap Tam who took away his device. Her mouth incessantly grumbled that he was crazy, playing games without eating or sleeping. Even though she knew he was trying hard, it shouldn't be this extreme. Don't you want to live anymore? Luke Tran heard this and raised his hands in surrender, saying he was wrong. But because the hero's command situation was too urgent, he rushed. Thap Tam helplessly said it not only concerned them, but also Fu Bang City and Country Z. All were involved, and rushing wouldn't solve anything. Luke Tran sighed softly. It was precisely because it concerned all of Country Z that he was worried. Each region had an initial hero's command, but only the first guild in the region to obtain the hero's command could receive Country Z's title. He didn't want it to fall into someone else's hands. Thap Tam patted his shoulder to comfort him, saying who wouldn't want that. In other regions, 2 or 3 members of the Hall of Fame were leading masters to fight bosses above level 20. Every 2 hours, the spoils of war were piling up, but the hero's command still hadn't appeared. Luke Tran also knew this. That was the most annoying thing. Only bosses level 60 or above could drop the hero's command. But they didn't know where the bosses would appear, nor which ones could drop the hero's command. Thap Tam bit his lip fiercely, then added that not only did they have to contend for bosses in the current region, but they also had to be faster than other regions. Effort is necessary, but luck is still important. These damn game designers. Luke Tran frowned thoughtfully. Luck? Would he have it? While he was still thinking, Thap Tam had already pushed his chair back to his room, telling him to go to sleep quickly. He had to preserve his life first. Luke Tran nodded and said he knew. After pushing him into his room, Thap Tam went out and closed the door. After that, Thap Tam went to check Gong Sun Gu's room, and sure enough, he could still hear him playing games. Thap Tam was so angry he gnashed his teeth, cursing that this whole bunch was crazy. Without him, this house would be in chaos. On the other side, in the living room of Tu Noyet Lao, Dak Ba Dao and Fong Han Tien Ha had arranged to meet. Dak Ba Dao chuckled, saying he was lucky to arrive early and catch a good show. Fong Han Tien Ha opened a bottle of wine, then started cursing Luke Tran, saying he was like a rock in a latrine, both smelly and hard. Not even Han Noyet Hong could deal with him. Dak Ba Dao calmly stated that he wouldn't be tempted by benefits or seduction. The sweet trap he used on Lam Dat Han and him were both useless. Fong Han Tien Ha snorted coldly. If he couldn't be used, then he was an obstacle. Therefore, he wanted to cooperate with Dak Ba Dao. But Dak Ba Dao wasn't very interested in touching those 2 rocks. Fong Han Tien Ha chuckled and shook his head. He meant they should work together to get the first hero's command. Hearing this, Dak Ba Dao was slightly swayed. He asked how they would cooperate. Fong Han Tien Ha took a sip of wine, smiling casually, saying that although Dak Ba was the strongest guild in Fu Bang City, compared to other top guilds with Hall of Fame masters, it was still a bit weaker. Dak Ba couldn't possibly clear bosses as quickly and frequently as them. For example, if Fu Bang City had 4 bosses appear, Dak Ba could at most take down 2. Kwang Long 1. But if the last boss dropped the hero's command, they'd be exposed. Dak Ba Dao pondered his words, then frowned and asked if he meant combining their reserve forces to contend for the 4th boss. Fong Han Tien Ha nodded in satisfaction. He wanted each side to withdraw 1/3 of their forces to focus on seizing the remaining boss. If the 2 of them held all the bosses in their hands, the chances of getting the first hero's command would increase significantly. Dak Ba Dao frowned, hesitating for a moment, then finally agreed. But who the ultimate hero's command would belong to would depend on each person's skill. Fong Han Tien Ha chuckled, saying he was very straightforward, but in the end, both still clinked glasses, symbolizing a pleasant cooperation. At Fu Bang City Square, 3 members of the Blood Legion were present. Gong Sun Gu gave Thap Tam a large bag, containing all the gems and equipment he had. Luke Tran also gave him 500 portions of level 5 food, saying if he met Ko Kim Ong Han, remember to sell it at half price. Thap Tam took it but was very displeased. If Ko Kim Ong Han bought everything at half price, wouldn't they have to eat dirt? Luke Tran chuckled dryly, saying Ko Kim Ong Han only had 24 people. How could they swallow it all? 50 portions were more than enough. Thap Tam sighed helplessly. That was days ago. Han Ne used the Cursed Compass to cooperate with several small guilds, forming the Ko Kim Alliance. With members now up to 200, 500 portions might not even be enough. Luke Tran was startled to hear this. Was this true? Thap Tam nodded affirmatively. This morning, when Thap Tam came online, they were hunting a level 60 boss. Perhaps they needed more food now. Luke Tran grew more frightened. Hunting a level 60 boss? Thap Tam looked at him helplessly, saying that this morning, the news of Emperor Ko Kimong Han's return had dominated the news feed for 30 minutes, and offered to find it for him on the forum. Thap Tam immediately opened his device to search for news for him, but at this moment, another group suddenly cried out in panic, drawing his attention. Not long after, Thap Tam found it, but with a bad expression. He told him to come and see. Luke Tran suspiciously asked if he found it so quickly, telling him to let him see. But the news he saw was news. He didn't want to know. The headline was extremely jarring. It seemed the former king was rising, but Dak Ba and Quang Long reaped the sweet rewards instead. Luke Tran saw the members of Ko Kimong Han being defeated by them, and his expression immediately turned grim. He gritted his teeth, muttering the names Dak Ba and Quang Long, which made Thap Tam and Song Tun Kok beside him a bit flustered. At this moment, Luke Tran suddenly wanted to run somewhere. Thap Tam hurriedly asked him where he wanted to go. He, full of murderous intent, said he wanted to slaughter them. But not long after, he changed his mind. He wanted to go find Mong Hoi. Thap Tam heard this and immediately stopped him, telling him to calm down, asking what he planned to use to go there. As someone he had only met a few times, like Kitch Tram Xe, or as Luke Tran whom they hadn't seen in a long time, Song Tun Kok, who was beside him, also nodded in agreement, saying they should plan carefully first. Luke Tran's rage had reached its peak. He couldn't calm down. But at this moment, someone poked a hornet's nest. The people nearby mocked Ko Kimong Hoi, saying she thought she was so great, but was easily defeated by Quang Long and Dak Ba, fearing it would be hard for her to recover. What a pity for the beautiful guild leader. These words reaching Luke Tran's ears made him explode. He immediately went over and grabbed the speaker's neck, demanding how he spoke about Ko Kimong Hoi, asking him to repeat it. They wouldn't shed tears until they saw the coffin, repeating again what happened to Ko Kimong Hoi, and asking what their words had to do with him. Luke Tran was so emotional he wanted to hit them, but luckily Thap Tam ran over and hugged him, telling him not to be angry, to think of a solution first, and the two guys took the opportunity to run away. At this moment, Song Tun Kok suddenly called him back, saying Dak Ba was live-streaming a boss fight. Too arrogant. Wasn't he afraid of being robbed? Luke Tran was startled and ran to look at the news. Then he gritted his teeth and cursed, saying they weren't afraid because they had anticipated that no one would dare to come. But he dared. These guys were definitely done for with him today. Song Tun Kok knew his intention and patted his shoulder, saying he would go along. Luke Tran heard this and was grateful. Truly a good brother. Luke Tran said he would steal the boss right during Dak Ba's live stream and asked Thap Tam to post it on the forum. He wanted everyone to know that the Huyet Sak mercenary group dared to rob Dak Ba. Thap Tam agreed without hesitation. Just leave it to him. At Masi Yufa Lu, Luke Tran and Quikok too had arrived, along with Luke Tran's ghost general. Luke Tran assessed the situation for a bit, then suggested that he use his burrowing skill to sneak in first. When the boss's HP was 1/7, Song Tun Kok should rush in to draw the boss's aggro. Song Tun Kok nodded slightly in agreement. Luke Tran squinted his eyes at Dak Ba Chen, then who was fighting the boss. This was the scoundrel who stole the boss, and then insulted Ko Kimong Han. Very good. At this moment, Dak Ba Chen then was extremely pleased, laughing loudly. The boss had been bound by his demon sealing chain skill, telling everyone to rush forward. Immediately, a group of Dak Ba's people rushed towards the boss, wanting to defeat it. Unfortunately, life is not like a dream. A scene that terrified them occurred. Luke Tran appeared from behind and ambushed Dak Ba Chen then. He wanted to take this scoundrel's life. His single sword strike took a large amount of Dak Ba Chen then's health, and his attack speed was extremely fast. He couldn't keep up, continuously being hit. Luke Tran's eyes were filled with hatred. Enough with the mosquito-like attacks. He should deliver a fatal blow. Immediately after, he activated Chunan, and without hesitation, severed Dak Ba Chen then's head. Having dealt with one person, Luke Tran looked towards Dak Ba Dao who was behind. He also recognized him. Luke Tran coldly declared that Ba's boss now belonged to their Huyet Sak mercenary group. Ba Kai then angrily looked at him, saying he ambushed them and was still acting arrogant. Ba Dao stopped Ba Kai then from acting, looked towards Luke Tran, feigning calmness, and said that so many others had set an example, yet he still dared to come here alone. He admired his courage. Unfortunately, he shouldn't have come here. Wouldn't it be better to just remain a mercenary? Luke Tran coldly snorted, mocking them, saying it's fine when they rob others, but uncomfortable when they get robbed? Ba's men were currently trying to pull the chains, taught to bind the boss tightly. Meanwhile, Luke Tran had already attacked Ba Dao, who used his saber to parry. He panicked and asked who was behind him this time, telling him to show his face. Luke Tran merely snorted coldly, saying that punishing evildoers didn't require anyone's command. Then he immediately called Kui Kok Tu to enter. No sooner had he finished speaking, not only Tsong Tun Kok, but also the Ghost General appeared, beginning to attack the level 60 boss. Ba's men were terrified at this sight. Kui Kok Tu even had a level 50 summoned creature. How could this summoned creature be even stronger than a player? Ba Dao also noticed the situation over there. Luke Tran took advantage of his distraction and immediately struck down. Ba Dao realized this, but it was too late. He had taken a sword strike from Luke Tran. Ba Kai then frantically called out to him. But Luke Tran had already activated Chu Nan, finishing him off with one blow. Luke Tran stood there coldly, calmly saying that some things shouldn't be taken too far, and if there was blame, it was on him for touching someone he shouldn't have. Outside, Min Noyet's group was also observing the match. Min Noyet happily said she knew he could do it. Lam Dat-han was currently running towards him. She wanted to help. Others watching the match were also very interested in Luke Tran. Finally, someone taught Ba Dao a lesson. But 3 of the 4 top experts of Ba Chien Kai Fap Tien were still left, hoping he could do it. But it wasn't long before shouts rang out again. He had already taken down 3 of them in a row. What kind of experts are they? After that, he took down 2 more, making short work of Ba's minions like that. His summoned creature had cleared them all out. Inside the game, Luke Tran had already defeated the last one. Ba's group had been completely eliminated by their team. Now only the boss was left. Luke Tran frowned, looking at the giant boss for a moment, then signaled for the 2 people behind him to charge together. But at this moment, the Crystal Knight's eyes suddenly turned red. The light around it also changed. It had entered enraged state. Defense reduced by 25%, but attack increased by 50%. The 3 of them, Luke Tran included, recoiled in surprise, maintaining distance from it. Luke Tran asked in alarm why a level 65 boss in enraged state was so terrifying. The Crystal Knight then charged forward to attack the 3 of them. Luke Tran quickly told everyone to get out of the way. The Crystal Knight fiercely swung its blade down, with lightning bolts on the blade. The 3 of them, Luke Tran included, watched in wide-eyed horror. At this moment, the Ghost General suddenly blocked in front of Luke Tran and the other 2. To their surprise, the Ghost General suddenly drew its blade to parry the Crystal Knight's attack. The lightning bolts struck by the Crystal Knight dealt considerable damage, but the Ghost General gritted its teeth and endured until the lightning on the Crystal Knight's blade gradually weakened. The Ghost General launched its attack, immediately striking the remaining lightning bolts. Tsong Tun Kok couldn't help but exclaim in shock at this sight. Luke Tran's summoned creature was too strong. It alone withstood the boss's extremely powerful blow. Luke Tran frowned, looking at the Ghost General for a moment, then said in a low voice that the Ghost General's true strength was only now beginning to show, and immediately ordered the Ghost General to charge. As soon as he finished speaking, the Ghost General activated General's 100 battles. Its attack speed doubled. The Ghost General rushed forward like lightning, aggressively attacking the Crystal Knight. The Ghost General's sword ceaselessly slashed down. The Knight couldn't dodge at all. The speed was too fast. Only afterimages of the Ghost General could be seen. The Knight suffered a lot of damage and had to retreat, trying to avoid the Ghost General's attacks without counterattacking. However, the Ghost General didn't give it that chance, continuing to swing its sword, and its health dropped significantly again. Luke Tran and the other 2 behind also took advantage of this opportunity to attack. leaving the Crystal Knight no way to retreat. Outside, those observing the battle couldn't help but exclaim. Doc Baqian's face turned grim upon seeing this. This spirit swordsman was truly dominant. A single summoned creature was enough to defeat the boss. But Doc Bakai then didn't think so. Even if the summoned creature sacrificed 99% of its health for attack power, there was no room for even a single mistake. That's right, the Ghost General was not allowed to make any mistakes in this battle, but nothing is perfect. The Crystal Knight had now begun to counterattack. One slash of its blade instantly killed the Demon General. The Crystal Knight retrieved its blade, squinting its eyes at Lu Chun and the other person. From a distance, Gong Sun Gu used his piercing blazing fire to attack. Although it dealt damage, it wasn't significant. His next attack was parried by it. At the same time, Lu Chen used the Amnesty skill to charge forward. Although he missed, it was convenient for him to use his next attack. Lu Chen used Critical Zhou Run as a critical blow. Even Gong Sun Gu was no exception to its power. He unleashed his strongest move, Ghost God Slash. Two powerful skill energies instantly appeared, slicing across the Crystal Knight's body, directly sending it to its demise. Thanks to this, Lu Chen successfully leveled up to 50, and Ghost Valley Master leveled up to 48. After defeating the Crystal Knight, items began to drop, but this place was already showing signs of collapse. Lu Chen quickly urged Gong Sun Gu to pick up the items and leave, or they wouldn't have time to teleport. The two began picking up items. This time there was a teleportation that could take them anywhere in the floating ice area. But what Lu Chen felt was the best was the lucky compass. It was truly a godsend. After picking up the items, Lu Chen immediately activated the teleportation to leave. Gong Sun Gu was also very happy. They made a huge profit on this trip, but they didn't notice someone behind them preparing to ambush them. It was Du Ba Dao. He wanted that lucky compass. Lu Chen turned his head to look at him, smiling smugly, his tone full of mockery. His boss was really awesome. Du Ba Dao still thought he was about to take down Lu Chen, but he swung into thin air. Lu Chen and his companion had vanished in an instant. Lin Xin, watching this scene from outside, couldn't help but chuckle softly. Before leaving, he even poked Du Ba Dao in the side. He's such a joker. Ming Yu was also very happy. She succeeded. Ivy next to her nodded slightly. So the players in this floating ice area finally got their revenge. What she said was true. The crowd watching the match was now cheering with joy. Du Ba Dao finally stumbled. Lu Chen and his companion had completely overturned the floating ice area. Du Ba and Quang Long, on the other hand, were extremely unhappy. If Lu Chen really obtained the hero token, the Blood Pact mercenary group would become the #1 force in the floating ice area. Du Ba and Quang Long wouldn't stand for it, but Lu Chen was too unconventional, impossible to predict by normal means. Floating Ice City. After Lu Chen's group stole the boss, the Blood Pact mercenary group became incredibly famous, with orders stacking up all the way to Paris. This made 13 extremely happy. Moreover, the forums were now filled with news about them. Gong Sun Gu excitedly whispered to 13, saying, "This fight was so satisfying." 13 nodded slightly. He had watched the live stream and their performance wasn't bad. Then 13 looked at Lu Chen and smiled, saying, "They're one step closer to the hero token. Aren't you happy?" Lu Chen nodded slightly. Of course he was happy. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time, obtaining the hero token and restoring the reputation of Ancient Sword Dream Soul. However, at this moment, the system suddenly updated. 13 frowned upon seeing it, thinking, "This is trying to push Ancient Sword Dream Soul to a dead end." The new update stated that a guild must have over 100 members to use the hero token, but Ancient Sword Dream Soul and the Blood Pact mercenary group only had 15 members. However, once he obtained the hero token, having 100 members would be too easy. He had waited too long for it to return to the #1 spot. Just then, fireworks suddenly exploded behind the three of them, startling them into looking back. It was Lin Xin, here to congratulate them on stealing Du Ba's boss and obtaining the special item, the Lucky Compass. Du Ba and Quang Long must be furious, ready to explode. Lu Chen pouted when he saw her arrive, saying, "You got here fast. Lin Exine pouted and said she wanted to come and support him, but he was too fast and had already teleported away, making her efforts wasted. Seeing the two talking, Gong Sun-gu immediately asked if they should be there. 13 chuckled mysteriously, saying that the two of them were discussing important matters. As members of the Blood Pact mercenary group, they naturally had to be present. Lin Exine then got to the point, asking, "Did you see the world announcement just now?" Lu Chen only nodded without speaking. Lin Exine winked and suggested he concede the hero token to her. She would pay him 1,000 gold. Lu Chen refused without thinking. He couldn't concede. They'd stick to the old way. Whoever defeated the boss got the hero token. Lin Exine frowned at him, her expression a little serious. Now, even if the Blood Pact group got the hero token, it would be useless. While he was scrambling to recruit people, guilds in other areas had already been established. Lu Chen only chuckled upon hearing this, saying nothing. Lin Exine watched him for a long time, finally sighing helplessly. "Let's stick to the old way then." But in her heart, she was wondering, was the guild he intended to establish really the Blood Pact mercenary group? At this moment, the World Forum issued another announcement. 13 couldn't help but frown, suspiciously asking, "Why are there so many announcements today? It seems a lot of big events are happening." This announcement was that Zhu Yingwan had also received the Lucky Compass. Upon seeing it, everyone was immediately surprised. Lu Chen slightly frowned. Is he the opponent this time? Lin Exine frowned as she looked at him. After some hesitation, he agreed to 1,000 gold, but on the condition that Snow Silver Fur must act twice for free. Lin Exine, as if afraid he would change his mind, immediately agreed. She went to inform all members of Snow Silver Fur to gather immediately. Lu Chen gently shook his head, saying there's no more time. Whoever can make it within 3 minutes, makes it. He'll pay for the teleportation fee. At this moment, Lu Chen was filled with fighting spirit. Zhu Yingwan, he wanted to see who would have the last laugh this time. A moment later, with 1 minute left, he suggested everyone prepare. When the time came, they would teleport immediately. 13 immediately prepared revival props and special equipment from the inventory. Lin Exine was also fully prepared. Lu Chen told them to prepare as many supplies as possible. As long as they secured the first hero token, it would be worth it, even if they spent all their assets. At this time, members of Snow Silver Fur had also teleported to the location. There were 5 people led by Clearwater Fragrance. Clearwater Fragrance intimately held Lin Exine's hand and laughed, saying that her summons were too sudden, and many people couldn't make it in time. Lin Exine helplessly said there was no other way. Zhu Long might catch up with their actions, and if they waited any longer, it would be too late. Clearwater Fragrance thought for a moment before speaking. There was still time. She had just moved to the Crimson Flame area, and currently, the Zhulong Guild was being held back by Jingqing Luotian, with both sides engaged in battle. Upon hearing this, Lin Exine suggested to Lu Chen that they could take their time, but Lu Chen still shook his head, saying no. Jingqing Luotian couldn't stop Zhu Yingwan. If Zhu Yingwan was stopped, they would be too. So there was no more waiting. They had to go now. In the Great Grassland, at the entrance to the underground cave, Lu Chen brought a teleportation scroll and led everyone to this place. But there was nothing in front of them, which made them a bit suspicious. However, Lu Chen had a compass to guide them. He immediately took it out and looked, and it pointed to the path not far ahead. Lu Chen was very confident, saying there was no mistake. It was here. He told everyone to get ready. The entrance was about to open. With that, he pressed the needle on the compass with his hand. In an instant, a dazzling blue light emitted in front of everyone. Lu Chen excitedly laughed, saying, "Let's defeat the level 70 boss together." Lu Chen's group entered the door opened by the compass. It was quite dark inside, which made them a bit flustered. Lu Chen told them to maintain formation and be aware of their surroundings. But at this moment, the torches in the tunnel suddenly lit up, and 13 asked in surprise, "Is this their way of welcoming us?" With the torchlight guiding them, Lu Chen's group moved much faster, but this level 70 boss dungeon was a bit desolate. A moment later, they finally arrived at the Underworld Devil Palace. On the chair in the main hall, A boss was sitting there. Lu Chen warned everyone that it was a warrior type and to follow Plan A. The boss remained motionless. This was the level 70 Earthblood War King, with a staggering 40,000 HP. Even the toughest person among them only had over 1,000 HP. The group was too scared to speak. Lu Chen's group cautiously waited for the boss to act. A second later, the boss suddenly stood up from the chair. Guguzi blocked in front of Gong Sun Gu. The Earthblood War King fiercely swung its sword towards them, moving so fast that he couldn't keep up. Lin Exian quickly used her shield skill to help Gong Sun Gu defend, and he also used Ghost Armor Hegemony for protection. However, a single strike from the Earthblood War King shattered everything. Lu Chen couldn't help but be horrified. Just a regular attack had defeated Gong Sun Gu, who had used defensive skills and was so muscular. It was too powerful. He immediately told Gong Sun Gu to revive, after which he also used a revival orb, usable within 10 seconds. Gong Sun Gu quickly used it. He had sold half his fortune to get these 6 orbs, so they had to be used carefully. Gong Sun Gu roared fiercely, and his HP quickly returned. However, at this moment, the Earthblood War King's sword struck. Lu Chen quickly warned him to be careful. Gong Sun Gu was a bit startled and quickly dodged. The boss's sword didn't hesitate and struck down, shattering the ground. Gong Sun Gu quickly climbed out of the rubble, sighing in relief. He almost died. At this moment, the members of Snow Silver Fur continuously attacked. Arrows, magic, and sword energy constantly shot through the air. But to the boss, it was just like an itch. The damage dealt was negligible. Lin Exian and Lu Chen felt it was not good, so both activated their Flowing Light Slash and Crimson Edge skills. As expected of top players, their damage output was much higher than the others, especially Lu Chen. He was also a bit suspicious of the damage he dealt. This was probably the power of a gold-grade weapon. His damage had doubled. He nodded in satisfaction. It's too excellent. Immediately after, the members of Snow Silver Fur began a full assault on the great boss. A series of skills were activated. With a bang, an explosion erupted in the underground area, and flames flared everywhere. However, the great boss was completely unharmed. The moment the flames flared, the great boss had already used its shield to defend itself. Seeing this, Lin Exian anxiously said, "They have to seize every second, yet they've encountered a stumbling block." Lu Chen told her not to get agitated, then called out to 13. 13 let out a loud shout, telling everyone to get out of the way. Then he slammed down Thor's siege hammer. A sudden crash echoed, and the great boss's shield shattered. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Chen, Lin Exian, and Gong Sun Gu rushed forward together. The 3 simultaneously unleashed their skills, and shockwaves from their abilities continuously surged towards the great boss. But at this moment, an unexpected change suddenly occurred. The Snow Silver group quickly attacked it. Unfortunately, it was too late. The great boss had unleashed its blazing form, and brilliant flames blazed everywhere. Seeing this, Qing Shui Xiang immediately told everyone to be careful and retreat. Lu Chen frowned slightly. This flame was too powerful. Even magic attacks were incinerated. But that wasn't all. The great boss used another skill, flicking its hand, and flames began to dance in the air. In an instant, it transformed into a phantom of a fire dragon. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen cried out in alarm. "It wants to wipe all of us out with one strike." The giant fire dragon roared, its red eyes blazing like fire, and flames spewed from its mouth, forming a massive wall of fire that enveloped everything around it. Zhang Ganchen Sha held his sword aloft, his gaze fixed on the fire dragon, and shouted a decisive command. "Melee fighters forward, ranged attackers retreat." The flames blazed even more fiercely and rushed towards the 3 of them. All 3 quickly turned and fled. As the group ran, they heard 13 cry out, "Io!" They looked back to see 13 lying flattened on the ground, his whole body surrounded by flames. Zhang Gan immediately reminded Geguzi and Feng Se Huan Xiang. "Everyone, quickly use health potions to recover." Unexpectedly, the Blood Earth War King appeared from behind, wielding a blazing red sword and slashing toward John Gon. Gue Guzi, realizing the danger, shouted, "Boss, watch out." The red sword was about to strike John Gon's head when Feng Se Huanxiang rushed in to defend him. Purple and red lights clashed, creating a powerful explosion. This explosion generated a strong wave that sent everyone flying. 13, unable to bear the pain, cried out, "Mom, just one touch created such a strong wave." The Blood Earth War King's skill was so powerful that all of Zhang Gon's summoned creatures were annihilated. Health was constantly depleting. HP minus 318, HP minus 451, HP minus 211, HP reduced by 175. 13 could only gape in astonishment at the power he witnessed. The boss's fire damage is too broken. 6th Bro's summoned creature, who stole 50, can't take it anymore. At this moment, Zhang Gon pulled out a skill card. While the Ghost General can still tank the boss, let's go. Tramken's card glows with blue light. The boss's flame was given to me, waiting for me to create an opportunity. It's an equipment enhancement skill card. The notification panel displayed, Skill Introduction, Equipment Enhancement. Enhances weapon attributes, increasing attributes by 200% for 8 seconds. Zhang Gon's sword turned blue, and snowflakes appeared. The notification continued to appear. Item Introduction, Ice Spirit Wild Gold Weapon. Enhances user's ice attribute attack by 21%. At this moment, the Blood Earth War King had killed one of Zhang Gon's summoned undead and was advancing towards him. Feng Se Huanxiang was extremely worried. "Senior, be careful." Gue Guzi, standing nearby, shouted loudly, "Bosco." Zhang Gon unleashed the power of the card, his Ice Burst strike dealing 2,145 damage. He decisively used his Ice Soul Ring skill to slash directly at the Blood Earth War King's face. Snowflakes and ice shards flew straight at him. He clutched his face in pain. Surrounded entirely by ice, he could only look up at the sky and let out a tragic scream. A notification appeared. Skill Introduction, General's 100 Battles. Undead Ghost General loses 90% HP, increases lifesteal by 90%, attack power by 90%, and speed by 189%. Seizing this opportunity, an undead rushed forward and slashed him, causing him to lose 11-12 HP. The undead continuously attacked him, leaving him no time to react. But he was no pushover. After a moment of surprise, he immediately retaliated with his sword, killing the undead with a swift strike. Seeing this, Zhang Gon didn't stand idle. He immediately charged straight towards him. Ice Ghost Ring and Blazing Fire Impact. He continuously used 2 non-stop slashes, causing him to lose 611 HP and rendering him unable to resist. A gigantic hailstorm fell directly on the Blood Earth War King. He was thrown far back and collapsed to the ground. The information panel appeared, introducing the Armor Break Erase skill card, which reduces the target's magic resistance by 50%, lasts for 30 seconds, and costs 60 gold coins. The Blood Earth War King was lying prostrate on the rocks, looking weakened, surrounded by multicolored erase circles. The skill card information displayed, introducing the Armor Break Erase skill card, which reduces the target's defense by 50%, lasts for 30 seconds, and costs 60 gold coins. The information panel continued to announce, introducing the Weakening Erase skill card, which reduces all of the target's attributes by 10%, lasts for 30 seconds, and costs 75 gold coins. The Blood Earth War King wasn't dead yet. He woke up, his whole body covered in small yellow spots, his hand propping his sword against the ground. He gnashed his teeth, looking extremely resentful. Thap Tam was holding 3 skill cards. He looked at the cards and frantically yelled, "Only 30 seconds left. Everyone hurry up." Feng Se Huan Tuong, with determined eyes, said, "This old woman isn't holding back anymore." 6-fold Divine Thunder skill card. Then she pulled out a purple skill card, which emitted purple lightning bolts that enveloped her. The information panel appeared, introducing the Thunder God skill card. Each Thunder God card can unleash 3 lightning bolts and costs 80 gold coins. Thus, the skills of the cards began to gather, purple lightning piercing through the green, yellow, and red erase circles, creating extremely powerful lightning bolts. They struck the Blood Earth War King directly, causing him to continuously lose HP. HP minus 852, HP minus 852, HP minus 852, then minus 852, minus 852. Zhang Qian Chenxe was not negligent either. He raised his sword, signaling to everyone. Everyone attack from a distance. Increase your attack. Qing Shui Xiang Xiang received the order and began to unleash her attack. The sorcerer Yushan Yigu immediately provided support. Xing Kong Sun Hai also unleashed her move. She pointed at a book. Ice Spike. Ice Rain began to appear. Director One used Fireball spell, and the fireballs flew towards the enemy. The sorcerer and Wong Vatvier summoned the wind. Violent Bone Wind. A large whirlwind appeared. The Blood Earth War King was continuously attacked, causing him to lose a lot of HP. HP minus 1,756, HP minus 1,418, HP minus 1,113. The assault did not stop. He took hits from all sides. HP minus 871, HP minus 811, HP minus 118, HP minus 138, HP minus 518. After the attack, the boss's HP was only 16,501. Everyone was extremely surprised to see it, and Zhang Qian Chenxe immediately exclaimed, "The last assault worked. Just one more time, and we can kill the boss." The Blood Earth War King could no longer stand steadily. He sweated, gnashing his teeth, and used his sword to brace himself. However, this guy's power was not to be underestimated. He immediately raised his sword, and a red light from his sword brightened again. He plunged the sword into the ground, creating sparks. Zhang Qian Chenxe immediately became cautious. "Everyone be careful." His eyes turned yellow. Hagen Banabloom. Then Zhang Qian's group was surrounded on all sides by red circles, and they quickly defended themselves. From beneath Zhang Qian and Feng Se Huan Tuong's feet, it suddenly glowed abnormally and then burst into flames. Zhang Qian Chenxe yelled, "Get out of the way!" The Blood Earth War King's burning fire seemed unstoppable. He spread his arms and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Notifications rang out one after another. Player Yushan Yigu has died. Player Xing Kong Sun Hai has died. Undead General Gue De Jiang has died. Thap Tam looked very scared, but at this moment, Zhang Qian Chenxe, Gue Guzi, and Feng Se Huan Tuong rushed forward to protect Thap Tam. Zhang Qian ordered Thap Tam, "Go resurrect the others." Thap Tam replied, "Okay." As Zhang Qian charged forward, he pulled out the Greedy Wolf King skill card. Introducing the Greedy Wolf King skill card. Increases the player's attack speed by 25% and movement speed by 25%. Lasts for 3 minutes. Zhang Qian, boosted by the Greedy Wolf King skill, flew in like an arrow, tightly gripping a hammer in his hand. Zhou Ren. He struck the enemy directly, causing him to spurt blood. HP minus 918. The Blood Earth War King's arm was split in half. Blood spurted everywhere. He screamed in pain, using his other hand to quickly support his severed arm. Notification. Player Yushan Yigu has revived. Notification. Player Xing Kong Sun Hai has revived. Zhang Qian was full of confidence. We're about to win. Summon the pets for the final storm rain. Everyone who had just revived immediately attacked the boss. Zhang Qian led the charge. Go. Feng Se Huan Tuong and Ge Zi followed closely behind, and a few bees also rushed into attack. Zhou Ren. Flowing light slash. Blazing fire impact. The 3 of them slashed directly at the boss, causing him to fall to his knees. After the combined attack of the 3, the boss's HP was only 9787. He sat on the ground, gnashing his teeth in pain. Unexpectedly, he still refused to give up. A stream of golden energy suddenly flew out of his eyes. Orb Corp Legion. A fireball appeared. Zhang Qian's 3 companions didn't know what it was. Suddenly, a completely red figure appeared, looking very fierce. Zhang Qian looked at it and exclaimed. He was also surprised by this skill. How twisted. I didn't expect him to be able to summon. The summoned undead looked exactly like Zhang Qian's group, except they were red and looked very ferocious, one of the undead flexing his muscles while shouting kill. Even the sorcerers were summoned identically. They received orders and rushed to attack Zhang Qian's group. He ordered everyone, divide the battlefield. I'll hold back the two strongest clones. You lead everyone to clear the battlefield as quickly as possible. Fong Se Huan Tuong received the order. Watch me. Then she swung her sword. Radiant light. A golden light emanated from the sword. Her attack unleashed a dazzling light that slashed directly into the clones, causing them to instantly lose HP. HP minus 174, HP minus 112, HP minus 147. On this side, Zhang Qian Chenexei was fighting his own clone and Fong Se Huan Tuong's clone. His slashes left them extremely panicked and bewildered. They quickly retreated to dodge Zhang Qian's attacks, while he fought and pondered, wondering if these copy entities were any different from the originals. Fong Se Huan Tuong's clone unleashed the flame-flowing light slash, while Zhang Qian's clone used the flame vermilion blade, both rushing toward Zhang Qian. He looked at their moves and realized, both of them are simultaneously drawing aggro on me. It seems they're just replicated abilities, without any thought. So Zhang Qian quickly dodged to the side. I'll dodge. The two missed their slashes, hitting the air behind him. The two clones immediately turned around. Fong Se Huan Tuong's clone did a backward flip and stabbed at Zhang Qian with a knife. He quickly raised his sword to block. Fong Se's clone didn't hesitate, immediately flying like a shuriken. Zhang Qian was puzzled. Just one person. First, take down one person, then talk. The skills are the same, but the replicated body is even stronger than the original. The clone kept attacking relentlessly, leaving Zhang Qian only able to defend and unable to counter. Suddenly, Zhang Qian's clone raised his sword and lunged at Zhang Qian, aiming for a direct hit to his head. Zhang Qian couldn't do anything but slide backward to dodge. Too dangerous. Unexpectedly, Fong Se Huan Tuong's clone stabbed him from behind, causing his HP to drop by 118. Zhang Qian's clone also quickly dealt him another blow, reducing his HP by 234. Zhang Qian took 2 hits to the stomach and fell, not forgetting to complain. So this is what it feels like for someone else to hit us both. It's disgusting. Over there, something suddenly happened. A golden light, then a blue light. Zhang Qian was also curious, wondering what it was. That is, it turned out that the Earthblood War King was being healed. HP plus 20, then plus 20 again, plus 20, plus 20. His HP had reached 9880. Seeing this, Zhang Qian realized the situation was not good. Fong Se Huan Tuong standing next to him also worried. Senior, the boss is regenerating HP. Zhang Qian immediately discussed with Fong Se Huan Tuong. Don't block them anymore. Even if the boss continuously regenerates small amounts of HP, once it accumulates, the trouble will be huge. The clones were also rushing towards the two of them, shouting, Kill! In an instant, Zhang Qian and Fong Se Huan Tuong were surrounded by several clones. The two had to stand back-to-back to defend. Suddenly, there was a notification. The boss that had just been healed returned stronger, with 10,443 HP. The former king player has died. Hearing the notification, Zhang Qian and Fong Se Huan Tuong were extremely surprised. Zhang Qian, while fighting the clones, offered a suggestion. We must achieve a quick victory. We are few in number, so the amount of HP the boss regenerates won't be large. This is our only way to overcome Truck Long. Fong Se Huan Tuong immediately agreed. All right, Senior, hold on a bit longer. With that, she looked over at Thap Tam, who was fighting. Senior Thap Tam, revive the former king. Mages, use all your ice magic to attack. Thap Tam received the order. All right. Zhang Qian was still trying to withstand the attacks from the clones. He thought to himself, I need to be faster. Only by being faster can I obtain the hero's command. Defeat Truck Long. defeat truck on loan. Then he started to fly. Purple lights continuously appeared, but it still wasn't better. Not enough. I need to be faster. He rushed at his own clone, slashing twice consecutively, but the clone still blocked it. Not enough. Zhang Qian stopped, still unable to think of a way to deal with them. Suddenly, he clutched his head. My head. The two clones stood there, not understanding what was happening to him. Zhang Qian screamed, "My head hurts so much." Thap Tam, who was fighting, heard Zhang Qian scream and turned to look at him. Sixth brother. Thap Tam was bewildered by this scene. Zhang Qian's clone had used a flame vermilion blade to slash Zhang Qian's shoulder. He was now slumped down weakly, calling out, "Thap Tam." A notification appeared. Player cheat kitch tram size died. Thap Tam was utterly panicked upon hearing this, and was about to rush to Zhang Qian, but didn't notice his clone behind him preparing to ambush him. Fortunately, Fong Se Huan Tuong arrived in time, slashing away Thap Tam's clone. She shouted, "Sixth brother, revive." Reliable senior Thap Tam. Thap Tam's face emerged as if he had just escaped a calamity. The notification board displayed the words, "Oh my God!" Zhang Qian stood up as if being revived, a purple light enveloping him. His heartbeat began to resume. Zhang Qian revived but was very different from before. He seemed stronger. Zhang Qian's clone rushed to slash him, but suddenly froze. Jaw dropped in bewilderment. Zhang Qian unleashed a skill, 5 consecutive slashes at the clone, who couldn't block in time. Thus, he was torn into many pieces. His head severed from his neck, his legs flew up, and even his sword-wielding arm was cut off. After dealing with that clone, Zhang Qian rubbed his sword. "You scared me to death." He looked at his reflection in the sword and softly said, "Finally, I'm back." Fong Se Huan Tuong saw the scene and wondered, "Why do I feel like Senior is stronger after reviving? That speed just now was really fast." Thap Tam stood beside her, wiping away tears. It's not that he got stronger, but Thap Tam teared up and then smiled. It's the god of war Lac Tran who has returned. Sixth brother's slowness has vanished. Capitalizing on the god of war's return, Zhang Qian Sha immediately rushed straight towards the Earth Blood Battle King. Something was burning on the boss's head, making him clutch his head and examine it. A red notification panel with a warning message appeared. On the boss's head was a glowing circular object. It split his forehead in half, causing blood to start flowing down and simultaneously draining the boss's energy. The Earth Blood Battle King entered the Infernal King state. Turning around would incur flame damage first. At this moment, Zhang Qian's sword had just parried the boss's slash. Zhang Qian's power burst forth. Attack power increased by 25%, speed increased by 20%, defense decreased by 20%. He continuously dealt damage to the Earth Blood Battle King. His HP gradually decreased. HP minus 216. HP minus 228. The boss seemed weakened, only raising both hands to defend. The barrage of attacks caused his HP to dwindle more and more. HP 441, HP 412, HP 428, HP 431. He looked at Zhang Qian, standing proudly. "This is your strongest form." Fong Sakwin Tuong and Kwikok too were running to assist. She looked at Kwikok and said, "A 20% speed increase is nothing more than this." Fong Sakwin Tuong used Fan Tin Tame Thwak on the boss, causing him to lose 415 HP. A notification panel appeared, introducing the skill. Critical hit minus 4,000. The Earth Blood Battle King hadn't even recovered from the blow when Thap Tam and Kwikok too came flying from afar. Thap Tam used Ba Tram, and Kwikok too used Kui Then Tram, striking the boss directly. His HP decreased further. HP minus 218, HP minus 311. Zhang Qian also rushed in, but his Xe-mean attack unfortunately missed completely. At this point, the boss's HP was only 2917. He was looking at Zhang Qian, who stood behind him, contemplating something. Suddenly, he spun around, brandishing his sword, and attacked Zhang Qian in return. He watched the boss charge, his face showing no fear. Phồn tinh thiểm thước, Kitiko hit hanging jincham moibay. He landed several continuous blows to the boss's stomach, who could only shriek in pain. A notification appeared. Player loses 50% HP to deal damage equal to 10% of opponent's max HP. Another notification. Hero's order. Another notification. I'm coming. Phong Sak Win Tuong, Thap Tam, Quikok 2, and a group of mages were overjoyed at the sight. Nice, we won. Everyone was beaming with joy. Zhan Qian Qinsha stood on the boss's corpse, proudly raising his sword to the sky. But the boss's body suddenly burst into flames. The Earth Blood Battle King's head had been split in half, and many light orbs flew out from it. Zhan Qian wondered, among a myriad of deaths, there's a point. Then he shouted, that must be the hero's order. So many spoils of war, we're rich. Everyone behind heard him and quickly rushed forward to claim the spoils of war. Zhan Qian Qinsha had just caught a very large, glowing red orb. He held the orb high. It emitted dazzling light all around. Someone in the group told him to quickly check inside for the hero's order. Spoils of war opened. A brilliant golden token appeared in Zhan Qian's hand. Phong Sak Win Tuong was mesmerized and also wanted to reach out for it. Item information. Zhan Qian handed the token to Phong Sak Win Tuong. She immediately held it high and shouted, Hero's order. Its light attracted everyone's attention. The scene shifted to an old house. A notification appeared. Guild leaders with over 100 members used the hero's order to establish an official guild. Receive official guild rewards and bonuses. Twitch's hero's order, quick. Phong Sak Win Tuong, Thap Tam, and Zhan Qian Qinsha stood before the house. Phong Sak immediately used the hero's order. Frost Silver Hermitage Guild leader Phong Sak Win Tuong uses the hero's order. Thap Tam immediately raised his middle finger. Damn right, that's exciting. Zhan Qian, standing behind, also sighed in admiration. Damn it, even Truck Long and Kintan Lok, that's great battle wasn't this fast. Then he shouted, you truly live up to your name. A truck on loan. Too bad I won this time. Thap Tam immediately chimed in, flexing his muscles and laughing heartily. Phong Sak Win Tuong walked alongside them and quickly covered her face because she was too embarrassed by these two people. Scene changes to the Red Zone, Earth Blood Demon Palace. World announcement. At 2:29 p.m. on September 1st, 2035, in Country Z. Player Truck on Loan officially established Truck Long, Country Z's second official Heavenly Sect Guild. Damn it, a guy wearing red gloves was furious. Below him, his subordinates could only hang their heads low. How could we be second? Another person spoke up. Snow Silver AM, where's this guild from? I've never heard of this guild on the Hall of Fame list. Aren't they nobodies? As he asked, this person also searched for information about Snow Silver AM on the system. A guy with long, messy blonde hair replied, Brother Snow Silver AM is in the Floating Ice Zone. It's a third-rank guild with only 100 members. This blonde guy was Li Fong On. He continued to explain, the Truck Long Guild, their guild leader Phong Sak Win Tuong, is a master. Also in the Floating Ice Zone, there's another master, Chi Kich Tram Sa, who has a close relationship with him. This time, it was the two of them who teamed up. Phong Sak Win Tuong, Chi Kich Tram Sa, Snow Silver AM. Li Fong On looked down at the grim-faced people standing below. Gentlemen, ever since we acquired the Soul Dreamway sword, Truck Long has never known defeat. He smirked. Truck Long Guild, Truck on Loan. Then he spread his arms wide. And this time, we are only second. The people below raised their fists and shouted in unison. Defeat Snow Silver AM. Truck Long is the strongest. Scene changes to the Wild Forest area. Min Noyet was embracing the surprise guild leader, Lai Tui Not Fong. Truck Long was defeated and became the second guild. Ha ha ha. It's been 2 years, and finally there's a guild that can suppress Truck Long. Guild leader Lai Tui Not Fong hummed in agreement. Min Noyet continued chatting. We were planning to monopolize the boss, but who knew Cheat Kitch Tram Sa would help us avenge ourselves twice? Na Fong happily replied, "Yes, the first hero token has been contested and won. But then there's the second hero token, and the third. Our struggle with Kwong Long for monopolization will be even more intense. We must prepare well." Min Noyet asked further, "The second hero token won't be as fiercely contested as the first, right? Cheat Kitch Tram Sa won't reject us again, will he?" The girl was still full of determination. "We can try again." The scene cuts to Kwong Long's headquarters, Long Han Tianha's office. He was shouting angrily, damn it, damn it. A bunch of good-for-nothings actually let Snow Silver AM take the hero token." He didn't know who to vent his anger on, so he kicked over the table. Kwong Long is full of good-for-nothings. Furious to the point of foolishness, after kicking the table, he clutched his leg and cried, gritting his teeth, "I want to recruit new people." On this side, Batian Dao was also very angry, punching several trees. "Damn it, and this bunch of good-for-nothing monopolizers. You couldn't even protect the lucky compass. Bastards. This hero token should have been mine. The #1 guild should also belong to the monopolizers." He was so angry that he punched a tree, breaking it in half. "Cheat Kitch Tram Sa, I'll make you pay." His subordinate was startled and reported, "Brother Ba, Cheat Kitch Tram Sa often acts alone. His whereabouts are mysterious." Scene changes to Floating Ice City. Someone's voice echoed, "I know we need to plan very well." A bulletin board appeared. World announcement. All members of Country Z's second guild, Truck Long, receive an additional 20% physical resistance. Everyone was stunned. Snow Silver AM actually became the first heavenly sect guild in Country Z. Their faces were aghast, disbelieving. This even surpasses the strongest guild, Truck Long. The impact is too significant. The first guild's bonus is too monstrous. A 50% attribute increase across both categories. Everyone raised their hands and cheered. What's the point of joining Kwong Long or monopolizing anything? Snow Silver AM is my true love. On this side, Thap Tam was holding a full bag of gold, his eyes shining brightly as he smiled widely. High-grade Phantom Magic Stones, truly worthy of a level 70 boss. Even the rings and jewelry are platinum items. The group of mages behind him also laughed happily. "You're absolutely right, brother." Notifications kept appearing. "Rich, so rich. 500 gold coins. That's a lot of money." Item info. Earth King's Ring, Platinum Equipment. HP plus 150. Quikok picked up his spear. Attack speed plus 15, luck plus 4. Fong Sakwin Tuong couldn't hide her joy either. She looked at her sword and smiled. Plus 10% attack with a chance to activate Flame Effect. Item info. Light Shadow Sword, Golden Artifact. Attack 125 to 160. Strength plus 30. HP plus 250. Accompanying effect. Increases the user's fire and light attack attributes. Attacking enemies with both light and fire attributes can cause critical damage 2 times. Level usable, level 50. The bulletin board showed the text, Earth Empress's Earring, Platinum Equipment. Fong Sakwin Tuong turned to Luke Tran and suggested, "Senior, Snow Silver AM wants to invite you to join us once again." Luke Tran's HP had increased by 100. Upon hearing her suggestion, he just scratched his head, looking troubled. Fong Sakwin Tuong continued, "I know, and I also know why you act that way. You have your own goals. Before, I could do my best to help each other. If you join us, all of Snow Silver Fox can become your backing." Tram Sa pondered, hesitating. She hadn't given up. "I understand what you're worried about. After joining Snow Silver AM, you and everyone in Blood Mercenaries can still be free. Senior once led the strongest guild and has experience. Snow Silver Fox has just become the #1 guild. There are still many things that need to be perfected with Senior's help." Thap Tam immediately spoke up. "You are the boss of our Blood Mercenaries. We follow you." Quikok also agreed. Wherever the boss goes, we follow. Shinsha was very touched. You too, Thaptam and Guzi, were high-fiving happily in the back. This definitely means they discussed it beforehand. Then he also spoke. Blood Mercenaries request to join Snow Silver AM. We hope the Guild Master will approve. Scene shifts to Floating Ice City. Currently, Shinsha is in the arena to train. The person training with him is Feng Se Huan Xiang. He unleashed the Zhou Ren move and was flying towards Feng Se. She was clutching her sword tightly at this moment. Her eyes couldn't be more serious. He reminded her, Jie, if you don't focus with all your might, I could defeat you at any moment. Then she swung her sword. Her sharp slash was incredibly powerful. This pressure is really strong. But she didn't hit Lu Chun. He dodged very quickly, which made her incredibly surprised and confused. He immediately told her, defeating me isn't enough. She immediately turned around and asked suspiciously, What? She continued to rush forward but couldn't hit him. Senior's speed is faster now. I can't even see his movements clearly. Lu Chen took the opportunity to counterattack. However, this move is useless against me. Jie just managed to raise her knife to block. That was the twin blade style move. Jie stopped attacking. She held a sword in one hand and a knife in the other, seemingly contemplating something. Suddenly, she consecutively slashed at Lu Chen 4 times. But he quickly dodged all the slashes at a speed even faster than the speed of light. Jie was extremely surprised by this skill. No way. How could he dodge all my attacks at such close range? While she was distracted, Lu Chen rushed forward. He held his sword, surrounded by a terrifying red energy, and Jie could only stand still and take the blow. The sword was right next to her shoulder. She felt disheartened. It's over. The concentration ended. Gat admitted defeat. I lost. Before, I felt that Senior was very strong, but only today did I truly see it with my own eyes. Then she threw a ring to Luke Tran. Senior, this is the ring I got for you after defeating the boss earlier. I have something to do offline first. Item information. Luke Tran held the ring in his hand. It was radiating energy, a dark bone ring, golden tier equipment. As he looked at it, he remembered Gat's face. Strength plus 16. HP plus 160. Attack speed plus 16. At this moment, Luke Tran had walked out. The light emanating from him looked very powerful. In the distance, the mage Tan Tui Hong Hong was approaching him. The two looked at each other, their mouths agape in surprise. Mage's luck plus 6. Luke Tran's plus 5% lifesteal for the user. Mage Hong Hong was very surprised to see Luke Tran with the ring, a golden tier dark attribute ring equipment. All attributes were perfectly suited for him. Gat has a good heart. I wasn't mistaken. The slowness has disappeared. He raised his hand and scratched his face. I've really recovered. Hong Hong was also quite surprised to see him outside the arena, then asked, Big Brother Battlelance, you're finally out. Where's Gat? Scene change. Min Noyet and her friend seemed to be in trouble. A message popped up. She had to go offline first. What's the rush? What happened? Guild leader Lai Tui Nat Fuang immediately announced. Our people were ambushed by Dakba again. This is already the 10th time. Nat Fuang was furious. Every time those Dakba guys waited there and saw the rescue squad, they would turn around and leave, as if it wasn't the people they were waiting for. A message arrived. Because the person Dakba wants to wait for is me. This matter is because of me. You shouldn't get involved. The guy Bathien Dao frowned. If there's anyone to blame, blame your bad luck. Why did you do a quest with Tuet Nanam's group, affecting you all? You deserve it. Gilit de Lai Tui Nyet Fung Se. You couldn't defeat the first-tier guilds, and you couldn't beat their guild leaders. So you take your anger out on low-level members. You're truly something. Bathien Dao. Hit where it hurt. Charged forward in anger. You're asking to die. Yifeng knew he couldn't beat him, so he could only raise his shield to block the attack. Suddenly, someone's foot kicked Bathien Dao directly in the face. This kick sent him flying far away. Then he landed with a powerful impact. His subordinates were also blown away by this energy. It turned out to be Tram Sa. He immediately told the two girls to stand behind him. He looked very cool. He immediately shouted, "Ba Thien Dao, you deserve to die. You tyrants, you keep stepping on my inverse scales again and again." Ba Thien Dao, who had just been kicked until he bled, still mocked. "Ha ha, Tram Sa, you finally stopped being a timid turtle." Before he could finish speaking, he frowned, as if realizing something. Tram Sa, as quick as lightning, flew over and dealt with the tyrant's subordinates. One guy was hit so hard he went through the floor, lying in an impossibly twisted position. He could only scream. Seeing this, Ba Thien Dao gnashed his teeth in anger. Ba Thien Dao was still very confident. "Tram Sa, you only succeeded last time because you ambushed us. This time, you'll be buried here." The subordinates successively surrounded Tram Sa. One guy with a green spear tried to stab him from behind, but Tram Sa detected him. He immediately grabbed hold of the spear, making the guy unable to move. Then he chopped him with one strike, instantly decapitating him. Another guy appeared behind him, but how could he possibly hit him? He flew up like a bird. He glided past each one, giving them no time to attack. One guy was struck by him and froze stiff, as if sprayed with adhesive. Yifang looked at him fighting and found it very familiar. He then asked Minnoyet. Tram Sa's reactions and moves just now felt very familiar. Minnoyet also thought so. "Yes, it's very similar, too similar." Suddenly, she screamed, "Look out!" Giant ice and rock chunks were falling towards Tram Sa. But he was unharmed. He continued to glide as fast as lightning, rushing to deal with each enemy. Suddenly, an archer appeared. 10,000 arrows unleashed. A barrage of arrows flew towards Tram Sa. He looked up at the rain of arrows heading his way. Then he lightly glided past each arrow, easily dodging them. His gaze was fixed on the enemies. The subordinates watched with mouths agape in extreme fear. "Junyan," he charged forward, and they immediately went to their graves. In a flash, he finished off the small fries. Only the last one remained. Ba Thien Dao was so enraged he roared, making rocks fly. Tram Sa looked at him and asked, "It's your turn. Do you have any last words?" Ba Thien Dao gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, "What just happened? Were all their war gods killed?" He clenched his fists, his face darkening. "Again like this. Tram Sa, why is it always you?" He roared, "You stole our boss. You stole our hero's token. And you even stole the #1 guild. I can't accept this. In our ice faction, no one dares to claim first if we're second. You openly live-streamed and humiliated me. What do you think you are? By what right?" With that, he swung his sword directly at Tram Sa. "I want you dead." Tram Sa easily sidestepped, dodging his slash. He immediately retorted, "By what right?" Before he could finish speaking, the other interrupted, "Because you're too weak." He swung his sword again. Tram Sa dodged and told him to shut up. He was so furious. His eyes turned red. He raised his sword. "Your declarations of revenge and weak tactics only reveal the reality that you're inferior to others. If you're weak, you need to practice more. The strong devour the weak. If you gamble, you must accept the loss." But he unleashed Chu Nan on him. He continued, "Harm my friend, and a blood debt must be paid with blood." And so Ba Thien Dao was finished. Nat Phuong was incredibly surprised to hear these words. She exclaimed, "Those words!" She then called out, "Lac Tran," and slowly walked towards him. Tram Sa heard the call, but remained silent. He couldn't believe someone recognized him. Nat Phuong suddenly gripped his hand. She asked him, "You're Lac Tran, right?" He feigned ignorance. "Guild leader Lai Tui Nat Phuong, you are." She immediately explained. Only Lac Tran could perform those actions and say those words. She then turned to ask again, "Is that right? Is that right?" Then she pointed to herself. "You really think I'm Lac Tran? Ha ha ha, that's great." He immediately grabbed her hand and showed a grateful expression. "Great God, Lac Tran is my idol. I've imitated him for so long, but until now, only you have said I resemble him." Nat Phuong was speechless after hearing that. She immediately stepped back. Min Noyet immediately came and held Nat Phuong's hand. "Chiam." Nat Phuong immediately bowed her head in embarrassment. I'm sorry I mistook you. You really resemble Lac Tran too much. I thank you for your help this time. He quickly replied. No need to thank me. Anyway, this time you girls got caught up in the conflict between Tuet Nan Am and Dak Ba. Then he turned to look at the lying corpses. The Dak Ba are about to revive. Quickly disperse. Not Phuong immediately replied. Okay. He looked at Ba Tien Dao lying on the ground and threatened him. Ba Tien Dao, remember my words. If you ever touch Tuet Nan Am and the Dream Soul Ancient Sword again, I will hunt you down. I mean what I say. Not Phuong's two subordinates looked at him with admiration. Great Brother Mace is so cool. 10 parts domineering. Great Brother Mace is truly too strong. One person can fight 5 of Dak Ba's main forces. That's a given. Great Brother Mace is now ranked first on the heavenly leaderboard. The two watched his fading figure, unable to help but sigh. One person spoke up. Great Brother Mace, do you have time later to help us level up? He immediately refused. Sorry, I have some things to deal with offline. I'm leaving now. Okay. Scene shifts to Lac Tran's office. He was now lying on the bed, with his hand on his forehead, deep in thought. Boss, I really want to tell you that I am Lac Tran. Tell you I'm still alive. Cry with you, laugh with you. Together, let's bring the Dream Soul sword back to its peak. He stared at his hand and sighed. He talked to his hand. Ah, in this monstrous state, I still want to meet her. Then he lowered his hand, covering one eye. Being alone is enough. The phone rang. Someone was calling him. He quickly reached for the ringing phone with his hand. He rolled over to answer the phone. Hello, who is this? A voice on the phone replied. Iamo Jungmingwit, Inao Jualakjan. At Tom Noya Cafe, 12 a.m. I'll wait for you. After hearing that, he was startled and shouted hello, hello. But the other side had already hung up. He pondered deeply. What had to come? Finally came. Noon at Tom Noya Cafe. Inside were Lac Tran and a girl chatting. The girl told him, Don't look around anymore. This is just a secret meeting between the two of us. He replied, It's just my first time at such a high-class cafe. I'm a little curious. I ordered you an Americano. I wonder if it suits your taste. He replied, A little bitter coffee is very good. This girl was from GGS Company. She looked at him and said, Since you're here to meet me, it seems you admit you are Lac Tran. He held the coffee cup and just replied, Chief Inspector, as ordered. She picked up her coffee cup, drank, then continued his words, Mo Dung Min Noyet. He immediately asked her back, Sister Min Noyet, how did you recognize me? This question surprised her. She didn't hesitate and immediately replied, Don't forget that Ivy and I are both high-ranking executives at GGS Company. Ivy is even the CEO of the Asia region. She took a sip of coffee and continued to explain. Did you really think your words yesterday could deceive us? Min Noyet put the coffee cup down. He immediately asked, So does she know now? Min Noyet replied, You really worry too much. If Ivy knew, why would I be the only one here today? At this moment, he also pushed a stack of documents towards her. She continued to ask, So, what exactly is your secret that required you to fake your death to avoid us? Min Noyet read the documents. Her eyes widened in surprise, so much so that she couldn't say anything more. He explained, This is my diagnosis report. Please take a look. She threw the documents onto the table. You're sick. Lac Tran immediately rolled up his sleeve to show her the red corpse spots on his body and explained, It's true. To be precise, I can't be considered a living person right now. After all, have you ever seen a living person with corpse spots on their body? Min Noyet was stunned. She immediately pulled his arm away and wiped at the corpse spots, thinking he was trying to deceive her. But the spots were real. They couldn't be wiped off. He continued to explain. Now I have to rely on x-rays regularly to sustain my life. This is why I had to fake my death with the boss. Min Noyet put her hand to her forehead, deep in thought. You know what? Because she believed you were dead, Ivy fell into self-blame and almost developed autism. Every day she has to rely on sleeping pills to sleep. The agreement for you to bring the ancient sword Monghan back to its peak has become her obsession. You listened and also pondered, boss. Min Noyet then advised you, saying it's not fair to her. You must come with me to see her. Whatever difficulties we can face them together. At this moment, two people behind where you were sitting had heard the entire conversation. They also looked very worried about you. You merely replied, I know, but I'm also suffering greatly. I also want to see the boss, but I don't know when I'm going to die. Am I going to let her see me die again? Upon hearing this, Minoyet seemed to realize something. She noticed a blond-haired man carrying coffee and talking on the phone. Suddenly, the atmosphere became silent. Lac Tran and Min Noyet lowered their faces. On this side, the blond-haired man brought coffee to the two people who were listening earlier, as if conveying some information. Lac Tran spoke up. Sister Min Noyet, please just assume I'm dead and help me keep this secret, okay? Min Noyet still had her face down, deep in thought. She clutched the coffee cup tightly and agreed. All right, I promise you. Sister Min Noyet, in real life, I'll have to rely on you to take care of the boss more. In the game, I will help bring the ancient sword Monghan back to its peak. Min Noyet agreed, but didn't forget to question him. That's good too. Bringing the ancient sword Monghan back to its peak might truly help Ivy a little. However, you've now joined Tuet Nan AM. What exactly is your relationship with Fong Sac Huyen Tuong? He replied, I'm only temporarily joining Tuet Nan AM. But in his mind, images flickered of him and Jayat linking arms, laughing happily. He asserted, with Fong Sac Huyen Tuong, we're just comrades in arms. Min Noyet seemed suspicious. Is it really just a common comrade-in-arms relationship? Lac Tran remained silent, offering no further explanation. The scene shifts to in-game, in Tu Lo Lan Forest, where Lac Tran is fighting a slovenly guy. As he fights, he thinks, what kind of relationship do I really have with Jayat? Is it a comrade-in-arms relationship? Then he stabbed the guy straight in the head. The guy was in pain but still replied, yes, we are just comrades in arms. A notification appeared, world announcement. Player Fong Sac Huyen Tuong has successfully leveled up to level 53, achieving the top rank on the Heavens list. Attacked by surprise, Luke Tran quickly intercepted an arrow aimed directly at his head. He realized he'd been ambushed from afar, but didn't know who it was. Luke Tran turned his head to find out who dared to ambush him. Just then, he felt someone flying straight towards him. He was wearing a cloak with red eyes, constantly charging towards Luke Tran, continuously swinging his sword at him. Luke Tran saw the enemy's appearance and thought he was a warrior. Despite the relentless attacks, Luke Tran managed to dodge his opponent's blows. As he was about to land, two arrows suddenly shot straight towards Luke Tran. After dealing with the two arrows, Luke Tran realized that there wasn't just a warrior, but also an archer here. Luke Tran looked around and saw a faint figure in the distance. It turned out to be an NPC, the First Legion commander of the Huyet Vu Legion, Tuet Vai. She was already drawing her bow, aiming straight at Luke Tran. The warrior who had just attacked Luke Tran was Lin Lac, the first captain of the left Imperial Guard of the Huyet Vu Legion. He appeared behind Luke Tran, preparing to deliver a finishing blow. Luke Tran tried to tell them to stop and wait a moment. He explained that they were all on the same side, and he also came from Delene. But the opponent didn't stop. He continued his attack. Fortunately, Luke Tran dodged and was unharmed. Seeing the opponent's sword speed, he felt frustrated with it and believed this guy completely ignored what others said. He lunged at Luke Tran like a hunter who had found his prey, slashing downwards. But Luke Tran managed to block with his sword. At this point, he knew that if he didn't counterattack, death would surely be waiting for him. Luke Tran concentrated his strength to counterattack the enemy. He unleashed a powerful slash aimed directly at him, but the opponent dodged the dangerous attack. Luke Tran couldn't believe his eyes, because even Jayat couldn't dodge this attack. Yet this guy managed to dodge it so easily. The enemy, holding his sword, shouted, calling Luke Tran these lowly night spirits, then rushed in to take his life. In the opponent's next three moves, Luke Tran tried to dodge, but then he felt quite bad because the speed was increasing, and he couldn't dodge anymore. Luke Tran saw he couldn't dodge and prepared to counterattack, but as soon as he swung his sword up, 2 arrows were already behind him without him knowing. By the time he realized arrows were aimed at him, it was too late for him to dodge. As expected, Luke Tran took both arrows head-on. Outside, there were archers, and in front, a warrior. Luke Tran knew this warrior was much stronger than him, and furthermore, there was also a Corps Commander-level archer always ready in a combat position. The warrior swung his sword towards Luke Tran, who knew he was no match for him and didn't know how to handle it. Luke Tran understood that even if he explained, the opponent wouldn't listen, and regardless of whether he fought or not, the outcome was already known, yet he still chose to risk his life. Both charged at each other, yielding no ground, swinging their swords towards the opponent as if one didn't lose their life, the other would suffer the same fate. Suddenly, the warrior felt a shiver, as if pain was coming. It turned out Luke Tran's previous sword strike had injured him. The archer witnessed her comrade getting injured. She called out his name, Lin Lak. As for Luke Tran, his sword seemed to want to take Lin Lak's life. It controlled itself, without Luke Tran having to do anything. Fortunately, Luke Tran regained control of his sword. He shouted, ordering it to stop immediately. When the sword no longer moved, Luke Tran calmed down and felt that if he had been even a moment slower, Lin Lak would have died. Tuet Vai witnessed the scene that had just occurred. She slowly lowered her bow and realized something strange. Tuet Vai was surprised that this night spirit would risk taking damage himself and also had to sheath his sword. Luke Tran turned to look at Tuet Vai. Only then did she believe he wasn't an evil night spirit from the ice port. But before she could reach him, she suddenly collapsed to the ground, leaving Luke Tran confused about what had happened. Luke Tran stood watching the two people, who could have taken his life at any moment, now easily falling down so simply, speechless. A delicious, perfectly flavored loaf of bread appeared, but it couldn't compare to Vietnamese bread. It turned out Lin Lak and Tuet Vai had fainted from extreme hunger. After Luke Tran gave them bread, they devoured it, leaving him speechless. After hearing their explanation, Luke Tran realized they had mistaken him for a man-eating night spirit from the ice port. But he didn't blame them, as Luke Tran admitted he came from the ice port, but he had never eaten flesh and blood, and those savage wildlings were all dead anyway. Tuet Vai apologized for their misunderstanding of Luke Tran. She herself hadn't expected there to be such a good person in this ice port. Lin Lak, meanwhile, was still ravenously chewing the bread Luke Tran gave him. After finishing the bread, Lin Lak told Luke Tran that this bread was truly miraculous. Just one piece could replenish 50 hunger points. Luke Tran confidently asserted that his bread was the best-tasting kind. Lin Lak agreed, saying it was even better than their Blood Rain Corps special rations, and asked him where he got them. Luke Tran didn't reveal why he had these breads. He said it was a secret. Besides, he also didn't understand why they had rations, but could still faint from hunger. Lin Lak didn't hesitate. He said it was because Luke Tran's Iceport people had secretly sent people to burn down their food stores. That's also why they were out this time, just to find food. Luke Tran was also surprised by Lin Lak's answer. While Luke Tran was still surprised, the two of them seemed to have regained their strength after eating the bread. Tuet Vai explained that the feud with the ice port had begun a very long time ago and couldn't be left unsaid. Their corps currently needed a large quantity of food, and she asked how much bread Luke Tran still had on him. Luke Tran generously said that he could have as much bread as he wanted. Hearing about such an endless food supply, Tuet Vai and Lin Lak were both happy and couldn't believe their ears. However, Luke Tran wouldn't give it to them for free. He said they would have to see what sincerity they could offer. Tuet Vai agreed that as long as Luke Tran supplied the bread, the price would be up to him. Hearing that, Luke Tran thought that a Corps commander of the Blood Rain Corps and a Royal Guard captain were both big fish, and if he didn't slaughter them, he wouldn't be Luke Tran. Hearing the price Tuet Vai offered, Luke Tran's eyes widened with greed. He agreed in the first sentence, but then added a small request in the next. Then Luke Tran didn't hesitate to pull out a list of demands longer than a New Year's Eve prayer, which surprised Tuet Vai and Lin Lak. He said that this much was enough for now. Reading the demands on the scroll, which could even bind Lin Lak, Tuet Vai broke out in a sweat, but still told Luke Tran he was being too polite. The system announced Escort Intermediate Level Supply Vehicle A, Player Kitch Tram XA. Deliver to the Blood Rain Corps before tomorrow noon. 1,000 portions of bread received. Skill Book X2. Dark Attribute Golden Weapon X2. Large Material Pack with Gold Attribute. Special Material Pack. Large Gem Pack. Large Wood Material Pack. Large Random Drop Pack with 200 gold coins. A mountain of delicious, perfectly flavored bread appeared in the oven. The little girl praised Luke Tran, saying he was truly amazing, producing such soft and fragrant bread from just one oven. Luke Tran confidently asserted that he could make so much delicious bread thanks to Tom Nues's guidance. Tom Neen also thought she was very talented because she was the only child qualified to be a baptismal priest trainee in the village. Luke Tran gave 2 thumbs up, thinking that was great. The girl excitedly hoped to definitely become a priest in the future because that way, Tom Neen could cure her mother's illness. Moreover, when adventuring outside, she could help many sick or injured people. Luke Tran patted the little girl's head, saying he would make a pact with Tom Neen that once she became a priest, they would go adventuring together. Tom Neen eagerly agreed to Luke Tran's invitation with both hands and promised to keep their word. Luke Tran's system announced that he had successfully accepted the pact mission. Seeing the notification, Luke Tran knew he had reached an SSS-Rank equivalent mission, adhering to the promise of helping the young girl Tom Neen become a priest of the Silver Moon Alliance. He also didn't expect that this little girl Tom Neen would actually give out an SSS-Rank mission. Although Luke Tran had previously felt that this NPC Tom Neen was unusual, this time he had triggered a top-tier hidden quest in the Heavenly Sect world. Tom Neen excitedly asked Luke Tran if he could accompany her to the church to receive the baptism. Suddenly, a light appeared above Luke Tran's head. He didn't expect to get a new mission so quickly. The system notified again, in the pact mission, come to witness Tom Neen's baptism to become a priest at the Church of Light in half an hour. Completing the mission will grant a mysterious reward. After reading the mission, Luke Tran agreed to go with Tom Neen, which made the little girl extremely happy. Suddenly, he felt something was off, because he was a dark night spirit. Going to the Church of Light was essentially walking into his death, wasn't it? At the church in Caddick Town, Tom Neen and Luke Tran arrived at the church in just a short while. Seeing the protective barrier, Luke Tran thought he was doomed. Such a strong light barrier, he didn't know if he could deal with it or get past it. At the same time, the system announced the Holy Light Barrier, the goddess of light, for the faith of her followers, had cast a holy light magic barrier. The holy light can block attacks from dark creatures below level 70, and within 3 seconds, it will destroy all dark creatures below level 60. The system also provided information about the item, Sack's Disguise Mask. Sack's patrol team investigator, through the disguise mask, can transform himself into a skeleton and change his attire, perfectly concealing himself within the human faction. Luke Tran said to the mask, "I'm counting on you." Tom Neen simply took Luke Tran's hand and pulled him past the barrier. Seeing that he was unaffected, Luke Tran realized the mask had worked. But before he could rejoice, Luke Tran felt that something was amiss. It turned out that due to the intense light energy, Sack's mask began to crack. After 3 minutes, the mask would be completely destroyed, and all of the player's dark energy would lead to the destruction of the Holy Light Magic Circle. After hearing the system notification, Luke Tran couldn't believe the mask would only last 3 minutes, but he quickly calmed down. Within these 3 minutes, what needed to be done was to complete the witnessing mission and leave the church immediately. The system began the countdown. 2 minutes, 59.98 seconds remaining. They both entered the church. Tom Neen ran to Bishop Rara and told him she was ready for the baptism. Seeing Tom Neen, Bishop Rara said he would prepare the baptismal tools. He said they would start the baptism in half an hour, and during that time, he needed to prepare many things. But Luke Tran didn't have that much time. Hearing this, he immediately rushed to find a solution. Luke Tran ran up to ask the bishop what props he needed, so he could help him. The benevolent bishop smiled and asked if he was Tom Neen's guardian. He thought Luke Tran was a kind and enthusiastic person, and it was rare to find someone as good as him nowadays. Outwardly calm, but inwardly Luke Tran was burning with impatience. He told the bishop that what he said was true. He was indeed such a person. So, let him help the bishop quickly complete the preparations for the baptism. Meanwhile, in his mind, he was cursing. Hurry up! The time remaining was 2 minutes, 20.37 seconds. The bishop began to list the things that needed to be prepared. Behind the church, there were fresh willow branches. They had to be freshly sprouted willow branches, neither too young nor too old. Luke Tran appeared behind the church in a flash to pick the willow branches. The second thing to prepare was a cup of holy water used for holy celebrations. The third was a newly blessed goddess item. The newer it was, the better the baptismal effect. Luke Tran immediately went to get the holy cup. Also, he had to retrieve the ancient scriptures from the bookshelf. He absolutely had to handle them gently, as they were all ancient texts, all antiques. Their age was even greater than the church's, so they absolutely had to be handled gently. However, Luke Tran's actions didn't seem very gentle. The system announced the time remaining was 2 minutes, 0 minutes, 41 seconds, meaning only a little over 20 seconds had passed, and Luke Tran had already prepared all the items the bishop needed, which were supposed to take 30 minutes to prepare. Luke Tran brought all the items he had collected to the bishop and told him to start immediately. The bishop began the ritual. He read from the ancient book. "Oh, great goddess, guide this lost lamb. Let your glory shine upon her body. Let her feel the boundless glory, so that she may become your most loyal follower, Almighty Goddess." From them they came, to them they went. This lost lamb will join them, just as they joined them. Time remaining, 1 minute, 20.18 seconds. The bishop didn't know that if he dragged on any longer, Luke Tran would die. He was still very relaxed, reading through the old book. After that, Luke Tran was screaming for help in his mind, eagerly wishing the bishop would speak faster. When there were 14 seconds left, the bishop and Tom Neen seemed to be nearing the completion of the ritual, both saying, "Praise the goddess." The system continuously announced, sometimes about apprentice priest Tom Neen, sometimes about the countdown time. Immediately after the system announced that player Chetkich Tram XA had completed the witnessing mission, upon receiving the notification, Luke Tran didn't let the bishop and Tom Neen say goodbye to each other. He joyfully yelled, "Mom, it's finally over," and grabbed Tom Neen, rushing out. The time ran out just in time. After leaving the room, Luke Tran congratulated Tom Neen, meaning her dream was now one step closer. At the same time, he knew his mask was about to break, so he had to leave quickly. Otherwise, he'd scare Tom Neen. The girl felt there was something strange about Luke Tran, but couldn't understand what it was. Tom Neen asked him what was wrong, and Luke Tran only made the excuse that it was too hot inside, so he had to go outside to cool down. Meanwhile, cracks had already appeared on his mask. Tom Neen thanked Luke Tran for witnessing her become an apprentice priest, and said this was a gift she wanted to give him. Seeing the bottle in Tom Neen's hand, Luke Tran knew it was the mysterious potion. The system gave a hint to the player. Player Chetkich Tram XA had completed the witnessing quest and received the secret medicine gifted by Tom Neen. The system also provided a bit more information about the item. This was the mysterious potion gifted by Maiden Tom Neen, which could be used by the player at a critical moment. Immediately after, the system also warned that the mask of XA Cock had cracked. The cracks on Luke Tran's mask grew more numerous. He knew he didn't have much time. Luke Tran immediately took the bottle of mysterious potion. He thanked Tom Neen, then made an excuse that he was busy and would visit her next time. Tom Neen didn't suspect a thing and told him he definitely had to come next time. Luke Tran promised he would definitely visit her. Then he left. In front of the church, the bishop and Tom Neen stood there, waving goodbye to Luke Tran. The girl continuously waved goodbye to him. At the Blood Rain Legion's base, the soldiers were diligently training. After delivering the bread to the Blood Rain Legion, Luke Tran received a huge sum of money. He thought, as expected of the Blood Rain Legion, their generosity is truly impressive. Meanwhile, Lin Lak was distributing good quality bread to her soldiers. Tuedvi seemed to want to cooperate with Luke Tran. She suggested that for their business to continue longer, she would tell him a secret. Luke Tran was surprised. According to what Tuet Vai knew, apart from the old monster Han Bangtsang, no other necromancer had reached level 60. Hearing such amazing news, Luke Tran was very surprised. He thought to himself, "Damn it, what's so good about this? It's a direct trap." Luke Tran thought that not reaching level 60 meant not only could he not upgrade, but his account could also be deleted. He originally thought Long Gao Thien was a special class, but now a huge pit lay ahead of him, full of advantages. Luke Tran hesitantly asked Tuet Vai why she told him this, implying she must have a solution to this problem, right? But contrary to Luke Tran's thoughts, Tuet Vai had no solution, because all necromancers who couldn't reach level 60 had died. Only Han Bangtsang's Sul Wan had broken through to level 60. Luke Tran said nothing, rubbing his chin in thought. It seemed the only way was still to find Sul Wan. However, things had been unusually strange lately. He had a peculiar feeling. Suddenly, the system announced, "Your Covenant quest has failed." Luke Tran was startled. So, this was the bad feeling he had. If the quest failed, it could only mean something had happened to Tom Neen. Luke Tran immediately ran off. Tuet Vai was surprised when he left. She asked where he was going, as he hadn't taken his payment yet. Luke Tran said he had an urgent matter and would return for his payment later. Luke Tran rushed towards Tom Neen like an arrow. He couldn't understand why an SSS-Rank quest would fail. What could possibly happen at the glorious Church of Light? But when he arrived at the church, Luke Tran couldn't believe what he was seeing. Before his eyes was a terrifying scene. The people who lived there were all dead, lying scattered on the ground. Luke Tran immediately ran into the church. He saw the benevolent bishop lying in a pool of blood, without a trace of breath. He flung open the door, calling for the girl Tom Neen, hoping she would answer. But reality completely extinguished his glimmer of hope. He couldn't believe his eyes. A horrifying scene unfolded before him. He saw his master chewing on Tom Neen's arm with relish. He calmly asked how Luke Tran managed to get here, but said it was truly a pity he was too late. He even complimented the delicious taste of these priests, saying it was quite unusual. At this moment, Luke Tran could no longer keep calm. His eyes turned red. The anger within him had condensed into power. Luke Tran immediately drew his sword and struck a powerful blow towards his master. Sul Wan believed Luke Tran had gone mad to dare lay a hand on his master. Seeing Tom Neen's small staff stained with blood, Luke Tran trembled as he picked it up. He asked why he did this. Sul Wan replied that it was obvious. As a night spirit, eating people was perfectly normal, and he still didn't understand why Luke Tran was losing his mind. Luke Tran didn't explain anything to Sul Wan. What he wanted now was his life. However, Sul Wan was Luke Tran's master, so he could easily counterattack. He believed Luke Tran was courting death by challenging his teacher. Luke Tran was easily knocked back, taking a slash right across his chest. Sul Wan, like a bloodthirsty demon, flew towards Luke Tran with a ravenous look on his face. But this time, Luke Tran countered and swung his sword. Sul Wan believed he always had his demon god's revelation active, and Luke Tran's little damage couldn't hurt him. It might not even tickle him. What was that thing anyway? He then turned back, intending to slash at him. His eye flashed, looking truly terrifying. Luke Tran was trembling because his power truly couldn't reach the same level as Sul Wan's. Seeing no movement from him, Sul Wan swung his sword up, wanting to end Luke Tran's life. He cursed him as a traitor. At this moment, Luke Tran had no strength left at all. He stood still and took the full force of Sul Wan's sword slash. With that single sword slash, Luke Tran saw himself falling while Sul Wan stood above, looking down at him. The system immediately reminded him that the player had died. But this time, Luke Tran truly didn't care. Suddenly, he thought, wait a minute. Death had never appeared through his soul fire seed before. Why was it appearing now? Seeing Sul Wan reach out to grasp Luke Tran's soulfire seed, he felt a bad premonition that once his soulfire seed was taken, he might truly be dead in Thien Tong. As expected, Sul Wan had grasped Luke Tran's soulfire seed. But contrary to his thoughts, he threw the fire seed back into his body. Sul Wan said that this time, out of consideration for Luke Tran's first offense, He would give him a small lesson. He hoped Luke Tran would settle things properly and not go astray. There were still tasks waiting for him at Frostport. If he thought it through, he should go there soon. Having said that, Sul Wan turned and left, leaving Luke Tran lying on the ground. The system also announced that Luke Tran had been resurrected. Threads of light appeared on his wounds. Luke Tran sat up and placed his hand on the large wound Sul Wan had left behind. He looked around, searching for the little girl Tomnine, and saw that all the cultivators here had died, and he couldn't do anything. Luke Tran suppressed his anger and punched the ground hard. After that punch, cracks appeared on the floor. Outside the church, the sky darkened, raindrops fell rapidly, and deafening thunderclaps began to appear. Luke Tran personally buried all the bodies there. He knelt before the tombs of the bishop and Tomnine, reaching out to touch the tombstone. Suddenly, a voice and footsteps approached from behind, asking, "Are these your friends?" It turned out to be Tuet Vai. Luke Tran unhesitatingly admitted that she was a very good friend, like his little sister. Tuet Vai knew that the church's light barrier had been forcibly broken by someone. Even the powerful bishop had been murdered. She guessed it was Sul Wan. Luke Tran immediately admitted that it was correct. He asked her if it was funny that the bastard was his master. Tuet Vai further revealed to Luke Tran that the flesh-eating at Frostport originated from him, Sul Wan. Luke Tran was very surprised, because he always thought that the night spirits of Frostport had always been flesh-eaters by nature, hadn't they? Tuet Vai asked Luke Tran if he remembered what she had said before, that besides Sul Wan, there were no other living death spirits. Luke Tran vaguely understood the answer, but wasn't sure if it was correct. He asked Tuet Vai, could it also be caused by Sul Wan? Tuet Vai looked up at the pitch-black sky and began to recount what happened 50 years ago. From who knows where, Sul Wan obtained a formula. It was said that the formula was effective in breaking through the death spirit's barrier ability, but it was only a legend. When Luke Tran heard about the formula, a scene from the past flashed in his mind. He wondered if it was the death spirit potion from this formula that Sul Wan asked him to retrieve. Tuet Vai cautiously affirmed that it was true. Sul Wan regarded that formula as a treasure. He had collaborated with the demonic pharmacist Tu Wai to create this demonic potion. But who knew this demonic potion was still a semi-finished product? Tu Wai tricked Sul Wan into drinking it. The semi-finished demonic potion caused Sul Wan to develop a full body of flesh and blood, escaping his skull-like state. But it also brought him many side effects. Sul Wan gradually became a bloodthirsty individual. He constantly craved human flesh. His emotions were unstable, and he occasionally went mad. Sul Wan wanted to take Tu Wai's life, but he still needed Tu Wai to complete the demonic potion. So, the only way was to supervise Tu Wai closely to ensure the demonic potion could be completed. Sul Wan became so cruel that he was suppressed by people from all 4 directions. Finally, they buried him at Frostport, a place easy to defend and difficult to attack, turning it into their headquarters and experimental base. Under the experimental influence of Sul Wan and Tu Wai, Frostport transformed into a gathering place for night spirits craving human flesh. Sul Wan and Tu Wai conducted cruel and savage experiments on the death spirits. There were already not many death spirit swordsmen here, and now they were tormented by them to the point where only a few remained. Not only that, but they even dared to plunder death spirits from the Blood Rain Legion. After numerous battles, in the end, Sul Wan was the only death spirit left. Every time Sul Wan went mad, Tu Wai also feared that Sul Wan would take his life. Tu Wai secretly fled and has not been heard from since. Everyone never thought that Sul Wan wouldn't go looking for Tu Wai, but instead ran off to attack the Blood Rain Legion. Tuet Vai's father was also killed by Sul Wan. Sul Wan was even more outrageous when he poisoned the former commander of the Legion, who was Tuet Vai's father. At that time, she didn't know what to do as she watched her father die. She could only cry beside his body. Finally, they discovered his original target was the Blood Rain Legion's forbidden book, the Azura Scroll. In recent years, Sul Wan, in his desire to become stronger, has done things that angered everyone. Luke Tran heard about his master's evil deeds and everything Tuet Vai had to endure. He trembled and was speechless. Tuatvi had thought Su Luan only targeted death spirits, but unexpectedly, everything had gone beyond imagination now. He even dared to target the Church of Light. She thought if he personally made a move, there must be some conspiracy. Lu Chen stood before Tom Neen's tombstone. He didn't care what kind of conspiracy it was. He would definitely dismember him and end him with his own hands. Lu Chen made a suggestion to Tuat Vai. He could lead Commander Tuat Vai into Han Bang Quang, hoping she would lend him a hand. But Tuat Vai didn't let her guard down. She asked on what basis she should trust Lu Chen. No matter what, Su Luan was still his master. Taking his life would ruin Lu Chen's future position and skills. Lu Chen also told Tuat Vai about how Su Luan had just absorbed his soul fire. His soul, but for some unknown reason, he gave up. Previously, Sulan also told Lu Chen that spirits evolve by absorbing the souls of their kind. Currently, you are the only necromancer besides him, so sooner or later, he will make a move on you. Xue Wei asked, "Can you be trusted?" Lu Chen took out his soul flame to swear an oath. Standing before Xue Wei, he swore a deadly oath that he must take Sulan's life. The soul flame, along with chains, engulfed Lu Chen. If he broke the oath, his soul flame would vanish, and he would be cast down into infinite hell. Xue Wei didn't expect Lu Chen to dare make such an oath. She looked at Lu Chen and praised, "You truly are a good lad. Xue Wei certainly didn't misjudge you." Seeing Lu Chen's determination, Xue Wei extended her hand, agreeing with him. Their Blood Rain Legion would stand shoulder to shoulder with Lu Chen, fully assaulting Icebound Fortress to take Sulan's life. The two shook hands as if it were a destined promise. The sky began to brighten. If the oath was violated, the soul flame would vanish, and he would be cast down into infinite hell. Currently, at Icebound Fortress, the remaining necromancers were guarding with weary spirits. Due to their lack of vigilance, those necromancers were struck down and lost their lives. It turned out the Blood Rain Legion had arrived. Xue Wei asked Ling Luo, "Have all the people been dispatched?" Ling Luo replied, "All the veteran soldiers leading the elite teams, following the map Lu Chen provided, have sealed all secret exits. Therefore, Sulan will likely not be able to escape this time." This time, Lu Chen held his sword and mumbled, "Sulan, it's time to make a decision." Sulan sat on his throne. He had sensed the scent of an acquaintance. At this moment, his level had reached 80. Suddenly, the isolated world of the mages appeared. Countless multicolored lights shattered the massive wall. That single move alone caused Sulan to lose nearly 400 energy. Before he could realize the danger, hundreds of arrows rained down from the sky towards him. But these things still couldn't trouble Sulan. He stood behind a wall, completely dodging the arrows. Sulan recognized Xue Wei, the Legion commander. He greeted her. "Long time no see. How dare you collude with my traitorous disciple to attack?" She slowly advanced. Xue Wei retorted that he must pay for all the sins he had committed today. She told him to surrender quickly and accept the judgment of the Blood Rain Legion. The Blood Rain Legion gradually closed the distance with Sulan. He didn't understand what Xue Wei was relying on to pass judgment. What could two defeated generals change anyway? Sulan cursed Lu Chen as a traitorous disciple for daring to confront his master, who had trained and guided him, all for a worthless human woman. But in the end, when it was within reach, he couldn't absorb it. Lu Chen knew that the soul flame couldn't satisfy Sulan's needs either. Seeing that his plot had been discovered, Sulan flew out, intending to counterattack. He cursed at him. "You brat, you finally found out." Although his soul flame was only a little bit short, Sulan's patience had probably run out, so he wanted Lu Chen to just give it to him now. This time, Lu Chen managed to draw his sword before Sulan's blade struck down. Unlike last time, he had dodged the attack from his former master. Lu Chen vowed he wouldn't let him touch his soul flame a second time. Everyone in the Blood Rain Legion wasn't idle either. Another sword pierced Sulan's back. Normally, I wouldn't like a stab in the back, but in this case, he deserves several stabs, maybe even 100. It turned out that sword strike came from Ling Luo. By the time Sulan realized it, it was too late. Sulan seemed to have run out of patience. He pushed Lu Chen and Ling Luo away. Sulan's current strength made everyone feel challenged. This time, he was truly enraged. His eyes turned blood redder than ever as he cursed them. "You trash! How annoying!" Sulan looked up at the sky and roared, "Spirit summoning! Come forth!" The ground cracked open, and necromancers slowly crawled up from below. These necromancers were likely those who had lost their lives due to Sulan's evil experiments. Now, he wouldn't even spare their skeletons. Xue Wei was also ready for battle. She ordered the legion, "Release the horses." The two sides charged at each other like hungry tigers. The Blood Rain Legion shouted, "Quickly, take all the enemy's lives." Everyone had their own opponent. No one was idle. Lu Chen was not idle either. Relying on his knowledge, he caused countless necromancers to fall. But his true opponent was not these weak necromancers, but his former master, who had ambushed him. This time, Lu Chen managed to dodge the attack Sulan created. He repeatedly dove his sword towards Lu Chen, strike after strike. The system gave a hint. The Snow Silver Imperial Palace Guild will provide its members with 50% movement speed. Seeing Lu Chen's strength increase significantly, Sulan couldn't believe that in just one day, he could make such astonishing progress. But Lu Chen wasn't idle either. He didn't bother to respond to a good-for-nothing like him. What he needed to do now was take his life. At this moment, the system introduced another skill, Soul Core Slash, a high-ranking general strike from the Blood Rain Legion that can penetrate defense and deal true damage. Lu Chen immediately used the new skill and successfully wounded Sulan. Sulan was pushed back. He didn't understand why the Blood Rain Legion would unexpectedly teach Lu Chen Soul Core Slash. But Sulan used the Soul C skill. The system also introduced a bit about the skill. It deals damage to the enemy's body and spirit, and the enemy will fall into a static state for 0.8s. He used the skill on Lu Chen. He felt that something was completely wrong. His body was currently in a static state, unable to move. Sulan used the Blood Pierce skill. He asserted that no matter what tricks Lu Chen had, only hell awaited him. Just as Lu Chen thought he was about to fail, the 1st Division of the Blood Rain Legion, the captain of the guard squad, T-Men, used the heavy crushing impact skill to send Sulan flying far away. Xue Wei immediately ran over to check on Lu Chen's condition and asked if he was okay. Fortunately, Lu Chen quickly regained his composure and said he was fine. That's the power of teamwork, always supporting and helping each other. But before they could rest, Sulan got up after the distant blow. He was surrounded by purple lightning bolts. The system hinted, the undead swordsman Sulan has entered the lightning demon form. His entire body is electrical, defense is reduced by 50%, and his skills have a shocking effect. Lu Chen informed everyone that Sulan had entered the pre-phase, so everyone needed to be careful. Xue Wei told him to rest assured because she was already protecting him. Honestly, at this scene, I don't know what to say. I just feel like Sulan has gone mad and can no longer control his body. Xue Wei shot an arrow full of her hatred, telling Sulan to quickly return her father's life, then powerfully shot an arrow towards her enemy. The arrow flew through, breaking everything in its path, heading straight for Sulan. It seems Lu Chen and Xue Wei are communicating with each other through their eyes. At that moment, Sulan leaped down from above, unleashing the Blood Demon Killing Ghost God armor attack on Lu Chen. But this time, his strength had increased, so Lu Chen dodged the recent attack. Lu Chen felt that it was too dangerous. The gold weapon was terrifying. He almost met the King of Hell. The system provided information on the Blood Rain Demonic Underworld armor item, also known as a gold weapon, noted to be from the Blood Rain Legion, a masterpiece by the legendary weapon master Mlav. HP plus 500, physical defense 680, magic resistance plus 40, mana volume plus 100. Effect: grants a blood shield when the player's HP drops to 10 points. The blood lock effect will be activated, and the player will be immune to damage for 2 seconds, after which the blood shield's cooldown is 2 hours. Lu Chen felt a critical danger as he only had 10 HP left. Quickly replenish it to resist. The system provided information on the item. Advanced Red Potion continuously replenishes 1500 HP for the player. Sulan rushed towards Lu Chun, but he calmly opened the cap of this noble potion. It turned out that Ling Luo and Ti Min were already defending, buying more time for Lu Chun to regain strength. They used Mountain Cleaver Slash and decisive attacks. It seemed like the two of them would stop Sulan to buy more time for Lu Chun, but shortly after, they were sent flying by him, who claimed they didn't know their place. That attack also shattered the potion bottle in Lu Chen's hand. Sulan now stood in front of Lu Chun, asking if he wanted more HP, but there was no way. "Go meet the King of Hell," he said. Sulan slashed fiercely at Lu Chun. His current HP was only 10. Immediately, Lu Chun unleashed the demonic flame bullet. Then he ran out of that area. But unfortunately, even though he tried to run as fast as possible, he was still injured and lost HP. The system announced that he had failed once again. Currently, Lu Chen's skeleton no longer had a blue light, while Sulan remained still. Suddenly, a golden light appeared. Lu Chen returned to his body. The system announced that he had been resurrected once again. Lu Chun returned with a joyful and glittering appearance. Indeed, the protagonist's aura is different. He affirmed once again that he wouldn't let Sulan touch his soul flame this time. His HP had been increased by 1980. Angered by being played for a fool, he roared. Sulan angrily cursed Lu Chun as a bastard for playing him. But when he mentioned the word bastard, I wondered if anyone had given him a mirror yet. As the fellow Sulan charged at Lu Chun like a hungry beast, a loud shout rang out, telling Lu Chun to quickly get out of the way. It was Xue Wei. She assisted him, continuously firing arrows at Sulan, causing him to lose a significant amount of HP. Lu Chun dodged those arrows as if gaining strength. Each time, thousands of points were deducted. He praised Xue Wei, saying she was truly nice, and her aim was excellent. Before he could even celebrate, Lu Chun noticed something suspicious. He couldn't understand why this old turtle had so many skills, and after all the HP Xue Wei had taken from him, he still had only 1/4 left. After the recent attacks, Sulan only had 26,567 HP left, and his armor was completely shredded, with no fabric remaining. Normally, I'd pay attention to seeing many abs, but this looks utterly terrifying. This time, Sulan's anger might have been almost equal to the number of people he had devoured. Half of his face, which was a skeleton, appeared and declared he would take the lives of everyone there. Sulan roared loudly, telling them to quickly go meet the King of Hell. Ti Min immediately deployed the taunt skill. The system will briefly introduce this skill. It helps provoke enemies, causing them to actively attack the user of this taunt skill. Sulan entered a supernatural state as he rushed towards Ti Min and swung his sword. With just a single move, Ti Min lost his life. Poor guy. This man of few words but many actions. Lu Chen also rushed towards Sulan and stunned him. Adorable Lin Lac was not idle either. He made Sulan lose even more blood. The two cooperated seamlessly, surrounding Sulan. Like father, like son, Xue Wei shot an arrow directly into the face of this bastard. It seemed Sulan would be knocked down by that attack, but it appears that arrow only fueled his rage further, though not as much as the number of people he had consumed. He continuously roared and shrieked, swinging his sword and knocking Lin Lac away. Lu Chen used Exemption to avoid the attack from his former master. Then he used Blade Sever to counterattack him. But with Sulan's utterly despicable nature, it was impossible for him to stand still. He unleashed Thunder Shock Slash on Lu Chen. The electric surge was so strong that Lu Chen couldn't hold his sword anymore. The system gave us more information. Thunder Shock Slash is a lightning effect slash that can knock an opponent's weapon away. When the blade was just a few centimeters from Lu Chen, this time he dodged it. Instead of using his sword, Lu Chen used his fist, shouting, "Sulan, don't you dare escape death." I'm twisting my words a bit here, but the result is the same. Instead of punching him directly in the face, he punched the arrow deeper, which already looked painful. Xue Wei continuously fired more arrows toward Sulan. She told Lu Chen to quickly use the arrows she had fired. Without hesitation, Lu Chen pulled out all the arrows at once. If these arrows were Sathia, wouldn't it be even better? Lu Chen kicked him powerfully towards the wall, making the wall shatter into 100 pieces. Currently, Sulan was like a beast. He could no longer speak human language, only howl frantically. Lu Chen took an arrow and aimed it straight at his artery. He said this arrow was for the spirit night creatures who had unjustly lost their lives. Sulan had probably lost too much blood. He screamed in pain, grabbing Lu Chen's shoulder with one hand, but Lu Chen pushed him away. He grabbed Sulan's hand and pierced it with an arrow. This arrow was for the warriors of the Blood Rain Legion, whose lives he had taken. Shui Wei, Lin Lak, and the Blood Rain Legion stood outside like beasts, eager to tear Sulan apart immediately. Lu Chen plunged an arrow straight into Sulan's heart, and a hissing sound came from it. This arrow was for himself, and with the final arrow, he poured all his strength and anger into it, aiming directly at Sulan's eye. Lu Chen stabbed forcefully into his eye. At this moment, Sulan's HP bar reached 0, and Lu Chen slowly said, "This arrow is for Tam Nin. The evil one has received due punishment, but I still think it's too lenient for what he did." Rays of sunshine once again appeared, illuminating the icy wasteland. Lu Chen looked up at the sky. He remembered Tam Nin, the little girl. He wanted to send her a message. "I have avenged you." The system announced that Lu Chen had completed the Oath of the Soul Flame. Player Broken Blade Sinking Sand successfully took the life of the Necromancer Swordsman Sulan and successfully leveled up to 57. Currently, the world announcement shows Lu Chen has topped the leaderboard of Frost City. Everyone in the Blood Rain Legion was checking their numbers. Shui Wei thanked Lu Chen. If he hadn't arrived in time and they had continued fighting these summoned spirits, the Legion would surely have suffered heavy losses. Looking at Sulan's corpse, it couldn't be denied that he was truly a terrifying opponent, a man who could command armies. Such a person no longer existed. Lu Chen was thinking about the mystical sword, the mysterious scroll, and the soul flame, which Sulan had brazenly tried to destroy. Lu Chen took out the soul flame and slowly absorbed it. Lu Chen sighed to himself. "Sulan, oh Sulan, you always wanted to absorb my soul flame, but who would have thought that in the end, you would be absorbed by me instead?" Looking at the ruined landscape of the icy wasteland, Lu Chen finally knew that it was truly all over. He held a fiercely burning torch in his hand. Then he dropped it, wishing for this flame to bury all the sins Sulan had committed. The flame erupted, completely engulfing the icy wasteland and Sulan. The scene shifted to the first great hall of the Blood Rain Legion, where the scenery appeared under dazzling sunlight. Each brilliant golden ray seemed to gild every corner of the place, and the sturdy walls of the great hall reflected the light, creating a majestic and magnificent beauty. A woman was sitting on a chair, holding the Azura scroll in her hand. Her eyes were full of doubt and concern as she couldn't understand this book, the very object that had caused her father's death. What secret did it truly contain? She gently untied the binding and opened the Azura scroll. Lines of text appeared. Azura, the strongest warrior of the Night Spirit clan, an existence worthy of the God of Light. You command hell, can summon an army of millions of undead, cause heaven and earth to collapse with a wave of your hand, manage the strongest darkness, can bestow flesh and blood upon the undead, manipulate the power of life and death, an unrivaled, supreme war god, the unique undead, the undead bloodline, closest to the night spirits of hell. Among heroic spirits, it is the only existence that can evolve into an Azura, which sent shivers down her spine. After reading the lines, she thought it was no wonder Sulan wanted this book. Becoming an Azura could be said to defy the heavens. To evolve into an Azura, one needs to absorb 10,000 soul flames of the undead, drink the purest blood of light, and the undead potion of immortality. Additionally, the soul flame of an undead is also required. Furthermore, for soul flames, using flames of the same level or even higher than oneself is considered superior. Using flames too far below one's level carries a risk of failure. She secretly thought, no wonder this is a forbidden book. Not only does one have to step on the corpses of 10,000 of their own kind, but also drink the blood of light from the opposing faction. Only by using Azura's methods can one achieve Azura status. These revelations filled her with surging worry and fear. She secretly thought that in this world, only Cheat Kitch Tram Sa remained as a spirit. even if he absorbed Sulan's soul flame, slaughtering 10,000 undead, drinking the blood of light, and refining this undead potion would still be a threshold he couldn't cross. As she burned the Azura scroll, she thought that the undead potion had always been a legend. Even Tu Wai, who made it back then, had now died with Sulan in the icy wasteland. She thought that an Azura would never appear in this world again, feeling as if all hope had died out. The secrets and power of the Azura scroll were merely painful memories that could never be repeated. The scene shifted to the graveyard. At this moment, Cheekitch Tram Sa stood before Tom Neen's grave. The space was silent and cold. The surrounding tombs stood quietly as if listening to his heartfelt sorrow. He said he had killed Sulan to avenge Tom Neen, but unfortunately, Tom Neen's wish had not yet been fulfilled. Regret and sorrow filled his heart. He understood that a single death couldn't resolve everything. Suddenly, a prompt sounded. Congratulations, Cheekitch Tram Sa, for completing the quest and awakening the maiden Tom Neen. The sound carried hope and power, like a glimmer of light in the darkness. He was overjoyed that he had reactivated the SSS-Rank quest, and that Tom Neen could be resurrected. Emotions surged within him. All pain and loss seemed to vanish, and hope rekindled. Tom Neen had died, and he himself had buried her. If he wanted to awaken her, there was only one way. Thinking this, he performed the undead summoning spell, his heart filled with determination and anticipation. Just then, a skeleton raised its arm from the grave, and a skeletal figure stepped out, leaving him bewildered. What he had imagined about the undead summoning spell suddenly became a chilling reality. The prompt sounded again. Congratulations. You now have the permanent undead servant Tom Neen, and the undead servant Sand Ghost General has vanished. He wondered why summoning an undead resulted not in a soul but in a skeleton. Surprise and confusion flooded his mind. But then he realized this was the only way for Tom Neen to return. As he thought this, he waved to Tom Neen, but he received no reaction. He introduced himself as her older brother, his heart full of expectation, but was surprised that Tom Neen was now just an empty shell. He wondered what state Tom Neen was in now, completely transformed into an undead servant. A wave of worry rose in his heart. He looked for information and secretly thought, epic-grade quality. Looking across the entire Thien tongue, there might not be a second person like this. The highest initial score for a pet was only 80 points, yet a small skeleton that just crawled out had reached 122 points. It was truly defying the heavens. He thought, to appear in skeletal form and still have such heaven-defying attributes, my summoning skill isn't mutated. The problem, I'm afraid, still lies with Tom Neen. He was puzzled, not knowing how many secrets Tom Neen truly hid. A hint of curiosity mixed with astonishment flashed in his eyes. A prompt sounded, reporting that Tom Neen had been awakened. The second round of the quest appeared, to help Tom Neen find her lost soul. Hearing this, he gently pressed Tom Neen's head, a questioning look clearly visible on his face. He wondered, finding her soul, where do I even begin? How can I bring her back completely as she was before? Suddenly, from behind, a low voice spoke, tinged with sarcasm. Unexpectedly, the top-ranked Snow Silverblade of Fu Bang City, Cheekitch Tram Sa, has a hobby of grave robbing. Hearing this, he turned his head, his eyes meeting the figure of a man, none other than Leet Fong An, the two-turn green cavernite of the Bamboo Dragon Guild. Seeing this, he said with surprise, I didn't expect the famous Hall of Fame member, the main warrior of the Bamboo Dragon Guild, Leet Fong War God, to have a hobby of peeping at others. The prompt sounded again, announcing that the undead servant Tom Neen had returned to the servant space. Leet Fong An said that his opponent had a sharp tongue. Cheekitch Tram Sa retorted, a big shot from across servers. Needs to challenge a level 70 gate guarding boss within a personal time limit. Yet you went to great lengths to find me? Don't tell me you specialize in verbal sparring. Leet Fong An confidently replied that his Bamboo Dragon Guild was invincible, but their hero order was snatched by Cheekitch Tram Sa Snow Silverblade in 2 seconds, which made him feel very curious how a guild without any Hall of Fame members could achieve that. Cheat Kitch Tram Sa chuckled, saying, "That's just a small matter. Who says a guild without Hall of Fame members can't do it?" Hearing this, Li Fong said, "You speak with such bravado. Do you think you can be arrogant just because you narrowly defeated the Bamboo Dragon Guild? Today, I'll see if your strength matches your arrogance." After Li Fong finished speaking, he unleashed a move, swinging his hand, and a powerful surge of energy shot towards his opponent. Confident that only guild leader Truck on Loan could stop him, and he would take care of everyone else in a single move against Cheat Kitch Tram Sa. Lit Fong Ang Un Let's Teddy Vintons. A sharp aura, like a blade, tore through the wind, his weapon pointed directly at Cheat Kitch Tram Sa, moving like lightning, carrying an unstoppable force. Each of Lit Fong Anna's attacks was lightning fast. Every strike was sharp and dangerous, like a storm sweeping away everything in its path. But Cheat Kitch Tram Sa blocked it, leaving Lit Fong bewildered and disbelieving his eyes. His confidence was threatened seeing his opponent unflustered by his powerful move. Cheat Kitch Tram Sa gripped his weapon firmly, raising his sword high, its steel glinting under the light, preparing to face the dangerous attack from Lit Fong. Cheat Kitch Tram Sa continued to use the movement skill, bewildering Lit Fong with his incredible speed. He moved like a ghost, dodging all of his opponent's attacks. Each step seemed to carry an irresistible force, making Lit Fong feel overwhelming pressure. Lit Fong Ang was sweeting po fusili as hefajit dikjum sha. Cheat Kitch Tram Sa looked at Lit Fong who was sweating profusely, his face clearly bewildered, and then he said that his opponent had lost. A simple statement, yet full of certainty, made Lit Fong feel like all his efforts had been in vain, and he couldn't refute it. He continued saying, "Who says you can't get the top guild even if you're not a member of the Hall of Fame?" His voice confident and full of pride, like a powerful blow to Lit Fong pride, making his opponent unable to deny the truth before his eyes. Lit Fong said that he had checked the other members of Tuet Nan Sam, and apart from Fong Sak Win Tuong, the others weren't scary. His voice carried a sense of complacency and confidence, as if he was confirming an obvious fact that everyone had to accept. He said that with Cheat Kitch Tram Sa skills, there was no way he wasn't among the Hall of Fame members, and he couldn't help but feel suspicious about Cheat Kitch Tram Sa's true identity. Questions arose in his heart about the origin and power of the person before him. Who exactly was Cheat Kitch Tram Sa to make him feel so uneasy? Cheat Kitch Tram Sa coldly said that he wasn't qualified to know his identity, then turned and left, leaving Lit Fong standing there in a daze. A feeling of disappointment and surprise spread through his heart. He couldn't understand why the person in front of him could be so cold and arrogant. It made him wonder about Cheat Kitch Tram Sa's confidence and hidden strength. Lit Fong stood there, full of doubt and thoughts, as Cheat Kitch Tram Sa's aura and movements couldn't help but make him think of Lac Tran. Lit Fong stood there alone, angry in his heart, thinking that he was a Hall of Fame member, a renowned general, yet he was easily defeated by an unknown person. This made him extremely frustrated, especially when the other person was 2 levels below him. Lit Fong began to doubt Cheat Kitch Tram Sa's identity, a strange feeling rising in his heart that the person in front of him might be the great deity Lac Tran he had heard of. Thinking of this, Lit Fong quickly decided to report to the guild leader, saying that Lac Tran had appeared again. The emergence of such a skilled character truly worried him. He knew that no one but the guild leader could deal with someone with Lac Tran's power. He needed to inform them immediately to prepare for what was to come. But then he suddenly thought that he couldn't say this, because Lac Tran had been silent for over a year, and the possibility of his return was very small. That made him suspicious. Could someone who had disappeared for so long easily reappear? A series of questions about Cheat Kitch Tram Sa's identity flashed through his mind. Back at the Bloodfeather Legion's main hall, Cheat Kitch Tram Sa had brought Tom Neen's skeleton. The woman standing there looked doubtful, her bewildered eyes asking if this was the specter he had summoned. Cheat Kitch Tram Sa said he didn't know what the problem was. He had originally intended to summon Tom Neen's soul, but unexpectedly she was resurrected in skeleton form. Anxiety rose in his heart, not understanding why things had gone so far. The purple-haired girl said that summoning a specter without a soul was interesting, as it was the first time she had encountered such a thing. Then she stroked the skeleton's chin, looked at the specter, and said that for a specter, Tom Neen's skeleton was too unusual. Such high attributes had never been heard of. She looked at Cheat Kitch Tram Saw with skeptical eyes, asking if he was sure this little girl was just a normal apprentice priest when she was alive, her tone full of doubt. Cheat Kitch Tram Saw affirmed that Tom Neen was just a normal apprentice priest, but a suspicion arose in his heart. He recalled previous events when Delwani Exile, who knew all the information, decided to attack Tom Neen, despite knowing he would be avenged by the Church of Light. Perhaps in the past, Tom Neen truly had something unusual about her, a hidden secret that he still couldn't fully comprehend. The girl patted Cheat Kitch Tram Saw's shoulder with a bright smile and told him not to be discouraged. The fact that a specter could use its own skeleton to reappear in the world was a rare thing, and not everyone could achieve such wonders. She continued, saying that this little skeleton was very extraordinary, and its soul must also be very special. It's likely that its current body isn't strong enough to contain its soul, and this might be the reason why it appeared in skeleton form. The girl seemed to have read his thoughts and told him to lead it to grow. She believed that when its body grew stronger, there would be a day when they could find its soul again. She emphasized that this journey would not only help Tom Neen grow stronger, but could also provide an opportunity for both of them. Suddenly, a man ran in from afar, breathless and panicked, shouting, "Emergency military situation. The 4th Legion is in danger." He needed immediate reinforcement. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Everyone in the main hall immediately paid attention to the situation. He announced that Ni Luho the Exile had led 40,000 Spectre troops to invade the 4th Defense Zone. The defensive formation had been completely destroyed by a human. This information made everyone in the main hall urgent, and a tense atmosphere enveloped the entire place. The purple-haired girl asked in surprise why humans were interfering in a war between specters. The man quickly replied that that human was not simple. The captain of the 4th Legion's guard had been killed by him. Cheat Kitch Tram Saw heard this and secretly wondered if this human was a player. A player who could kill a guard captain? In the ice zone, only he and Jayat had the strength, besides him. So could it be him? This thought made him feel a surge of worry. The purple-haired girl ordered them to quickly assemble the troops, prepare the teleportation array, and then depart. The man immediately obeyed. Hearing that, Cheat Kitch Tram Saw immediately suggested joining, as he felt the urgency of the situation and couldn't stand by and watch. The purple-haired girl nodded, agreeing with Cheat Kitch Tram Saw's decision and saying that he could come along. Cheat Kitch Tram Saw joyfully exclaimed that good deeds are indeed rewarded. This mission brought him golden chi. The scenery shifted to Vinci A Plains, where everyone was entering a battlefield with thousands of skeletons strewn about, creating a grim and chilling scene. Seeing that, Cheat Kitch Tram Saw said, "This is a battlefield, and there are so many soulfire clusters here." The purple-haired girl said it seemed the battlefield was still very suitable for a death knight, so it made sense for Cheat Kitch Tram Saw to be here. Cheat Kitch Tram Saw regretfully realized that no matter how much he absorbed, he couldn't feel any real benefits. The red-haired girl angrily wondered which faction was responsible for this incident. Upon seeing Li Fong On, Cheat Kitch Tram Saw immediately said that he knew this person, so they should lead him to him for an easier cleanup. The girl immediately nodded in agreement with the determination in her eyes, then called Lin Lac to follow her to deal with the exile and I Lu Ho, preparing for an intense confrontation. The two sides clashed, and Cheat Kitch Tram Saw exclaimed, "It really is Li Fong On. He's already reached level 62 and completed the 3rd transfer so quickly." As expected of a member of the Hall of Fame, he thought he wouldn't let this guy off today. Cheat Kitch Tram Saw charged towards Li Fong On, determined not to let the opportunity slip away. Each steady step moved directly towards the target. The courage and decisiveness in his heart urged him forward against the powerful opponent. He spun around in surprise, unexpectedly recognizing Cheat Kitch Tram Saw and saying, "What a coincidence to meet you here." Li Fong On said that his previous loss to Cheat Kitch Tram Saw was due to his carelessness, but this time, If they met again on the battlefield, he wouldn't let him leave alive. His eyes revealed determination and challenge, making the atmosphere even tenser. After speaking, he immediately unleashed his sparkling lightning move. Green light from that power source spread everywhere. But Cheat Kitch Tram Sa was not only fearless, but also sarcastically remarked, "Your words are a bit too much. Be careful not to bite your tongue." The two sides clashed, and Cheat Kitch Tram Sa felt that Leet Fong Anna's power and skills had fully increased, clearly showing thorough preparation and unyielding determination as the two sources of power clashed, creating flashing lightning bolts. Green and purple lights intertwined, shooting across the space, making the surrounding air seem to boil, intensely tense and utterly dangerous. Leet Fong An then used his thorn dance move, his eyes sparkling with confidence. He said, "Let's see if Cheat Kitch Tram Sa can block it this time." Sharp thorns flew like rain, creating a dense and perilous barrier. Leet Fong Anna's power radiated vibrant and strong green light, flowing like streams of energy, illuminating the entire space and creating an undeniable force. Cheat Kitch Tram Sa thought to himself that Leet Fong Anna's burst power and speed were both much greater than last time, but he could still block those fierce attacks, a feeling of excitement and tension welling up in every cell. Leet Fong An was surprised, disbelieving his eyes when he saw Cheat Kitch Tram Sa still standing firm against the powerful attack. Surprise was clearly visible on his face, causing his previous confidence to gradually turn into doubt. Then both sides unleashed their attacks in turn, each blow striking as fast as lightning, every swing sharp and powerful, creating strong whirlwinds that tore through the air. The light from the attacks flashed in an instant, reflecting on every drop of sweat and the strained faces of both. Cheat Kitch Tram Sa and Leet Fong An put all their strength into it, showing no weaknesses. The resounding impact reflected the unwavering determination and effort of both sides in this fierce battle. Finally, Leet Fong An became weaker. Anger surged within him because this was not the outcome he desired. His mind was filled with confusion as he couldn't understand why he couldn't defeat Cheat Kitch Tram Sa. Cheat Kitch Tram Sa responded confidently, saying it was because he was Cheat Kitch Tram Sa, his eyes revealing determination and no quarter. Then he told Leet Fong An to leave his life there, like a challenge affirming his power and resolve in this battle. As Cheat Kitch Tram Sa prepared to deliver the final blow to finish off Leet Fong An, he suddenly exclaimed, "My life is not for you to take yet." Then he confidently added, "You should go play with the boss," his eyes full of challenge and a sneering smile, making the atmosphere tenser than ever. Hearing that, Cheat Kitch Tram Sa was extremely angry because he couldn't have foreseen this surprise, feeling as if all his efforts were about to turn to dust. Fury and tension filled his heart as he realized that the situation was no longer under his control. Under the dim light, the boss's muscular figure appeared, muscles bulging as if sculpted from marble, eyes sharp like lightning. Every powerful step made the ground seem to shake. Heavy pressure enveloped the area, signaling imminent danger. Cheat Kitch Tram Sa couldn't hide his furious indignation, mentioning that the cunning Leet Fong had audaciously transferred all of the boss's hatred onto him, as if to push him into a dangerous, inescapable situation. Cheat Kitch Tram Sa gripped his sword, pouring all his strength into a charge, each step fast and powerful like a storm sweeping away everything in its path. As he struck, purple light burst forth brilliantly, spreading powerfully like lightning tearing through the night, engulfing the entire space, creating a mighty and mysterious force. He swung his sword and struck the boss, but before him, the boss's power was too overwhelming. Just a normal attack was enough to make him reel. His legs staggered as if about to collapse, almost unable to withstand any more. Lin Lak gripped her sword, jumping down from above, her body moving swiftly like an arrow, landing behind the boss with the clear goal of rescuing Cheat Kitch Tram Sa. But it was too late. As Cheat Kitch Tram Sa was lifted by the boss with one hand, his body seemed to freeze in midair, unable to resist the overwhelming force. The boss ferociously lifted him up, his hand clenched like an iron vise, then threw him with great force, sending him flying far away, his body swaying in midair. The boss raised his massive sword, Its sharp blade pointed directly at Cheat Kitch Tram Sa and snarled for him to die. He was bewildered, a sense of despair washing over him as he realized his strength was almost depleted, no longer able to withstand the impending fatal blow. The sound of metal clashing and sparks flying. Fortunately, the purple-haired girl managed to block the boss's sword in time. Her firm hands gripped the hilt tightly, stopping the sharp attack in the nick of time, saving the critical situation. Just then, the purple-haired girl rushed over, her eyes filled with concern as she asked about their condition. Lin Lak and Cheat Kitch Tram Sa, despite being exhausted, reassured her that they were fine and could still fight. The purple-haired girl said that the exiled one was indeed difficult to deal with. We must defeat him quickly, or the entire front line will collapse. Her voice was filled with worry but also determination, emphasizing the importance of working together to overcome this challenge and protect what remained. At this, the boss sneered and said, "You think you can defeat me just with yourselves? The 4th Legion all became spirits under my blade. The 1st Legion too." His voice was full of arrogance and self-satisfaction, making the atmosphere around them more stifling and tense than ever. The boss said he would use Cheat Kitch Tram Sa's head to make an offering to the 4th Legion shrine, his eyes revealing cruelty and menace, his words like daggers piercing his mind. The boss put all his strength into gripping the sword, raising it high, a cold, sharp light reflecting from the blade, preparing to unleash a powerful fatal blow. His hands unleashed powerful punches, each strike like thunder, making the air explode and the ground shake under his immense power. Lin Lak immediately charged towards the boss, her steps as swift as lightning, her body soaring through the air with an unstoppable force and determination, ready to face the dangerous challenge. Lin Lak unleashed a critical strike, creating a brilliant red light, like a blazing fire, radiating terrifying power, striking directly at the boss with immense speed and force. At this moment, the purple-haired girl aimed her bow and arrow at the boss, the arrow glowing fiery red, forming a red circle around it. Her voice was resolute and decisive, saying that with her 1st Legion, he wouldn't dare take another step, her eyes like an arrow ready to be fired. Hearing this, the boss angrily roared, "You don't know what's good for you," his eyes burning with rage, as if wanting to devour her arrogance, making the atmosphere even more tense and stifling than ever. Having said that, the boss unleashed terrifying power. Waves of energy surged forward, injuring the Legion commander, making everyone around feel dizzy from his brutal strength. The boss's power made the ground tremble, as if torn apart under the immense pressure from the energy he emitted. The air also became heavy and gloomy. The purple-haired girl was flung far, her body gliding through the air like a deflected arrow. At this moment, a suggestion echoed. Huyet Vu Min Kai activates the effect of Huyet Vu Legion Shield. Immediately, a shield appeared, emitting a white-purple light, protecting the entire formation from subsequent attacks, like a solid wall blocking all dangers. At this point, Lin Lak, with a serious expression, suggested that the Legion commander retreat due to her severe injuries, a decision that showed clarity and practicality in a critical situation. But the boss had no intention of sparing them. He roared loudly, "No one is to run, it's all over," his voice cold and terrifying like thunder, filling their hearts with despair. Then he opened his mouth and spewed a strong gust of wind, its swirling power like a storm that made them stagger. No one could stand firm against that fierce storm, feeling as if everything around them was being sucked into oblivion. The power erupted from his mouth, a wild surge of energy. The monster was truly terrifying, like a violent storm crashing down, shaking the surrounding space, creating an overwhelming and menacing feeling. But the Legion commander, despite being heavily injured, still drew her bow, her gaze firm and unwavering, her hand holding the bow steadily, as if nothing could break her resolve. The Legion commander still forcefully said that the Blood Rain Legion had never had a commander retreat before. Behind them were tens of thousands of night spirits, her eyes firm like a bright torch, transmitting strength to everyone. The boss continued to use its mouth to generate attacks, each wild surge of energy spewing out like fire, tearing through the air and striking directly at the formation. Each attack carried destructive power, making the surrounding space feel like it was about to explode. Immediately, the Legion commander flew far away, her body soaring through the air like a deflected arrow, making Lin Lack worried. Facing the boss's terrifying power, the Legion commander still resolutely stated that the warriors of the Blood Rain Legion swore to live and die with the defense line. Her voice rang out strong and determined, showing her indomitable spirit and loyalty to her comrades even in perilous circumstances. Lin Lack bravely told her to leave the rest to him, his eyes filled with determination and confidence, as if ready to face any challenge to protect the Legion and his comrades. The Legion commander roared, ordering Lin Lack to return, her voice full of authority and worry, as if wanting to protect him from the lurking dangers. But it was too late. Lin Lack had unleashed a life-sacrificing blow with a maximum damage value of 500. He gave up his life in that decisive moment, his eyes burning and without hesitation, as if wanting to create an opportunity for the Legion, despite the imminent danger. Lin Lack charged at the boss, determined to take its head, his voice full of defiance and resolve, demonstrating his strength and courage even when facing danger. Then a loud explosion echoed. Flames erupted before the Legion commander and Cheat Kitch Tram saw, shaking the entire surrounding space. Smoke and fire billowed, making it impossible for them to see anything clearly, only the sounds of chaos and worry remaining in their hearts. The Legion commander, tears streaming down her face, called out Lin Lack's name, her voice choked with pain, expressing her immeasurable loss upon witnessing her brave comrade sacrifice himself in the relentless battle. The boss, enraged, moved to attack her, shouting loudly, "Go be friends with Lin Lack." Its voice was full of mockery and hatred, as if wanting her to feel the pain and despair from her comrade's sacrifice. The Legion commander then ordered Cheat Kitch Tram Sa to run, emphasizing that he was not part of the Blood Rain Legion. Her eyes held worry and a determination to protect him from the imminent danger, even though she herself was facing the boss's terrifying power. As she spoke, she pushed him away with force. The Legion commander's strong will was clearly evident in her actions, as if confirming that Cheat Kitch Tram Sa's safety was paramount. Cheat Kitch Tram Sa was incredibly angry, because death in Tian Tung meant truly dying and disappearing. He clearly felt the helplessness of witnessing his comrades in danger without being able to do anything, his heart filled with indignation and pain at Lin Lack's sacrifice. As the boss prepared to finish off the Legion commander, she broke out in a cold sweat from fear, but suddenly opened her eyes, seeing another sword had blocked its attack, creating a deafening clash. The unexpected appearance of the sword enraged it, because this dared to happen just as it was about to finish off the Legion commander, making it roar in fury, its eyes filled with killing intent as it looked towards the one who dared to interfere with its plan. Upon seeing Cheat Kitch Tram Sa, she thought to herself, "This must be a miracle, a miraculous intervention in a moment of extreme danger." Cheat Kitch Tram Sa had removed his mask, standing tall with resolute eyes, declaring loudly that the exile in Iluho today would be the target for him to test his blade on his Azura path. A fire of determination ignited within him, ready to fight for justice and to protect what was precious. Seeing this, the boss thought to itself that he wasn't dead. He could still unleash such an excellent strike, and wondered, is this the legendary Azura? Its eyes couldn't help but rise with suspicion and worry at Cheat Kitch Tram Sa's hidden power, realizing that this battle might not unfold as it had expected. Cheat Kitch Tram Sa and the boss clashed in battle, each of their attacks like thunderbolts, creating powerful tremors, the surrounding air seemingly torn apart by the force of impact. The Legion commander was in a daze watching the two fight, her heart stirred between worry and hope, unsure if Cheat Kitch Tram Sa had enough strength to contend with such a powerful enemy. Cheat Kitch Tram Sa declared that the boss had gone against heaven's will, massacring living beings, and he would not let off, nor would the Blood Rain Legion. He stated that in this world, only the strong could rule, his tone full of arrogance and confidence, as if wanting to affirm that strength and power were the decisive factors. The boss remained perplexed because even though he was many levels lower, he could still withstand its slashes. The surprise mixed with anger made it feel unacceptable. The Legion commander enhanced Cheat Kitch Tram Saw's power. A brilliant light from her hand erupted like a protective shield, radiating warm energy to help him gain more confidence and strength in the battle. Then she thought to herself, ever since Cheat Kitch Tram Saw appeared on this battlefield, the soul kindling has been continuously absorbed by him. Every time he struck, it carried surging power, as if he was draining the vitality and strength from his enemy. Just now, when the exile's blade came down, he quickly drank a bottle of medicine, which must have been the blood of light. The spirit medicine must have been absorbed by him early, plus the soul kindling of Tulwan. She thought to herself that the small year-old skeleton must have gathered all the conditions to become an Azura. It's good that it's Cheat Kitch Tram Sa, because perhaps he will be able to bring a new future for the spirits. With that thought, she encouraged Cheat Kitch Tram Sa to advance and show his true Azura power. On this side, the two were still fighting fiercely. The boss arrogantly declared that it was the lord of the entire Vincier plain, and all living beings trembled at its feet. The smugness in its voice was like a dagger piercing Cheat Kitch Tram Saw's heart. But Cheat Kitch Tram Saw was not afraid. He believed it was being arrogant, because in his mind, no one could claim the right to rule everything without paying a price. He asked it in a mocking tone what it felt like to be suppressed by an ant it despised. Cheat Kitch Tram Saw's eyes sparkling with determination and defiance. The boss angrily roared that no one could stop him, his voice echoing like thunder in the air, making the entire space seem to tremble under the power of his arrogance and defiance. While the two were fighting, Cheat Kitch Tram Saw was suddenly affected by a weapon, causing him to lose focus and step back, feeling a sharp pain in his hand. Seeing Cheat Kitch Tram Saw at a disadvantage, the boss didn't miss the opportunity. He fiercely threatened that Cheat Kitch Tram Saw would surely die if he continued fighting in such a weakened state. His eyes gleamed with smugness, thinking he had victory firmly in his grasp. The Legion commander stood on the sidelines, her eyes following Cheat Kitch Tram Saw's every move, anxiety rising as she saw him at a disadvantage. Just as Cheat Kitch Tram Saw realized the situation was worsening, a sudden suggestion appeared, indicating that changing weapons was necessary. So he immediately switched to a new weapon called Soul Eater. He was determined to use this sword to change the tide of battle. Holding the Soul Eater sword in his hand, Cheat Kitch Tram Saw bravely declared that he would continue fighting, his words full of determination and defiance, unsettling the boss. He couldn't believe that Cheat Kitch Tram Saw could still stand firm and challenge him after all the suffering he had endured. When the boss entered a berserk state, his eyes gleamed with madness and explosive power. His body seemed to grow larger, more ferocious and dangerous than ever. The frenzy made him uncontrollable. He roared like a wild beast. He furiously roared that Cheat Kitch Tram Saw should prepare to endure his terrible wrath, his voice echoing like thunder, promising a merciless battle. His intense rage not only made the surrounding air suffocating, but also directly created immense pressure that suppressed Cheat Kitch Tram Saw, causing him to be injured and blood to start gushing from his mouth. He thought to himself that this boss was really difficult to deal with. Even a slight lapse in concentration was enough for him to launch a powerful attack. He quickly regained his composure, his sharp eyes fixed on the boss. Determination surged within him. Every cell in his body seemed to urge him forward. In a fit of rage, the boss declared he wouldn't spare Cheat Kitch Tram Saw. He roared that Cheat Kitch Tram Saw would be torn into 100 pieces, his voice echoing across the battlefield like an angry vow. He yelled with hatred, proclaiming that he wanted Cheat Kitch Tram Saw dead. His voice resonated like a curse, filling the air with cruelty and determination to annihilate. He opened his mouth again, using his immense power to blow Cheat Kitch Tram Saw away. But Cheat Kitch Tram Saw wasn't afraid. In a moment of fierce resolve, he roared, telling him to shut up. Then Cheat Kitch Tram Saw, with strength accumulated from his determination and resilience, charged and attacked the boss with a powerful blow, causing him to panic. And finally, after relentless efforts, Cheat Kitch Tram Saw defeated the formidable enemy. A dazzling notification appeared, confirming his resounding victory. His level immediately rose to 60, and not only that, he also climbed to the top spot on the Fu Bang District leaderboard. Cheat Kitch Tram Sa turned, sighing with relief, feeling as if every burden on his shoulders had been lifted. The Legion commander looked at Cheat Kitch Tram Sa, her eyes full of pride and joy. She said he did it, they won, with an overwhelming emotion. Leet Fong stood there with eyes full of anger and hatred. He couldn't believe what had just happened. In his mind, he thought that Cheat Kitch Tram Sa was not Lac Tran, but actually even stronger than Lac Tran. Cheat Kitch Tram Sa stood deep in thought, his mind full of reflections. He never expected to accidentally evolve into an Azura. This was truly amazing. Cheat Kitch Tram Sa received well-deserved rewards for this mission, including a dazzling golden weapon and an ancient skill book containing valuable secrets. Cheat Kitch Tram Sa held the rewards in his hand, thinking, "Excellent, such high damage, and such heaven-defying bonus skills." But they were useless to him, so he sighed and put them in his backpack. His new skill had a 1% chance to fully resurrect. Cheat Kitch Tram Sa complained it was a bit weak, but decided it was still a gain. Cheat Kitch Tram Sa turned to support her, asking the Legion commander if she was okay. But she replied she was fine and smiled, her eyes full of pride for having overcome this difficult challenge with him. The Legion commander briefly thought that after becoming an Azura, Cheat Kitch Tram Sa seemed a bit more handsome. The powerful and confident aura emanating from him made her feel curious and admire him. Cheat Kitch Tram Sa suddenly remembered Leet Fong, that despicable name that couldn't be ignored after this battle. Cheat Kitch Tram Sa turned to the Legion commander and told her to go reorganize the Legion first because he still had another guest to entertain. Notifications continuously rang out everywhere. Leet Fong had died, then revived, then died again. His level quickly dropped to 58, then to 50. A soldier rushed breathlessly to the boss, his face frantic, panting as he reported on Leet Fong's condition. Everyone gathered to watch, witnessing Leet Fong's corpse hanging suspended in midair, their eyes filled with curiosity and questions. They wondered who could have defeated him so miserably. And not only that, there were colorful words written on his buttocks. The soldiers rushed to the scene, frantically shouting for everyone to clear the way. The boss was coming, and the atmosphere immediately became tense. Cheat Kitch Tram Sa wrote, "Manage your people well," on Leet Fong's buttocks and didn't forget to sign his name. Seeing the boss, Leet Fong was still disoriented. He stammered that the person who beat him was even more formidable than Lac Tran, his face pale. Before he could finish speaking, he fainted, causing everyone around to worry and murmur. They guessed this was the death spirit confinement, a state where anyone afflicted would take 1 or 2 days to wake up. The atmosphere grew heavier as everyone awaited their boss's reaction. Everyone present immediately spoke up, telling the boss that they couldn't tolerate being bullied like this. They all agreed that they had to kill that person to find peace. But before they could finish speaking, the boss got angry and struck the speaker with a powerful blow, making the atmosphere tense. He laughed gleefully, his eyes sparkling with delight, and said that since Lac Tran disappeared, no one had excited him like this in a long time, his words ringing out like a challenge. A notification rang out, announcing that Truck on Loan had declared a challenge video against Cheat Kitch Tram Sa, leaving everyone bewildered and wondering when he had provoked Truck on Loan. Truck on Loan was crazy, and this time he was serious. Tension spread everywhere. Everyone waited to see how the battle between the two would unfold. A notification rang out. Cheat Kitch Tram Sa announced his departure from Tuet Non Sam and would continue using the name Blood-Colored Mercenary. This event caused a stir in the mercenary world. Lam Dehan was bewildered by the notification. Cheat Kitch Tram Sa felt something was wrong. As Cheat Kitch Tram Sa kept sneezing, he decided he had to go and clarify everything. He thought to himself that having cleared one boss fight wasn't enough. Now he wanted to spend an additional 500 coins for business, which really annoyed him. He decided he had to sell the Shadow Bow to restore health, so he could maintain his fighting strength and continue fighting in the upcoming battles. An alert sounded, warning that his body had a problem, about to run out of life. His heart was filled with worry as he realized the urgent situation. He quickly checked and saw that the network settings were still connected normally. Could it be that the game had a bug? A restless feeling surged as he considered this possibility. He needed to find the cause and fix it before it was too late. He thought to himself, "My body is abnormal. I'm a bit panicked. Is it because I've been online for too long?" Lam Dat-han ran over, called out loudly, and panted as she asked why he had left Tuet Nan Sam. Was it because of Truck on Loam? What exactly happened? Her face clearly showed worry and anticipation as she stood before Cheat Kich Tram Sa, hoping for an explanation from him. When she looked up, she was surprised to realize that Cheat Kich Tram Sa's face was no longer the same. He explained that he had transformed into an Azura, a new power emerging from within. He didn't forget to ask if this appearance was all right. Lam Dat-han turned away in embarrassment. She just replied that it was all right, but in her heart, she couldn't stop praising how handsome he was. It felt like he had become a different person, much stronger and more attractive. He said that no one had ever seen him in this form, so for now, he didn't need to wear a mask. He decided to use his real face to meet people. Lam Dat-han turned and took Cheat Kich Tram Sa's hand. Her face showed seriousness, but her eyes sparkled like stars. She said that now wasn't the time to talk about his new appearance. He still hadn't answered her question about why he left Tuet Nan Sam. Cheat Kich Tram Sa lightly tapped Lam Dat-han's head, smiling as he said, "Where are all these why questions coming from? Didn't you once say that I'm in charge of everything?" Cheat Kich Tram Sa turned away, telling Lam Dat-han that he had a plan and couldn't stay here forever, before bidding her farewell with determination in his eyes. Lam Dat-han recalled her own plan and thought that although she had promised Cheat Kich Tram Sa earlier, at this moment, she couldn't bear to leave him. As Cheat Kich Tram Sa turned away, he secretly felt a pang of guilt, but he knew that only this way would he not implicate Tuet Nan Sam, and Truck Long's attention would shift to him, so that Tuet Nan Sam could develop in peace. As he walked, Cheat Kich Tram Sa heard the announcement that the Who Will Compete for Supremacy contest had officially begun, making him curious. After hearing the rules and prizes of the contest, Cheat Kich Tram Sa was surprised by what he learned: a golden weapon, 3,000 fame, and a hero's token. Such rich rewards were much better than grinding monsters to level up. Thinking this, Cheat Kich Tram Sa immediately contacted Thap Tam and Chu Kui to join the contest together and win the championship. The hero's token would be the perfect gift for Ko Kim Han Mong at that time. However, Thap Tam objected, stating that their group only had 3 members, all melee, with no ranged attackers or healers. Chu Kui also agreed, emphasizing that they couldn't register without 5 members. Cheat Kich Tram Sa calmly proposed issuing a recruitment order, also announcing the need for 1 healer and 1 ranged attacker to complete the team. At the forum, upon seeing the recruitment post, everyone hesitated to join because the blood mercenaries had now become an eyesore for Dak Ba, Kwang Long, and Truck Long. Thap Tam sighed, saying, "Who would dare join us now?" While Chu Kui suggested, "Why don't we just force 2 people to join?" Cheat Kich Tram Sa thought that was a good point. Forcing people would work, because the cost of hiring people was too high to spend more money on it. Then, a female voice suddenly rang out, ordering them to release her because she wanted to join the blood mercenaries, which surprised Cheat Kich Tram Sa. The 2 men holding the girl said that if she wanted to join their guild, she had to value them and not embarrass their wishes. As soon as he saw her, Cheat Kich Tram Sa immediately recognized her as the 9th-ranked archer on the Heavens list, named Bac Min Tuet. The 2 men couldn't hold Bac Min Tuet. Cheat Kich Tram Sa immediately spoke up. "A cow won't drink water, but you're forcing its head down," making the 2 men angrily ask, "Who are you?" He said he was Cheat Kich Tram Sa, his gaze firm, not flinching at the 2 men's anger. Hearing this, the whole group was surprised, not expecting Cheat Kich Tram Sa to be standing before them. Bac Min Tuet immediately rushed over, saying that Cheat Kich Tram Sa had arrived at just the right time, and that she officially requested to join the blood mercenaries, her eyes shining with determination. Bac Min Tuet immediately rushed over, saying that Cheat Kich Tram Sa had arrived at just the right time, and that she officially requested to join the blood mercenaries. He advised her to think carefully, as his guild was currently being targeted by several large guilds. Back Min Tuet replied that she wasn't afraid, because she had already made enemies with Dak Ba. Adding a few more enemies wasn't a big deal. Besides, she was a renowned archer, so only Cheek Kitch Tram saw was worthy of her. Hearing this, he secretly thought that this girl really knew how to pick people. Cheek Kitch Tram Saw extended his hand, and the two shook hands. He officially agreed to let Back Min Tuet join. The representative of the Blood Mercenaries welcomed her grandly, under the angry glares of the other men, making the atmosphere around them seem to tense up even more. At Back Min Tuet's joining, they angrily charged forward, deciding to kill the two, believing that having more people would overwhelm them. Cheek Kitch Tram Sa quickly ordered Back Min Tuet that running was the best course of action. Back Min Tuet smiled calmly and serenely, saying that with Cheek Kitch Tram Sa's top-rank reputation, rushing in to eliminate those enemies was just a small matter. Cheek Kitch Tram Sa covered his face, saying there were too many of them, and he didn't want to waste energy playing with them. The arrogant Ba Tien Dao challenged him to a duel. Hearing this, Cheek Kitch Tram Sa surprisingly turned back to look at Ba Tien Dao, not expecting him to have reached level 62. His eyes scanned Ba Tien Dao's confidence. Ba Tien Dao charged with his sword. The sword swung in a powerful slash, the cold light from the blade reflecting sharply. He confidently asserted that he was now the leader of Pho Bang City and didn't believe Cheek Kitch Tram Sa had the ability to resist him. Cheek Kitch Tram Sa immediately summoned Fong Sak Ao Tuong for support, stunning Ba Tien Dao. Looking down and seeing a puppy, Ba Tien Dao angrily said that the two of them would meet at the contest, and then he would wash away his humiliation in front of everyone. The scene shifts to a forest. Back Min Tuet and Cheek Kitch Tram Sa are breathing heavily, as if they just ran. The air in the forest was silent, sunlight dappling through the tree canopy, creating shimmering patches of light and shadow on the ground. She asked why they couldn't fight them directly, but he replied that the match would start soon, and clashing with them head-on now would be disadvantageous for the lower ranks. Back Min Tuet thought he was right. He praised her equipment, saying all the attribute categories were well coordinated, clearly showing the armor craftsman wasn't an ordinary person. It's just a pity it doesn't match her current level, which made him feel the need to support her more to maximize her potential in the upcoming battles. Back Min Tuet praised Cheek Kitch Tram Sa for his good eye, adding that this equipment was made by her brother. And not long ago, her brother acquired a rare wine-guarding stone and is now making new equipment for her, which makes her feel prouder and more confident in her own strength for the upcoming battles. Cheek Kitch Tram Sa said he'd never heard of her brother's talent being so high. Back Min Tuet replied that her brother was a bit reclusive and didn't like to socialize. As soon as she finished speaking, Back Min Tuet pulled Cheek Kitch Tram Sa to find her brother, as the equipment today would surely be no less impressive, and she really wanted him to see her brother's skill. Arriving at a forest, Back Min Tuet pointed ahead and said her brother was there, but she emphasized that Cheek Kitch Tram Sa shouldn't think about pulling him into the guild, as she had tried many times without success. Suddenly, Cheek Kitch Tram Sa stopped, as if he sensed something was wrong. He felt the air around them become tense, as if something was lurking. A group of cloaked figures surrounded Back Min Tuet's brother. They ferociously demanded he hand over the black wine stone, promising to spare his life if he complied. Back Min Tuet's brother parried the attacker's blades, the light from the blades reflecting sharply on his face, determined not to let the enemy pass. Back Min Tuet decided to raise her bow, determined to save her brother from the cloaked figures, but Cheek Kitch Tram Sa quickly stopped her, gently saying that he would be fine. Cheek Kitch Tram Sa secretly observed the fight, realizing that the situation seemed to be in distress, but in reality, every move was carefully calculated by him. Every move Back Min Tuet's brother made was not just an evasion, but also part of a larger plan to lure the cloaked figures into a position where he could easily defeat them. Cheek Kitch Tram Sa speculated that Back Min Tuet's brother's skills had a limited range. Therefore, he couldn't effectively engage the enemy, and when Back Min Tuet wondered why he had to do it this way, she affirmed that with her brother's abilities, he could certainly escape. Cheek Kitch Tram Sa explained that Back Min Tuet's brother couldn't run away, because if he ran from a high position, he would be immediately discovered, And precisely because he understood that, he decided to confront them directly. Back Mintuet worried that if this situation continued, her brother's life could be jeopardized. Chi Kich Tram saw reassured Back Mintuet that her brother would be fine, because looking at the fight, he wasn't at a disadvantage yet and was still smiling arrogantly at his opponents. The attacker of Back Mintuet's brother attacked with a sword, arrogantly saying that he was at low health and shouldn't struggle in vain. But Back Mintuet's brother parried with his weapon, blocking the murderous blow. Back Mintuet's brother then jumped, causing the other guy to almost fall to the ground. The blade whizzed through the air, just a breath away from him, but enough to feel the imminent danger. He quickly leaped high, to the amazement of the thugs, his body gliding through the air like a ghost, leaving his opponents no time to react. Having gained the upper hand, he smiled contentedly, his eyes full of confidence and pride, as if all his opponent's efforts were meaningless before his strength. Then the method Back Mintuet's brother used was the blood movement counter-system technique, causing his opponent to cry out in unexpected pain. Chi Kich Tram Sa said that the timing was just right. Back Mintuet's brother wouldn't be defeated so easily. He continued to use the bone curse technique, infiltrating the opponent's body, reducing their speed and defense, causing endless pain that made the opponent furious for falling into the trap. Chi Kich Tram Sa praised him, saying he not only had superb physical skills, but was also a rare poison master, unlike healing priests, truly a talented individual. Back Mintuet suddenly screamed, telling her brother to be careful, which startled Chi Kich Tram Sa. The twin blazing dragons rushed to attack, making him realize there was no way to escape this situation. Immediately, Chi Kich Tram Sa rushed forward to block, asserting. The other guy asked who he was, and he replied firmly that he was Chi Kich Tram Sa. Upon hearing this, he was bewildered, as this was the name of the fallen young Master Long. They panicked and ran away, saying they would return, and all old and new grudges would be settled together. Afterward, Chi Kich Tram Sa extended his hand towards Back Mintuet's brother and encouraged him, saying he was fine. But he coldly stood up and turned away, which reminded Chi Kich Tram Sa of what Back Mintuet had said, and he admitted that he was indeed a bit eccentric. Seeing this, Back Mintuet angrily said that Chi Kich Tram Sa was their leader, so his attitude should be better. Chi Kich Tram Sa smiled and put his arm around Mintuet, saying they were all family, but her brother angrily told him to take his hand off his sister. After a minute, Back Mintuet explained that Chi Kich Tram Sa had helped her out of trouble, and now she was officially a member of the Bloodhorn mercenary group. Her brother finally understood and thanked Chi Kich Tram Sa for helping his sister. He replied that they were family, so there was no need to be polite, and at the same time invited him to join the guild. But he refused the invitation, saying he didn't want to be exploited, then told him to leave because he had to hurry and change their encampment. His words angered Back Mintuet. Chi Kich Tram Sa worriedly asked if his moving was due to the Mad Dragon group constantly causing trouble. Hearing that, he angrily said it wasn't his business, and he didn't need to care. Back Mintuet angrily told her brother not to have such an attitude. Back Mintuet told Chi Kich Tram Sa that a long time ago, her brother was told his operations weren't precise, so he could only immerse himself in crafting. Now, those who seek them out often have bad intentions, so she hoped he would understand. After hearing this, Chi Kich Tram Sa said he invited her brother to join because he was an excellent craftsman. He said that his skills and operations were what he liked most. The sincerity in his words somewhat lessened Back Mintuet's brother's animosity. Chi Kich Tram Sa praised him, saying he could maintain his own pace while being pursued by many, and also precisely control his skills. While recovering HP, he also dealt damage to enemies, and affirmed that he was one of the most excellent sorcerers he had ever met. He said furthermore, he wouldn't want to keep hiding like this his whole life. Han Bang Quang could now be considered his territory, with a Blood Rain Legion protecting it, so he could craft with peace of mind. He said that rare materials dropped from the guild's dungeons could also be given to him, and he wouldn't interfere with whomever he wanted to craft items for. Hearing that, Back Mintuet's brother was somewhat intrigued. Chi Kich Tram Sa continued to suggest that he fight for their dreams with him, sincerely inviting him to join the Bloodthirst mercenary group. After some hesitation, Back Mintuet's brother agreed to join and shook hands with Cheek Kitch Tram Sa, making Back Mintuet incredibly happy. They were joyfully welcoming the new member to the guild, and a notification sounded, announcing that the guild had successfully registered for the competition. The entire guild rejoiced at successfully registering for the competition, praising Lactran's excellence and vowing to defeat all of Quang Long and Dak Ba. Suddenly, a notification sounded, signaling a problem with Cheek Kitch Tram Sa's body. He was in pain, worrying everyone. Then he fainted, his body covered in wounds, leaving the whole group worried and stunned. Lactran was lying in a hospital room, covered in blood, breathing heavily through an oxygen mask. Outside, the doctor spoke to Thap Tam and Chu Kui about his condition, saying it wasn't very optimistic and they should prepare themselves. The doctor told Thap Tam and Chu Kui that if a person with an antidote serum couldn't be found within 48 hours, he truly couldn't be saved this time. But the serum could only temporarily suppress the virus. The full cure rate was only 20%, which made Thap Tam and Chu Kui feel a surge of worry. They looked at each other with eyes full of disappointment, while Lactran lay there, everything around him blurred, and he felt overwhelmed by helplessness. Thap Tam asked, "Didn't we say last time that Muoi Kwong could suppress the virus?" Chu Kui also questioned the doctor, asking why Lactran, who was usually healthy, suddenly became like this. Those questions echoed in the heavy air, carrying worry and confusion. The doctor adjusted his glasses and said tests showed the virus had mutated. The specific cause was still under investigation. He had contacted a team of experts and was searching for the serum nationwide. Now they could only wait for that person to appear. The doctor's words were like a knife cutting into the hearts of Thap Tam and Chu Kui. They felt a surge of worry, but had no choice but to wait patiently. Thap Tam patted Chu Kui's shoulder, saying, "We won't give up, no matter how slim the hope. But first, let's go find the serum for Lao Luke." The doctor nodded upon hearing this, saying that the more people they contacted, the greater the hope. These words were a small encouragement in the heavy atmosphere. The doctor turned and left, saying to prepare for him to rest and for the two of them to go home. His gentle, responsible instructions echoed in the silent space. Thap Tam told Chu Kui not to tell Lao Luke. Chu Kui nodded, saying he would look after him here for the next 2 days. Games can be played later, but there's only one big brother. Chu Kui's words were like an unspoken promise between them. Hearing that, Thap Tam said, "No, because Lao Luke values Ko Kim Mong Han the most. If we don't get the hero's command this time, it will really break Lao Luke's heart." Thap Tam's voice carried worry and determination. Thap Tam continued, "We must bear this together. We still have to participate in the Who Dares to Compete tournament." Chu Kui nodded in agreement upon hearing that. Both understood that no matter how difficult the situation, they still needed to stand together. Thap Tam would go find the serum, while Chu Kui would go online to inform the others to prepare. They quickly divided tasks, each having an important role in this battle. As the two left, Lactran woke up and heard their conversation, thinking to himself, "They truly are good brothers, but this time, it seems I'm done for." Worry surged in Lactran's heart. He knew there were only 2 days to find a serum that could deal with this strange virus. Unless a miracle happened, these thoughts kept repeating in Lactran's head, and he felt overwhelmed by pressure. Lactran thought how good it would be if he had an immortal skill like in the game, where with just 1% HP, he could instantly recover fully. These fantasies gave him a little comfort, but reality was much harsher. He could only lie there, feeling the pain and helplessness. His heart yearned for a miracle to save himself and his worried friends. He wondered how much his father would grieve if he died. Memories flooded his mind. He remembered his father saying it was rare for him to come home, so he made his favorite stewed eggplant. That flavor still lingered in his memory, each soft and fragrant piece of eggplant. His heart ached as he imagined a day when he could no longer enjoy that dish. Looking at his wounds, he thought of his father and felt the pain consume his heart. He thought he had to quickly arrange his affairs. Thoughts of death and inevitable departure lingered in Lactran's mind. He sat writing his will, each stroke of the pen bringing to mind images of his father and his 2 close friends. Thap Tam and Chu Kui, and their happy memories. All the hardships they had gone through together appeared, making him heartbroken and feeling guilty. He didn't want to leave them, didn't want to leave sorrow for those who had always been by his side. He recalled playing the game, when his character Cheat Kitch Tram Sa once said, "I absolutely will not back down." That sentence echoed in his mind again. He remembered when he earned money, and the next steps were fighting monsters, leveling up, farming dungeons. Each image from the game appeared vividly in his mind, the thrill of defeating monsters, leveling up and unlocking new skills. He smiled thinking about the intense battles with Kwang Long, Doc Ba, and Truck Long, powerful enemies he, Thap Tam, and Chu Kui had overcome. His character in the game said that since Truck on Loan had declared war, Chu Kui and Thap Tam should stay in Tuet Non Sam for safety, but they both disagreed. Believing they were brothers, if they had to leave the guild, they would leave together, following Lac Tran to the end. Their loyalty and strong friendship deeply moved him. He wrote his will, apologizing for them having followed him for so long, and him not leaving anything for them, his heart full of guilt. The person he felt most guilty towards was the guild leader. The image of the person who had always protected him appeared in his mind. The phone's ringing cut through his thoughts. The sound echoed like an unexpected sign. Jit Jit sounded panicked on the other end, saying she believed he wasn't dead, her words carrying strength and conviction. Lac Tran was extremely surprised to see Jit Jit calling. He picked up the phone, and Jit Jit immediately asked if he was still alive. She seemed to be yelling through the phone, making him wince. Lac Tran was surprised that Jit Jit knew what was happening, but calmly asked what she was talking about. Jit Jit stammered that she dreamed he had died, so she called right away, her voice trembling as if she couldn't believe what she had just said. Hearing that, Lac Tran sighed because it turned out Jit Jit still didn't know how serious his condition was. Lac Tran reassured her, saying he was still doing well, and told Jit Jit to go to bed early, his voice trying to stay calm to put her at ease. They wished each other good night, then hung up. In the quiet space, Lac Tran looked up at the ceiling. He thought that before facing death, being able to hear Jit Jit's voice was truly good. Amidst the pain and unease, that familiar sound was like a final bit of warmth that helped him hold on, lightening the feeling of loneliness in that moment. Suddenly, the phone slipped from his hand as an unexpected and overwhelming wave of pain hit him, his entire body convulsing. It felt as if every nerve was being squeezed, the pain piercing through every cell, making him lose control of himself. The doctors immediately rushed in, their faces full of worry as they discovered his blood pressure had dropped below 40, his pulse undetectable, a critical condition. The machines beeped continuously, creating a tense atmosphere. Without hesitation, they quickly decided to move him to the ICU in an effort to save Lac Tran's life. At this moment, Thap Tam and Chu Kui had arrived in time. They stood by, trying to suppress their worry, telling Lao Luke to hang in there, that everything would be all right. Lac Tran wanted to open his mouth to reassure Thap Tam not to worry, but his throat seized up, unable to utter a sound. He could only look at them with weak, helpless eyes, overwhelmed by pain and a sense of unease. His eyes slowly closed, his consciousness becoming hazy, only a final thought fleetingly passing through his mind. His eyelids were so heavy, he just wanted to sleep. The next morning, Bac Min Tuet looked at everyone and said that the guild leader had helped them so much, and now his fate was uncertain. The only thing they could do was fight with all their might. Her brother, hearing this, could only sigh, his eyes filled with worry, hoping that Lac Tran could overcome this calamity. Everyone was present at the competition. A bustling, intense atmosphere enveloped the arena, teams preparing, their eyes filled with determination and hope. A short-haired girl spoke up, asking why the team battle was divided into 2 matches, 1-1v1 and 1-2v2, with 3 rounds, winning 2 to determine the victor. Another girl standing nearby spoke up, saying that she heard Tien Tung received a request from above, temporarily changing the competition format. The short-haired girl was surprised, asking if that was even allowed, her expression showing confusion and concern about these new rules, which made the atmosphere even more tense and exciting. Then she turned to worry about Jit Jit, remembering that she almost fainted when she woke up this morning, her eyes full of concern as she asked if Jit was okay. A sense of unease was evident on her face, as the pressure and tension of the competition weighed heavily on everyone's minds. Jit smiled gently and replied that she just didn't sleep well. It was nothing, her voice slightly weak, but still trying to sound calm. Just then, Tien Tung Susu stepped onto the stage, her voice echoing as she announced that the tournament officially began. She introduced herself as the charming and captivating MC, saying that she was also greatly looking forward to this match, and even though the format had changed, the excitement would not diminish at all. She looked at the team members, seeing their eyes burning with fire, and each of them showing enthusiasm and determination, ready for the battle for the hero's order that was about to take place. Tien Tung Susu said that, of course, to compensate for the change in format, she had specially brought a prize for the champion team, which was purple gold equipment, specifically Tien Tung's illusory potion. She continued that after using it, players would randomly enter one of Tien Tung's 32 hidden dungeons, and after clearing the dungeon, players would receive many hidden equipment, rare materials, and gold. All guild members would gain 5 levels, and reputation would be increased by 1,000. She emphasized that more importantly, the highest reward was a fragment of the Sea Awakening. Collecting enough fragments would allow them to awaken to a higher realm. Under the stands, the atmosphere became lively with murmurs from the audience. Many began discussing this rare opportunity, and everyone felt excited. They couldn't believe their ears upon hearing the news about the awakening reward, an opportunity Tien Tung had never offered before, and that made their excitement grow even more. Tien Tung Susu noticed the audience's commotion. She chuckled softly, asking everyone if they felt surprised and excited by this wonderful news. A girl in the crowd immediately nodded in agreement, saying that this time they had to give it their all. Her eyes shone with determination, clearly showed that she was ready for the fierce battle ahead. Long Han Tianhao was equally excited. He spoke up, affirming that this was the only awakening opportunity. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he said that this key was indeed a good item. The captain of the Lone Overlord team, Ba Tian Dao, smirked and said with determination that this was truly interesting. The captain of the Ancient Sword Dream Soul team, Tui Not Phuong, stood amidst the crowd, his eyes firm and full of hope, affirming that with this special weapon, the revival of Ancient Sword Dream Soul was only a matter of time. The captain of the Deep Peach Garden Envoy team, Tan Tan Tu, stood firm amidst the tense atmosphere of the competition, her eyes bright, filled with determination and strong will. The captain of the Thunderous Wind team, Chuck Dung, stood among his team with a resolute expression, his eyes gleaming with confidence, reflecting the latent power within himself and his determination to win. Susu saw everyone's passion ignite, and she decided to officially declare the Who Dares to Challenge tournament open, the sound echoing throughout the stands, creating an exhilarating and stimulating atmosphere. The announcement of the game rules rang out. All right, everyone, listen carefully to the rules. There are 2 types. For 1-on-1, each team can send a player to participate. But for 2-on-2, the system will randomly arrange it, and all teams will draw lots to determine the players. The group stage will be held at the same time. Thap Tam discovered. Us? How interesting. Our old enemy is above. Hane peered in and asked, Who's the opponent? Cheers rang out along with the spirited appearance of a team. Good, very good. Tutu excitedly announced, inviting PK Team number 49, Crazy Dragon versus Bloody Mercenaries. The first match, 1-on-1, Long Han Tianhao versus Kui Kok 2, officially begins. As Luke Tran slowly opened his eyes, he heard a whispering sound by his ear. What's that sound? The next match is against Lone Overlord, but the boss isn't awake yet. What about Lone Overlord? What's there to be afraid of? At this moment, he was still disoriented. Light, I'm not dead. I really can't believe it. The other person continued. Just you and Big Mama made it to the top 8. Do you know what the forum is saying about you? Saying what? It says that you two, Bloody Absolute Duo from Floating Ice City, the only way to deal with you two is death. Thap Tam's face gradually became clear before him with an anxious look. Old Luke, you're awake. "Boss, how do you feel? Can you hear me clearly?" Luke Tran told them his condition. "Thap Tam, you little devil, I heard you. I feel better too." They breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good then. You almost scared us to death." His voice was calm as he said, "The king of hell doesn't seem to like me, so I was rejected again this time." The other guy interjected, "Hey, this time, the person you should thank is Lamb. Lamb, our junior, and the beautiful Hane too. It's thanks to their love that you woke up." Tunkok chimed in from behind. "That's right, that's right." Luke Tran was curious. "You two idiots, how many days have I been asleep? Who's been competing?" The other two spoke up alternately. "You've been in a coma for 10 days, and you won't believe it. We've made it to the quarterfinals. How amazing is that? It's all thanks to me and Mama." He was greatly surprised. "Really?" He confirmed, "Of course it's true. In the first match, we faced Crazy Dragon. You didn't see Crazy Dragon's face then. He actually got eliminated in the very first match. Let me see whose expression is more amusing now." Recalling that sight, all three burst into joyful laughter. Thaptam thought, "I just have to think about it and I'll laugh for the rest of my life." He suddenly remembered, what about Ancient Sword Dream Soul and Snow Silverfur? Seeing the two fall silent, Luke Tran immediately felt uneasy. "What's wrong?" Tun Kok broke the silence. "Snow Silverfur also advanced to the quarterfinals. It's just Ancient Sword Dream Soul." He saw that he wasn't finishing, so he said for him, "Not so good." Entering the 16th match, Ancient Sword Dream Soul met Lone Overlord. They knew those who were close to Ancient Sword Dream Soul's people. This time, their attack was truly ruthless. They didn't kill each other directly, but played with them like a cat with a mouse, tormenting them until death. Luke Tran indignantly exclaimed, "What? Tien Dao, how dare he?" No sooner had he spoken than he clutched his head in pain, scaring the other two. "Boss!" Kentrung rushed in, scolding, "I told you two to look after him, not to provoke him." Thap Tam anxiously asked as he saw him examine Luke Tran, "Dad, is old Luke okay?" He replied, "Fortunately, it's under control. Your body is extremely special and is our main target for protection. These days, you need to focus mainly on resting, and we need to observe you a bit more." He turned to the patient and asked, "What did you say?" Luke Tran stammered, "And nothing." The other two, each with a bump on their head, shrugged and fell silent. The next day, Tutu announced in the arena, Duoba versus Blood-Soaked Mercenaries. The first match, Blood-Soaked Mercenaries won. The second one-on-one match will take place in 10 minutes, so please prepare. Min Tuet happily praised her teammate. So handsome. He even beat War God Duoba so badly his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Mama snorted. "Who told him to bully my little sister?" 13 spoke up, looking at the opponent. "The next match will definitely be that monk killer. He's not simple at all. He's both from Ingren Tang and a formidable killer. Look at his smile. Before every battle, he crosses his arms like that. Just like you. He always wins in one-on-one matches. What's more, he's from another server, not staying in his own area, but running to ours. Something's definitely wrong." The little devil showed no fear. "Playing like this is much more fun. I'm the boss, so I'll personally take action. Watch me." 13 thought to himself, "Old Luke is still stuck in the hospital. If we lose this match, we won't even qualify for the 2-on-2 battle. Little devil, it's all up to you." Tutu officially announced, "Rest time is over. The second match between Duoba and Blood-Soaked Mercenaries has officially begun." The little devil's opponent spoke up, "I've been looking forward to facing the Blood-Soaked Mercenaries team for a long time, but I didn't get to meet the person I was hoping for." He coldly snorted in contempt. "Too many people are still waiting for our boss, but you're not qualified yet." With that, he unleashed a sharp, illusionary shadow stab towards the enemy. Two powerful blows clashed, flashing brightly. The system announced, "Illusion Arhet Guard active skill. Effect, teleport in a designated direction without dealing damage." Range, 3 meters. Required level, 45. He didn't flinch and continued his attack. For a kid, I already knew this move of yours. Monk Killer responded with the Wrathful Vajra Fist. Wrathful Vajra Fist, active skill. Effect, attacks a single target multiple times, dealing physical damage equal to 150% of self's attack power, and has a 30% chance to deal critical damage. Required level, 60. At a disadvantage against his opponent, the little devil couldn't believe it. Why is this guy's mobility and power so strong? His opponent laughed coldly and said, "You're both undead, but compared to Zam Gonchin Sa, you're still far inferior." He calmly continued to adapt, shouting loudly, "No need to provoke me." Information about the little devil's new skill appeared. Shadow Wind Soul Slash effect deals 800 physical damage to the target, with a 10% chance to weaken the enemy. He blocked it with his fist. At this point, he still maintained his opinion. "I'm telling the truth. You're too weak." It was time for him to make his move. "Damn it, it's my turn." He blocked and said, "This Monk Killer's offense is his best defense. If I can't break through this defense, I'll surely lose." Ghost Armor Overlord Body, activate. To get himself out of trouble, the little devil unleashed his full power. "Break through for me." A notification reminded, Ghost Armor Overlord Body has become ineffective. The little devil was sent flying backwards. He used his large body as a support for his opponent. He said, "I told you, you're too weak." A notification reminded, player Ghost Valley Child has died. To the lead in warming up the atmosphere. What a brutal sight. Tuda can't bear to watch this scene. The winner of this round is Duoba. Now both sides are tied at 1-1. Please don't leave yet. The 2-on-2 match draw will take place in 10 minutes. The little devil returned and apologetically spoke to his teammates. "I'm truly sorry, everyone." 13 comforted him. "Don't blame yourself. We wouldn't have made it this far without you." Mama added, That's right. This Monk Killer is one of the top 10 members of Ingren Tang, so there's nothing to be ashamed of losing to him." He was still upset. But boss, I'm not reconciled." Luke Tran suddenly appeared and said, "If you're not reconciled, then practice more." His presence surprised everyone. "Brother Zam gone. Boss, you're back." "Boss Zam gone." Old Luke, his voice, though gentle, calmed his teammates. "Yes, I'm back. Everyone has come this far for me. You've truly worked hard." The announcement sound rang out. "Time's up." The results of the 2-on-2 draw. The guild players entering the battle are Heaven Blade and Monk Killer, while the Blood-Soaked Mercenaries team entering the battle will be 13 and Zam Gonchin Sa. Luke Tran declared in a cold voice, "If I don't die this time, then the ones who will die are you all." He was visibly overjoyed to see you. "I finally waited for you." Zam Gonchin Sa. Tutu announced, "Both players are ready." The player from the Domination Guild, Monk Killer, is renowned for his close-quarters combat, using offense as defense, his mighty fist techniques, and lightning-fast strikes. Guild Master Heaven Blade is even more formidable with his sharp blade techniques and terrifying damage. The Blood-Soaked Mercenary group is also not to be outdone. Zam Gonchin Sa, with the title of Fu Bang City's only death swordsman, is famous for his high attack speed and astonishing damage. Luke Tran is discussing battle plans with his teammate. At that time, you just... And then, 13 confirmed. Okay. Tutu skillfully guided the tournament. The Peerless Master still hasn't ended the battle. What surprise will he bring us this time? Let's wait and see. The girl announced, "The match begins." Go, Domination Guild launches an attack on the Peerless Master. Full details of both attacks are displayed. Overlord Blade Slash. Effect, unleashes 3 slashes, dealing 300% damage to the target, ignoring 30% defense, with a 40% chance to cause bleeding. Gale Fist. Effect, deals 120% damage to targets in a straight line, with a 30% chance to briefly stun the target for 1 second. The audience gasped. Heaven Blade unleashed his ultimate move right at the start. 13 thought to himself. Just as old Luke said, these two are indeed targeting me first. Tutu explained, the peerless master is being pressured, but thanks to his excellent unique equipment, he's still holding up against the combined attacks of both opponents. While resisting, he cursed silently. Damn it, these two hit so hard. If it weren't for the custom-made shield from Dad Bap, I would have been crushed the moment the match started. Luke Tran charged from behind. Are you ignoring me? You two are quite confident, aren't you? His appearance excited Tutu. Oh, the battle has become intense right from the start. The Domination Guild's concentrated assault strategy failed. They couldn't take down the peerless master, and instead, Zam Gonchin Sa disrupted their formation. The battlefield has turned into two separate one-on-one matches. Whichever side defeats their opponent first will gain the initiative. Luke Tran moved with incredible agility, sidestepping behind his opponent. The girl was extremely surprised. Your movement style is very similar to Na Chun. It's his luck that he didn't encounter me. But you won't be so lucky. Look, Monk Killer is still maintaining a fierce offensive. Can Zam Gonchin Sa withstand this surging damage? No matter how skillfully you imitate Na Chun, you're still just an imitator. Wiping you out will also be a warning to everyone. Monk Killer's Flowing Light Fist struck directly. Update notification, Flowing Light Fist. Effect, deals 150% damage to the target. Increases attack speed by 20%. Has a 30% critical hit chance. Tutu skillfully led the commentary. Is this a special skill of the unique class? The Absolution skill blocked Monk Killer's Flowing Light Fist. He proudly declared, I'm not a copycat, I'm Zam Gonchin Sa. Monk Killer saw the terrifying power heading his way and instinctively crossed his arms in front of his chest to block, exclaiming, Oh no! Monk Killer had to use Golden Light Bodyguard, which grants a shield that absorbs 60% of damage, increases strength by 20%, attack speed by 15%, and lasts for 1 minute. Monk Killer looked at the nimble figure in front of him and became angry. Playing turtle, huh? I'm not playing with you anymore. Stop. Tutu noticed. After Monk Killer used his defensive skill, Zam Gonchin Sa retreated. It seems he doesn't want to confront him directly. He intends to support his teammate. Right behind Heaven Blade, he unleashed a swift attack. In coordination with his teammate, 13, who was in front, swung his axe. This development excited Tutu. Beautiful. Taking advantage of Monk Killer, not yet catching up, Zam Gonchin Sa perfectly coordinated with the Peerless Master, forcing Heaven Blade's health bar into critical status. Luke Tran shouted, Quick, finish him. Monk Killer punched 13 in the face and scolded. You're so mean, 13. Tutu exclaimed. Both sides are back to a one-on-one stance. Only this time the opponents have switched. He didn't tolerate the insult and charged forward. Did I give you permission to touch someone else? 13. Hold Heaven Blade off. A powerful blade strike was unleashed. Tutu exclaimed. Zam Gonchin Sa has switched targets. Immediately targeting Monk Killer. Monk Killer's reaction was just as fast. This is truly a battle of masters, a clash between strength and talent. I've been looking forward to this match for a long time. New notification displayed. Whirlwind Plunder. Deals 800 to 1000 energy-draining damage to the enemy. It also has a chance to stun the enemy for a short duration. Requires level 60. Duration, 25 seconds. The girl's tone was a bit regretful. It's a shame you disappointed me so much. Min Tuet cheered. Jean Gonchin Xe, go for it. Take him down, come on. Jean Gonchin Xe, we believe in you. Go for it. Everyone's counting on you, get up, come on. Shirsen looked back worriedly at Lu Chun, who was losing stamina. Old Lu. Heavenly Blade didn't give him a chance to be distracted and attacked. You still have time to be distracted? Go to hell. Just as his opponent's fist rushed toward him, he bravely raised his sword. The clash of two immense powers illuminated the entire space. Monk Killer exclaimed, Give up. Tutu easily noticed. It's clear that both players from the Blood Red Mercenary group are being cornered, completely on the defensive. Monk Killer delivered the death sentence to Lu Chun. Let's end this, Jean Gonchen XA. But he suddenly asked, "Is this your full strength?" Monk Killer realized, something's wrong. I have to be faster than him. Meteor Fist punched directly at Sher San. The spectators panicked. No way, is it over already? Monk Killer truly lives up to his name as the 8th rank in the Hall of Fame. He's truly formidable. Tutu was curious. Oh my goodness, Monk Killer's hands are indeed fast, fierce, and accurate. Did he succeed this time? Monk Killer froze. What? Wait, this is... A spirit suddenly appeared before this person's eyes. The girl also noticed. It's a spirit. I heard John Gonch and Exe has the ability to summon spirits. I swear, this is truly a battle of gods. Witnessing it firsthand is absolutely shocking. Notification. Summon Hell 10. Consumes MP to summon a legion of spirits. Spirit damage and quantity increase with the player's skill level. Initially summons 10 soldiers, dealing 300 to 500 damage. For each level increase, damage adds 20, and the number of soldiers adds 2. The Spirit Legion can regenerate infinitely by consuming MP. Requires level 60. Luchin coldly said, "Are you done playing? If you're done, it's my turn." He raised his sword towards his opponent and commanded, "Spirit Legion, obey my command." Kill. Monk Killer froze at the Legion's attack. Heavenly Blade anxiously called out, "Monk Killer." Sherson desperately hugged his leg. "I won't let you pass." He furiously threw a few punches at him. "Get out." He felt the residual power from the battle behind him surge forward. Notification. Player, Monk Killer, has died in battle. Tutu excitedly shouted. Absolutely shocking. Player Jean Gonchen Exe has defeated Monk Killer with absolute power, showing us the boundless potential of the hidden class, Spirit Sura. The conditions to become a Sura are extremely demanding. Jean Gonchen Exe must have gone through extraordinary challenges. In this moment, he shines brilliantly. The team members were emotional. Jean Gonchen Exe, absolutely brilliant. So powerful. Monk Killer, ranked 8th in the Hall of Fame, also fell to Jean Gonchen Exe. Amazing. Special classes are indeed strong. This is just the North. It's not just a special class. Who could perform that move just now? Luchin scoffed. Trash, just lie there and admire. He thought to himself, leading the Spirit Legion. This feeling isn't bad. However, it consumes too much MP. For short-term use, it can only be used once. I need to find a way to increase MP. Sensing his movement, he coldly said, "It's your turn now." Tutu quickly explained, "Look over there. The Peerless Master has been defeated by Heavenly Blade. Both sides have lost one person." Seeing his teammate's bruised face, Luchin surged with hatred and called out, "Shersan." The 3 words, Heavenly Blade, seemed to hiss through his clenched teeth. Luchin immediately charged at his opponent with his sword. Die. He blocked the sword in time. "Want to kill me? It's not that easy." He increased the strength in his sword strike and asked back, "Right?" Heavenly Blade couldn't understand. Damn it, that kid was clearly on low health. How can he still be so strong? Lu Chen's sword slowly pressed down, making him almost unable to hold on. He gritted his teeth, mustered his strength to stand up and take control of the situation. Don't underestimate me too much. As for Lu Chen, his eyes were sharp and cold as he looked at his opponent. Heavenly Soul Slash, with formidable power, slashed towards Heavenly Blade. Heavenly Soul Slash. Its effect generates countless splitting sword auras. Each attack force of a sword aura deals 50% damage of body strength, with a 30% chance of a critical hit. Required level, level 60. Heavenly Blade gritted his teeth and resisted. Luchin scoffed, "Is this all you've got?" Susu exclaimed. Tramps on Tram XA launched a continuous attack, with critical hits non-stop. Heavenly Blade was completely on the defensive. His health continued to drop. He kicked him flying backward. Although he stopped, his body still swayed, and he fell backward. He didn't give his opponent a chance to rest, and continued to charge forward. Heavenly Blade gaped in astonishment at the sight. Seeing the sword plunged into the floor right at his vital spot, Su was surprised. Tramps on Tram XA. This move is too vicious, directly attacking Heavenly Blade's weak point. This is too strong, but those old men from Heavenly Blade deserve it. Tramps on Tram XA really wants to drive Heavenly Blade to his death. It's too exciting. Tramps on Tram XA charged forward, riding the momentum. Is this going to be a sweep? As he rushed forward, a sword strike quickly slashed through. The girl felt even more excited. This is so thrilling. If he had hesitated even a little longer, Heavenly Blade would have been cut in two. He furiously yelled, "Tramps on Tram XA, you have no morals." He still remembered the old grudge. When you mocked the ancient Dream Soul sword, did you talk about morals? Today, I'll show you what it really means to have no morals. Countless sharp sword strikes fell upon Heavenly Blade, piece by piece, annoying him. Damn it, too fast. I can't hold on much longer. Su updated the situation. This attack by Tramps on Tram XA was like a storm, making Heavenly Blade unable to fight back. The damage wasn't high, but the humiliation was immense. He struggled to resist, wondering, why? Why am I a higher rank than him, with better equipment, and still can't beat him? Absolute Slash. All his essence was poured into this move. He also used Moonlight Slash to counter. Liu Chen's teammates below the stage were stunned. Su announced, "The fog is too thick." Both sides used their full power in this attack. It's truly earth-shattering. So what's the result now? Tramps on Tram XA's sword was already at Heavenly Blade's throat. The outcome was clear. This humiliation left Heavenly Blade sputtering, unable to speak. You. The blade slashed straight down his neck, die. Sususchotit. As player Heavenly Blade fell, the fourth strongest member of the squad was born. They are the blood-colored mercenaries. The 4 players in today's match all delivered incredibly spectacular battles and excellent performances. Let's cheer and congratulate them. Liu Chen's teammates kept cheering. We won. We won. Boss is so cool. They all lifted him up, cheering in celebration. 13 is so cool. Blood-colored mercenaries are invincible. Blood-colored mercenaries. The shouts echoed nonstop. Blood-colored mercenaries. Giant Han stood on the other side, looking at him proudly. She thought to herself, "This is great, truly great. Senior, don't lose this match. We'll meet in the finals." Notification. Player Wind-Colored Illusion has gone offline. Killer Monk held this grudge. Tramps on Tram XA. No matter who your real identity is, I've remembered you. Heavenly Blade came to scold him. Useless. You're still ranked 8th on the list, yet you can't even handle an unknown nobody. A murderous aura rose from him, silencing the other man. He understood clearly. Shadow of the Candle. Tramps on Tram XA is probably even more formidable than you imagine. Heavenly Blade could only vent his anger on his teammates. Damn Killer Monk. Damn Tramps on Tram XA. He teased him. So you finally had your day, huh? You almost pooped your pants just now. Heavenly Blade couldn't swallow this anger. Just you wait for me. Notification. Player Heavenly Blade has gone offline. She secretly felt grateful. Thank you. Tramps on Tram XA. You helped me once again. Thaptam was still questioning. Old Lou, tell me, you really came back at just the right moment this time. A blue light flashed. He only managed to leave one sentence. Oh no, I'm out. With that, her figure gradually disappeared, returning to the hospital room where Luke Tran was being treated. He subtly glanced at the general scene outside. Luke Tran whispered, "Our dad is truly intimidating." He reminded, "Be sensible. You snuck out, yet the higher-ups didn't do anything to you. You were even asked to wear a helmet and participate in a 2-on-2 lottery in the hospital. Isn't that enough sincerity towards you?" Luke Tran shivered. "Good thing you drew Mama and Chu Tuet. If you had drawn me, you probably would have peeled me alive." He laughed in response. "You're lucky. You can be discharged in 2 more days and still participate in the finals. Not bad luck at all." He confirmed, "That's right. I even thought the finals would be against Jittery, but they actually lost to someone else. I've watched all of Tuet Non-Sam's matches. Jittery's condition wasn't quite right, very subtle. It wasn't obvious in the previous match, but in the climax match, this state was fatal. Jittery will be okay, right? At that time, Jittery had once asked Thap Tam, "Senior Do, please don't tell Senior that I donated blood. I'm begging you." To keep his promise, he glossed over the matter. "You're overthinking it. How could anything happen to Miss Lamb? The ones in trouble are us. Look, their Peach Blossom Guild is about to walk all over us." Looking at the rankings on his phone, Luke Tran simply said, "Oh, du hum shoutet, jamkan jumsa, iam teng teng du hum. Fong Sak Huyen Tuong has lost to me. Are you ready to accept defeat?" Finals, first match. Cheers and clashing swords intertwined. "Go, Papa Corn, you're amazing. Just keep holding on." Chu Kui suddenly realized, something's not right. Luke Tran followed up. "Tell me." He explained, "Papa Corn's damage output isn't high, making it hard to deliver a critical blow. So this match is mainly about endurance, but they've been fighting for so long now." He agreed with the answer. That's right. All of Papa Corn's attacks were countered by the opponent. The other side has clearly figured out his playstyle. Moreover, the opponent is an assassin, if she's still alive. Then Papa Corn will be in great danger. Min Tuet watched the developments, mouth agape in surprise. Papa is gradually falling behind. He stared blankly as his opponent unleashed a blow. To the updated, the situation has suddenly changed. Moon Scar seized the opening while Papa was on cooldown, delivering a critical blow to Papa. He seemed to have lost his rhythm, with the priest's squishy nature. Every slash from Moon Scar's was critical, unbearably painful. Behind Papa, a sharp voice rang out, "Die." She stood amidst the aura of victory, sending him offline. Toto announced, "Let's congratulate Peach Blossom Envoy for winning the first match of the finals, and also thank Papa for providing a dramatic match." He returned apologetically to his teammates. "Sorry, everyone." Thap Tam beside him comforted, "It's okay, we're still here." Luke Tran added, "This match, they clearly prepared thoroughly, and your class is also countered." To fight for so long was already very impressive. Chu Kui suggested, "Let me go next. I've watched their previous videos more than once. I'm confident I can win this one back." Toto announced, "Announcement. The Peach Blossom Envoy team forfeits the second one-on-one match of the finals. The next match will be a direct 2-on-2. Thap Tam was stunned. "What's going on?" Chu Kui couldn't believe it. Forfeit. Are they looking down on us? He patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Calm down. They are indeed very strong, arrogant enough to be so. Moreover, they are very confident that they will also win against us in 2-on-2. But our goal is victory. Focusing on tomorrow's match is the most important thing. They will regret this arrogance because..." Tu Kim silently listened as he continued. Luke Tran reiterated, "We will definitely win." Finals, Day 2. In an instant, we've reached the conclusion of the tournament. Who dares to contend? 2-on-2 showdown. Let's cheer for them. The whole group of Thap Tam joined in, shouting, "Go, big bro! Go, Tramkin brothers! Tio Tuit, go!" Min Tuet and Luke Tran stepped onto the stage. At this moment, Toto also shouted, "I declare the match." The sound of firecrackers echoed, accompanied by her voice. "Officially begins." He charged straight ahead, while she stood behind in a defensive stance. "Charge! Watch me!" He targeted Tu Cam. The girl described the match situation. The Blood Mercenary group takes the initiative, aggressively pressuring down Nguyen Tam Su. Beside him, she also launched an attack on Hoa B. Amazing! Player back Min Tuet can fire 5 consecutive shots. But the mage Hoa B reacted extremely fast, dodging the attack. She didn't hesitate and continued attacking. Taste my arrow rain. Skill introduction. Skill name, Arrow Storm. Effect consumes MP. Fires countless arrows, each dealing 50% physical damage, with a 20% chance to immobilize the target for 0.5 seconds. Arrows rain down on her, along with Toto's narration. Both long-range players are battling it out. Back Min Tuet, with her superior skillful maneuvers, is currently in the lead. She refused to give up, quickly chanting a spell. Glorious holy light, heed my command. Divine light, protect me. But the shield shattered the moment it appeared, astonishing Hoa Bi. She rubbed her nose and proudly asked, "Still want to cast spells?" The girl excitedly commented. Hoa Bi's skill was interrupted. Back Min Tuet is giving her opponent no chances. Luke Tran distracted Tu Cam, and then charged towards Hoa Bi. Well done, little Back Min, take her down. The match gradually grew tense. Tram's size changed targets. Hoa Bi is in danger. But before he could attack, she blocked him. Tram Sa, your opponent is me. Unbelievable. Tu Cam's speed is too fast. She immediately rescued Hoa Bi. While he wasn't paying attention, she smiled slyly and used light strike. But Min Tuet's arrow shattered that plan. Damn it, she pulled her bowstring taut and said, "Don't even think about getting distracted." Toto grew even more excited. The match is a fierce tug-of-war. Neither side is giving the opponent any chance to breathe. On the other side, her wind-breaking blade was parried by him, creating a loud clang. Tu Cam didn't let Luke Tran recover and immediately rushed forward, continuing with soul-slaying strike. The girl couldn't help but be surprised. Oh my God! Tram Sa, known as the bloodthirsty Sura of Fu Bang City, is actually being suppressed by Tu Cam. She gathered her strength and unleashed a powerful sword strike at her opponent. Take this. She spoke with a hint of disdain and mockery. Tram Sa, is that all you've got? But very quickly, her expression changed. She couldn't smile anymore. He charged forward and gave Tu Cam a sword strike. She's very strong. It's no injustice that Fong Sac Huyen Tuong lost to her. He swung his sword directly. Excellent. The moonlight sever struck her directly, sending her tumbling backward. Shishmetme again. Toto had yet another unexpected fan. A devastating blow, directly draining over 2,000 HP from Tu Cam. Luke Tran's teammates shouted, "Be careful. Tram Sa has switched from defense to offense. Each strike carries the power to break the situation." Both sides are competing in hand speed and reaction, just waiting for the first one to make a mistake. The match is truly too intense. He attacked relentlessly, thinking, Tu Cam is the strongest opponent I've ever met. I must finish this quickly, otherwise, if my MP runs out, I'll be in trouble sooner or later. Suddenly, a yellow ray of light shot straight into his chest. Luke Tran gritted his teeth, thinking, damn it, she found an opening. On the other side, Min Tuet continued to relentlessly attack her opponent. Meanwhile, Hoa Bi was smiling slyly. A spear in her hand pointed towards him. But very quickly, her arrow also pierced through the shield and impaled her. She had been patiently enduring from the start, holding back her skill, apparently waiting for this decisive moment. On his side, the fierce confrontation continued. At this moment, the system panel appeared, introducing a skill name, Obsessive Judgment. Effect, marked targets receive 60% increased damage. If the target's HP is below 10% when the mark ends, the target will be instantly executed. Tram Sa is tightly restrained by Tu Cam and cannot be distracted. It seems hard to avoid this match now. Suddenly, she charged forward. Who said that? Toto unexpectedly commented. Back Min Tuet interrupted Hoa Bi's spell once again. But contrary to everyone's expectations, she laughed and charged. Coming here was the right move. You're so annoying. Light bind. She was tied up, unable to do anything, only able to curse under her breath. Damn it. She then turned to him and said, Tram Sa, this time you're dead for sure. Luke Tran gritted his teeth, thinking, terrifying. The only way is to use that move. System confirmation, warning, activate. Summon Undead will consume all MPUs? He yelled in response, Call of the Underworld. Luke Tran used Moonlight Summon, calling forth countless undead. Both Hoa Bi and Toucam recoiled in fear. This is bad. Before he could give a command, the undead understood on their own and charged forward. She quickly used Haunting Judgment to stop them. 3 powerful streams of energy clashed, creating a pillar of light that shot straight into the sky. Mintuet frowned, covering her face. Even the Thaptam group below was affected. By this time, Hoabi had been thrown backward by the force. Toto was excited. The scene in this match was truly terrifying. The blood-red Azura truly lived up to its reputation. Luke Tran seemed to be injured but still clutched his chest, standing firm on the stage. He turned and said to the person next to him, "Chew back, men. Keep a close eye on their mage." Mintuet agreed without hesitation. Understood. Suddenly he yelled, "Backmen, look out." Unexpectedly, Toucam charged at her while she wasn't paying attention, but luckily she blocked it. "Don't even think about it." He didn't wait long and quickly attacked her from behind. "Your opponent is me." Hoabi didn't stand by either, casting a spell to attack on her behalf and deflect Luke Tran's blow. She continuously cast attack spells from all directions. He dodged and angrily thought, "Annoying. My magic points are all gone now." But it wasn't long before he regained his spirit and charged forward. "Back, men, hang in there." She moved continuously and sneered. "Want to get close to me with those stubby legs? Wait until your next life." Luke Tran gritted his teeth and said, "You're forcing me to use my ultimate move. Tom Neen, while I've recovered a little magic power, first summon Tom Neen to harass her." However, the attack power isn't great, but it's better than nothing. He looked at the tiny undead in front of him, speechless. "What's happening? Tom Neen seems different. I haven't even trained her yet. Why is her equipment new?" Then Luke Tran yelled, "Never mind. Tom Neen, eliminate that mage." Hoabi looked confused, her face gloomy, not knowing what to say. She suddenly burst into a delighted laugh. "Your legs are already short, and you summon someone with even shorter legs? Just a little skeleton, trying to stop me." But very quickly, she was silenced as Tom Neen attacked a sensitive spot. Hoabi shrieked, her face contorted. "What?" The other 3 on the stage gaped in surprise. She and Tom Neen fought an intense battle. Even though the damage wasn't high, Tom Neen always kept up with her speed. "I was careless. How can it be so agile?" She quickly stopped and used Glorious Protection. Toto interjected to explain. "The moves of player Tram can Tram-sa are truly endless. Although the little skeleton is small and thin, it's very agile and can cause tremendous damage." Despite it being a bit unexpected, Luke Tran was extremely happy. "Tom Neen, I wonder how many more surprises I don't know about you. This is too good." On the other side, Hoabi, still being tormented, thought to herself, "This skeleton is too much. How can there be a pet that doesn't bother with defense?" Tom Neen jumped to attack her, the opponent already covering her head, ready to endure the blow. Suddenly, Tom Neen vanished midair. Hoabi, having been teased for so long, was on the verge of a breakdown. Indeed, Back's existence time isn't long otherwise. He also took this opportunity to rush forward and finish off his opponent. "My magic points are depleted again. Ever since I could summon this undead army, my kidney has worsened even more. I need to find a way to fix this when I get back." Toto cheered excitedly. Player Hoabi has been eliminated by Tramkin Tram-sa. The moms are clearly delighted. At this moment, Mintuet shot an arrow towards her, and Luke Tran also charged forward. "It's your turn now." She tried to dodge both of them, cursing under her breath. "Damn it!" In a flash, she charged forward and finished her off. "Die." He trembled, looking at her. The system notification also appeared. Player Back Mintuet has died. Toto enthusiastically hosted the program. Both sides exchanged blows too quickly. In a flash, Tauntaun Toucam also killed Back Mintuet. All 3 worried. "Little Tuet, it's okay. We still have the boss." "Boss, hang in there," she said coldly. "Those who block the way only die." Now, she took a stance, pointing her sword at him. "It's your turn." He gripped the sword tightly in his hand, ready to fight. Toto said nervously, Suspense, tension, excitement. What legend will the ultimate battle between these two grand masters write for us? Suddenly, the girl's eyes widened. Tram actually flinched. Even Cam's eyes widened at Luke Tran's actions. Then she angrily yelled, Tram, what are you doing? Then she said to herself, I know. You've used so many skills. It seems you have no magic points left. Then just wait for me to tear you apart. With that, she picked up her sword again and chased after him. You stop right there. He ran, trying to buy time. Do you think I'm stupid? If you tell me to stand still, I'll stand still. He thought to himself, damn it, why is my magic power recovering so slowly? Cam, who was right behind him, was about to catch up. She sneered, none of you archers can escape me, let alone you. Then she stabbed straight towards Luke Tran. The excited girl shrieked, Cam is making quick work of him. Tram has taken a severe blow. His health bar is already down by half. He quickly reacted and cast Moonlight Slash. He secretly sighed. This guy is too tough. She also smiled. Let me see what other moves you can use. Then Cam launched a barrage of attacks. Toto cheered again. Cam's attacks are too explosive. Now Tram is covered in wounds. His health bar is rapidly decreasing. Tram's health is already lower than Cam's. Tram is in danger. Victory and defeat hang on a very thin line. He tried to block the attacks while thinking, I can't escape, and I have no skills left either. Am I really going to lose to this person here? Cam smiled brightly and swung her sword forward. The people outside saw this and cheered in unison. Guild leader, you can do it. As he held his sword and looked at her, he thought to himself, is this where it has to end? The sharp sound echoed again. Die. He was stabbed by Cam's sword, unwillingly shouting, no, I'm not giving up. The host announced. Tram screamed in despair. His HP dropped to 0. The match seemed to be over. The crowd outside, pale-faced, bowed their heads, not daring to look directly. They were startled and looked up when they heard someone shout, wait, he's not down yet. The system screen appeared just in time. You have activated the Immortal Body skill. When HP drops to 0, there is a 1% chance to revive on the spot with full status. Cam sensed Luke Tran getting up and exclaimed, what? He raised his sword, which emitted a powerful purple light, and stabbed. She put up her hand to block and yelled, how can this be? Cam's eyes widened as she said, I didn't expect you to have this move. Luke Tran's eyes flashed with a cold light. Su's voice rang out just in time. The match has taken a terrifying turn. Tram from 0 HP, has unexpectedly revived with full health. As expected of the undying war god, she unleashed a sword strike that sent him flying, then said, well done. Let's decide who's superior. The dazzling light made it impossible for everyone to look directly. At this moment on stage, it was truly a peak confrontation. Currently, both players have equal health. Who will have the last laugh in the end? Who will claim victory? Cam flashed, appearing behind Luke Tran. An excited voice rang out. Cam's agile movement is like an assassin, astonishingly fast. Seeing the tense situation above, Su excitedly shouted, Tram is not to be outdone. In a duel between experts, the winner is the one with extremely precise operations. Luke Tran slid past behind Cam, leaving a sword trail on it. The purple energy he unleashed quickly eroded her, and the sword in her hand also fell. Su saw Luke Tran raise his fist and announced, the winner has appeared. The final champion of the grand finals is the Bloody Mercenary group. Inside the arena, the girl's voice rang out. Tram, with his tenacious will and formidable skills, successfully turned the tide. Claiming victory in this breathtakingly tense match, let's give them the warmest applause. Bloody Mercenary Group. Bloody Mercenary Group. Mingyu nearby saw this and thought to herself, I knew it. Senior brother would definitely do it. Luke Tran turned his head to look at his opponent sitting on the ground and called out, Tan Tan Tu Cam. He reached out his hand to comfort her. You held back. This time, Lady Luck just chose me. You're very strong. Hearing this, she had a dark expression and thought to herself, is this guy trying to show off? Tu Cam, embarrassed, dusted off her clothes and stood up, replying, all right, drop the pleasantries. Luck is also a part of strength. She gave a furious glance behind her, threatening, I eagerly await our next rematch. Don't you dare hide. Luke Tran smiled slightly and replied, of course. He stood still, watching Tu Cam's retreating figure, calculating. This tournament has brought out many experts like Tan Tan Tu Cam. But in this world of Tianzong, they are merely the tip of the iceberg. Luke Tran raised his hand, thinking of that person, and Bamboo Shadow Chaos too. I must become stronger. Su Su continued her work. Now, please welcome our championship team to the stage to receive their awards. Get ready for your rewards. The girl began to read aloud. Bloody Mercenary Group, receive rewards. 1 golden equipment, 5 rare materials, 3,000 guild prestige, 1 hero's order. Luke Tran and the others excitedly looked at the falling rewards. Other players saw this and commented, so jealous. Even though we knew the rewards beforehand, seeing them with our own eyes like this. It's impossible not to blush. This key to the hidden dungeon, isn't it also like the hero's order, fought and contended for? The bloody team huddled together and said, let's cheer for the Bloody Mercenary Group once more. That scene was frozen in a photo frame on the table. A cheer rang out. Cheers. The 3 raised their glasses and clinked them together, declaring, to the championship and to the guild master's swift recovery. Cheers. Thap Tam picked up a chopstick full of food and mumbled, it's a shame Pop Bap and Chu Tuet are still far away packing. They couldn't make it back in time. Otherwise, today would be even more fun. Luke Tran next to him replied, it's okay. After they finish moving, we'll throw another welcome party. He smiled, raised his wine bottle, and requested, honestly though, old Luke, you scared us all with your illness this time. You have to drink 3 penalty cups. Tun Kok jumped up and snatched the wine bottle, stopping him. Don't. Big Brother isn't fully recovered yet. He can't drink too much. Big Brother also said it's only temporarily suppressing the virus. There's still a risk of relapse. Luke Tran laughed in response. Come on, it's not that bad. I feel perfectly fine now. Living to 100 is no problem. Thap Tam next to him nodded in agreement. Exactly. He raised his wine glass, took a sip, and said, it's just that. I still don't know who gave me blood to formulate the serum. I really want to thank that benefactor once. The other 2 immediately feigned ignorance, took a sip of wine, and replied with a smile, if it's meant to be, you'll meet them eventually. Thap Tam clinked glasses with Luke Tran and changed the subject. What's important is the next hidden dungeon. When are we going? He glanced at him and continued, your level is still low. Finish your class transfer quest first, then we'll consider it. Next time, we'll take you with us. He was startled, his face filled with panic, exclaiming, huh, next time. Thap Tam took out a tablet, pointed at it and explained, this hidden dungeon has a chance to drop awakening fragments. Awakening fragments, you know. Luke Tran looked at it and asked again, I know. So what? He pointed directly at the last line of text and said, look at this. It can help raise a player's realm, because each shard contains a portion of the power of a sovereign-level boss. Thap Tam furrowed his brows and continued, if you collect all the shards, you can unveil the secrets of the sovereign boss, and that can unlock the next storyline. Luke Tran looked at the tablet screen and asked in surprise, sovereign boss? What's that? Thap Tam raised his wine glass, turning to tease. You're really the type of practical expert who only cares about rushing into battle and never bothers to look at the equipment or game settings, huh? He began to elaborate. In the world of Tien Tung, there are a total of 9 sovereign level bosses. They are the supreme entities in the game. Defeating them can grant top-tier equipment and resources, not to mention enormous amounts of experience and prestige. However, their identities haven't been revealed yet. Players must discover them on their own to unlock new chapters. Tunkok looked over in surprise and exclaimed, "That's awesome! If we really get the first Awakening Shard, our guild will definitely lead the entire new chapter." Thaptam's face was full of awkwardness, scratching his head and replying, "Exactly. That will be a monumental moment in Tien Tung's history." Luke Tran then added, "So why do I still have to do a class transfer quest?" He immediately stood up, patting his shoulder to comfort him. "Don't cry, buddy. There'll be new Awakening Shards. There's still a chance." Luke Tran, beside him, also smiled brightly and promised, "We'll bring back all the resources and treasures, too. Every member of the studio will get a share." The three clinked their glasses in agreement. "All right, it's decided. For the future of the Blood Mercenary Group, cheers." Cheers. At the Hidden Dungeon's teleportation gate, Luke Tran looked at the group and asked, "Are you done packing up?" Min Tuet quickly replied, "Don't worry. With my brother, the super supporter, here. What is there to worry about? We're almost done." Hearing that, he couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder he's called Dad Bap." Tunkok turned his head, seeing two figures approaching, and announced, "Big brother, they're here." Hane immediately clasped her hands apologetically. "Sorry, Tramkin Tramsa, for making you wait so long." Luke Tran heard that and replied, "It's not late. We're still on time." She pointed at the three people and introduced them. "Let me introduce you. These are Xienna, Noyeran, and De Thuong, the new members of the Ancient Sword Dream Soul Guild." The three great madmen, Xienna, level 60, warrior, Noyeran, level 59, warrior, De Thuong, level 59, archer, all looked over. Luke Tran turned to them and praised, "I've heard of the three of you for a long time, and now you've joined her guild. Let's enter the dungeon then." Hane agreed. "Okay." He walked quickly forward, pondering. These three act without regard for anyone. Does the guild have to accept such people now? It seems Ancient Sword Dream's soul has fallen into a difficult situation. Luke Tran recalled the last time and thought, "I hope nothing unexpected happens in this dungeon." He calmly murmured, "Otherwise." Luke Tran's group entered the mountain gorge in separate waves. He glanced at the three behind him, Xienna's group, and decided, "I need to keep an eye on these three. I can't let them cause trouble." Min Tuet looked around and sighed. "We've been walking for a while, but there's nothing here but small insects. It's so boring." Just then, a monster suddenly rushed out from nowhere. Luke Tran rushed forward with his sword, ordering, "Prepare for battle." Next, he swung his sword horizontally, taking it down. Luke Tran looked at the fallen monster and asked in confusion, "Is it that simple?" He looked up at the large number of monsters approaching and said, "This guy." Xienna's group swept past Luke Tran and told him, "We don't know what will happen next, so preserve your strength, everyone." Then they charged forward, bravely eliminating the monsters. Min Tuet saw this and smiled, praising, "These guys are pretty good, huh?" Luke Tran bowed his head and thought, "Did I overthink it?" The system screen continuously displayed, "Congratulations to the team for successfully eliminating the sandworm swarm and obtaining the following items. Wolf King Bracelet, X1, Defense, 115, Magic Resistance, 50, Stamina, 20, Required Level, 60. Cloth Leg Guards, X1, Dark Iron Equipment. Illusionary Demon Stone, X15. Luke Tran looked at the orb of light in his hand and commanded, "Keep moving forward." Typically, according to game design, early bosses are easy, but later ones are definitely difficult. Everyone be careful. The group walked across the water. Suddenly, Min Tuet stopped, tilting her ear to listen. "Listen, there's a sound." A pink powdery scent appeared, surrounding the group. Tunkok exclaimed in disbelief, "A hidden dungeon actually has an R18 scenario like this?" She covered her ears. Embarrassed, she said, "Are those designers crazy? I want to complain. I want to complain." Luke Tran's face turned red. gritting his teeth and thinking, "Oh no, I feel a little dizzy. This pollen, it's poisonous." His cheeks flushed, and he whispered, panting, that a pair of slender legs stepped onto the water, accompanied by flying butterflies. The venomous butterfly beauty appeared, and the system screen also chimed with a reminder. Venomous butterfly beauty, elite monster, level 40, defense 100 HP, for 1000 skills, venomous blade charm. Description: the venomous butterfly beauty, an extremely poisonous creature that can release pink toxic pollen, causing targets to become confused and unable to resist. Luke Tran struggled, calculating. Is this the boss? Damn it, my body. I can't move at all. The system sound announced. Beauty's charm caused a charm effect on the player. Attack speed reduced by 50% and unable to move. Duration, 15 seconds. He watched those legs gradually approach, realizing something was wrong. Wait, hey. The poisonous butterfly beauty's face came close, surprising him. Hane. She lifted his chin, asking, "Why did you deceive me?" The poisonous butterfly beauty's hand lowered, caressing him reproachfully. "You made me wait for you and suffer." Then she gently caressed Luke Tran's body, seductively whispering, "You clearly know that what I want most is you." His face turned red, panting, constantly reminding himself, "Boss, you have to control yourself." The poisonous butterfly beauty licked her lips, leaning close to Luke Tran's ear, murmuring, "You want me to control myself?" She tilted her head and softly called, "Senior." He blushed, closed his eyes tightly, and yelled, "I can't take it anymore." Hane rushed over and slapped Luke Tran. "Tram can tram sa, wake up." He held his face with one hand, pointing at the poisonous butterfly beauty, stammering, "No, boss." The poisonous butterfly beauty immediately reached out to Luke Tran, inviting, "Oh, senior, come here." Suddenly she was knocked backward. He watched the beauty fall, her face instantly turning terrifying, asking, "What's going on?" Hane next to him explained, "Just now, you were hit by this butterfly's enchantment skill, so I woke you up, and also—" "Why did you call me that, boss?" Luke Tran hastily replied, "You know, I was under an illusion, so I mistook you for someone else." He looked ahead, asking, "Right, where are the others?" Ahead, the group was enchanted by the poisonous butterfly beauty, groaning repeatedly, "Ma'am, don't." Min Tuet speculated from behind, "They probably only enchant male players. The rest of us don't feel anything at all." Hane looked ahead and urged, "Don't just stand there. Although this butterfly has strange skills, it's also quite fragile. We need to hurry." The poisonous butterfly beauties were eliminated. 10 minutes later, Shen Ni's group was repeatedly slapped hard in the face. Noyeon hugged the head of the poisonous butterfly beauty, shouting, "Don't go, my love." Tun Kok, slapped awake by Hane, asked, "Where's the teacher?" Her face full of anger, she held her head and shrieked, "Enough! That's enough." Min Tuet walked ahead, constantly remarking, "I really don't understand men. The poisonous butterfly beauty is so dangerous, yet you guys were still so enchanted that you truly couldn't resist." He spoke up, "We were all hallucinating. What I saw wasn't that face." Noyeon added, What I saw was my ex-girlfriend. Where are you?" Yifwang, hearing that, replied, "Anyway, we're not the same." Luke Tran calmly stated, "This butterfly can exploit our inner desires to create illusions. This is truly very sinister." He sighed, holding his forehead. "This really shouldn't be said too soon. It's just that the butterfly demon." Hane turned to Luke Tran, questioning, "Then you, Tram can tram sa. What did you see that made you call my name, boss?" He dodged her and quickly moved away. "What do you understand?" Luke Tran changed the subject. "Now is not the time to talk about this. There's still the boss. Don't let your guard down." Hane persisted, "You still haven't answered me, boss. Tell me, who was it exactly?" Min Noyet next to them chuckled slyly, whispering, I get it. Luke Tran's group suddenly stopped. Ahead was the Myriad Poison Cave, the final pass. He secretly gritted his teeth, muttering, "That feeling is back again." Luke Tran spread his arms calmly, saying, "No matter what it is, we must catch it today." Xian Ni's three people also looked straight ahead, startled. Luke Tran walked forward and pushed open the door with force. They felt a powerful gust of wind, raising their weapons defensively. He looked at the nearby boss, announcing, "Prepare for battle." Suddenly Luke Tran paused. "Wait, the boss seems to be." The system screen displayed, Poison Ghost King, Special Boss, Level 85, Attack, Defense, HP Skills. He looked at it unsure. "It seems to be sleeping." Hane said with a solemn face, "It's not even awake yet, but it already has such a strong oppressive aura. I'm afraid this will be a tough battle." Min Noyet murmured doubtfully, "Isn't it called the Myriad Poison Cave, but there's no trace of poison gas here? How is that possible?" Min Tuet smiled brightly, pointing in one direction. "Look over there, everyone." She gently pointed out, "Next to that giant over there. It's all treasure." Hane ran over and excitedly exclaimed, "No wonder it's a hidden dungeon. It's so generous." Tun Kok also suggested, "While the boss is sleeping soundly, let's quickly steal some treasures." Luke Tran stopped them from behind. "It's not that simple. Look closely. There are no awakening fragments in this pile of treasures." He seriously said, "Based on my experience, this boss is scarier than any previous boss, and with our current strength, we probably won't stand a chance against it." Someone heard that and suggested, "Then why don't we just secretly take these treasures first? After all, we have the key. When we're stronger, we can come back for the fragments." Hane replied, "I agree." He turned around and chimed in, "I agree too." Note, in hidden dungeons, players can re-enter multiple times if they haven't died. If a player dies, they cannot re-enter. Luke Tran looked at the Poison Ghost King approvingly. "Let's do that for now. Everyone, act carefully, and absolutely do not activate the boss." Xian and I, holding his weapon, carefully approached Hane. He glowed with a blue light and rushed forward, kicking her hard in the back. Hane was kicked violently forward by Xian and I. Luke Tran turned his head and saw this scene. He cursed angrily, "Damn it!" Her face crumpled, filled with fear. The Poison Ghost King woke up, raised his sword, and said, "Ants." Hane looked up and screamed in horror, "No." She raised the sword in her hand to block the attack, along with the skill. Hane fell backward, groaning, "One move, and I can't even block it." Luke Tran appeared in front of her, catching her and asking, "Can you stand up?" She immediately replied that she was fine. He turned around and urged the group behind him, "Come on, everyone, go together. This boss is too strong." Hane also used Purification Spell. Various skills simultaneously struck the Poison Ghost King. Ghost Spear Slash, Myriad Arrows Volley were continuously used. Notifications continuously appeared in the air. Minus 3,162, plus 1883, plus 2,971, plus 458. Tun Kok noticed the situation was bad and shouted, "Not enough numbers. What are you three doing?" He heard that, laughed loudly, and turned his head to say, "You guys fight the monsters you created yourselves. We won't participate, and as for these treasures, we'll pick them up for you first." Hane glared over there and yelled, "You bastards! He clearly pushed me out." Luke Tran stood up, pushed her aside, and instructed, "Ignore them. Be careful, dodge the poison." Min Noyet raised her sword and slashed towards the Poison Ghost King's sword, then struggled to say, "Severing Heaven, the boss's damage is too high. I can't hold on much longer." She frowned, nervously asking, "I can only hold on for 10 more seconds at most. What do we do now?" Luke Tran heard that and began to delegate tasks. "I'll distract the boss. Everyone else retreat first. We can't all be buried here." Min Noyet hesitated slightly and replied, "But you." His whole body glowed with purple light as he charged towards the Poison Ghost King. Don't mind me, just go. Luke Tran looked at the incoming sword energy, constantly reminding himself, think of a way, Luke Tran, think of a way. That sword, carrying powerful energy, slashed down. A figure, glowing with purple energy, appeared next to him. Luke Tran asked uncertainly, Tam Nien? The Poison Ghost King's eyes flashed as he asked, who is it? To be able to block my attack. Tam Nien pointed at him, uttering, Lam Nap. A golden light flashed right in the center of the Poison Ghost King's chest. Luke Tran stared at her, pondering. She wasn't summoned but came out on her own, and she even repelled such a strong boss. Tam Nien, who exactly is she? She swept her long spear across his body. As Tam Nien cried out, Lam Nap. A hole appeared in the Poison Ghost King's chest. Min Tuet couldn't help but exclaim, Boss, your pet is incredibly overpowered. Luke Tran replied, I don't know what's happening either. Everyone run, don't stop. The Poison Ghost King raised his sword, gathered energy, and roared, None of you will escape. He used Poison Shadow Full Strike, attacking Luke Tran's group. The system sound rang out. Poison Shadow Full Strike effect unleashes a sweeping slash, instantly deducting 30% of the target's health. Additional effect. Its poison can cause the target to be 100% poisoned, losing 5% health per second, duration 55. Han was hit and fell forward. Luke Tran knelt on one knee, thinking to himself, the gap is too big. I still need to be stronger. On the other side, Tam Nien propped her spear on the ground and stood upright. Then she raised her spear, and a surge of energy began to spread out from it. Tam Nien used Underworld Repel to sweep around. The system screen appeared. Underworld Repel effect. An unknown power from the underworld dispels all negative effects. The Poison Ghost King was startled. This is... She pointed a finger at the hole in his chest and said, Take. Then Tam Nien forcefully reached her hand inside. A flash of light shone, illuminating the scene outside. Lena grabbed Tam Nien's hand and said, So it's you. He smiled faintly and sighed. I never thought you'd end up like this. A golden light flashed, and she stammered in surprise. Lena. He released Tam Nien's hand and murmured, It's truly ironic. What I couldn't escape is what you desire. Lena leaned her head back. Let her take the energy, fine, take it. I still have to thank you for no longer being controlled by it. Ah. He looked at the stone in Tam Nien's hand and whispered, Free. Luke Tran saw the golden light emanating from her body. He anxiously tried to stop her. Be careful, stop. He worriedly thought to himself, Damn it, Siren isn't listening to me at all. Tam Nien's figure began to fade. Luke Tran reached out his hand towards her, calling out, Siren. He looked at the glowing awakening shard and thought to himself, I didn't expect Siren's goal to be the awakening shard. Luke Tran stared at it, pondering. But does it really only help players awaken like that? And who is that player named Lena? The system screen appeared, announcing, Congratulations to player Tram Can Tram Sa for obtaining Awakening Shard 1. Congratulations to the Blood Mercenary Guild and Ko Kim Mong Han for clearing the hidden dungeon. 10,000 Poisons Denver. Min Tuet smiled brightly and approached, saying, Guild leader, your summoned creature is so awesome. Where did you get it? I want one too. I want one too. Tun Kok immediately retorted, Don't dream. Big Brother only got Siren by activating an SSS-Rank quest. It's unique in Tien Tung. Ha-Ne clutched her chest and said, Thank goodness. If it weren't for Siren, we'd all be wiped out. The three people, Xian Ne, at the back tried to sneak away. Luke Tran pointed his sword at them and yelled, Stop. You guys ambushed me. Woke up the boss, and now you want to run. Xian Ne picked his ear, pretending not to understand. Big sis, what are you saying? I don't understand. Noyeton also laughed, chiming in. Clearly you couldn't stand steadily. You woke up the boss yourself, and now we're unlucky because of it. De Thuan agreed. Exactly. It's good that we're not blaming you. And now you want to blame us? Hane gritted her teeth in anger. You guys. Luke Tran also frowned, sarcastically praising them. Great acting, huh? Luckily, I accidentally recorded everything. Do you want me to post it on the forum for everyone to enjoy? The three of them gasped, covering their faces in shock. What? Her face darkened as she questioned. I've always treated you well. Is it for a mere reward that you would betray me and Ko Kim Mong Han? He frowned and scoffed. You call giving us a little money not bad. Xianna took a step forward and cursed. You stinking woman, don't forget. He sneered threateningly. Right now, all of Ko Kim Mong Han relies on us three brothers. We call you Big Sis, so don't actually think you're someone important. Luke Tran was furious, gathered energy, and punched Xianna hard in the face. He covered his face and yelled, Tram can tram, sa. This is Ko Kim Mong Han's business. What are you interfering for? Hearing that, he stood in front of Hane and declared, Go. I am part of Ko Kim Mong Honorable. Seeing this, she was surprised and thought, could it be? He really is? Xianna angrily gritted his teeth. You? De Thuong put his arm around him and advised, Brother, these people are not easy to deal with. Being too confrontational will only harm us. Noyetan also chimed in. That's right, brother. Let's retreat first. As Xianna left, he didn't forget to reiterate, I won't settle scores with you guys for now. We'll deal with this at the guild later. Luke Tran thrust his sword forcefully into the ground. His eyes flashed as he pointed at the three, questioning, Did I say you could leave? Min Noyet crouched down, picking up items from Yi Thuong's body, and said, Aren't these all items from the guild's vault? These guys, what kind of stash do they have so much of? Hane hesitated from behind, asking, Chien Chin Sha, you just said you joined Ancient Sword Dream Soul. Is that true? The real world. Luke Tran sat looking at Thap Tam and the others admitting fault. I apologize, everyone. This time I decided to join Ancient Sword Dream Soul on my own initiative, without discussing it with you all. Tun Kok laughed, clinking glasses with him, and replied, It's okay. Big brother, I'll follow you wherever you go. He also raised his glass and added, That's right. What's more, the Blood-Colored Mercenary Group has only become a branch guild of Ancient Sword. We get to share benefits and maintain our independence. Isn't that better than before? Mintuet raised a grilled squid skewer and continued, I was sad all day because Luke Tran quit the game. I never expected to see a great master return to Ancient Sword Dream Soul today. I'm going to cry myself to death. The person next to her also spoke up. Little Tuet is right. No need to apologize, friend. Anyway, we're all following you. She bit her squid skewer vigorously, chiming in. That's right. That's right. Luke Tran blushed, thinking to himself, with teammates like these, what more could I ask for? Thap Tam slammed the table and sighed. It's such a shame. I'm too low level. Otherwise, I wouldn't have missed out on those venomous butterfly beauties. What a pity. Tun Kok ate and comforted him. It's okay. Once Sister Hane reaches level 70, we can go to the hidden dungeon again. He looked at Luke Tran, who was blushing, and asked, What does that have to do with the great beauty Hane? Hearing that, he recalled and explained. In the dungeon, we obtained a necklace that activates a hidden dungeon, but only female players at level 70 can activate it. Luke Tran handed the necklace to Hane and said, This necklace really suits you, sister. The system screen appeared. Star Moon Dark Gold. Strength plus 45. Stamina plus 42. Support increases user's HP limit by 20%. Activates a quest when the user reaches level 70. Can randomly activate a hidden dungeon. He scratched his head and replied with a smile. I think among us, Sister Hane is the highest level. So, Mintuet blushed, giggling. All right, no need to explain. For the guild leader, we understand everything. Suddenly, Thap Tam turned his head and looked in one direction, startled. Look, isn't that the great beauty Hane? Luke Tran immediately hid under the table. Don't let her see me. He pointed over there and replied, Don't bother hiding, just look. She's just going to her company. Luke Trent shamefully crawled out. Min Tuet next to him wondered. Guild leader. That's a great beauty. Why are you hiding? He smacked her head with his hand. Kids shouldn't ask so many questions. Suddenly, a powerful force swept through. Thap Tam closed his eyes and asked, "What's happening?" Tunkok looked behind him and yelled, "Oh no! Sister Hane's company exploded." Luke Tran rushed towards that side, calling out, "Hane!" He charged into the fire, searching frantically and calling, "Hane!" Luke Tran rushed into the fire searching, "Guild leader! Guild leader! Hane!" Immediately after, debris fell from above behind him. He frantically searched everywhere, continuously calling out, "Hane! Hane!" Just then, she came from behind and spoke, "Luke Tran." She clutched her injured arm and murmured, "It's you. Is it really you?" Hane, as if collapsing, struggled to say, "I knew it. I knew you were okay." Luke Tran ran over and embraced her, softly calling, "Hane." Thap Tam ran over from behind and asked, "She recognized you, didn't she?" He immediately replied, "That's right." Tun Kok urged, "Let's not talk about these things anymore. The ambulance is almost here. We'll talk outside." Immediately after, the group quickly left the burning building. Outside the hospital room, an incredulous voice rang out, "How can there be nothing at all?" Another person spoke up, comforting her, "Madam, please calm down." The police officer looked directly at the two and explained the situation. "We've asked several surrounding stores and checked the building's cameras. Either the cameras were off or they were in a blind spot, so nothing was recorded." He bowed his head, holding a pen and taking notes, adding, "However, this explosion was definitely not an accident. Our police force is also trying to find more clues." Luke Tran heard that and placed a hand on her shoulder, comforting her. "Sister Minoyet, the report has been completed. Just leave the rest to the police." Minoyet could only sigh upon hearing that. She turned and took the police officer's hand, asking, "Officer, if you find any clues, please contact me immediately." He blushed and replied, "Rest assured we will." Luke Tran watched the police officer leave and said, "This is too strange. It's definitely a conspiracy targeting the guild leader." Min Noyet asked, "Do you think so too?" He put a hand to his chin and replied, "Otherwise, why would all the cameras suddenly break, all the evidence disappear, and there wasn't anyone else at the scene? It's clearly targeting the guild leader." She handed him a stack of documents, confirming, "Just in time. Take a look at this." Luke Tran opened the bag and saw the words, "Notice regarding the handling of Vice General Director Hane's position," and exclaimed in surprise, "This is—" Min Noyet calmly explained, "This is the notice I received early this morning." He looked at the stack of documents in his hand and pointed out, "In the past, GGS relied on Ko Kim Mong Han to develop, but now Ko Kim is in decline. The major shareholders are taking this opportunity to team up and want to kick 4 out of the corporation. If they say it's not related to them, I don't believe it." Luke Tran clenched the stack of documents in his hand and gritted his teeth. "Damn it! Are we just going to stand by and watch them bully others? Min Noyet, isn't there anything we can do?" She stared at him and replied, "Yes, and only you can do it." Suddenly, crying sounds came from inside the room. Luke Tran looked inside and asked, "The guild leader is awake?" Min Noyet was also surprised, for Thap Tam flinched and turned his head when he heard the call, "Guild leader." He quickly explained, "No, it has nothing to do with me. She just wanted to talk. I only said what I knew." He quickly approached and asked, "Guild leader." Hane rushed over and hugged his waist. "Luke Tran." She kept crying and pleading, "Don't leave me. Promise me. Don't leave me again." Luke Tran gently touched her arms. Finally, he hugged Hane and promised, "Okay, I promise." Immediately after, inside the game, she held her sword, looking at the pheasant peak in front of her. Luke Tran reminded, "Be careful." Hane glanced behind her. A purple light flashed, destroying the pheasant peak in front of her. Suddenly, another one behind them was also quickly annihilated. Hane turned her head and looked back, smiling, Luke Tran, it's almost done. The system screen continuously displayed. Congratulations to player Tweenot Phuong for reaching level 59. Congratulations to player Tweenot Phuong for reaching level 60. Congratulations to player Tweenot Phuong for reaching level 61. Luke Tran turned his head, thinking, time is running out. We must quickly revive Ko Kimong Han. He looked towards the thunder pheasants nearby. Back in reality, Luke Tran stood still, letting Hane hug him and recount. Currently, Tien Tong is becoming increasingly popular. Every game company wants a share, and GGS is no exception. Min Noyet said without worry, as long as we revive Ko Kimong Han and Tien Tong, for we'll have enough power and standing to reclaim its voice. That's why I said only you can do it. Inside the game, Luke Tran swept his sword across. Notification sounds kept ringing. Congratulations to player Tram Can Tram Sa for reaching level 69. Congratulations to player Tram Can Tram Sa for acquiring the skill. Kan Na Trick. Congratulations to player Tram Can Tram Sa for acquiring the skill Bang Mang. Seeing this, he still couldn't help but mutter, not enough. It's still not enough. I must become stronger. Luke Tran raised his sword and charged forward, shouting continue. Immediately after, he suddenly paused and let out a questioning sound. Hane pointed at the disappearing thunder pheasants and said, I've cleared this area. After a moment, she held out a potion to Luke Tran. You really don't need to try so hard for me. He sat down at the base of the tree, took the potion, and replied, Ever since I revealed my identity and returned with glory, many players have sought us out. Our situation is much better than before. Luke Tran raised the empty vial, examining it, and continued, You should know that Ko Kimong Han was once the #1 guild on the entire server. But now, just in the small area of Fubang, we have Dak Ba, Quang Long, Tuet Nan Sam, and a series of other strong guilds ranked above us. They either have big companies supporting them in real life, with endless resources, or they have strong influence in the game and no shortage of manpower. Luke Tran's eyes sharpened as he added, Compared to them, we have to both guard against the corporation stabbing us in the back and be wary of other guilds' conspiracies. We have to work much harder than them. He squeezed and crushed the glass vial, declaring, That's why I said, it's still not enough, far from enough. Hane exclaimed upon hearing that. Luke Tran. He stood up with his sword, muttering, No, this won't do. Keep training. I have to reach level 70 today. She frowned and also stood up, saying, All right, I'll train with you. Late at night, in the Chuck Long Guild, On Lone asked in surprise, Tramps on Tram Sa is Luke Tran? That person blushed, recalling the previous scene, and replied, That's right. Before, he didn't go for the Dream Soul Ancient Sword. He still stayed in Tuet Nan Sam, tricking us all into going there. Who would have known he'd come back now and become famous? He whispered a reminder, Boss, he's very strong, much stronger than the people in our guild. Hearing that, he added, Quite a few people in the Hall of Fame can't help but be curious and want to meet him. On Lone clutched the sword in his hand, muttering, Hiding his name for so long, I really need to see what he's capable of. He raised his sword high and chuckled. Luke Tran, Tramps on Tram Sa. Let me see how powerful your intact sword is now. At the clan territory, Hane looked at the awakening shard and asked, Why do you want an awakening shard? He calmly replied, I want to try it once. Luke Tran raised the dazzling awakening shard. He stared intently at it and called out loudly, Tom Neen, come out. The dazzling light from the awakening shard spread everywhere, and the system announced, Your pet, Tom Neen, failed to be summoned. Luke Tran sighed, failed again. He looked at the awakening shard, muttering, Tom Neen was summoned after she died, but she's different from other spirits because she has a real body. But Van Phuong didn't expect that she would be involved with Queen Lena, and there were also awakening shards. He analyzed softly. Last time in the hidden dungeon, the Poison Ghost King was probably controlled by Queen Lena using awakening shards, and Tom Neen is also craving awakening shards. Luke Tran looked at it in his hand and added, But who knew? After using the awakening shard, there was no reaction at all. Han beside him spoke up to comfort him. After all, the cheat item can't be used casually. Perhaps another turning point is needed. Hearing that, he could only accept it. It can only be that way. Suddenly, Torin raised his saber and chopped down. Seeing that, she loudly warned, "Careful." The system screen displayed, "Warrior Torin, level 40, skill, NTL's Rage." Luke Tran raised his sword to block, saying in surprise, "There's still one left." Immediately after, he jumped up and used Universal Strike to fiercely stab its head. The notification screen immediately appeared. Universal Strike level 1 increases attack damage by 10% and reduces target's defense by 10%. Additional attribute, increases enemy stun chance by 20%. Hane watched Torin's figure gradually disappear and praised, "Your new skill is really powerful. It's an instant kill." Luke Tran looked at the sword in his hand and muttered, "Level 1 already gives 10% attack damage, so at level 10 it will be 100% damage, much stronger than Chunan." He held the sword and smirked. Combined with this Moonflower sword, it's truly heaven-defying. The effort to level up today was definitely not wasted. She looked at the system panel that appeared and said with a smile, "Your efforts weren't in vain." Second on the heaven rankings. It's a pity that the beautiful Fong Sakwin Tuong is even more desperate than you, currently holding the top spot. Displayed on the ranking board. Moonflower sword, dark gold type, attack 879 to 930 plus, increases users' physical strength by 10% plus, increases users' attack speed by 8%. Feature, on Trang, 15% chance to create 20% unintended bounce effect. Required level 70. He couldn't help but sigh when he saw it. She always works hard in the game. Luke Tran looked at the two unfamiliar names above with a bit of surprise. This is the first time I've seen these two. Are they new players? Hane heard that and teased, "Maybe they're your fans who transferred from another zone?" He uncertainly denied, "No way." He stared intently at the system screen. Suddenly, Luke Tran saw a notification. "Your friend Fong Sakwin Tuong has sent a message." He thought doubtfully. Jayat Han. He flashed a mischievous smile. Hane saw that and asked with a laugh, "Is it Fong Sakwin Tuong?" Luke Tran acknowledged with a smile, "That's right, boss. She stretched and sighed. "I'm tired from grinding for the past 2 days. I'm going to rest for a bit." Suddenly, Hane turned around and declared, "But Luke Tran, no matter if you choose me or Fong Sakwin Tuong, then I always respect your choice." He forced a smile and explained, "No, boss," as the system immediately popped up a notification. "A friend of your friends at Ha Not Vong has gone offline." Luke Tran tapped on the message, wondering, "What does Jayat Han want with me?" He was startled, seeing the screen start to glitch, and a notification immediately popped up. OT Canyon is located at the northernmost part of the OT territory. Luke Tran was startled, realizing, OT Canyon, Jayat Han is in danger. At OT Canyon during the day, Thien Dao glared at Jayat Han and snarled, "Win fantasy, admit defeat. Even if you grow wings today, you won't escape." She looked at the group, gritting her teeth and cursing, "You shameless bunch." A shrill scream made the group look over. Luchin said sarcastically, "A few of you ganging up to bully a girl? I never thought your domineering faces could be so thick-skinned." Thien Dao was surprised to see the newcomer. "Tram Tsan Tram Sa." He widened his eyes and calmly suggested, "Tram Tsan Tram Sa, with you here, I value you like ancient sword Dream Soul. If you agree to form an alliance with us, eliminate Tuet Nan Sam, and then share resources, what do you think?" Jayat Han saw Luke Tran stroking his chin in thought and reminded him, "Senior, don't be silly. Once the tyrant is done with Tuet Nan Sam, the next target will be the Ko Kimong Han." He took a step forward, vigorously scratching his ear, and replied, "I'm not the boss of Ancient Sword, so I can't decide anything. Therefore, Ancient Sword Dream Soul will also not interfere." Thien Dao interrupted, "Then you should mind your own business." He clenched his fist. "However, as the boss of the blood-colored mercenary squad. Luke Tran frowned, raised a finger, and added, "I'm definitely going to get involved in this matter." He tilted his head slightly and reminded, 50,000 gold coins. Don't go back on your word, okay? Jayat Han couldn't help but burst out laughing. Thien Dao angrily gritted his teeth and roared, "Tram San Tram Sa, why do you always side against me? You'll regret it soon." Then he loudly shouted, "Attack!" The two immediately replied, "Understood." Just then, the system screen displayed a notification. World announcement. Please note, all players worldwide, starting from 2 p.m. tomorrow. The new map, Demon Spirit Hall, will officially open. Demon Spirit Hall is located beneath the Great Cathedral of Frost City. Only 10 players are allowed to enter the map. Experience points obtained in this map will increase by 10%, and the drop rate will increase by 10%. Furthermore, the boss will 100% drop Divine Might Orders and Awakening Shards. Divine Might Orders can increase guild level by +2. The group immediately exclaimed in surprise, "There's a world announcement." Demon Spirit Hall, a new map, guild level +2. Luke Tran's eyes lit up as he thought, "And Awakening Shards too? I definitely have to go there." Jayat Han pointed her sword forward and declared, "Thien Dao, the new map has opened. I don't care, but I wonder, are you afraid of dropping a few levels?" He grumbled with a smile, "I'll let you go today. The new map is limited to 10 people, so don't think you have a chance." Then he turned and ordered, "Let's go." Luke Tran laughed loudly from behind, repeating, "Then I'll go back and prepare too. 50,000 gold coins. Don't you dare renege." She angrily raised her fist and punched him, scolding, "You rotten Luke Tran. You finally found your soulmate. If I hadn't asked you for help, you would have forgotten about me long ago. And those 50,000 gold coins from me, what a huge demand." Hearing that, he raised a finger and explained, "Didn't I come running as soon as I read your message?" Jayat Han crossed her arms and snorted coldly. Immediately after, her eyes focused on the sword Luke Tran was carrying. Jayat Han reached out to snatch it, saying, "This sword isn't bad. How about giving it to me? You took 50,000 gold coins from me, so let this sword compensate for it." She blushed and criticized, "Since you returned from Ancient Sword, you haven't run a single dungeon with me." Luke Tran held out the sword to her and replied, all right, you take it." He secretly praised in his heart, "So cute." Jayat Han leaned closer and pleaded, "After entering the Demon Spirit Hall, you have to join my party." He agreed in a fluster, "Yes, all right." He secretly sighed in his heart, "Too close." After that, she jumped up happily, while Luke Tran covered his face and let out a sigh. Bamboo Dragon Guild, Fu Van Yen, level 72 Silver Archer. Bamboo Dragon Guild, Bitch Kong Nan, level 72 Silver Warrior looked down and said, "As expected, Hong Nei and Win Fantasy were right. Lacthan has appeared." Van Yen looked that way and asked, "Then let's do as Chuck on Loan said. Let's make our move." He stroked his chin, calculating, "What's the point of challenging him? The Divine Might token and the fragments on the map are the main priorities. Let's get them back to earn credit with the boss." Kong Nan reached out and touched the item on the screen, saying, "Just a short while ago, Chuck on Loan gave me a high-level illusion item. Then let's use it on Luke Tran. That way, he absolutely won't be able to enter this map. On that day, the crowd continuously attack those around them. Guard the main gate. Don't let a single one get through. This place belongs to us, the Berserk Dragon. Get out of my way, or don't blame my sword for being merciless. What are you showing off for, 13? Brothers, charge and kill this scoundrel." Luke Tran poked his head up from underground and said, very good, very good." No one noticed him. The system displayed a notification. When burrowing underground, movement speed is reduced by 90%. Demon Spirit Hall currently has May 10th. System notification. Demon Spirit Hall currently has June 10th. Seeing this, he happily thought, "You guys keep fighting. I'll quietly get rich." Charge. Luke Tran gripped the sword in his hand, pondering. Why doesn't it feel real? He stomped on the ground, muttering, something's not right. Then he turned his head to look behind him, thinking, such a big commotion, yet the people outside the gate haven't reacted at all. Luke Tran frowned, suddenly realizing that the system hadn't given any reminders either. Immediately after, he powerfully slashed forward. Luke Tran watched the light barrier recover as before. Then he turned to look at the people fighting outside and concluded, it's an illusion, as expected. He quickly glided past the crowd, pondering, such a high-level illusion technique. It must be an illusion item. But who is it exactly? In his mind, he remembered what the Dao said that day. I'll spare your lives today. As for the 10-person restricted map, don't even think you have a chance. Thinking of this, he angrily gritted out each word. The Dao. A reminder appeared on the screen. System notification. Demon Spirit Hall player count is 7 out of 10. Seeing this, Luke Tran cursed angrily. Damn it, there's no more time. He raised his hand to summon his sword. Luke Tran used underworld summoning, and that purple stream of power began to spread. He pointed his sword forward and commanded, find the true physical items. Streams of purple light radiated from Luke Tran's body in all directions. He stood still and pondered. Illusion items that can hold players have a certain duration, but even if I log off, the time won't be lost. The highest grade item can hold someone for up to 72 hours, but the users of the item don't need to imprison me for that long. As long as the map fills up, I've already lost this trip. No matter what, I need to get out of here first. Immediately after, the system displayed a notification. Your soldiers have detected an anomaly at the 2 o'clock direction. Please proceed there. He clenched his fist proudly. Well done. Luke Tran looked at the white light stream in front of him, hesitating. This is... He looked at the shadow appearing inside and knew. It seems it's right here. Luke Tran swung his sword and slashed towards it, commanding, break it for me. Under that immense power, the illusion was immediately torn in two. He stood still, looking at the purple orb appearing before his eyes. Luke Tran calmly concluded, that's it. The screen displayed a description. High-level illusion item. Can create an illusion for the designated target and cause the target to lose their sight. He held the item and denied. No, this isn't the scene I've seen before. This means the illusion isn't over yet, and I was hit before entering. Luke Tran looked at the orb in his hand, thinking, but this is indeed the item's true form, this rune. A reminder sound rang out. System notification. Demon Spirit Hall player count is 8 out of 10. He angrily cursed, damn it, this crappy plan is such a waste of time. Luke Tran continuously spun the orb around, grumbling, I am the top student of S University, and this thing is just a combinatorial permutation. How could this small thing stump me? His finger touched a spot, and he commanded, break it. The screen immediately displayed. System notification. Congratulations, you have found and broken the illusion item within 1 minute. You have become the current owner of the prop. Luke Tran stared at it and cursed under his breath. Damn it, and it's set for 72 hours too. Immediately after, he surfaced from a pool of water, thinking angrily, where did this letter come from? System notification. The number of people in the Demon Spirit Hall is 9 out of 10. Luke Tran angrily yelled, damn it, there's only 1 spot left. He quickly rushed forward, muttering to himself, I must get in, I must get in. Immediately after, the system announced from above, the number of people in the Demon Spirit Hall has reached October 10th. The map is closed. Luke Tran collapsed to the ground, clutching his head and groaning, I really missed it. Manhua stood with his hands on his hips, loudly mocking. Isn't this the renowned Luke Tran? What's wrong? Did you come to the Spirit Hall to fish? He emanated a dark aura and roared, you're looking for death. He looked at the sword in Luke Tran's hand and muttered angrily, if you don't want to lose, then don't play. I still haven't gotten in, damn it. The screen displayed a reminder. Giant Han sent a message. Senior, aren't you going in? He leaned his sword on the ground and cursed loudly, damn it. His mind kept screaming. So humiliating, I couldn't get in. This map is so vast, there must be a lot of good stuff inside. This time, the gap has widened again. Luke Tran emanated a dark aura, thinking, I should be more careful. Suddenly, a golden light flashed in the darkness. He saw the light and was startled. Tom Neen's figure appeared before him. Luke Tran was surprised. Tom Neen. She pulled him along, and he asked in confusion, Tom Neen, what are you doing? Immediately after, Tom Neen raised her hand and opened a magic circle. She pulled Luke Tran and leaped inside. Thien Ha saw this and cried out in surprise. What is this skeleton? How could it? It actually got in. Report him, report him. Damn it, this is clearly hacking. System notification. Player Tramps on Tram. Sa has entered the dungeon via a special path. The number of players in the dungeon is currently November 10th. Giant Han immediately turned and called out, Senior. 1 minute ago, in the Spirit Hall, Kong Nan raised his hand and threw out the flaming meteorite. A reminder sound appeared. Flaming meteorite unleashes multiple meteor projectiles. Each projectile deals 160 to 200 damage to the target. Required level 70. Thien Dao quickly dodged, grumbling. Do you guys only know how to use props? Kong Nan appeared behind him and replied with a laugh. I have a lot of props, and I like using them. If you're capable, go ahead and play. Van Yen unleashed an ice crystal, shouting, Die. A description appeared. Ice Spikes unleashes multiple ice spikes, each dealing 200 to 280 damage to the target and causing a freezing effect. Freezing duration, 30 seconds. Required level, 70. He looked at the empty space where the ice crystal hit and cursed. Damn it, he got away. Thien Dao hid behind the wall, thinking, Damn it, what are those guys from the Bamboo Dragon Guild doing here? They have too many props. I need to find someone to cooperate with. Immediately after, the system announced, Player Tramps on Tram Sa has entered the dungeon via a special path. The number of players in the dungeon is currently November 10th. Seeing this, he thought angrily. Tramps on Tram Sa, a special path. Kung Nun Frauen, Ting, Jamkanchum Sagotin. How could he solve the labyrinth prop? Van Yen stroked her chin, wondering. And he used a special entrance too. I've played Thien Tung for so many years, and I didn't know such a thing existed. He frowned and laughed loudly. It's good that he came. We'll have to prepare a big gift for him. Tom Neen quickly ran towards the door. Luke Tran followed, turning his head slightly and thinking, Is this inside the dungeon? It's really quiet. He looked forward and mused. It seems like this is the lowest level of the dungeon. The words appeared on the screen. Jamkan Jumsa. He looked at it and thought. As expected, Tom Neen led me straight to the bottom floor. Meanwhile, Giant Han met with Min Noyet. A murmuring sound rang out. Tafai. Tom Neen's whole body glowed with purple light, continuously repeating, Tafai. Luke Tran saw this and asked doubtfully, Tum Yin. He hid behind the wall, watching her continuously pound on that purple energy wall. He wondered. Last time it was Lam Nap, this time it's Tafai. Could it be another name for the monarch? Behind this door must be the boss. Having the golden finger is so convenient, going directly to meet the boss. Lam Neen forcefully charged inside, muttering, Fragment. Luke Tran immediately rushed out. Wait a minute, Tom Neen. The system screen displayed the message, Your pet has been recalled. He was startled and called out, Don't go. Luke Tran watched the golden light flash and said, As expected, you can't completely trust the golden finger. Suddenly, the wall glowed, startling him. The system displayed a notification. You are reading. Memory Stone Fragment, Original Thien Tung Continent. Purgatory had 10 great monarchs. The content on the wall recounted. Lena, the leader of the monarchs, led the undead to occupy the human empire, then withdrew their own power, forging it into many fragments. turning human warriors into monsters and causing the continent to bleed for 1,000 years. After that, all the monarchs disappeared, and the war abruptly ended. Monsters were sealed in various places across the continent with resentment. The Demon Spirit Hall is one of them. Reading this, Luke Tran suddenly understood. So that's how it is. From the history of Thien Tung to the origin of the fragments, all clues were connected. He looked at the stone tablet and wondered, but weren't there 9 monarchs? Why are there 10? This dungeon also has awakening fragments, and Tom Neen has already sensed them. Luke Tran slung his sword over his shoulder, looking at the door in front of him, thinking, it's a pity that even Tom Neen's power can't open this door. I guess the condition is that all the levels above must be cleared to open it. He smiled faintly and said, before that, a vertical staircase connecting upwards appeared before him. Luke Tran ran forward with effort, speaking up. Giant Han, I'm on the bottom floor. The final boss door can't be opened for now, and I haven't met anyone. How is everyone doing? Fong Sakwin Tuong announced. Min Noyet and I are together. We've killed 2 overlords and 3 mini-bosses. The top 4 floors have been cleared. We're about to go to the 5th floor. He saw this and inquired, is Thien Dao there? Fong Sakwin Tuong replied, no, it's not him. Did he also come in? Luke Tran reminded, yes, we must be wary of him. I'll fight my way up from the bottom. Let's meet up first. Fong Sakwin Tuong immediately agreed. Okay, you be careful too. Inside, he swung his hand, wiping out a large number of soldiers blocking his way. The system announced, Spirit Hall Undead Soldier, Normal Monster, Level 50, Attack 420 to 550, Defense 370, HP, Skill, Death Arrow, Description, a Guardian of the Territory in the Demon Spirit Hall. Behind him, Thien Dao swung his sword, eliminating a soldier. He turned his head and looked, not knowing whether to genuinely praise or mock. Tram can tram saw. You can get into a dungeon full of people. You really have skill. Luke Tran pressed close to Thien Dao's back, teasing. It didn't go your way. So you're disappointed, huh? Hearing this, he raised his sword and retorted. This is your own skill. So why would I be disappointed? Let's team up. He swung his sword, eliminating another soldier, and asked, Dakba didn't come in alone, so why aren't you looking for your teammates but me? Are you trying to play another game? Thien Dao raised his sword and continuously thrust forward, saying, You surely know. My teammates were all killed by your teammates, weren't they? Luke Tran was startled and asked again, So what about the other 2? He directly finished off the 2 soldiers next to him and replied, They're from the Truck Long Guild. He gritted his teeth. Truck Long Guild. Thien Dao leaned against Luke Tran and said, We can't let the Truck Long Guild steal our Ice Blast region's boss. An extra person means extra strength, right? He gently caressed the sword in his hand, contemplating. Keeping some mana points so he can share some damage is also good. It won't be too late to deal with him when Giant Han and the others arrive. Luke Tran placed his blood-stained hand on him and agreed. All right, I agree to team up, but you have to put in more effort. Thien Dao looked at the bloody handprint on him and asked, What did you do to me? He gently smiled and turned back, answering, It's nothing, just a bit of Azura blood that can attract spirits. He turned his head and shouted loudly behind him, Tram can tram sa. You mother asterisk asterisk asterisker. You have no martial ethics. Luke Tran muttered while holding his sword. For now, I'll just take this small advantage. Hearing footsteps, he immediately turned his head in alert. Immediately after, Luke Tran jumped back a few steps. Kong Nan put his hands on his hips and laughed, asking, Thien Dao, why aren't you running away? He raised his hand to gather flames and said, Let us come help you. Kong Nan threw it forward with force. The screen displayed notification, blazing burststone, high-grade item, explodes into fierce flames, dealing continuous burning damage to surrounding enemies and reducing their movement speed. The blazing burst stone flew towards Thien Dao. Luke Tran appeared, swung his sword, and struck it away, saying, "So you're the ones who conspired against me at the main map entrance." Kong Nan heard that and laughed mockingly. "So you finally found out, huh? How's it feel? Having fun?" Van Yen next to him also laughed and added, "Tram can tram sa. I even prepared something bigger for you. I'll show you what true power is." Thien Dao, seeing this from behind, urgently warned, "This is bad. It's a bamboo shadow bomb. Run!" He threw it with force. The screen displayed information about the so-called bamboo shadow bomb. He raised his sword to block but still took 8557 damage, angrily cursing, "Damn it!" Luke Tran gritted his teeth and shouted, "Is this the F asterisk 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 ing big one?" He swung his sword and chopped, saying, "I think this big gift you brought is pretty good." Van Yen, seeing the purple light flash, was startled. "What?" He and Kong Nan were sent flying backward, minus 4,288, minus 3,722. Luke Tran raised his sword and used Heaven and Earth Slash. He rushed quickly towards the two, speaking arrogantly, "Items are merely support tools. In the face of extreme skill, they are fundamentally not worth mentioning." Thien Dao stood behind, watching the battle situation ahead. He immediately took out a potion and chugged it down. Thien Dao stood there, gritting his teeth and muttering, "Kill them, kill them. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Tram can tram sa." Luke Tran swung his sword, fighting against Kong Nan and the other. He glanced behind him, looking thoughtful. "Two people cover half of me. One pretends to be a very difficult small monster. Who knows if these three are putting on a show for me?" He used Crimson Edge to slash. Van Yen, seeing him get knocked back, worried, "Kong Nan." Luke Tran was slightly suspicious, but these two are really bad. They don't look like they're acting at all. He swung his arm and threw out a paralysis rotor bullet. "Tram can tram sa." Information shows, paralysis bullet, paralyzes the target, reducing the target's attack speed by 30%. Luke Tran raised his sword and forcefully swatted the bullet away, asking himself, "But they have such an absurd number of items and all sorts of weird stuff. It's really troublesome." He lowered his head and decided, "Might as well." Luke Tran gathered energy and used San Kana trick. As he slashed towards the two, the sword aura began to dissipate. Kong Nan immediately burst out laughing, mocking, "Tram can tram sa. Are your kidneys failing? Is your mana just completely depleted?" Van Yen held a paralysis bullet and chimed in, "If you have no mana left, aren't you just there for anyone to kill as they please?" He immediately threw the paralysis bullet with force. Luke Tran saw that and cursed, "Damn it." He ran towards him, urging, "Thien Dao, if you don't want to die, quickly pull back. These two useless guys don't have much health left." His eyes gleamed as he shouted, "Watch me." Thien Dao slashed directly at Luke Tran Dai. He was struck by the slash and cried out in pain. Luke Tran raised his sword, looking at the traitor and criticizing, "Thien Dao, you actually dared to plot against me." He heard that and replied with a laugh, "War's never without deceit." Thien Dao saw Luke Tran flee, raised his sword, and chased after him. "Don't even think about running." Kong Nan was startled. "Thien Dao, I didn't expect you to be even more shameless than us brothers." He frowned and declared, "That's cruel enough. I like it. But you should die too." He raised his sword and stopped them. "Wait, you're not dealing with me now. But Tram can tram sa. If you let him recover his mana, everyone will die." Thien Dao stood still and reminded them, "With your strength, you fundamentally cannot kill him. He's running because I'm on your side. I just want to kill Tram can tram sa to vent my anger. I don't need any good items in the dungeon." Kong Nan turned his head to look at Van Yen behind him for confirmation, then threatened, "I can take your life anytime. Don't you dare try anything." The three quickly chased after Luke Tran. "Chase him." Thien Dao saw him drinking a potion and shouted, "He's over there." Luke Tran threw down the potion bottle and silently cursed, "Damn it, they caught up so fast." "Next!" He swung his sword and used Ghostly Slash. Thien Dao raised his sword to block the attack. Seeing Luke Tran turn and run, he ordered, "Death throws. Keep chasing." He used Vermilion Blade and swung his sword. The three immediately retreated slightly to dodge. Kong Nan looked at the weak attack and sneered. Someone's out of mana again. Thien Dao's face darkened, sternly stopping him. Don't laugh. He broke into a cold sweat, looking at the empty space ahead, and said, because he's nowhere to be seen. Kong Nan saw that, gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it, no mana. But he runs fast. Van Yen took out a pair of shoes and said, Big brother, use this. The notification sound rang out. Speed up item. Increases user's movement speed by 50%. Duration 15 seconds. The two left Thien Dao behind and chased. Kong Nan looked at Luke Tran standing still in front of the large gate and said, Dead end. Let's see where you run this time. The two of them threw a series of items. You won't die from this explosion. Thien Dao leaned behind the wall, thinking with a loud laugh. Sounds like a fight has started. I'll just watch you guys tear each other apart. Suddenly his eyes widened in surprise. What are they doing? Thien Dao watched the two constantly throwing weapons, wondering, searching for enemies in the void? He was startled as the flames spread closer and shouted, Damn it! Are you two sick? If you're going to hit thin air, fine, but why throw them at me? Just then, Luke Tran appeared behind him, swinging his sword. He saw the sword touch Thien Dao and immediately scoffed, Know what? My mana is for killing you. Luke Tran used San Kanak trick and continued with a laugh. There's still some left. The sword grazed past his neck. Thien Dao cried out in pain. Tramkin Tramsa, I'm not done with you yet. The system screen displayed a notification. Player, Thien Dao, has died. Luke Tran looked at him annoyedly. You're such a pain. Right where Thien Dao fell, equipment kept dropping. He immediately knelt down to pick them up, his face full of joy. Loot. Not only was Thien Dao rich, but he also dropped so many high-tier treasures. A voice asked, Luke Tran, what's the situation now? Min Noyet turned her head to look at the two people, Kong Nan, who were constantly hitting the air, and asked, Why are those two acting crazy? Hitting nothing? Isn't that Thien Dao? Luke Tran spread his arms and chuckled, saying, These guys wanted to team up to take me down, but they tried to steal a chicken and ended up losing rice instead. They brought it upon themselves. Min Noyet and her group then reported the good news. Besides, 3 other lucky people who managed to get in have also been dealt with by us. What about these two? He calmly replied, Just ignore them. Let them play in the labyrinth. Luke Tran looked ahead and chuckled smugly. All the small bosses above have been wiped out by us. That's enough to activate the conditions to open the dungeon below. He raised his hand and pushed open the large door. Luke Tran continued with a serious expression. We must get the final boss. The inside of the room was pitch black. Min Noyet followed Luke Tran in and whispered, It's too dark in here. I can't see anything. She heard a sound from behind say, The door has closed. The 3 stood back to back, cautiously looking around. Luke Tran calmly warned, Everyone be careful. There seems to be something in the dark. Jayat Han, use your light attribute skill. Receiving the command, she raised her hand to use her divine domain to illuminate. Information displayed, divine domain effective. Expand the domain. Repel all negative statuses from self and allies within a 3-meter radius. Black tentacles surged from behind. Luke Tran immediately turned, drew his sword, and cut them down. He used Chu Nan to attack the tentacles, exclaiming agitatedly, No damage. These tentacles have no physical form. Physical attacks are useless. Jayat Han also brandished her weapon and struck, reminding, These are just shadows, Min Noyet. Called by name, she immediately swung her arm and unleashed Spirit Light Bullet. The tentacles quickly reached out and wrapped around her legs. Jayat Han's face was full of worry. Min Noyet, these shadows are afraid of light. They don't want me to use my skills. She raised her sword and gathered energy. Holy Light Judgment effective. Deals 200% light damage to dark attribute enemies. Luke Tran, gathering energy around him, shouted, Jayat Han, be careful. The tentacles immediately reached towards her. They quickly coiled tightly, encompassing Giant Han's entire body. Luke Tran held his sword, watching the tentacles continuously wrapping around the two of them. He yelled in horror, "Giant Han, Min Noyet!" Luke Tran turned and shouted loudly behind him, "Who is it? Come out now!" He fell silent, raising his sword high, deep in thought. Luke Tran closed his eyes, beginning to gather his spirit and perceive. She proceeded to search for the origin of the tentacles. Then, opening her eyes wide, she yelled towards one direction, "It's right here!" Luke Tran swung his sword forward with force. "I found you." A notification sound, -2,675. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. It turned out he himself was being forcefully pulled by a tentacle wrapped around his waist. It continuously climbed, enveloping Luke Tran's entire body. Finally, his whole body was entwined by tentacles. Luke Tran, drenched in sweat, suddenly woke with a start, looking around and exclaiming, "Where's this?" He shouted forward with all his might, "Giant Han, Min Noyet, where are you too?" No one responded. Luke Tran looked at his hands and mused, "Strange. Why do I feel so relaxed all over? My body seems to be full of power." Suddenly a sound came from behind, causing him to turn around and ask, "Who's there?" Luke Tran looked at the beam of light before him and thought, "Such a strong, oppressive feeling. My body can't move." He looked at the undefined figure behind him and thought, "Boss." But then quickly denied, "No, it's not a boss. It's even stronger than a boss." His eyes opened, staring at Luke Tran, and let out a sound. He widened his eyes, looking at the other party. Then he collapsed to his knees on the ground, muttering, "This kind of oppressive feeling, it's a monarch." Tafai smiled faintly and said, "Hundreds of years have passed. Everyone thought the Azuras had gone extinct, but a new species has appeared." She took a step towards him and said, "Relax, a mere Azura is still not qualified for me to take action." Tafai gathered energy at her fingertip and placed it on Luke Tran's glabella, recounting, "When ants crawl beneath the stars, they always think they can see the galaxy. Only when you climb to a height where you can clearly see your own insignificance will you be qualified to fight me, or else, just like other insects, quietly turn to dust." He gripped the sword in his hand, thinking, "I can't believe it. Even as an Azura, in the eyes of a monarch, I'm not even as good as an insect." He gritted his teeth, full of unwillingness. "So being an Azura is just the starting point. Very good. That means I can become even stronger." Luke Tran touched his forehead, contemplating. "But what did she just do to me?" He closed his eyes, searching. Luke Tran seemed to feel that connection. "I feel it, a connection with the darkness. It's like—" He analyzed calmly. "I'm also a part of this dark area, and the darkness is also an extension of me. The power of darkness is calling me." A wall of darkness immediately appeared in his mind. Luke Tran stood still, holding his sword, his eyes opened wide. Following that, he unleashed a moonlit slash. He immediately returned to the main hall. In the darkness, Shadow of Death appeared, raising his sword high. Luke Tran also raised his sword to block the attack. The screen displayed a notification. Shadow of Death, level 85, special boss. He looked straight at him and continued, "You finally appeared." Shadow of Death plunged his sword down forcefully. Luke Tran kept retreating with his sword raised, thinking, "No wonder it's a special boss. It's really strong." He glanced back, contemplating, "I have to find a way to escape and save them." Luke Tran leaned to dodge his downward thrust, thinking, "My mana points have reached their limit. This time there shouldn't be any problem." He stood still and raised his hand to summon. Netherworld summon. The system announced, Phase 2 Undead Legion Purgatory Spectre. The Purgatory Legion immediately rushed towards Shadow of Death. He swung his sword to destroy them. Auras from the Netherworld, you are actually my comrade. So why do we need to be enemies? Humans are our true enemies. Luke Tran swung his sword towards him in response. They are my companions, no matter what race they are. I will not abandon them. Shadow of Death raised his sword and said, "You're crazy. You will pay for your choice." Giant Han immediately broke through the tentacles and rushed out. He quickly raised his sword and replied, "I am darkness. I myself am darkness. In darkness, I am invincible." Giant Han raised her sword and charged forward. He calmly replied, "Those who told me to pay a price, in the end, had to pay the price themselves. Prepare yourself." Shadow of Death began to chant, "Oh, corrupted purgatory darkness, please heed my call. Absorb the power of the purgatory specters, in the name of Shadow of Death." He raised his arm and gathered, "Blood Shadow Demon Transmission, Thunder Slash." Luke Tran and Giant Han immediately jumped aside to dodge. She was startled. What kind of joke is this? It absorbed dark energy, and it's full of blood again. He explained beside her with pursed lips, "In this dark area, we have no chance of winning." Giant Han heard that and asked, "Luke Tran, what should we do now?" Luke Tran opened his mouth wide and unleashed his skill, Moonlit Slash. He closed his eyes and sensed, "I feel it. His power and mine have the same origin." Luke Tran felt the two people's energy streams connect. "Perhaps I've sensed it. It's the dark power of the netherworld." A ray of light flashed between his eyebrows. "The mysterious starlight that the monarch left for me is heating up." Luke Tran finally realized, so this is where it's used. A purple light flashed within the night sky. Along with a resounding laugh, the screen displayed, awakening a fragment containing a portion of Monarch to Phi's energy. Luke Tran opened his eyes wide and charged forward. "It's now full attack." He whispered to himself, "Thank you, Monarch to Phi." Shadow of Death opened his mouth wide in disbelief. "Impossible. Just a small Azura. How could you cut off my energy?" Giant Han from behind also used Divine Blessing, Light of Holy Might. Luke Tran then gathered and unleashed a Qiani throw attack. Shadow of Death finally fell, and a voice sounded, "Congratulations to the player for overcoming Evil Demon Hall." Giant Han looked at his disappearing figure in surprise. "No way. Is this cheating?" Minoyet asked suspiciously. "Why did the boss suddenly become so weak?" Luke Tran put his hands on his hips and laughed, replying, "It's a secret. We should hurry and see what the boss dropped." As soon as Luke Tran touched it, a series of notifications popped up. "Congratulations to the player for obtaining Divine Might Token 1. Congratulations to the player for obtaining Death Combat Boots 3. Death Gloves 3. Congratulations to the player for obtaining Great Demon Stone 10. Undead Stone 10. Gold 99,999. Congratulations to the player for obtaining Skill Book, Blood Shadow Demon Transmission 1. Effect: when HP is higher than mana, HP will be converted into mana, and when mana is higher than HP, mana will be converted into HP." He excitedly hugged the book. "This is a skill that balances mana and HP. It's truly amazing. Isn't this exactly what I needed?" Suddenly, Giant Han blushed and exclaimed in doubt. Luke Tran quickly ran over to ask, "What's wrong? Did you touch something?" She frowned and pulled her hand back, replying, "I touched something. I felt something hard." Min Noyet blushed and stammered, "Something hard." Luke Tran kept interrupting, "Wait, I think we shouldn't." She urged him excitedly, "Hurry up, take it out and see. How hard is it exactly?" Min Noyet frowned and asked in disappointment, "A sword?" The screen showed a notification, "Infernal Relic Sword, 3-star excellent dark gold weapon. Additional effect, increases user's attack power by 17%. Increases scattered shot effect by 20%. Excellent feature, has a 5% chance to activate Infernal, dealing massive damage to targets in front." Luke Tran exclaimed in surprise, "There's an excellent quality item too. No excellent quality equipment has ever dropped in Thien Tong before, yet we found one." He looked at Giant Han in disgust. "Giant Han, the materials and gold belong to you, and this sword." She agreed, "This is for you, this is for you." You were the main one fighting the boss anyway. Not to mention, judging by the name of this sword, it couldn't escape you, could it? Luke Tran jumped up with the sword in hand, Jayat Han and Min Noyet. Inside, only the three people's exclamations remained. Such wild rewards. We've hit the jackpot. There's no commotion outside. I wonder how those two idiots are doing. Luke Tran walked out, saw Kung Nan and Van Yin lying on the ground, and laughed. Did they finally kill themselves? Min Noyet asked suspiciously. But why are their bodies still here? Shouldn't they be teleported away when they die? He smiled and replied, because they were both affected by the labyrinth item. Even if they die, they have to wait for the item's duration to pass before they can play normally. She couldn't help but praise. You're pretty good. Immediately after, the screen displayed. World Channel, Thien Dao. Tram San Tram Sa. You just wait, you bastard. I'm not done with you yet. What Chen Chukang Luan, Sik Vim Di Diom. Luke Tran, you won this time. When the time comes, I'll come for your head. He immediately turned and shared, shouting on the World Channel. Still want to spend money on me? Call out. Shout. Woof woof woof. During the day, in reality, Luke Tran yawned and walked out after hearing noises outside. He walked over, opened the door, and asked, Chu Tuet, did you forget your keys again? A person rushed in from outside and yelled, Are you that goddamn Tram San Tram Saw? Luke Tran raised his hand and grabbed his arm, stopping him. He exclaimed in confusion, No, brother, who are you? One Generation punched Luke Tran. What are you pretending for? A paper can't wrap fire. Are you trying to eat someone else's whole meal? The great and famous Tram San Tram Sa, Luke Tran, is not as good as that scoundrel. He scowled and asked, Hey, do you even know what you're saying? But One Generation continued to curse. Where did you hide that slut? Bachman Tuet, get out here. Luke Tran blocked the other person. Stop right there. Unexpectedly, he became even more agitated. Get out here, old man. Seducing rich bosses, huh? I'm gonna skin you alive. He couldn't take it anymore and gave him a punch to the chest. Enough! Luke Tran picked up his phone and threatened, If you don't leave, I'll call the police. One Generation saw that he really intended to call, and spat. He angrily left, not forgetting to threaten before going. You just wait. Bachman Tuet, I don't believe you can hide forever. He looked at him and thought, This jerk, it seems he's misunderstood something with Chu Tuet. But what is his relationship with Chu Tuet, then Chu Tuet? As he was thinking, Luke Tran suddenly sensed something and turned his head, calling out somewhat helplessly, Xiao Shui, Sister Min Noyet. He looked at the two of them huddled together and asked, Are you two hiding from the person who was just here? It's okay. He's already been chased away. Min Tuet's face darkened as she said, I'm sorry Then she huddled into Min Noyet's embrace. Sister Min Noyet. Hane just walked in and asked, What's wrong? Why are you all standing here? Or has something happened, Ivy? Hearing that, she cried even more. Sister Hane, I thought he came back. Min Noyet tried to comfort her. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. It's not that bastard. Then she turned to the two of them and said, Anyway, let's go inside and talk. Min Noyet and Hane sat beside Min Tuet, trying to comfort her. Thap Tam looked at her and joked, Come on, Auntie, wipe your tears. If your brother comes back and sees you crying, he'll definitely chop us up. Min Tuet finally chuckled and replied, No, he won't. It was then that Hane asked again, So what exactly happened? Don't worry, just tell us so we can all solve it together. She shuddered just thinking about it. After a moment, Min Tuet finally recounted, The situation is like this. Before I joined our guild, I had a boyfriend in the game. His ID was not Doi, which means soul domination. Min Tuet recounted not Doi's words. A woman who agrees to hold hands agrees to go to bed. You agreed to hold hands, so why are you pretending with me? But after only a week of dating, he wanted to take me to a hotel. I was so scared that I ran away and broke up with him. Since then, he's constantly harassed me in the game. My brother has also encountered a lot of trouble in the game, so I never mentioned it to him. Don't think you're safe just because you've latched onto the big shot DM can tram exe. Min Tuet wiped her tears and said, I can deal with this guy in the game, but who knew he'd come and block me outside? Even Thap Tam, who was just joking, angrily slammed the table. Where did this kind of person come from? He's clearly a beast. Min Noyet hugged her sadly. You should have told us sooner. This kind of person needs to be dealt with as soon as possible. We can't give in to him. Han A was also very angry. It's best if we go straight to the police station to report it. But Luke Tran's face darkened as he said, What did that guy say before he left? I'm afraid he's still around. If we report to the police now, it might be useless because he hasn't caused any actual harm yet. She looked at him and suggested, How about you move in too? Xiao Shui, if you want to go out, you can call me to go with you. Thap Tam nodded in agreement. That's right, Xiao Shui is a girl. Living with a bunch of adult men like us is inconvenient anyway. How can we take care of her if there's a beautiful girl living with us? Hearing that, Luke Tran could only throw up his hands. That's fine. So it's decided then. Min Tuet tried to control her trembling and said, Everyone, you're all too kind to me. Thank you, everyone. Hane helplessly comforted her. All right. Crying when you're sad is one thing. But why are you crying when you're happy? At this moment, he called the others over to discuss. Brothers, what's next? Do you understand? Yes, we do. Scene shifts to Ho Long Veen. Na Doi covered his face and said, I'm telling you, my boss is Tien Dao. But the opponent kept punching him. I call you woof woof woof. Na Doi still tried to threaten. Our Dakba guild won't let this go. As soon as he finished speaking, his teammates ran away. Chan AI, hang in there. You'll be fine. When we come back, we'll ask Dao Tong to get revenge for you. Luke Tran cracked his knuckles and looked at Na Doi. Now that no one's bothering us anymore, we can get revenge on those who bullied our little sister. Don't. Then he was beaten black and blue by him. Don't. Na Doi covered his face again. I was wrong. Please don't hit me anymore. If you keep hitting me, this account will be ruined. But Luke Tran replied, Keep hitting him until it's completely ruined. Twinat Vong already found people to beat me up outside. I really won't dare again. The other party couldn't stand it and said, As long as you don't hit me, I'm willing to tell you a secret, a big secret. He gritted his teeth and asked, What secret? Moat Doi just told the other side, There's an island in this lake, and there's a big secret on the island. They say it has extremely great benefits. Luke Tran grabbed his hair and sneered. You're so kind. Why didn't you tell Boss Tien Dao? Why tell me? Moat Doi cried out, trying to explain. Ow. That's because we just arrived and haven't had time to. Then he secretly thought to himself, To get to the island, you have to find a special NPC. We've been looking for half a day and still haven't found it, so telling you would be useless anyway. Moat Doi pretended to be pitiful and cried, Now I've told you all about the island and its secrets. You, the heroic and mighty slang sovereign, are a great man who doesn't stoop to petty people. Can you please spare me? Luke Tran blew the opponent's hair and said, You'd better tell the truth. If I find out you lied, I'll make you pay, both in game and out. He quickly said, It's 100% true. If I lie to you, you'll just ruin my account again. He ignored him and turned to look at the turtle staring at him with its mouth open. System notification. Ice scale turtle, native creature of Longveen Lake. Luke Tran took out a fish. Come on, little turtle, eat some fish. As soon as it finished eating, he leaped onto its back. Little turtle, take me to the island. Moat Doi stared at the other person. Damn it, that works too? But at this moment, two people suddenly appeared behind him. Our boss isn't angry anymore, but we still are. Moat Doi was beaten again by the opponents. No, don't. I was wrong. I really wouldn't dare again even if you paid me. Meanwhile, he said quite relaxed. It's foolish not to seize an opportunity. Let's see what secrets this island truly holds. The scale turtle swam quickly forward. Luke Tran thought, I didn't even know there was a hidden island here. He looked at the island in the distance and sighed. It's quite far, an hour already, and still not there. It's truly mysterious. Luke Tran stretched and said, This is so relaxing. It seems like it's been a long time since I've been this relaxed while playing a game. But very quickly, he thought again. It's hard to be idle for a moment, but my mind can't be at peace. Remembering his past first, he was saved by a kind person who didn't want to reveal their identity, and he hasn't even repaid that kindness yet. Then his boss was attacked. Chu Tuet was entangled with a scoundrel, and by the time his boss entered, the ancient sword was already in its later stages. While desperately searching for awakening fragments, he discovered that Tam Nin seemed to have a close connection with the fragments and the sovereign. He was granted power by the sovereign Sophie without knowing why, and it even resolved inconveniences in the game. It seems that everything is progressing, but there are still many mysterious things. Luke Tran looked up at the sky, deep in thought, especially the leveling here. He thought to himself, not noticing the bird that just arrived. I originally thought that after advancing to Azura, I was already very strong, but I didn't expect that a bit of Azura is nothing in front of the sovereign. Other races all have clear paths after advancement, but I can only figure it out myself. I wonder how the Azura race advances. What's even stranger is that when I checked my pet this morning, Tam Nin was gone. Every time Tam Nin appeared before, she became stronger. Could it be that Tam Nin has matured to the point where she no longer needs me? However, the quest related to Tam Nin is not yet complete. My relationship with Tam Nin won't end so easily, and we will definitely meet again someday. He thought about the system notification, SSS Promise Quest, Subquest, Rebirth. Awaken the girl Tam Nin. Quest progress, incomplete. Finally, Luke Tran leaned back and told himself, Now, there's no need to overthink things. Just take it one step at a time. Strength is the most important factor. Leveling up is more important than anything else. He closed his eyes and rested peacefully. How comfortable. No wonder it's called Tien Tung. This is truly the ultimate gaming experience. But suddenly, the scale turtle swayed slightly, startling Luke Tran awake. He looked at the island in front of him and said, No way. Luke Tran looked into the distance. That Moat Doi character is such a liar. Where are the big secrets and great benefits? There aren't even any birds. Suddenly, he jumped down, startling the scale turtle. As soon as Luke Tran touched the ground, it ran away. Don't go. Take me back. You kill without burying. You rotten turtle. Suddenly, someone called out. Hey! Bly stared at him. As soon as Luke Tran saw it, he yelled, Oh my God, it's a ghost. But the old man still chased him. Delin. Bly kept circling Luke Tran, saying, It's no mistake. It can't be wrong. This face, these ears, it's truly an Azura. He grabbed his hand and raised it. You must have come to serve the great Princess Sophia, right? Luke Tran asked, bewildered. Who are you? Who is Sophia? And why should I help her? As soon as Bly heard that, he hit him. You don't even know the great Princess Sophia? What kind of Delin are you? You must serve the princess, otherwise, I will never forgive you in this life. Luke Tran quickly cried out. Stop, don't hit me anymore. He covered his head, listening to the old man babble. You stinky brat, your head is so empty. You don't know anything. You just pretend to hide and drink. I am the great prophet of the Blood Rain Legion. I have waited on this island for so many years. You must call me Sir Bly. Hearing that, Luke Tran greeted him. So you're Sir Bly of the Blood Rain Legion. I'm very familiar with your captain Tuet Vi. He thought to himself, so he's the prophet of the Blood Rain Legion. Come to think of it, he's not a bad person at all. Bly stroked his beard and asked, That little girl Tuet Vi, has she become the captain of the Legion? But suddenly he hit Luke Tran again. Don't try to change the subject. Are you going to keep your promise to serve Princess Sophia? Wait, when did I agree to that? As he tried to parry the old man's blows, he thought, Why is an NPC like this just appearing on this mysterious island, and no one cares? Come to think of it, this must be a high-level quest. It would be foolish not to accept it. After thinking it over, Luke Tran finally said, Okay, I agree. Can you please stop hitting? Bly's expression changed, and he quickly assigned the task. Good, it's a deal. At this moment, the system notification also appeared. You have accepted the Divine Sense quest of the Demon Lock Tower. Level 5. Quest content. Enter the highest floor of the Demon Lock Tower. Kill the Purgatory Demon Lord. Retrieve the Demon Suppressing Sword, and deliver it to Prophet Bly. Reminder: if the player fails to complete the quest, their account will be terminated. He opened his eyes wide and said, Wait. Luke Tran opened his mouth and yelled, Wait a minute. But the gate behind him pulled him back. Hey. The gate quickly sucked Luke Tran in, ignoring his shouts. Don't. At this moment, Bly finally said, Listen carefully, kid. Soon, Princess Sophia will rebuild the Violet Empire in the Violet Forest. But the Violet Forest has suffered thousands of years of slaughter. The demonic aura is too heavy. Only the demon-suppressing sword at the top of the Demon Lock Tower can suppress the demonic energy and become the founding sword of the Violet Empire. He stood outside, looking in, and continued. In that cursed place called the Demon Lock Tower, even earthworms have fangs. It requires 10 saint-level demon mages. Only then can the demonic creatures in the tower be controlled. Currently, the entrance from the underworld to the continent has not fully opened. Only I can take you back and forth to the underworld. If you don't retrieve the demon-suppressing sword, then don't come back. Luke Tran yelled, You stinky old man. Just you wait. I'll definitely come back. Then he free fell into a sea of lava. Is this hell? Luke Tran looked at his hand and said, You stinky old man. Don't underestimate me. Since I'm here, I'll destroy this Demon Lock Tower for you. He held his sword and smiled. Are they welcoming me? Before Luke Tran was a huge, terrifying gate. Suddenly, a purple light appeared, and moments later, glowing red eyes opened. He was not afraid and said, Let me test my strength against you. Luke Tran quickly charged forward, slicing a monster in half. Wherever he went, his blade swung. But suddenly, a spider leg abruptly appeared behind Luke Tran. He tried to dodge, thinking, So fast. Its sharp legs continuously attacked Luke Tran. His arm was accidentally cut. Is this the dark power of the underworld? Luke Tran looked at the thing in his hand and worriedly thought, This power is not like before, and it even has toxins. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed between his eyebrows, and the system notification appeared again. Purification Star Shard is effective. Toxins have been removed. Purification Star Shard. The purifying power from Queen Sophia can repel targets poisoned, paralyzed, and cursed states. Luke Tran covered his eyes and laughed loudly. Thank you, Queen. With that, he powerfully unleashed a move. Heaven and Earth's first strike. This move caused a large section of the ground to shatter. When the dust settled, only his silhouette holding a sword remained. But Luke Tran didn't celebrate hastily. He observed and thought, No, what are they waiting for? A moment later, a large mouth emerged from the ground, and he quickly dodged. Suddenly, it stuck out a long tongue and grabbed Luke Tran. He didn't hesitate, turning to cut off its tongue. Of course, the monster wouldn't give up. It unleashed a massive surge of power that stunned him. What? But a golden light also emitted from his chest. This was the power of Tam Neen. The golden light gradually materialized and attacked directly towards the monster. Luke Tran gritted his teeth and said, I'm not fighting alone. The sword in his hand once again powerfully stabbed straight into the monster. Breakthrough. As it perished, a glittering blue stone appeared. That thing is. Luke Tran cautiously braced himself, preparing to jump onto it. He moved as fast as lightning, leaving only a purple afterimage. The first floor of the Demon Ceiling Tower actually has an awakening shard, holding the blue stone. Luke Tran said to himself, It was Tam Neen who helped me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to fight off this bug. He didn't hesitate and continued onward. Then I must go and see what lies ahead. Luke Tran stopped and said, "Strange, flames are everywhere, but I don't feel hot at all." He didn't linger and plunged straight into the blazing red flames. Inside the flames, there were two figures. He couldn't help but say, "This looks like a scene from Purgatory. Is this place really Purgatory?" Luke Tran gripped the sword in his hand and thought, "What's happening? This murderous intent. I can't control it." He gritted his teeth, trying to stay calm. In front of him appeared a young man with fiery red hair. As soon as On Loan saw him, he charged forward to attack, decimate the mountain. "You homeless dog! You dare come here to seek death!" Luke Tran was slightly surprised. "On Loan, why are you here?" He cursed loudly. "Shut up!" He blocked the opponent's sword and thought, "I need to stay calm. This must be an illusion." On Loan's sharp eyes stared at Luke Tran. "I can crush you once, and I can crush you countless more times. Even if you struggle, you won't escape." Suddenly, a tremor passed through him, and a character, Dan, appeared on the back of his hand. He yelled angrily and slashed at him. "You shut up!" But he vanished, saying before he disappeared, "I'll wait for you, Luke Tran. Wait for the day you become my defeated foe again." His eyes turned black with pain. "Damn it, no. This is just an illusion. I can't fall for it. The environment here must be amplifying my emotions." It was then that Luke Tran noticed the character on the back of his hand. "This is—" He placed his hand on his sword to steady himself. At that moment, the space twisted again, and a soft hand rested on his shoulder. "Senior brother." Giant Han looked at him proudly. Senior brother, you said you'd protect me." Then another hand reached out. "Luke Tran." Hane stared at him. "Luke Tran, come back to me." Another voice rang out. "Boss." Giant Han clutched her hard in pain and asked, "Senior brother, is this your choice?" He quickly threw his sword away and went to hug her. Giant. Hane's voice rang out again. "So I can never compare to her." Luke Tran cried out in alarm. "No, boss." Amidst the sea of flames, he held two people in his arms. "No!" What character appeared on his palm again? He seemed to realize something and furiously roared. "You opened it. This was fundamentally not my choice." Each frame gradually shattered. Luke Tran screamed, "You were never my choice. And the reason I became stronger is for an important person I would rather die to protect." He raised his hand to block the tremor. The flames still burned, and he was tormented by them, full of pain. He collapsed, belatedly realizing that he had thought it was the fire that consumed demons, but it turned out to be the karmic fire caused by human greed, anger, and delusion. When humans fall into the three poisons, they will transform into demons. Demons will continuously produce karmic fire, and the fire will burn the demons once again. Then the pain will continue endlessly, thus cycling. Luke Tran's eyes were now stained blood red. "This is bad. I can't take it anymore. My consciousness is starting to unravel. If this continues, I'll turn into one of them." Suddenly, a gentle voice rang out. "Big brother." A tiny hand holding a shimmering stone reached out next to him. "Big brother, use this." Tam Neen, dazed as if without consciousness, said, "Use it. Then you'll be able to overcome this obstacle." She continuously enticed, "Hurry and use it, brother." Luke Tran wavered and reached out his hand. "Just by absorbing this, I can break through this obstacle." She opened her small hand. "There are many awakening fragments here. For you, big brother. However many you want, Tam Neen will give you, big brother. Big brother will become the strongest undead warrior." He rushed forward as if insane. "The strongest?" She continued to entice. "Big brother, don't you want to be the strongest? Use it, and you'll become the strongest existence in this tower." Tam Neen's eyes flashed sharply. "Asuras originally devour everything. Don't reject the desires in your heart." But he yelled no. He writhed in pain amidst the flames, muttering, "No. It's fake, it's all fake." She clutched her chest, asking pitifully, "Big brother, Don't you want to be stronger? Luke Tran flung her hand away without hesitation. No, I want to be stronger, but not by borrowing this kind of power, but by relying on myself. The ruthless sword cleaved Tam Neen in half, but she still managed to finish speaking. Big brother, you'll regret this. You fundamentally can't escape without the fragments. This place will become your cage. He resolutely replied. A cage? Since I stepped into this tower, every step I've taken has shattered the ceiling. Luke Tran burst into laughter as if he had discovered something. So that's how it is. Now he was like an outsider, silently observing, steeped in the mire of greed, anger, and delusion, unable to break free. Perhaps these three poisons can fundamentally not be completely eliminated. Only by confronting and eradicating them can one attain Bodhi. No sooner had Luke Tran finished speaking than the system notification appeared. Congratulations! You have comprehended the hidden passive skill, Undefiled Bodhi Mind. The player will receive an additional 5% critical damage for each negative status effect they receive, stacking up to 3 times. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Nice! A maximum of 15% critical damage. Truly worth the pain I've endured. The familiar yellow light reappeared. He couldn't help but wonder. This light guided me before, but this time it is? The yellow light headed straight forward as if to guide him. Is it the light I just received from being freed from those 3 poisons? Luke Tran followed the path the ray of light indicated, step by step. Amidst the flames, an armored person appeared. He joyfully exclaimed, Tam Neen. It really is Tam Neen. She gently said, Thank you, big brother. He stared in astonishment at the armored girl in front of him. Suddenly, a strange memory fragment appeared. A man standing beside her hospital bed gently said, Tam Neen, there will definitely be someone who can save you. Luke Tran stared blankly at his palm, wondering, were those images just now also an illusion? It felt so warm. He stepped into the rift and said to the person in front of him, I can feel it now. Although Tam Neen has disappeared from the pet slot, my connection with Tam Neen has never been this clear and close. Suddenly, the system announced again, your pet, Tam Neen, has awakened the skill Karmic Red Lotus. Karmic Red Lotus provides a karmic fire shield to yourself and allies. It absorbs 10% of damage and converts it into healing. During its duration, your and your allies' attack power increases by 20%. From within the flames, several more figures appeared. But at this moment the system announced, your pet's soul, Tam Neen, has recovered by 5%. He visibly brightened, thinking, her soul has recovered. There's finally progress. There's truly hope for resurrecting Tam Neen now. Luke Tran cautiously turned to look at the person next to him and asked, Tam Neen, how do you feel? She took his hand, stammering, seemingly unable to speak clearly. Bro. He wasn't very reassured and asked again, Tam Neen, have you regained consciousness? Before she could answer, a heavy object fell from the sky. He quickly embraced her and dodged. Be careful. It was an incredibly large coffin. Suddenly, the coffin lid sprang open. Then a sharp, pointed hand reached out from the coffin. Luke Tran stared in amazement at the scene before him. He stepped out arrogantly. Which kind soul extinguished the karmic fire that was sealing me, huh? The system panel reappeared. Purgatory Demon Lord, Dark Gold Boss, level 99. Attack, Defense, HP. Skills all unknown. He scowled and asked again, you are the final boss? Purgatory didn't answer, only looked at Tam Neen and smiled. No wonder. So it was you. Luke Tran immediately shielded her. Tam Neen, get back. Before he could say more, he charged forward. Spirit Chanter. He raised his sword to block his attack. Purgatory attacked while saying, I said you wouldn't be kind enough to unseal me. It turns out you've become too weak. So weak that you have no other choice but to reclaim your own power. When you betrayed Lord Lena and joined humanity, did you ever think about where you'd end up today, huh? Luke Tran was stunned, thinking, what? This karmic fire. It was Tam Neen's original power. He cast a sharp gaze and loudly declared, When you incited Sophia to seal me with the demon-suppressing sword, did you ever think that sooner or later I would break free from this broken sword, huh? Look at what you are now. You were once a spirit chanter, but now you're not even as good as an ant. Tamnine mumbled, path different. Suddenly a hand clamped around her neck. Purgatory scoffed. Path different, huh? You look like a candle about to go out. He delivered a powerful, questioning blow to her. Is this your path? He quickly shouted, Tamnine. At this moment, Luke Tran appeared and hugged her, while he continued to mutter, Is this your choice? You'd rather have these things by your side. Spirit chanter, I must show you what regret is. Purgatory spoke as he drew a sword from his chest. The glowing red sword gradually emerged. He didn't hesitate, a sinister smile on his face, then charged straight forward. As soon as the two swords clashed, sparks flew. Luke Tran scowled and said to him, By her side, you're not worthy. Purgatory powerfully swung his fist at Luke Tran. Flies, get out. His force was so strong that he was knocked back into the wall, losing 3,466 HP. Covered in blood, he gnashed his teeth in anger. Seeing this, he seized the opportunity to attack Tamnine. Spirit chanter die. Suddenly, a sharp sword slashed through, forcing Purgatory to stop and parry. At this moment, he stood up, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. What the hell are you looking at? He seemed provoked, roaring each word. You're asking for death. Then he swung a flaming sword towards Luke Tran. The system announcement reappeared. Convert 10% of HP into damage. Create an additional 1,000 attack points against the target. The collision of their powers created a massive reverberation. Effect: creates a karmic fire shield for self and allies, absorbing 10% damage and converting it into healing. During the effect, your and your allies' attack power increases by 20%. After the explosion, the sword whizzed past his face, returning to his hand. In that instant, Purgatory was also very surprised. But then he laughed again. He swung his sword once more and said, If you care about him so much, then I will make him suffer a fate worse than death right before your eyes. Tamnine saw it and was extremely worried, trying to call out, Bro. But his move was easily parried by him. Luke Tran darkened his face and sneered, Are you done hitting? Now it's my turn. As he finished speaking, the sword in his hand forcefully stabbed towards him. Purgatory slash. Critical hit 99.99. Luke's counterattack caused both of them to retreat simultaneously, and the system didn't forget to announce. Clearly, Purgatory also realized something, a worried expression appearing on his face. He rested the sword on his shoulder and scoffed. Suddenly, Tamnine spoke up. Luke Tran couldn't help but freeze for a few seconds looking at her. He put on a triumphant expression and asked. The glowing red sword in Purgatory's hand plunged into the ground, creating a massive wave of dark power. The darkness gradually transformed into chains surrounding both of them. That power enveloped both of them, then turned into a large sphere. But soon after, a purple light shattered the sphere. He nervously held the hilt of his sword and asked. Luke Tran shielded Tamnine and disdainfully said. Suddenly, he released dark power again and laughed. A crazed smile appeared on Purgatory's face. He seemed quite amused and charged forward again. One used a ranged attack, the other a close-range blade, neither willing to yield, but he only managed to deplete 877 health from him. He was a bit worried. He smiled cunningly and said. He swung his leg up and kicked Luke Tran. Tamnine raised her hand, enveloped in karmic fire, and called out. Suddenly, the system announced. He dodged Purgatory's move and said. He didn't let him rest. Jumping up, he placed his hand on his heart and gritted his teeth, thinking. He laughed maniacally and swung his sword towards Luke Tran. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. Before he could compose himself, he was struck by the sword in his hand. Purgatory sweated, secretly thinking. He stood still, observing his opponent. Suddenly, he realized something and quickly retreated to dodge the sword. Purgatory slowly stood up. His face contorted fiercely as he threatened. He continuously swung his sword, creating thousands of sword energy rays. Luke Tran worriedly looked at the slashes before him. Suddenly, Tam Neen raised her hand again and called out. He gritted his teeth, trying to encourage himself. Then a murderous glint appeared in his eyes. The flames in her hand suddenly flared. As if recharged, Luke Tran relentlessly charged forward. Purgatory thawed in disbelief. He approached him and swung his sword. Purgatory was struck by Luke Tran's attack. He screamed in pain. His entire body was sent flying, crashing hard into the wall, muttering. He hadn't expected to lose so miserably. Tam Neen just turned away. He was unwilling. Purgatory angrily gnashed his teeth, causing veins to bulge on his forehead. But before disappearing, he suddenly realized something. His body began to vanish. It turns out, now he could only reach out to Luke Tran and Tam Neen in despair. Suddenly, your image was replaced by his. It was I who destroyed everything. Right after that, he completely vanished, leaving only a call. Tam Neen. But suddenly Purgatory reappeared with a large surge of energy. This energy, I'm returning it to you. Then he transformed into a red orb, channeling power into her body and instructing. Be careful, Lena. His surge of power was quickly absorbed by her. Immediately after, a powerful beam of light shot out. Luke Tran exclaimed in surprise. Tam Neen. At this moment, the young girl's slender feet appeared, and with them, her entire body returned to its original form. She had returned to him. At this moment, the system also announced, your pet Tam Neen, soul recovery 10%. He was overjoyed. Is this real? Tam Neen, how do you feel? Are you okay? But she just stared at him blankly, with a puzzled look. Luke Tran looked a little downcast. It seems only her appearance has been restored. Her consciousness hasn't fully recovered yet. He walked towards the sword, muttering, I can't believe I'm the first one to complete the quest. He pulled out the sword and complained, what kind of crappy sword is this? It's called demon suppressing. But who knows what it's suppressing? Suddenly, the ceiling shook violently. Luke Tran exclaimed, damn, why is it collapsing now? She walked over and grabbed his hand, trying to articulate. Get out. He exclaimed in surprise. Tam Neen. She said nothing more and just pulled him along. Caught off guard, he was pulled directly into the blue pillar of light by her. The light gradually faded, and the space vibrated even more intensely. Outside, Bly stood on his staff, talking to himself. That kid didn't die inside? Azura is indeed not useless. Suddenly, a sword struck his back, making him yelp, accompanied by Luke Tran's voice. You stinky old man. Who are you calling not useless? I'm back, and the demon-suppressing sword is mine. He held up his hand, but said nothing, making Luke Tran feel a bit awkward. Bly suddenly smacked him hard on the head and scolded. You rotten brat, are you rebelling? How dare you hit this old man's head? Luke Tran ran, wailing dramatically. Hey, stop. Didn't you want the demon-suppressing sword? Hearing that, the old man snatched the sword from his hand. That's right. This is exactly what Princess Sophia needs. He held out his hand and asked, Where's the reward? I almost died in there. Bly said impatiently, These young people nowadays. As he spoke, he tossed an orb to Luke Tran. It's an honor to work for Princess Sophia. All you think about is money. The system's notification sound continuously rang out. Congratulations to player Tram Soft for obtaining Purgatory Boots. Shadow Gold Chalk Viet 1 star. Purgatory Scepter. Shadow Gold Chalk Viet 2 star. 1 gold coin. 100,000. 1,000 experience points. And plus 1,500 reputation points. Congratulations to player Tram Soft for achieving the title of Ghost Knight. Player level has increased to level 78. Title effect. Reduces experience points needed to level up by 7%. Increases commanding power of Blood Rain Legion units by +1. Luke Tran couldn't help but sigh in admiration. That old man's mouth might be a bit sarcastic, but he's surprisingly generous. At this moment, Bly noticed the girl beside him. You are. He paid no attention, still excited. There are also 2 Chalk Viet tier equipment pieces? What does this mean? and a title that shortens experience needed. Then in the future, won't my level increase super fast? The old man walked over to observe. You are. Then he carefully observed Tam Neen from head to toe. Not bad. This face, these hands, these legs. It's her. Now he angrily walked over and reminded the old man. You're bending too low. Bly, still being lifted by him, kept saying, It's her, it's her. Then he turned and tapped Luke Tran's head, asking, Kid, why is she with you? Even she looked surprised. Luke Tran clutched his head and cried out, Ouch, ouch. You stinky old man. She's my friend. Due to many unexpected opportunities, she became my pet. So, of course, she's with me. Suddenly, he paused and asked, What? You know Tam Neen? The old man leaned in close. Kid, do you know there are 3 major powers on the Tiantan continent? Luke Tran looked a bit bewildered. Bly began to explain. The Silver Moon Alliance, comprised of humans, elves, and other races, represents the power of light and aims to eliminate the forces of darkness. The Night Soul Legion, led by Lena, a hidden monarch of darkness, represents the power of darkness and aims to dominate the continent. And there's a third branch of power, which is the Blood Rain Legion, commanded by our Princess Sophia. Although our Blood Rain Legion is a branch of darkness, we only want to restore the Empire and create a home for good spirits. After hearing that, he still looked confused and asked again, Then, what does this have to do with Tam Neen? Bly pointed, Because she is actually. She tilted her head, bewildered, waiting for him to speak. His voice still echoed steadily. She is? Tam Neen opened her eyes wide, looking at Bly, who was stroking his beard and saying something to Luke Tran. As soon as he heard it, he fell straight to the ground. He indignantly asked again, I thought you were going to say something important. Is that all? But how did you know? He proudly tilted his chin. I am the wisest prophet of the Blood Rain Legion. There's nothing I don't know. Luke Tran seized the opportunity to ask, Then, allow me to ask, wisest prophet of the Blood Rain Legion, do you have a way to restore Tam Neen to her original state? Bly replied without hesitation, Of course I do. He deliberately paused. But, the young man suspiciously asked again, But what? There are conditions, aren't there? You old scumbag, I knew you wouldn't be so kind. He certainly didn't miss the opportunity to say, But if you are willing to join as Princess Sophia's subordinate, the Light faction will definitely help. Luke Tran was very firm. I won't join any faction. He thought again. The 9 Monarchs expansion pack was just released, and it's telling me to find a monarch to support? Doesn't that mean I'll just become cannon fodder? Only an idiot would agree to that. Bly leaned in close to emphasize. Even for her, you still won't agree? Luke Tran pushed him away. No, I won't. He still didn't give up. Little Azura, you should think carefully. Don't regret it later when it's too late. He sneered. I couldn't care less. As soon as he finished speaking, he was kicked away by the old man. If you don't agree, get out of my sight. He slumped onto the armored fish's back, rubbing his sore bottom. You old scumbag, you're too cruel. Bly looked at Tam Neen thoughtfully. Never mind, this can be considered her fortuitous encounter. But this time, her eyesight is much better than before. Hearing that, she couldn't hide her joy. Suddenly, a warm energy enveloped her. He turned and shouted loudly at Luke Tran. Kid, what you call gentleman self-defense? It's just for my own sake. You also don't give up, ignore his business. I choose my own path. Bryce secretly thought, that's because you still don't know the true identity of this friend of yours. Tam Neen, the Ngong Fong imposter, 10th Great King of Tiantan Continent. Luke Tran didn't know what he was thinking. He just rubbed his rear and cursed. You damn old man, your moves are so vicious. You have such power to scare. Why don't you go into the dungeon yourself and get the sword? At this moment, the system panel appeared. Your pet Tam Neen has been returned to the pet space. He silently thought, even though he had guessed that Tam Neen's identity was not ordinary. Judging by the old man's attitude, Tam Neen's identity was much more complicated than he imagined. Thinking that, he sighed again. But what does this have to do with anything? Luke Tran looked up at the sky. Regardless of Tom Neen's identity, what situation Tian Tung would face, and what the future would hold, he was extremely determined that this world still needed strength to speak. He had to become stronger and walk his own path. Then he tiredly stretched his shoulders and stopped thinking about it. Luke Tran excitedly opened the system panel to look at the items he had obtained. This time, returning, there were many good things to share with everyone. Materials for the great demon ant, equipment for the imp, potions for the twitchy one. As for this purgatory staff, he'd put it up for auction, so the big boss could use the money for the guild. The scene shifted back to reality. He turned on the faucet. Then he looked at himself in the mirror and wondered, is it because I've been overworking lately? Luke Tran suddenly discovered a strange object in the bathroom. His face flushed as he picked it up. Pants, underwear. Oh right, I've rented a new studio with Big Boss Minoyet and Chu Tuet. But this exaggerated thing, could it be Sister Minoyet's? At this moment, a sound suddenly came from outside the door, startling him. Luke Jun, hurry up and wash your shoes. Come out and eat. He answered nervously. All right, coming right out. He quickly put the underwear back where it was. Scared me to death. Then he just opened the door and walked out as if nothing had happened. I'm coming out. As soon as Luke Tran came out, he asked, what are you making that smells so good? I'm starving. Min Noyet was displeased. This game is really exhausting. Anyone who sleeps until noon deserves to starve. He felt a bit awkward looking directly at her, so he pretended to cough and avoided her gaze. He said somewhat shyly, isn't my goal to make the new studio grow faster? But just a second later, Luke Tran turned and praised her profusely. No way, Sister Minoyet, did you make all these dishes? She replied a little shyly, I just helped out a bit. Then she pointed to the person in the kitchen. There, the main chef is over there. At this moment, Hane also turned around and smiled. Coming right up. The last dish is ready. He stared blankly at those pale legs. Big boss. Min Noyet, next to him, saw his reaction and teased. It seems like my brother Luke Tran's eyes are stuck. He instinctively backed away and quickly defended himself. I'm not. Unexpectedly, he accidentally bumped into Min Tuet behind him. She rubbed her red nose. Big boss Tran, why are you so stiff? Luke Tran stammered awkwardly, unable to speak. I. Then he quickly found an excuse to slip away. I'm going to buy drinks. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared. Luke Tran leaned against the door, panting continuously, secretly determined. No, I should still play more often after this. Otherwise, I won't be able to digest it. Suddenly the door creaked open, and Min Noyet called out darkly, Luke Jun. Then she just pulled him back into the room. All right. The embarrassment is clear on your face. Hurry up and finish eating. Ivy has reached level 75, so special quests can be activated now. He looked bewildered. Really? Then let's go. A moment later, everyone was ready to depart for the new quest. Hane spoke up. Are you ready? I'm activating the quest now. Let's go. The system quickly displayed. Your team has accepted the Moon's Love quest. Current quest difficulty, S-Rank and above. Hane walked and complained. What kind of cursed place is this? We've been walking for half an hour and haven't seen a single soul. Luke Tran, walking ahead, asked, Boss, have there been any new hints updated for the quest? She looked at the system panel in front of her and shook her head. There's still nothing. It just keeps telling us to continue exploring. The system in front of them indeed only displayed the text, Please explore this area. Suddenly, he signaled, Hold on. Luke Tran cautiously drew his sword, muttering, A tomb. In front of them was a tomb surrounded by many strange skeletons. Min Tuet, walking at the back, wondered, It's just a tomb. Do we really need such strict guarding? Hane added, Who knows? Maybe it's the burial place of some important figure. At this moment, he spoke up. Let's go. Let's circle around to the other side and see what the epitaph says. Then they all moved closer, but none of them noticed the figures behind them. Luke Tran read each word on the stone tablet. Year Tian Tung 7114. Large-scale spirit invasion. Ice Charm City fell. The human princess of Ice Charm City, Kalam San, was interred in this tomb after sacrificing herself beneath the royal city. His face darkened as he muttered, Year Tian Tung 7114, huh? Hane looked at him worriedly. What's wrong, Luke Tran? Suddenly, he asked a somewhat unrelated question. Does everyone know the chronicle of the day we entered the game? Min Tuet pondered and replied, I really don't remember. What day was it? He said with a hint of worry. It was Year Tian Tung 8124. She realized with surprise. So, Princess Lam Sen died over 1,000 years ago. He said, observing the tomb. Someone who died 1,000 years ago still has heavily armed guards. That's really not normal. Just then, a strange sound echoed. It kept reverberating, making everyone alert. Only a moment later, they discovered the sound was coming from inside the tomb. She asked in fear, Damn, could there be ghosts in here? So scary. Luke Tran, on the other hand, was quite worried. It's not that level of a ghost. After all, this is just a game. There must be some quest clues. Human or ghost? Let's go check and we'll know right away. The group approached the tomb. Excuse us, Commander. The system notification appeared again. Ice Charm City Lurker, level 75, skill, Cleaving Strike. The eyes of the two guards suddenly flashed. Luke Tran was startled. So, they're night spirit soldiers. Hearing a sound, it spoke up. Who's there? He raised his hand, wanting to de-escalate. Commander, we're just passing through and wanted to ask you something. But its attitude was extremely aggressive. Those who dare to approach die. He couldn't help but curse. Damn it, another one who doesn't listen. Hane swiftly attacked it. If they won't listen, then let's just force our way into that tomb. Min Tuet and Min Noyet heard this and also began to fight. All right. Immediately after, the group charged into battle with those reckless spirit soldiers. Luke Tran jumped up, trying to kick it. Die. While the group was fighting fiercely, he spoke up. Now's our chance, hurry. Then they all ran inside together. Seeing this, the enemies quickly chased after them. Stop. He ran quickly, urging them. Hurry up. Seeing everyone had entered, he locked the door. Then, he used this brief opportunity to jump inside. They were thus blocked outside. Luke Tran watched them trying to reach inside, a little confused. This place is too strange, guarded by a group of night spirit soldiers. Could it be a trap? Hane thought differently. Not necessarily. What if it's a quest clue? Suddenly, that familiar eerie sound echoed again. They were somewhat alert. That crying sound again. Nevertheless, they continued deeper inside. Whether it's a trap or a clue, let's go see and figure it out from there. A moment later, they arrived at a large room. In the middle of the room, a girl sat crying with her face in her hands. At this moment, the system notification also appeared. Princess Lam San's wraith. Min Tuet looked at that tear-stained face and couldn't help but exclaim, Is this Princess Lam San? So beautiful. Meanwhile, she kept muttering something. Father, kill father. All four of them were bewildered and chorused in unison. Father, kill father? Suddenly, he spoke up and asked, Who is your father? Hane quickly stopped him from the side. Wait, Luke Tran. Chu Tuet is right. What if this really is a trap? If it's not a trap, why are there heavily armed soldiers guarding outside, while inside there isn't a single soldier? Min Noyet, by his side, also realized, yeah, based on previous boss encounters, if it's not a wraith, it's a night spirit. What if this princess is a boss? We can't act rashly. Luke Tran didn't think so. A boss. If this dungeon definitely has an awakening shard, and it hasn't appeared this time, then perhaps this princess isn't a boss. She keeps repeating the same phrase, kill father. He continued in silence. And her state, I just feel it's similar to Tam Neen's wounded soul. He took slow steps towards Lam San. Don't worry, I have a plan. Luke Tran knelt beside her and asked, Princess Lam San, who is your father, and why do you want to kill him? She struggled to reply, Father Caden, the third. Min Noyet heard this and realized, Caden the third? Isn't it the reigning king of Fat Bang City right now? Min Tuet was also confused. This human princess died over 1,000 years ago. How can her father still be alive? He worriedly thought, Father, kill father. A daughter. Why would she want to kill her own father? Night spirit soldiers are imprisoning human souls, and a king who should have died is still alive. What on earth is going on? Suddenly, Luke Tran's eyes lit up. I understand. He turned to the other three and said, Everyone, this mission might be more complicated than we thought. At the castle gate, system displayed skill, light concealment aura. Effect, the innate skill of a light element cleric, able to use the power of light to conceal the target's aura. Min Noyet asked suspiciously, Your aura is well concealed, but should we really trust that princess's words? Min Tuet also agreed. That's right, the princess doesn't seem to be lucid anymore. You're not planning to actually assassinate the king just because of her incoherent words, are you? What if it's a trap designed by the princess? Luke Tran waved his hand and walked ahead, ignoring what she said, a human princess guarded so strictly by night spirit soldiers. Anyway, something feels strange. No matter what, we must meet the king once. Min Tuet was still bewildered. But if the king really has a problem, then with so many players entering and exiting Fat Bang City to get quests, how could no one have noticed? Hane also wondered. Moreover, how can we find the king? He then explained, the king usually doesn't appear easily. If there's a problem, no one would pay attention to it. We need to investigate a bit first. The girls were curious. Investigate how? Luke Tran chuckled, stroking his chin. That will require Sister Min Noyet's help. She looked puzzled and asked me. He had already planned it out. Sister Min Noyet has a dark power detection skill. We'll use that skill. She immediately walked forward. All right, let me try. Min Noyet used Holy Radiance Shroud. Effect, a light element cleric's detection skill, used to sense the aura of dark power from night spirits within a 100 m radius. After sensing for a while, Min Noyet said, Indeed, there's something wrong here. Not only are there night spirits outside, but there are also quite a few dark creatures inside the castle. Luke Tran immediately stepped forward. Then let's go inside the castle and see. Perhaps the king is also being controlled, just like the princess. Hane agreed with him. That's right. Instead of just guessing, let's go and investigate thoroughly. Everyone agreed. Okay. The group of four walked along the corridor for a while before Luke Tran said, One more step, and we'll reach the center of the castle. Suddenly he paused. Hey, that's strange. Min Tuet quickly asked, What's wrong? He explained, I can sense a very faint dark power here. Min Noyet was slightly surprised. Right here? But my detection skill shows there's nothing here. Just then, something next to Luke Tran emitted a strange aura. It was a stream of purple-black aura emanating from behind the decorative painting. This is the place. The closer they got to this painting, the stronger the aura became. No one else could see anything. It was just a landscape painting. It looked like nothing special. Min Noyet frowned and closed her eyes. Moreover, I still can't sense anything. Luke Tran tightened his grip on his sword. Perhaps this is a power that only our kind can sense. Let me try. Without another word, and before anyone could react, he slashed through the painting. Hane behind him was startled. They saw a sword embedded in the wall. There really was something there, a sword. Luke Tran picked up the sword. This must have been placed by a night spirit, hiding a sword in a bright area. Indeed, the most dangerous place is the safest place, but I still found it. Hane approached to observe. This is just a completely ordinary sword. Why go through the trouble of hiding it here? He was also curious. Well, you'll have to ask the night spirit who intentionally hid this sword. Just then, soldiers were drawn by the loud sound. What are you doing? Everyone quickly prepared to run. Quick, let's go. But Luke Tran calmly stopped them. Wait, these people. He smiled cryptically. They've come at just the right time. In a flash, several bright sword gleams appeared. After the battle, they changed their infiltration strategy. Luke Tran, will this really fool them? He reassured them. Don't worry. Guaranteed. They changed into soldier uniforms and approached another group. The real soldiers shouted, Wait, which group are you? What are you doing here? Luke Tran, wearing armor, raised his badge. We are the first Holy Temple Knights. Under the Superior's command, I have brought the light rank reverends to have an audience and offer blessings to the king. Hearing this, the soldier no longer stopped them. I see. Go on in. The easy passage made everyone happy. The four of them quickly arrived before the king. Ming Zuet marveled. So this is the king. On the throne sat an old man with a benevolent appearance. The king of Fubbing City, Carden III. He was slightly surprised. What a benevolent king. Looking at him, you really couldn't spot any problems. Lu Chun, leading the way, knelt down and said, Your Majesty, most sagacious, you toiled day and night for Fubbing City, your grace spreading among all the people. Currently, they're priests of the light rank, grateful for your Majesty's benevolence. They wish to use light magic to bless your Majesty. We are here by the commander's orders, leading them to you, hoping your Majesty will grant approval. The king looked at them sharply. A blessing. His eyes glowed an unusual red. A moment later, the king stood up and said, To have such loyal people in Fubbing City truly brings comfort to this king. However, this king just received a blessing from the high priest yesterday, so the priests need not trouble themselves. Please leave. Lu Chun introduced Ming Zuet. Your Majesty, this is the kind intention of this priestess. We hope your Majesty will kindly accept. She immediately stood up and began the blessing spell. Sacred radiance, spiritual energy flowing. Light bestows blessings, protecting your Majesty in peace. Using light to guide, dispel evil thoughts. The sudden sense of danger caught the king off guard. The sudden pain overwhelmed him, making him unable to resist the holy spell. Using light to guide, dispel evil thoughts. The king, with bloodshot eyes, commanded, Guards, kill them all immediately. Lu Chen looked at the enraged king and assessed. This incantation is a blessing for humans, but for a night spirit. He tossed aside his helmet. It's a curse. Lu Chen flew up to attack. You truly are an impostor. As the holy sword pierced the fake king, he screamed in agony, which further confirmed Lu Chen's suspicions. Such a strong reaction, the night spirit definitely can't escape. Lu Chen didn't hesitate, pressing the sword in to finish off the night spirit. At the same time, the system popped up. Notification. Version update. Version update. Congratulations. The dragon slaying squad has activated the floating castle transformation. The return of the king version has been updated immediately. The squad needs to complete the mission. Eliminate the king while all members are still alive. If the mission fails, the penalty is that all squad members will have their levels reduced by 3 and their reputation reset to 0. Ming Zuet shivered. If we fail, our reputation will be zeroed out. No way. How cruel. Hane also found it confusing. Didn't Luke Tran just kill the king? But they immediately got their answer. No way. Did this guy come back to life? Just then, a girl appeared before them, making Luke Tran happy. Tam Nyan. Perfect timing. Let's deal with him together. Unexpectedly, when the king attacked, she also pointed her spear at them. He cried out in alarm. What? Luke Tran parried the attack while calling out. Tam Nyan. Hane was also terrified. How could this be? Min Tuet quickly asked. What happened to Tam Nien? Aren't pets not supposed to attack their owners? At the same time, the soldiers broke down the door and rushed in. This is bad. The Night Spirit Army is here. Hane shouted. We'll go deal with the minor soldiers. Luke Tran, are you okay? You're fighting 2 people alone. He replied. I can still hold on. The king then raised his claws to strike, startling Luke Tran. What's going on? This king suffered a fatal wound. How can he still move like this? He gritted his teeth and looked at the girl. Tamneen, this is... Only then did Luke Tran notice her gaze, fixed on the holy sword. Something suddenly clicked in his mind, because Tamneen's eyes were clearly very pure. This made Luke Tran even more certain of his previous thought. He immediately threw the holy sword away. Tamneen truly still followed it with her eyes. When the holy sword grazed the king, she immediately rushed forward to attack. A spear pierced through the night spirit's body. Luke Tran also grabbed his weapon and rushed towards the holy sword. You insidious villain, how dare you hide inside the sword? Get out! Immediately, the holy sword shook violently. Hane also noticed its movement. That is, Min Noyet rushed over to protect her. Boss, be careful. She cast sacred light, divine protection. Just then, a wisp of remnant soul pierced the protective layer, startling Hane. What? The three girls looked at the outsider howling. Puny humans, if I hadn't lost my body. He revealed his true form. Boss Kadira, level 90 class, Night Spirit Mage. Kadira had already set his sights on another target. He then laughed loudly and charged forward. After all, you also have moments of oversight. Kadira possessed Tamneen. Her body trembled slightly. Luke Tran called out in a panic. Tamnyan. Was it her or Kadira who gave an evil smile? How comfortable. I casually looked for a host body, and I ended up hitting the jackpot. After saying that, he provocatively looked at them. Luke Tran was enraged. You old scoundrel, get out of Tamneen's body right now. But he summoned a skull staff. What are you babbling about? Although this body isn't fully complete, it's enough for me to display 1 or 2/10 of my power. I must use it slowly. As he finished speaking, a magic circle appeared beneath his feet. Kadira extended his hand. Answer my call, Cerberus. A monster gradually emerged from the magic circle. The Hellhound Cerberus, level 75 beast. Its loud roar made everyone wary. Cerberus opened its mouth, gathering magical power to form an energy blast. Its three heads simultaneously spewed out fiery hot attacks. Everyone quickly reminded him. Luke Tran, this Hellhound isn't simple. It's almost equivalent to a mini-boss. Be careful. He replied loudly. I understand. Luke Tran didn't hesitate, jumping up and striking down. Purgatory Slash. The Hellhound, struck with pain, immediately flung him away. It swung its tail, intending to swat away Hane, who was attacking from the front. She shouted loudly, Boss, there's an opportunity. Simultaneously, they unleashed an attack, Meteor Slash. Luke Tran also didn't miss the chance, striking down with another blow from above. Hane jumped up again. No matter how strong it is, it's just a demon beast with a low IQ. Kadira stood on the dog's head, laughing loudly. You two are really good, but don't celebrate too early. There are still so many of these brats. Saying that, he spread his hands and summoned a horde of white skeletons. Dark power, hear my command, summon my servants. Min Tuet, be careful. Ming Wyet, defend. She also immediately cast a spell, reinforcing the holy barrier and activating steadfast protection. Min Tuet complained while firing 6 spirit arrows. Why are there so many? We can't possibly kill them all. Min Noyet exerted more strength to reinforce the protection. Holy barrier reinforcement activated. Consumes 30% of one's magic points to increase shield attributes, absorbing 20% of enemy damage. But she was also close to exhaustion. Quick, think of something. My magic points are running out. If this continues, it won't last much longer. Luke Tran irritably waved his hand. Damn it, you know how to summon, right? I know how to too. Immediately, a surge of black energy burst forth around him. Summon Underworld. Beneath Luke Tran's feet, countless spirit bones also appeared. Kadira scoffed disdainfully. An oppressive aura radiated from him. It forced Luke Tran to his knees. He thought in disbelief. How can this be? The summon Underworld was interrupted? Kadira sneered. You're just showing off, yet you dare to attack in front of me? I am Kadira, the Night Spirit Sorcerer under Lord Lena. You want to compete with me in summoning spirits? How foolish. Saying that, a terrifying bloody aura emanated from him. Berserk increases target's attributes by 20%, and puts target into berserk state. The monster Cerberus roared even more wildly. It opened its blood-red mouths and lunged towards Luke Tran. Luke Tran quickly dodged the monster's fire breath. After being buffed by the boss, Cerberus's power was now even stronger than before. Hane carefully observed the monster. It's fine. Just cut down whatever comes. However, when she charged forward, it repelled her with accumulated magic. Even the cannon blast nearly hit Luke Tran directly. Hane quickly shouted, "Boss, watch out. This three-headed dog must have 3 types of elemental powers." As she said that, before they could react, they saw Cerberus preparing to unleash its third attack. Both Luke Tran and the other person quickly dodged the liquid it spewed out. Hane was truly surprised. "I didn't expect its third attribute to be poison." He instructed, "Generally, the venom causes continuous damage, so we must try not to let it touch us." Upon hearing that, she raised her sword, her whole body radiating light. "Don't worry, I also have the light attribute. This thing is useless against us." Protective light. The system displayed the skill's information. Protective light. Effect. Divine light protects teammates, reduces poison damage by 20%, and resists attacks. Luke Tran rejoiced at that. "Holy crap, boss. You have this skill too." Hane confidently swung her sword. "Of course. I didn't become invincible and reach level 75 for no reason. If we work together, we can definitely defeat this guy." With that, the two rushed forward simultaneously. Luke Tran charged towards the left. He shouted, "Leave the fire and ice to me. Boss, you can rest assured and deal with that poison one." Hane immediately replied, "No problem." She powerfully slashed towards its other head. Hane charged, preparing to finish off its head. Even Luke Tran was confident the plan would succeed. To their surprise, Kadira suddenly attacked, launching a dark explosion orb. Skill Orb Effect. When hitting a target, it creates an explosion, dealing 3,000 damage to the target and reducing movement speed by 10%. That single move directly immobilized Hane, preventing her from moving. Luke Tran exclaimed in shock, "Boss." Kadira, meanwhile, observed calmly, "Don't just focus on fighting the summoned beasts. I'm still here, you know." That provocative attitude enraged him. "Damn it." Luke Tran immediately rushed forward, blocking the skill effect that was affecting Hane. As he fought, he calculated. Fortunately, Manhua had healed them in time. Divine Healing. Restores 5% of self and ally HP per second. She asked Min Tuet, "Tuet, can you hold on?" Min Tuet, who had just launched 6 spirit arrows, quickly replied, "It's okay, I can still manage. Someone help me." At that point, Luke Tran had to reconsider the plan. "Boss, there's a gap between the attacks of the Cerberus head. Let's circle around the boss. Attack from both the left and right. Then wait for the 3-headed dog's attack cooldown, and then simultaneously attack the third head." She agreed without hesitation. "Okay." Just then, Cerberus launched a fire beam, and the two separated and ran. Kadira looked amused. "Timing your attacks when it's not ready? That's a good idea, but too bad." Unexpectedly, all 3 heads were preparing to unleash their skills towards them. He sneered, "It doesn't just attack individually." Immediately, everyone who couldn't resist scattered. "Boss run." Kadira laughed joyfully. "They're all dead." Then they saw Cerberus preparing to unleash its skills simultaneously once again. Suddenly, a melody rang out, causing him to freeze. They saw Manhua take out a small harp and play a melodious tune. Kadira still scorned. A mere priestling. How could they withstand this attack? But she calmly played the harp. Who says priests are weak, only knowing how to shield others? It turned out that when Cerberus heard this music, it yawned widely. Finally, it couldn't resist and fell asleep. Kadira was horrified. How is this possible? But Luke Tran appeared behind him. "Give Tom Neen's body back here." Unexpectedly, he heard the gentle girl call out, "Brother, you're too soft-hearted to curse Tom Neen." But when he turned around, Kadira had launched a dark orb towards him. Everyone in the team gasped and called out, "Luke Tran." However, luckily, He easily blocked the attack with his sword. Luke Tran's face darkened as he growled. Just like Lam Nap's subordinate. What else do you know besides sneak attacks, huh? I'll say it again. Give Tom Neen's body back now. His sword was pressed close to Kadira. He laughed leisurely. All right, come on then. These words made him feel tense inside. Kadira pressed his own neck against the sword. What's wrong? Can't do it. Come on, hit me. Hane quickly advised. Luke Tran. You absolutely mustn't fall for it. That's not Tom Neen. That's the boss. Suddenly, she cried out in pain, grabbing his attention. They saw 3 girls being attacked from behind by skeleton soldiers, causing them to cry out. Boss. Kadira warned him. Kill me, and all these toys will disappear. Come on. Luke Tran growled in anger. You old harlot die. He sneered, threatening. Do you dare to strike? This body was so difficult to cultivate. If it disappears, it can never be restored. Luke Tran coldly reached out and grabbed Kadira's neck. Do you think you're safe hiding in Tommeen's body? He used the skill, high-level soul seizure. After the target dies, seize the target's soul flame. Target's attainable level above level 70. Luke Tran directly tore Kadira's soul from Tom Neen's body, making him yell. How can this be? He explained with disdain. I pretended with you, and you took it seriously. You're just a bodiless phantom, frankly, nothing more than a soul flame. With that, Luke Tran signaled. Sister Manhua, quickly. She didn't hesitate to use her skill. Holy Radiance Judgment. Effect. Consumes all mana. Deals 3,000 holy damage per second to dark creatures, and silences them for 5 seconds. Duration 2 hours. The holy light almost blew Kadira's soul away. Go. He screamed in pain. No, it can't be. Just a small priest. How could this be possible? Manhua smiled confidently. Why not? My sister is, at the very least, the top priest of New Bang City. Although my defense is a bit weak, I still have killer moves. He warned hatefully. You all, just you wait. There will be a day when Lord Lin Otis' army will flatten this city. Then Kadira completely vanished, leaving only a curse. The system announced, Congratulations to the team for obtaining 1 awakening fragment. Congratulations to the team for obtaining 1 awakening fragment. Congratulations to the team for obtaining 3 dark gold equipment chests. Congratulations to each team member for obtaining 80,000 gold coins, 30,000 reputation points, and 30,000 experience points. Mintuet exclaimed excitedly. We got so much. The system is too generous. I leveled up 3 times in an instant. Hane approached and called out. Luke Tran. He was seen anxiously calling. Tom Neen, what's wrong? Mintuet was also worried. Tom Neen's body was possessed by the boss. There won't be any problems, will there? Is she still Tom Neen? After that, everyone waited for her to wake up. Tom Neen finally weakly opened her eyes. My love. Luke Tran was overjoyed. That's great. You're awake. Is there anywhere you feel uncomfortable? She struggled to sit up. I'm fine. A part of the boss's power happened to supplement my soul, so I'm perfectly fine now. He smiled brightly, feeling lucky. That's good then, Tom Neen. Can you tell us what happened? That's great. You finally returned to normal. That's really great. Just then, the system announced again. SSS-Rank quest completed. Congratulations to player Trampt San Tram Exe for acquiring the legendary skill book, Too Long Q. But because your level is too low, your master-slave contract with Tom Neen is officially dissolved. Tom Neen also stood up and said dejectedly, Thank you, everyone, for helping me awaken. The girls quickly waved their hands. It's nothing really. It's what we should do. Then she turned to Luke Tran and said, My love, can you take Tom Neen home? His expression was a bit tense. Okay. Then everyone, let's go our separate ways. Late at night, the two arrived in front of Tom Neen's house. You're home. Luke Tran hesitated. Well, I'll head back first. Tom Neen, I'm truly happy to see you again. Hearing him leave, she quickly called out. My love, you must visit Tom Neen often from now on, you must. Luke Tran firmly replied, I will. With that, he decisively turned and left. Tom Neen, you carry too many secrets, but I only hope you can continue living, and live happily. Late at night in Luke Tran's house, the phone on the table suddenly rang. He quickly picked up. Jayat. Jayat Han, who seemed to have just finished bathing, called him. That's amazing, Senior. You're always quietly doing such big things. Luke Tran chuckled. News travels that fast? She checked the information and read. Server-wide announcement. The official website is flooded with messages. The new version of Thian Hamin Tuong has been activated by the first level 80 player, Tram Tson Tram Xa. It's hard not to know about it. He stood up and looked out the window. This new update has increased the fun. The Borderlands aren't as difficult as before. I'm really looking forward to it. She also smiled meaningfully. That's right. We can explore more maps and dungeons. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Luke Tran gently reminded her. But don't get too carried away. I am now the #1 on the heavenly ranking. You should also try harder. She was both annoyed and sarcastic. Yes, you're #1. You're now the #1 on the server-wide general ranking. Having been awake for a long time, Luke Tran couldn't help but yawn. What's all that noise? This attitude made Jayat Han helpless. You haven't even looked at the detailed information on the official website yet? Don't you know, now all non-strategy players level 80 and above can learn VOS skills? Small group PK can also improve leveling efficiency, Senior. However, Luke Tran had already fallen asleep. Only she was still trying to call out, Hey, Senior, hello. In a hazy space, Luke Tran vaguely saw someone. Where am I? Is this the end tongue? He only saw Tom Neen's figure in front of him transform. Her eyes looked at him with a cold, unfamiliar gaze. Then her eyes transformed into dark pupils, and blood-red irises charged to attack. Then the scene reverted to her standing, casting a shadow on the water. Luke Tran tried to reach out. Tom Neen. But around her was only chilling demonic energy, until the scene shattered, making him exclaim, No! Luke Tran screamed as the explosion obliterated everything. Tom Neen. Tom Neen coldly charged forward to attack. The horror finally caused Luke Tran to awaken. He sat up, startled from his daze. Only then could Luke Tran finally breathe out this dream. At this moment, someone called his phone again. Jayat Han messaged him. Senior, I still find Tom Neen very strange. She's clearly a human girl, yet she's involved with so many night spirits and dark forces. She's entirely mysterious. You must be careful not to let her use you. No more talking. I'm going to sleep now, too. Luke Tran stubbornly thought. Tom Neen wouldn't do that. That's right. Dreams are always the opposite. It definitely won't happen. Returning to Tom Neen's small garden, he came to visit again. Luke Tran stared blankly at the scene before him. Tom Neen was currently digging the soil. She wiped her sweat, turned around, and saw him. Tom Neen excitedly said, Brother, you're here. Luke Tran also greeted. Tom Neen. She was extremely enthusiastic. Come inside quickly. The two of them went inside and sat by the garden. Luke Tran awkwardly said, I came here specifically to thank you. Time and again, you've helped me in moments of danger. Thanks to you this time, I also learned the Dragon's Roar skill, which is currently the only legendary level skill. Her expression darkened slightly. Those are all things Tom Neen should do. These words made him hesitate. Tom Neen you. Luke Tran then decided, well, as for Tom Neen's identity, I'll wait until she wants to talk about it. He changed the subject. Are you still researching these herbs? Has your mother recovered yet? However, she remained strangely silent. Tom Neen's hand clenched the chain tightly. Her lips were pressed together, bitten almost to bleeding. Luke Tran looked on in surprise. Tom Neen. Did I say something wrong? Please don't cry. She lowered her head. Mom passed away. Luke Tran gasped. How can that be? Tom Neen couldn't hold back her tears. Can you promise Tom Neen one more thing? Tom Neen still wants to be a pastor. The system prompted. You're a level quest. The promise. Help Tom Neen receive baptism from the Archbishop of the Church of Light. Do you agree? Luke Tran couldn't help but be puzzled. Tom Neen is connected to night spirits and possesses dark power. So why does she still want to be a pastor of the Light faction? She thought he refused and sadly lowered her head. As expected, Tom Neen was too greedy. Luke Tran quickly said, Tom Neen, I'll go with you. He sighed heavily to himself. I'll calmly observe the situation then. During the day at the Church of Light, Luke Tran brought Tom Neen. After all, the Archbishop would have to help Tom Neen later. But with his race, appearing in the church would be suicide. He had to think of another way. Indeed, soldiers at the entrance stopped them. Royal City Church, unauthorized personnel are not allowed. Luke Tran stated his identity. I am the Ice City Adventurer, Tramps on Tram XA. I am the one who exposed the fake king. I need to see the Archbishop. The soldiers quickly verified the situation, then immediately knelt. It was you, sir. Please come in. He was even more astonished. They really let me in? As they walked, two soldiers explained. Thanks to you defeating the fake king, under the guidance of the Archbishop. Our Princess Carrie-san has been resurrected. That's right. You are the great savior of our Ice City. Luke Tran quickly said, It's nothing. Also thanks to my sister's help. Speaking of which, she suddenly paused. Archbishop. He turned, concerned, and asked, Tam Neen, are you not feeling well? Your complexion seems off. Her eyes were strangely vacant. No, Tam Neen is just a little nervous. Luke Tran immediately reassured her. Don't worry. I'll always be by your side throughout this journey. However, Tam Neen's face grew even more tense. Okay. The two soldiers leading the way reported. Archbishop, the adventurer Tram can Tram XA requests an audience. From behind her, she looked at his back and softly called out, brother. At this moment, they were granted an audience with Archbishop Anvis. He asked, young man, you are the brave one who rescued Princess Carrie-san, aren't you? Luke Tran bowed and said, that would be me. He still harbored doubts. Is this the Archbishop? I can't see his rank. He must be at least above level 100. He smiled and praised, very good, a young hero. Luke Tran remained tense, thinking, absolutely must not reveal any flaws. Those 10 green-robed deacons are all level 95 dark gold bosses. At my current level, never mind all of them, just one is enough to kill me. Mother, the undead energy concealing prop you made absolutely has to work. Of course, if he were here, he would definitely say, my Mama Trang made it, guaranteed authentic, and kindly asked, what brings you here this trip? I will definitely help you with all my heart. Luke Tran secretly felt lucky. This old man is pretty good, isn't he? He then said, Your Grace, Archbishop, my sister Tam Neen devoutly believes in the power of light. She wishes to become a pastor. I humbly request you perform the baptismal rite for her. He agreed without hesitation. What's difficult about this? God always loves faithful sheep. I will immediately baptize the girl. Soen walked over and placed his hand on her head, preparing for the baptism. Luke Tran happily said, This is great, Tam Neen. Congratulations, you finally achieved it. But then a splash of blood erupted, making his voice falter. Luke Tran stared blankly as Tam Neen stabbed the Archbishop to death. It wasn't until he fell that everyone snapped out of it. The soldiers reacted first. You audacious fanatic! How dare you assassinate the Archbishop? Seize her! The two quickly fought back against the soldiers. Tam Neen screamed, Don't interfere. I'm sorry, brother. I used you. I can't implicate you. Quickly, take this stone and find Tuet Vai. Hurry. She gripped the spear tightly and said, Forget about me, just go. Tam Neen painfully resisted. I'm sorry, brother. Tam Neen had no other choice but to drag you into this. But just then, Luke Tran rushed forward to defend, startling her. Brother, why are you so foolish? You'll be suppressed here. Hurry and go. Luke Tran firmly struck down. How could I abandon you? If I brought you here, then I will definitely get you out of here alive. Tam Neen, already in tears, said, All right, then let's escape together. Let's fight our way out together. The soldiers roared. Just a bunch of hellspawn mongrels. At this moment, Luke Tran could no longer hide his power and revealed it. Someone saw and yelled, Excellent! This one is a night spirit. Now, holy light slash. Tam Neen rushed forward to defend. Brother, be careful. Struck, she immediately spat blood, making him panic. Tam Yang. Someone holding a staff swung it up. Stop struggling, you filthy dark creatures. In front of our righteous path of light, you can only die. Then, a brilliant holy light shone upon them. Their incantations echoed everywhere. Holy light be gone, judgment concludes. Holy light be gone, judgment concludes. Tam Neen gasped for breath and pleaded, Brother, you've done enough. Please go. Let me cover your retreat. Of course, he refused. What foolishness are you talking about? It's just a property counter. That's all. At this moment, the system popped up. Holy light burning world. The holy fire effect of the church can burn away the dark power from hell, dealing 9,999 attack points to Night Spirit race and controlling the target. Luke Tran gritted his teeth and summoned, Come out. He raised his sword high and cast a spell. Instantly, a monster emerged from the magic circle, terrifying the soldiers. This thing is a dragon. Luke Tran's purple eyes glowed brightly. He powerfully controlled the monster to charge and attack. The soldiers were swept away like trash. Impossible. The dragon opened a bloody path out of the church. He also pulled Tam Neen along. Run. Some soldiers tried their best to give orders. Guards, issue a citywide bounty. Capture the assassin of the archbishop. Slice down the dry sinking sand. On the other side, the two barely escaped the holy light. Immediately, a red notification appeared above their heads. Damn it, we have a bounty on us. Luke Tran carried her, running and calculating. We can't go back to the main city. Tam Neen and I are two live targets now. Let's take the small path to the Blood Rain region to find Tuet Vai. As Tam Neen wished, Tuet Vai will definitely know something. Moreover, even if the power of the righteous path is strong, they wouldn't dare invade the territory of the night spirits. Luke Tran encouraged the heavily wounded girl in his arms. Tam Neen, hang in there. Once we reach the Blood Rain Legion, we'll be safe. However, she was breathing very weakly, and he had noticed that. Tam Neen, hold on. Tuet Vai will definitely find a way to save you. She weakly pleaded, Brother, just hand me over. They're here to kill me. You saved Princess Kareem Sam, so they won't do anything to you. Luke Tran rebutted unhappily. How can you even say that? No matter what, I'll never abandon you. Tam Neen stared at him in a daze. Brother, I'm sorry, truly sorry. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be in this disaster. Luke Tran dodged the holy radiance while reassuring her. I believe you definitely have your reasons, and you're certainly not someone who indiscriminately slaughters innocent people. Tam Neen decided to confess. Brother, I might not last much longer. I'll tell you everything. Actually, I originally came from the underworld, reincarnated as a human girl. But my mother was burned alive by the Grand Archbishop because of my identity. It was she who created that monster. She still remembered the scene of her mother being captured by the Grand Archbishop. Burned to death. Burn this heretic to death. Tam Neen gritted her teeth and said, So I truly can't forgive that Grand Archbishop. But I also truly didn't know how to tell you all of this. I'm really sorry. Luke Tran said in a low voice, This isn't your fault. Everything is in the past. Now the most important thing is for us to survive together. Suddenly, Luke Tran stopped short. Someone was already waiting for him. It's you. Immediately, the two of them were surrounded by a group of people. Tien Dao stroked his chin, observing, A citywide bounty, 1,000,000 gold reward. How could I miss out on such a good thing? Isn't that right, Tram can Tram Sa? Luke Tran gritted his teeth. Tien Dao. He thought warily, Damn it, why is this guy here? And why are all these people who've shown up so high level? Tam Neen weakly let her hand drop. Luke Tran frantically called out to her. Tam Neen! Tam Neen! At the same time, Tien Dao swung his sword, intending to attack him. Tram can tram Sadai. He quickly raised his sword to block the blow. Damn it, it just had to be now. He saw the system notify him of the skill used. Skill name, Overlord / Effect, deals 3,000 damage to the opponent, reduces target speed by 20%. Tien Dao was naturally annoyed at being repelled. This kid, he's gotten stronger. But Luke Tran only cared about the person in his arms. Tam Neen can't wait. I can't keep fighting like this. He quickly calculated, turned, and raised his sword. As soon as the magic sword plunged into the ground, it activated a magic circle, and skeleton soldiers emerged from the earth. Tien Dao smiled confidently. I knew you'd use that move. Too bad my brothers aren't pushovers. Then, with just one move, he destroyed 2 of the soldiers. However, the soldiers continued to charge, helping Luke Tran escape. Break through them first. Tien Dao watched with a cold smile. I'll let you run ahead a bit. Ahead, Luke Tran was running at full speed. Looking at the group behind him, he thought, they're tough to shake off, indeed. Looking at their state, it seems they're not afraid of me getting away. Suddenly, he felt something strange and stopped. That's not right. Suddenly, Long Han descended from above his head. Where do you think you're going? Luke Tran gritted his teeth, understanding. Just as I thought. Luke Tran easily blocked his attack with his sword. He angrily exposed them. You two really are birds of a feather. Long Han maliciously laughed, as expected of the renowned Lac Van, carrying such a burden, yet still so agile. At the same time, Tien Dao's group arrived, irritating him. So troublesome. He even mockingly asked, Why aren't you running anymore? Tram can tram sa. This time you'd have a hard time flying even with wings. Luke Tran also noticed the person on his back groaning in pain. Tam Neen. Tien Dao's group threatened him. Tram can tram sa. The girl on your back doesn't seem too pretty. How about we help her? Ease her suffering. What do you say? Long Han sneered sarcastically. Everyone look. Even the great Lac Van has a day like this. They all burst out laughing, mocking his predicament. Luke Tran roared, Get out of my way. Long Han, however, treated it as a joke. Get out of your way. Try and see if you can break through this encirclement today. Suddenly, he froze in shock. What? Only to hear Tien Dao's warning. Idiot, be careful. Before them, several streaks of light flashed. I say. Luke Tran directly blew up an entire area. Get out of the way. When the dust settled, Long Han was sent flying, stuck against the rock face. Tien Dao ordered his subordinates to charge. Hold him back. They fiercely brandished their swords and blades. You can't escape. Luke Tran's eyes were filled with killing intent. He powerfully unleashed a black moon slash, sending all the henchmen flying. Tien Dao watched his subordinates fly away. His eyes bloodshot. He angrily charged forward. You won't escape today. He easily blocked the move. Just relying on useless, foolish lot like you wanted to take my life? What a ridiculous game. Tien Dao gripped his blade so hard it trembled. Don't talk so arrogantly. At the same time, the henchman charged again. Go die. Kill. Luke Tran summoned a wind shadow shield to protect his back. Then he furiously swung his arm. Get lost. Get back. Seeing his move nullified, Tien Dao was stunned. What? Luke Tran powerfully used the skill Purgatory Slash of the 3 realms, tearing a path forward. The system explained, skill name, Purgatory Slash of the 3 realms. Effect, crowd attack effectiveness increased by 30%. But Tien Dao jumped in front of him, using Godslayer Shield. Effect, absorbs 30% of damage, lasts for 5 seconds. Luke Tran roared, I told you. His sword struck him, sending him flying. Get lost. Get back. It was so powerful that Tien Dao was terrified. This guy. But at that moment, a lightning strike blew both of them away. Luke Tran held Tam Neen tightly, steadying himself. He looked up. This is... Two dragons and dragon knights appeared in the sky. The knight controlled his dragon and shouted, "Brothers, charge!" By now, Luke Tran seemed exhausted and was panting, but the dragons flew in to attack him. Just as Luke Tran was about to raise his sword to fight, a volley of arrows shot out. The dragon knight was also stunned by the arrows. What? It turned out that Tuet Vai and Huyet Vo had arrived. Blood Marshal Corps, he my command. Launch a full-scale attack on the dragon knights of the Church of Light. Immediately, they opened a protective path to Luke Tran. Several mages ran to him. "Apologies, my lord. We are late. It took some time to sense your coordinates." Luke Tran quickly said, "No need to explain. Save Tam Neen quickly. Use the best medicine. You must save her." They quickly swore, "Rest assured, we're doing our best." Someone noticed his wounds. "My lord, you are also severely injured. You must accept treatment too." On this side, Tien Dao already felt uneasy. "TSK, this battle was never one we could interfere with. Those dragon knights clearly see us as targets. Long Han, if we don't retreat now, we might be finished too. Retreat." At this moment, Tuet Vai was still attacking furiously. The mages quickly treated Tam Neen. Spirit Healing Circle. Effect: healing spell targeting the Night Elf tribe. Can reduce 80% of light attribute damage. Luke Tran tiredly recalled her words. "Tam Neen, those cruel words killed my mother. Burn this heretic." He remembered the pain Tam Neen had to endure alone. "I truly cannot forgive the Grand Archbishop. But I truly don't know how to tell you all this. I'm sorry." He tightened the hand holding her. He gently said, "You didn't do anything wrong, and you don't need to apologize. The ones who are wrong are those hypocritical pretenders." On the other side, the Dragon Knight negotiated. "Commander Tuet Vai of the Blood Marshal Corps, our Holy Church of Light has no intention of starting a war. Please do not shelter the criminals who murdered the Grand Archbishop. Hand them over." Hearing those words, Luke Tran also stood up, attracting everyone's attention. "My lord." He gave instructions, then walked towards the battle. "Tam Neen is counting on you." The mage quickly tried to hold Luke Tran back, but it was too late. "My lord." "Your wounds haven't healed yet. The Corps commander is ahead." But he paid no attention, ignoring the persistent calls. "My lord." Luke Tran rushed out into the dusty battlefield. Tuet Vai was startled, watching him pass. She quickly called out, "Zhan Qianqiansha, what are you doing? Come back quickly." Without letting Tuet Vai speak, Luke Tran just charged forward. He gathered his strength and leaped up. A streak of light flashed past the dragon. That was the charge skill. Tier 2, Effect. Charge into the high sky at more than 30% of your own speed. In a flash, Luke Tran appeared right next to the Dragon Knight. With just one sword strike, he gravely wounded him. Under the Dragon Knight's astonished gaze, Luke Tran lifted his leg and kicked, easily sending his body flying, causing the Dragon Knight's body to fly backward. He fell straight down onto the battlefield, leaving everyone stunned. He clutched his chest, screaming in pain, "Damn it, you damn undead!" But the Dragon Knight's eyes grew increasingly fearful, because Luke Tran showed no mercy. Charging down to pierce him, he snarled, "You're damned high priest." The Dragon Knight, now terrified, cried, "Stop!" But Luke Tran simply said, "He deserves to die." Then he kicked him down and pulled out his sword. Luke Tran raised his sword again, and also, enraged, he delivered the finishing blow. Xian Yen is not a calamity. Just as the Dragon Knight thought he was about to die, a brilliant golden light shield blocked the sword. Luke Tran was surprised, then heard someone shout, "Stop!" He angrily demanded, "Who?" From among the soldiers, a girl appeared. "It is I, the sole heir to the throne of Wizard City, Princess Kali-san." Luke Tran scrutinized her slightly. Then he pressed his sword closer to the Dragon Knight. "What if I say no?" Calisan's gaze at him was filled with determination. Tuetvai stepped forward and said, Zhan Qianchen Sha, the Blood Rain Legion will always be your strongest backing. But Calisan chuckled softly. She spoke, Zhan Qianchen Sha, you should think carefully. What will be the price if you strike this sword? These words made him pause. Luke Tran heard Calisan speak and retorted, Price? I don't care about any price. I only know that you people, who treat human lives like grass, all deserve to die. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to finish him off, she ordered, Guards, immediately arrest Dragon Knight Harley. The soldiers heard the command and advanced. Luke Tran was also a bit startled. What? The Dragon Knight also wailed, Your Highness Princess, why? What have I done wrong? Calisan coldly replied, Don't pretend. I, this princess, have investigated. You and the High Priest conspired to use live sacrifices to resurrect Lin Na. That crime deserves death. Those words left him speechless. She then ordered, Drag him down and interrogate him strictly. The Dragon Knight still tried to plead. It's unjust, princess. It's unjust. I haven't done anything. It was all the High Priest doing alone. It's unjust. Then Calisan walked over to speak with him. Zhan Qianchen Sha. On behalf of Icefrost City and the royal family, I offer our sincere apologies for the crimes committed by our subordinates. From this moment forth, Icefrost City will officially revoke the bounty on you and Xia Yen, and will proceed with appropriate compensation for both of you. Tuetvai was still suspicious. On what ground should we trust you? Now that you say these things, who's to say it's not just a tactic to smooth things over? Calisan bowed sincerely and replied, I apologize. I know whatever I say now is too late, but please give me a chance to explain. Zhan Qianchen Sha, it was you who saved me, and you also eliminated Yi Ling, who murdered my father. I should have personally thanked you. But after I took over the affairs of state in the royal city, I discovered that most of the palace staff were Lin Na's spies. I investigated relentlessly, and only later discovered that the High Priest had allied with the Dragon Knight Corps to capture civilians as sacrifices to help Lin Na revive. Xia Yen's mother was one of them. The royal city was full of spies, almost becoming an empty shell corroded by Yi Ling. To purge Lin Na's forces, I was truly powerless. Therefore, Zhan Qianchen Sha, I have a difficult request. Could you stay and help me purge the royal city? Only someone with your integrity can guard the royal city's army. I believe you can. Lu Qin interrupted. Please don't say any more, princess. He then intended to leave. Sorry, I don't want to get involved in this anymore. Now that the misunderstanding has been cleared, I'll take my leave. Calisan still didn't give up persuading. Even for Tom Neen, you're not willing? She is the 10th monarch, the wind chanter, Tom Neen. She is the one who betrayed Lin Na 1,000 years ago. This truth terrified him. What did you say? Calisan continued. It seems you still don't know. 1,000 years ago, Tom Neen fought for the peace of Thien Tung. She, along with me and Sech Faya of the Bloodfeather Legion. Lu Chen turned to ask, Is that true, Shuewei? She also nodded. Tom Neen's appearance has changed. At first, I didn't know either, but a few days ago, Tom Neen recovered her memories and told me her true identity. It's just that she didn't want me to tell you. As these words were spoken, the space became silent. Calisan gave a final reminder. Zhan Qianchen Sha, I won't force you, but Tom Neen once betrayed Lin Na, and he will absolutely not let her go. Now the monarchs are about to return. By then, no one on the entire Thien Tung continent will be able to stay out of it. You should make your decision soon. After speaking, she left. Let's go. The attendant called after her. Yes, Your Highness. Only Lu Chen remained deep in thought. Tom Neen, is she the 10th monarch? He turned to look at her, still unconscious. Looking at Tom Neen's face, he mused. No wonder she's involved with so many Yi Ling. So that's also why she possesses dark power. But if she's a monarch, aren't we enemies? No, she already betrayed Lin Na. But why did she betray Lin Na? Suddenly, Tom Neen vomited blood. The mages panicked. No, quickly, return to the Legion. Lu Chen also watched anxiously as they quickly returned to treat her. At night, in the Bloodfeather Legion's sleeping quarters, Lu Chen anxiously asked, Lord Blay, what's the situation? He checked. Not yet. When she fought the deacon of the cathedral, she was poisoned with a very potent toxin. She's currently barely holding on to her last breath. It's entirely thanks to my magic. Her remaining time is not much. Lu Chen choked up. Not much. Shuewei tried to ask, Lord Prophet, is there really no other way? Blay thought for a moment and said, There is, actually. Little Shuewei, do you know about Hundred Flowers Valley? She recognized it. Hundred Flowers Valley? Is it the valley full of flowers in the south of the continent? He explained, In the Hundred Flowers Valley, there is a cold-eye sunflower that can cure 100 types of poisons. If we can obtain this, we can definitely save Tom Neen. It's just that. Lu Chen hastily asked, Just what? Blay explained to him. However, Hundred Flowers Valley is extremely dangerous. Throughout 1,000 years, no one has ever left that place alive. What's even more terrifying is, the owner of that valley was once a great general under Lin Na. With the strength of our legion, going there would be no different from seeking death. Shuewei grabbed his collar. How can that be? My Bloodfeather Legion can't even get one flower? Blay quickly explained. You're thinking too simply. The problem isn't with military force. Tom Neen has a special identity, and we are a neutral force, whether it's Lin Na or humanity. It's not something I should interfere with casually. Shuewei's face darkened. She growled. Are you trying to say, just because we don't want to anger Lin Na, we have to give up and let Tom Neen die? Don't think that just because you're more senior than me, I wouldn't dare kill you. I see you're old and muddled. Why don't you go down to the underworld and keep Lin Na company? Blay frantically defended himself. No, little Shuewei, don't get agitated. I didn't mean that. She became even more annoyed. Then what do you mean? Lu Chen also looked painfully at the person on the bed, Tom Neen. Blay stammered and trembled. I. He just grabbed Tom Neen's wrist once, then turned away. I'm leaving. Blay is right. I can't let the Bloodfeather Legion risk anything more. I'll go to Hundred Flowers Valley by myself. That's enough. As everyone was arguing, someone walked in. How can you go alone? Jiahan and everyone else walked in. The Bloodfeather Legion's stance isn't suitable for direct involvement. Big Brother going solo is also too dangerous. It's better if a few of us team up and go together. Lu Chen asked them, stunned. Jiahan, boss, and the rest of you, why are you here? He explained. We were stuck in the dungeon before. As soon as we finished, we came straight here. We didn't expect to run into each other on the way. We heard what you and Shuewei said. Don't face anything alone. If the whole group acts together, the chances of getting the flower will be much higher. Ming Shui chimed in. That's right. Before, we let Big Brother fight alone for a long time. This time, no matter what, we have to go together. Ming Yu also said, if you want to refuse, you'll have to get past US first. Lu Chen was deeply moved. Everyone. So he decided, all right. During the day at Hundred Flowers, everyone arrived. According to the map Shuewei gave us, this must be the place. No wonder it's called Hundred Flowers Valley. There are so many fresh flowers. It doesn't look dangerous at all. Lu Chen was highly vigilant. The prettier something is, the more dangerous it is. We should still be careful just to be safe. Even so, the girls were all happily chatting, until he stepped on something. This is a stream of clear energy wrapped around them. The entire group was swept up by that whirlwind. They were directly carried into a dark, deadly forest. They didn't land comfortably either. This place. Lu Chen walked around. Perhaps it's the real Hundred Flowers Valley. The system popped up again. Your party has activated a hidden quest. Adventure in Hundred Flowers Valley. Quest content. Defeat the Hundred Valley King. Level rewards. Awakening Shard X1. Icy Pure Flower X1. level plus 10,000, gold plus 99,999 coins. He rubbed his chin, a bit excited. A hidden quest, huh? Originally, we just planned to pick the flower and leave. Who knew there'd be another surprise? He speculated. We already got a fragment in the dungeon earlier. Now we just need to collect 2 more fragments to open a new chapter of Thien Tongue. Jiahan nodded. That's right. Then, all regions will be able to move freely between each other, and the entire server will progress the main quest together. It's definitely going to be very interesting. Ming Shui furiously wanted to hit someone. If that's the case, we should just go straight for the boss. Let's finish it quickly. Unexpectedly, she stepped on a spider web. The spider web, like a trap, pulled Ming Shui's leg up. Little Shui. Lu Qin reacted quickly, jumping up and cutting the spider web pulling her leg. Both of them fell to the ground at the same time. Ming Shui looked in horror at the monsters in front of them. Those are. In front of them, the system displayed information. Mountain spider, elite monster, level 87, skills, poison, spider web. Lu Qin shouted loudly, "Dodge quickly." Just as they dodged, spider webs rained down like rain. Lu Qin decisively cut them down. Bright moon slash. Jiahan was not to be outdone, severing the webs. He quickly warned, "Be careful. These spiders can also spit poison." Mingyu was also speechless. Great, all high-level elites. It's already this intense right from the start. Then she raised her staff. Light protection. The sprayed spider webs disintegrated upon touching the light shield. Mingyu said worriedly, "These spiders are numerous and hiding in the dark, which is extremely disadvantageous for us. We should temporarily retreat first and find the boss's lair." Lu Chun, while slashing down several spiders, reminded, "The enemy is in the dark. We are in the light. It won't be easy to retreat with our lives intact." He glanced over. If that's the case. Lu Chun rushed out of the light shield, startling everyone. Is he crazy? Charging straight into a nest of poison. But he shouted, "Jia Jia, boss. I'm leaving the rear to you too." Lu Chun easily slashed away the monsters, heading straight for the enemy's lair. He leaped over the spiders, instantly clashing with the monsters multiple times. Lu Chun looked down from above and assessed. So there are this many. He shouted loudly, "What's so great about hiding and sneaking around? All of you come out." Lu Chun used his skill, Purgatory Slash. Karmic Fire Effect. Purgatory Slash with Karmic Fire Effect increases ranged attack efficiency by 30%. Lu Chun entered the monster den, confronting the giant spider boss. It used Cosmic Web to trap him. Effect can control all creatures within the affected area, simultaneously dealing an additional 4,000 damage per second, lasting for 5 seconds. Lu Chun reminded everyone, "Get out of the way quickly." Unexpectedly, flames suddenly erupted behind him. That was an attack from the monsters below. Meteorite Effect. The firelight rat shoots out a fiery stone, dealing 2,000 damage to the target. Lu Chun, seeing himself surrounded on both sides, said, "The Spider King is also spitting poison Mingyu." She immediately summoned a light shield. "I'm coming." Divine Body Protection. Second stage effect. Creates a protective shield for self and allies, reducing incoming damage by 30%, lasting for 10 seconds. Lu Qin instantly had time to breathe. "Thanks, Sister Mingyu." "Jia Jia, boss. You two go deal with the Spider King. Xiao Shui, protect Sister Mingyu. I'll handle these rotten rats." Without hesitation, he charged forward, one side of water. Jiahan and he also didn't hesitate, both charging forward to attack. Jiahan leaped up, slashing and shouting, "You damn spider, let me show you the power of the #1 rogue of Frostfall City." He followed right behind. Jiahan looked and exclaimed in praise, "Beautiful." Suddenly she saw something. The spider was extending its poisonous fangs towards Yi. "Look out." Luckily, she was rescued by Jiahan. "Thank you," she replied. "It's nothing." He reminded again, "We must hold back the Spider King and not let it bother Lu Chun." Jia Han nodded without hesitation. No problem. On the other side, Lu Chen had just used Heavenly Illusion Slash to take down an entire horde of monsters. Suddenly, his gaze turned towards the strongest magical fluctuations. A fireball had gathered in the monster's hand. It was a rat larger than the rest of them. Firelight Rat King, skills, Firelight Charge, Divine Punishment. Lu Chen ground his teeth in annoyance. Damn it, even the Rat King has shown up. The Rat King charged forward, using Firelight Charge to surround him. Lu Chen calculated. The Firelight Rat's attacks are too dense, and now the Rat King has also appeared. It's not good to keep dragging this out. As he fought the Rat King, he speculated, only to see the rat was a bit startled. Lu Chen laughed provocatively. You stinking rat, your grandpa is right here. After saying that, he jumped up and delivered a blow to its head. After hitting it, Lu Chen ran away again. Come here, you stinking sewer rat. Min Noyet and the others were speechless. Huh, Boss Zhan Qian, what are you doing? Lu Chen explained matter-of-factly. Running, of course, what else? By then, the Rat King was enraged and used its Divine Punishment skill. Effect: the Firelight Rat King strikes down lightning, dealing 5,000 damage per second to the target. Just like that, a continuous lightning strike pursued Lu Chen. He called out to the two people in front. Boss, act up. The two girls understood and jumped out. Got it. So the Rat King rushed directly into the spider web, getting wrapped up like a cocoon. Lu Chen swiftly dodged the rat swarm's attack. Hane took out a card. Good opportunity. That's a high-level sealing card, capable of sealing monsters level 100 or higher. The brilliant golden card shown on the rat. Sealing successful. Hane retrieved the card and breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, I spent a lot of money to buy this sealing card earlier. Now it finally came in handy. Lu Chen urged everyone. Not bad. While they're fighting, let's make a run for it. The group quickly ran to a safe spot. Min Tuet sighed. I thought Boss Zhan Qian was having a fit earlier. Who knew he was coordinating? Lu Chen leaned back and nodded. Going head-to-head won't work. Strategy is the only way. Spider Silk is an insulator. It can resist the Rat King's lightning, meaning these two monsters are likely enemies. We might as well let them fight each other while we benefit from the sidelines. Giant Han checked the notification panel. Not bad. Killing a few small monsters got us this much gold. Han Ne was delighted. Subduing the Firelight Rat also dropped a dark gold monster ring, which can paralyze enemies and interrupt their attacks. Fo Sac Huin Tuong said, the attributes of this ring aren't useful to me either, so I'll give it to you. Thank you for helping me earlier. Giant Han happily accepted. No need to thank me. I'll take it then. Lu Chen wondered, since when did they become so close? Perhaps it's because they fought side by side. Min Tuet said doubtfully, oh, now that you mention it, Boss Zhan Qian must have saved the world in his previous life or something, to have two beautiful guild leaders as teammates like this. Min Noyet also reminded him, Lu Chen, I'm Ivy's friend, don't let Ivy down. He sighed. All right, you two have had enough. Don't rub salt in the wound. Suddenly Lu Chen said, Boss Jittery, I have a theory. I'm afraid this 100 Flowers Valley might be related to the Supermain City. Perhaps this is one of the Supermain City's maps. Otherwise, how could the monsters here be so high level? Giant Han also found it reasonable. That's possible. Does that mean we're experiencing the new version ahead of time? Hane became even more vigilant, but that also means the boss deep in the valley will definitely not be easy to deal with. We must be careful. Giant Han nodded. MHM. Suddenly a sound made Lu Chen pay attention. What was that sound? Deep in 100 Flowers Valley at night, Lu Chen shouted defensively. Who's there? A figure appeared before him. Flower Fairy, level 100 plus, skills, Toxic Pollen, Spikes, Vine Cage. Flower Fairy sneered. Outsiders, come to gaze at the ice crystal flower again? Hane noticed the flower on her chest. That design is the ice crystal flower. Giant Han speculated. Could he be the boss? Lu Chen said thoughtfully. Not necessarily, but he definitely knows the flower's location. Flower Fairy took it as a joke. Do you really think you're worthy of getting the flower? She swung her vines at them. Die. The system gave them information. Toxic pollen. Level 100 plus. Effect. Toxic pollen reduces the target's movement speed by minus 60% for 8 seconds. Rock Shield reduces the target's damage by 70%. Hane said to the person next to her. Minoyet. Increased defense. She immediately cast Light Shield. Sacred Guardian. Tier 2. Next, Giant Han and Mintuet both attacked. Take this. Unexpectedly, the monster flower opened its mouth wide as if to devour them. Giant Han looked in horror at its mouth, but she couldn't react in time. Oh no. Luckily, Luke Tran stopped it in time. He commented, This monster flower, its moves are bizarre. Everyone be careful. Giant Han sincerely replied, Thank you, Senior. Suddenly, Flower Fairy muttered, For a moment. She sneered, But you're still too naive. With that, countless vines surrounded everyone, stunning them. What? They only saw more and more vines growing. Flower Fairy extended her hand and sprayed pollen. Become my nutrients. Then she clenched her hand. The tangled vines tightly wrapped around them. Vine prison. Flower Fairy uses a cage to trap targets and releases corrosive fluid, dealing 100% true damage to targets every second. The pile of vines enveloped them like a ball. Flower Fairy confidently said, No creature can escape my cage alive. All will die in my fluid. Now, you can slowly savor it. Unexpectedly, someone appeared right behind her. She turned around in horror. Impossible. Luke Tran was close. You want to make us your nutrients? He landed a moonlight slash. Then we'll have to see if you can even eat us first. It was then that Minoyet let everyone out. Sorry, your petty trick isn't enough to break through my defenses. You'd better take care of yourself instead. And now she realized Hane was behind her. Flower Fairy screamed in pain from the slash. Damn it, since when? Luke Tran kindly explained. When you were unleashing your ultimate, we used a skill to dodge it. Giant, hurry up. She immediately took out an item, the paralysis ring. A decisive bolt of lightning struck Flower Fairy, the numbness making her unable to move. At this moment, Luke Tran also pointed his sword at her. Tell me, where is the Han Bang Gwyn flower? Flower Fairy trembled. Don't kill me. Please follow me. So she led them down a small path deep in the valley. Through this valley, and we're there. Luke Tran assessed the surroundings. This place is exactly as marked on the map. But is it really this simple? How can a level 100 monster be this weak? It wasn't until Flower Fairy stopped. We're here. She pointed. The Han Gwyn flower is there. Min Tuet exclaimed. It's truly beautiful, exactly like Tuet Vai's intel. Looks like it's correct. Flower Fairy remained silent behind them, the vines on her body, swaying gently. But Luke Tran suddenly leaned close and asked, What do you want to do? He decisively struck her back. Luring us into a trap here, planning to activate a mechanism to swallow us? I knew you weren't good-hearted. We'll have to be more careful when we pick the flower later. Hane pointed. Chu Tuet, let's go pick it over there. But they didn't expect Min Tuet in front to be as if enchanted. It's really beautiful. Only now did Luke Tran feel something was wrong. He quickly stopped her. Oh no, Chu Tuet, don't touch it. But it was too late. Min Tuet had already taken the flower. Suddenly, a chilling aura rose behind them. Luke Tran quickly pulled her away from the sudden frost that appeared, as countless ice spears rained down from above. From above, a cold figure said, My nutrients have finally arrived. Luke Tran broke out in a cold sweat. So Flower Fairy was a decoy all along. She deliberately lost to us, precisely so the boss could use pollen to enchant everyone. Chu Tuet's level isn't high, so she fell for it just now. The boss decisively rained down sparks. You are very smart, but farewell. A sea of flames seemed to pour down, causing Giant Han to cry out in alarm. Senior. After the sea of flames, the system announced, players, Tramk and Tram Sa, and Backman Noyet have died. Jayat Han couldn't believe it. Senior, how can this be? The boss laughed. This is the power granted to me by Lady Lena. No one can escape my attack. Next, it's your turn. Suddenly someone shouted, Hey, killing me isn't that easy. Seeing him appear, everyone was delighted. Senior, Luke Tran. The system explained, your undying battle skill has been activated, instantly restoring full HP. The boss felt wary. How can this be? Just now. At this moment, Min Tuet's message board popped up. Sorry, big bro. Sorry, everyone. I'll leave the dungeon to you all then. Seeing him, the boss cursed hatefully. Despicable outsider. He drew his weapon. If that's the case, I'll get serious with you all. Luke Tran jumped up and dodged this move from the boss. He swung his sword. You shouldn't underestimate me. Unexpectedly, when the sword struck, the boss's skin was completely unharmed. Luke Tran was also startled. Such strong defense. The boss scornfully chuckled and asked, Is that what you call strong? He swept another blow towards him. Not only that, I'll give you another hit. You're the one underestimating. I am a subordinate of Lady Lena. I once massacred an entire human legion. Even Princess Karazhan's guards were no match for me. Who do you think you are? Unexpectedly, Luke Tran mocked him. Lady Lena, Lady Lena. My ears are almost calloused from hearing that name too much. Can't a little brother like you survive without mentioning your big bro? The boss roared in fury. What did you say? He still shouted loudly, teasing. I said, a little brother like you. Little brother, always a little brother. The demon immediately lunged at Luke Tran. Go die. But he dodged and ordered, Jayat Jayat quickly. She charged down from above, shouting, coming right up. Jayat Han unleashed a peerless shattering blow. The system explained, peerless shatter activated, shattering 60% of the enemy's defense, accompanied by 10% additional damage. After attacking, she immediately retreated to safety. And this time, the boss couldn't avoid getting injured. How dare you sneak attack me while I'm not paying attention? Han-Ne also attacked while he was distracted. It's not over yet. A brilliant green sword streak flashed past. Ice Tomb Slash. Min Noyet also raised her staff and shouted, War Howl. That's a priest's move, an effective support skill, increasing 10% mana for each team member. Finally, Luke Tran charged forward. It's my turn. He powerfully unleashed Purgatory Slash, inflicting countless injuries on the boss, along with a 30% splash effect. Luke Tran quickly raised his sword in midair, powerfully striking the boss, forcing him to retreat. Unexpectedly, countless ice shards rained down from above. He paused to check the situation, surprised that the boss had vanished from sight. Lu Si Trine quickly became alert. The moment he discovered the dog boss, King Ho. Sister Min Noyet, be careful, the boss is targeting the back row. He even laughed loudly. Don't tell me only you guys know how to ambush? I can do it too. The boss used the rage skill, preparing to defeat Min Noyet. Witnessing this, Lu Si Trine was furious. He quickly used his lightning summoning skill. The sky was immediately covered by dark clouds. The monster was stunned when it saw this. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Si Trine immediately charged forward and attacked him directly. The boss was sent flying by Lu Si Trine. Before vanishing, he said, You, a night spirit, dare to oppose me? Lord Lena will certainly not spare any of you. Where he died, a winter ice epiphyllum flower bloomed. Lu Si Trine went and picked it. He examined it. So the boss's true form was this winter ice epiphyllum flower. No time to delay. Quickly heal the Blood Feather Legion. At the same time, the system announced, Congratulations, player Tramtsan Tram Sa. You have completed the mission. Rewards. 1-star Awakening Shard, Winter Ice Epiphyllum Flower, Experience plus 100,000, Gold plus 99,999. Later, during the day, the Blood Feather Legion. Bly fed Tomnine medicine. Lu Si Trine worriedly stayed by her side. Tom Neen, until she opened her eyes. "Brother," he joyfully exclaimed. "Tom Neen, you're awake. Do you feel any better? Is there anything uncomfortable?" Tom Neen weakly nodded. "I'm fine, don't worry, brother." Bly instructed him. "The medicine has just taken effect. She needs a few more days of rest to fully recover." Lucy Tryon understood. "Then I'm relieved. Get some good rest. I'll come visit you again in a few days." But just as he was about to leave, Tom Neen sat up. "Brother, wait a minute. Don't you want to say anything?" Lucy Tryon hesitated. His heart was full of worries. How could I not? "I want to know why you're a monarch, and I also want to know your relationship with Lena. But now," Lucy Tryon chuckled nervously, "I have a lot I want to say. But now isn't the time. You just woke up, I can't." But just then, Dat Han entered. "If it's not the time for you, then let me ask." He startled, watching her walk over, twitching. Dat Han directly asked, "Great Prophet, what exactly is Tom Neen's identity? Can you tell me? I don't want to see our teammates get caught up in things like this anymore." Lucy Tryon quickly stopped her. "Dat Han, asking now isn't appropriate. Besides, my helping Tom Neen was voluntary." Hane advised him. "Of course I know that this time we helped Tom Neen from the bottom of our hearts. But we still need to understand the whole story. Otherwise, Tom Neen might get hurt again. Don't you worry about her." Lucy Tryon was speechless and couldn't retort. Bly asked Tom Neen for her opinion. "Lord Gam Fong Jia, what do you think?" She smiled and said, "It's all right, speak." So the old man spoke up. "It seems things have come to this point. There's nothing left to hide. Lot Ngum Fong Jia, Tum Yin Est Moite Hat Monak." But that year, she severed ties due to her dissatisfaction with Lena's conspiracy to dominate the Yen tongue. From then on, Lena relentlessly hunted her down, and ultimately she tragically died at Lena's hands. After that, her soul entered a human girl, which is Tom Neen now. Perhaps sensing Lena's return, her memories gradually recovered. For the peace of Thien Tung, she decided to help Princess Sophia restore her kingdom, which requires the demon-slaying sword and the demon-slaying stone. That's also the reason for Tom Neen's presence here. That is also the real reason she appeared at the Demon Sealing Tower, to kill the great high priest, and not simply to settle a personal grudge. Young man, I hope you don't blame her. If it weren't absolutely necessary, she wouldn't have wanted to drag you into this." Tom Neen stopped him. "Lord Bly, you don't need to defend me. Arbitrarily dragging others into this was my fault to begin with." But Luke Tran placed his hand on her head. "You dummy. You've been fighting alone for so long. You're my sister. How could I blame you? I only wish for your safety." Tom Neen couldn't help but choke up. "Brother." Her tears welled up. "Brother." Then she rushed into Luke Tran's arms, sobbing. "Oh, brother, you're too kind. If you're like this, what should Tom Neen do?" He quickly reassured her. All right, go back to bed." The others in the room were also satisfied with the outcome. Suddenly, music rang out, drawing everyone's attention. A bugle call. "Is something happening with the Legion today?" Before they left, Bly said, "Young man, I invited you to pledge allegiance to Princess Sophia 3 times before, but you refused each time. But now, the time has come when you are forced to do so." Luke Tran was puzzled. "What do you mean?" He didn't answer but led the way. "Let's go see, and you'll understand." From the tower's rooftop, countless citizens could be seen cheering. "Princess Sophia! Long live the princess!" The princess began her speech. "Everyone, for a long time, the night spirits have seen us as a thorn in their side, and humans consider us demons. Only by building an immortal empire can we find our place to live. She is Princess Sophia. Now, we have a hero who has retrieved the demon-slaying sword and the demon-slaying stone for us. Therefore, I have decided, 3 days from now, the Blood Rain Alliance will lead a large army to attack Lokot City in the Violet Forest, eradicate this Night Spirit Legion base, and open a new chapter for the Violet Empire. The soldiers below solemnly declared, "We obey your highness's sacred decree. For the glory of the Violet Empire. For the glory of the Violet Empire." Sophia raised her sword. "Good. I will wield the demon-slaying sword and the demon-slaying stone to lay the foundation for a new empire." Along with that, a new storyline was activated. The system announced to everyone, "All players, please note, the team Tramps on Tram-Sa has activated the large-scale storyline quest, Violet Restoration. The Restoration Battle will officially begin at 12 p.m. tomorrow. Players can participate in the fight against the Night Spirit faction and will receive honor points. The top 10 players with the highest honor points will have the chance to receive super-grade equipment, super-grade pets, and super-grade skill books." Hane was surprised. "I can't believe a major quest has been activated, and it even involves the entire floating ice city." Luke Tran now understood Bly's meaning. So, this was the time when he had no choice but to fight, whether he wanted to or not. That Han reminded everyone. Then we should log off early and get some good sleep. It's also a good time for Tom Neen to rest well. Tomorrow at noon, let's go do the quest together. He agreed. All right. The following noon, outside Locket City. It's currently 2 p.m. outside Locket City. Thien Dao is fighting a horde of skeleton soldiers. "You little brat, let's see if I can kill you." Long Han was right behind him. "Brothers charge. As long as we defeat these Night Spirit soldiers, each person gets 10,000. They didn't know that Luke Tran, behind a rock, had been observing everything. Well, this guy. They've been fighting for over 2 hours and still haven't cleared out the small soldiers, let alone the boss. They haven't even seen its shadow. Boss, what are we going to do?" Hane checked the information and replied, "The Night Spirit soldiers aren't strong, but their numbers are high. Fighting like this isn't the way. I've called upon the major guilds on the public channel to cooperate in the attack. The Snow Silvershirt Guild has agreed." Suddenly, a lightning bolt struck down, and a figure gradually appeared. The one who emerged was none other than On Loan. At noon, outside the Skull Castle, a few people were discussing. "On Loan? Why is he here? Do you even need to ask? Isn't it obvious he's coming for Tramps on Tram-Sa? But it's not time yet." "Ang Luan sa may in sight, Lukjun. No, isaw kunju cham kan jum sha now." After all, our grievances have lasted so long. I'm sure you don't mind me coming early, do you? Hane reassured everyone. "Don't get agitated, everyone. It wouldn't be good if he had some kind of trap." Luke Tran nodded. "I know." Ihan also walked over and said, "Water One King wasn't wrong. You were a bit surprised by my appearance. You flinched." She walked over and explained, "Right now, all servers are busy playing the National Restoration version from Lalon. On loan, you came early. I'm afraid your target isn't just Tram-Sa alone, is it?" This time, Tien Dao also had to side with Luke Tran. "That's right. I don't care about the grudges between you two. But if you want to involve Bangfu City, then that's a different story." Long Han chimed in yelling, "I see. You're trying to use personal grudges to deal with our guild in Bangfu City, aren't you?" On Loan said disdainfully, "Get lost. You guys aren't worthy of talking to me." "What did you say?" The Tien Dao members immediately flared up. "On Loan, you're damn arrogant. Do you think Bangfu City has no one? Damn it, you think this young master is afraid of you." His subordinates quickly tried to calm him. "Boss, calm down. It wouldn't be good if a war broke out." However, he scoffed and laughed loudly. "Forget Bangfu City. Even if all the guilds, big and small, combined, they wouldn't be strong enough to defeat me. I asked Dak Ba and Quang Long, do you have the guts to declare war on me? Do you dare?" Hearing that, those people flinched. On Loan swept his sword disdainfully again. "And you, Tuet Non Sam, Snow Silver Shirt Gang, you rotten women, you really think highly of yourselves." These words truly infuriated Ihan. "What did you say?" He continued to provoke. "I almost forgot. Remember that guy, Ancient Sword Soul Dream, in the spiritual cave, who was beaten, stomped on, and left half dead by me?" This time, even Luke Tran couldn't stand it. On loan, he decisively charged forward. You want to die? Unexpectedly, he managed to jump and dodge that slash. On loan's eyes glowed with excitement. Excellent. This is the sword strike I've been waiting for. If you, the strongest player in Bangfu City, are defeated, then I, Trucklong, will bathe this Bangfu City in blood. Luke Trent showed no fear. Go ahead and try if you're so good. With that, he parried one of his moves. On loan quickly retracted his sword to block Luke Tran's attack. Tien Dao on the side gritted his teeth. Bathe Bangfu City in blood? I knew this damn guy had no good intentions. Han Nei reminded Ihan, we should also quickly gather people. One side to prevent the dungeon from erupting, and one side to guard here, to avoid any mishaps. Currently, On Loan was still continuously attacking him. I can't believe you've grown so fast in just a few months. Pretty good, huh? First, I'll remind you, this divine fire ring of mine is a level 90 purple gold artifact. If you get instantly killed, I will once again flatten ancient sword Soul Dream. Indeed, this move carried a terrifying aura and a blazing red glow. But Luke Tran, with just one sword stroke, neutralized that momentum. You only know how to rely on equipment. On Loan cried out in shock as he was hit. Damn it, you still won't give up. And you talk about flattening? Do you really have this power? You're damn too arrogant. With that, Luke Tran unleashed a single move that almost made him drop his weapon. On Loan furiously flexed his strength. Take a taste of my sword. Veins popped out on his face as he roared. Damn you, die. Immediately, a powerful, scorching strike thrust forward, fire assault. But fortunately, Luke Tran managed to block it with his sword. The system reported. Player on loan used the flaming assault skill. You defended and only took 879 damage. Without letting him react, Luke Tran unleashed a move. Ice Strike. Effect. Break the enemy's defense with overwhelming force, dealing double damage to the enemy. Seeing himself about to be unable to resist, On Loan broke into a cold sweat. Luke Tran swung his sword. Cosmic Slash, a bone-shattering blow struck, combined with a horizontal slash. Ice Strike. However, he was only pushed back. That's not enough. My defense is superior to yours. The system immediately reported to the onlookers. Player Tram saw used Ice Strike, but failed to hit the target. Tram saw took 2,347 damage. On Loan took 3,411 damage. The soldiers were horrified. Are these two still human? On Loan, wildly excited, charged forward. Tram saw. Let's end this battle. Luke Tran also didn't hesitate, sweeping his sword across, his eyes filled with a cold intensity. Meanwhile, he still charged forward, attacking with bloodshot eyes. Death patience. Luke Tran jumped out again, escaping the attack range. Then suddenly, he felt the air grow scorching hot. He saw On Loan's weapon radiating a fierce red flame, the blazing Hell Slash effect, releasing flames at the target every second, dealing no less than 3,000 points of damage. He laughed loudly, jumping up. Defense. Can these guys defend? Earthcleave Slash. This move descended, shattering even the tough ground, causing those surrounding to also be affected and knocked flying. On Loan stood firm amidst a sea of fire. He smiled confidently. Tram saw, this time. You've utterly lost. Without further ado, On Loan attacked again, causing the system to announce. Player On Loan has used the skill Blazing Hell Slash, dealing 3 consecutive hits to you. He sprang up again. It's not over yet. From above, he formed a fiery sword stroke. Luke Tran still stood his ground, defending. Tien Dao and the others exclaimed in shock. Danger! This is On Loan's area of effect ultimate skill. Quickly activate defense. But Luke Tran remained strangely calm. Who said I lost? Pat Gom Paus Tunang Luan. He just stood in the middle of the flames, completely unharmed. I've been forged in the fires of hell. So you think I'd be afraid of your flames? How is that possible? Giant Han gasped in surprise. This power on Big Brother's body isn't. Han Ne confirmed that thought. It's the dark power taken from the underworld. It's what Luke Tran obtained when he went to that dungeon. Luke Tran swung his sword close to him. You're not wrong. During this time, I've indeed grown quite a bit. I've been to the underworld, killed the monarch's subordinates, and even battled a dragon knight. And now you've come knocking at my door. I was also very troubled, wondering why so many problems came to me. But now I've thought it through. And at the same time the system announced, your purgatory sword has leveled up. Luke Tran's blade, imbued with killing intent, approached. The monarch is fine. A sworn enemy is no problem either. Whoever comes, I'll kill them. The sword traced a path, leaving a thick stream of purple energy behind it. Just as Luke Tran's sword approached, Vothan raised his own sword to block, shouting loudly, "What kind of power is this?" He forcefully flung the sword upwards, making the opponent shout in surprise. Luke Tran's eyes lit up as he bluntly stated, "The grace of the underworld. You're not worthy to understand." Vothan gripped his sword tightly, flinching slightly before Luke Tran's sword emitting purple energy. He slammed his sword into the ground, and plumes of fire erupted from beneath. The system panel announced, Fire Breath. Effect, releases multiple pillars of fire, each dealing 1,200 to 1,500 points of fire damage, with a burning effect lasting 5 seconds. As a fierce fire raged, Vothan sprang up with a determined look on his face. "I told you, a little fire won't affect me." Before Vothan could unleash his move, Luke Tran forcefully swung his sword towards him. The blade struck his shoulder, causing blood to flow. Vothan gritted his teeth. Damn it, this guy seems even stronger than before. Before he could compose himself, Luke Tran continued to attack from below. "If you couldn't defeat me just now, you certainly can't now." Vothan angrily looked forward and parried. Electric sparks flew from the clash of their swords. "Nonsense. Back then I let you have 3 moves." Han Ne and Jiak Han watched from afar as 2 streams of power, one fire and the other purple electric sparks, confronted each other directly. Jiak Han's eyes widened and she spoke. Han Ne's face changed, becoming worried. Vothan's eyes glowed red. He shouted loudly. He sprang up and jumped straight at Luke Tran, unleashing the move, Fire Dragon's Rupture. System notification, Fire Dragon's Rupture. Effect, after hitting the target, it will explode, creating a sea of fire within a 3m radius, dealing 1,800 damage to targets within the range. Before the flames could reach Luke Tran, he created a protective barrier around himself. He instantly teleported behind him, constantly taunting, "You're nothing but a defeated foe at my hands." Vothan angrily turned around and shouted, raising his sword to block the attack, "I'll kill you." Luke Tran also unleashed a new move, Heaven and Earth Strike. Vothan had to kneel down to withstand his immense power. Luke Tran coldly sneered. He gritted his teeth, recalling a passerby's words. "Look over here." Vothan raised his hand, dismissively gesturing at Luke Tran's image. He clenched his fist when confronted with malicious online comments. He failed back then, and now that the person is weakened, he's taking advantage of the situation. "If you're so good, face him directly." That's right. That's right. It means his skills aren't as good as others. Isn't this underhanded play? Vothan gnashed his teeth in anger. "I must defeat you." His entire body in the game transformed into a demon, sprouting horns, veins bulging on his face. System notification, True Fire God form. Effect, enter Berserk state. Fire damage increased by 100%. Defense reduced by 30%. Lasts 15 seconds. Luke Tran raised his sword high in challenge. Han Ne was startled and wondered. Jiak Han was equally surprised. Senior is conserving his strength. Purple Dragon's roar can only be used once a day. If he uses it now, he'll be at a disadvantage when fighting the boss later. Seeing their fierce and energetic demeanor, Han Ne shouted, "Is Luke Tran going to risk his life?" Luke Tran made a few sword slashes, preparing to charge forward. Vothan was not to be outdone, bursting forth with flames. Their 2 streams of power clashed head-on. Their clash of power caused a shocking explosion. Several other people ran away in fear. After the powerful impact, everyone was depleted of energy. Hane wondered. Jiakhan looked worriedly. Both of them only had a sliver of health left. Luke Tran couldn't get up and gritted his teeth. Giant Han exclaimed joyfully, "Senior." Hane covered her mouth emotionally. Luke Tran. Vovan, still able to stand, declared, "I haven't lost. One more time." The bald guy ran over and announced in a panic, "This is bad, boss." Kintan Lak then has led people to Ice City Manor, saying they want to surround and wipe out our truck law. Vo then asked in surprise, "What?" He gritted his teeth, thinking, "What is she doing here?" Vo then pointed his blade forward and shouted, "Chikich Tram XA. Our battle isn't over yet. One day, we will definitively decide who wins." Luke Tran replied indifferently, "I see you're out of moves. Taking the opportunity to run away, aren't you?" Hearing that, Vo then became even more annoyed. "Chikich Tram XA." He left with the declaration, "Just wait. I'll make you kneel before me and repent." Luke Tran calmly replied, ready to face it. After he left, he sank down, sighing in relief. "Phew! That was close, Senior." Han A and Giant Han ran over to ask, "Luke Tran." She gave Luke Tran 2 vials of blue and red potions. "Quick replenish." He quickly chugged them. Giant Han tentatively asked, "Senior, isn't Kin Tan Lak then a member of the Hall of Fame?" Luke Tran gently replied, "Yes, she and Truck on Loan also have a lot of animosity. When we meet her someday, we must thank her properly. Otherwise, even if Truck on Loan lost, with the scale of his guild, it wouldn't be easy for him to let it go." Long Han Tianha found it strange and asked, "But what does Truck on Loan want with our Ice City Manor Guild? We've always kept to ourselves." Ba Tian Dao chimed in with a frown. "Who knows? That person is even more insidious than me. It's probably related to the game version." Hane looked at the city next to them and said solemnly, "I think so too." Initially, it was the areas that could be traversed between each other. Then the server-wide quest. Perhaps Tien Tung is preparing for some big move. She shouted, announcing, "Everyone, we've eliminated the enemies from outside. The boss in the dungeon is the real danger. I know that guilds usually have competition, but now, I ask everyone to put aside your grievances and clear the dungeon together." To break through this defensive line, Long Han Tien Ha and Ba Tien Dao looked at each other, puzzled. Everyone stood under the castle, raising their weapons and shouting in unison, "Kill!" The system board announced, "Congratulations to all Ice City Manor players for breaking through the defensive line. Each player receives 10,000 experience and 10,000 gold." Thap Tam high-fived the little devil in celebration. "We succeeded." "We succeeded." Luke Tran wiped the sweat from his face. "Yeah, let's rest a bit and then continue the siege." Suddenly, the system board announced, "Dungeon upgraded, entering Phase 2." Everyone was startled. Phase 2. A giant dragon appeared, a level 100 Earth Dragon of the Dragon Clan. Everyone raised their weapons and pointed them at it. "Dragon!" Several dragons immediately charged out together. Someone shouted, "Engage them!" Luke Tran shouted loudly, "Little Devil, Thap Tam. Let's go clear out the front line." Little Devil and Thap Tam both agreed. "No problem, charge." Luke Tran leaped forward to confront the dragon directly. Ba Tien Dao's blade grazed the dragon. "Damn it. I didn't expect it to be a dragon race. How do we kill something with such thick skin and tough flesh?" Long Han Tianha cackled and shouted, "Ba Tien Dao, you're such a noob. Guys, whether it's an earth dragon or a sky dragon, take them all down for this young master." Everyone complied. "Yes, young Master Long." He smirked, thinking, "Fight, fight. You all go sacrifice yourselves first. Wear them down for this young master." Luke Tran commanded, "Thap Tam, Little Devil, strike their necks." The two immediately complied. "Understood." Giant Han leaped forward. "Allow me." She swung her sword, striking the dragon's neck, causing blood to gush out. System notification. Earth dragons roar. The earth dragon growls, emitting sound waves, dealing 2,000 damage per second to targets. Hane, riding on the dragon's back, said seriously, Min Noyet. Give Luke Tran a shield. He needs to tank the skill. System notification. Divine protection. Defense plus 30%. Min Noyet raised her weapon. Shield added. Luke Tran, while fighting the dragon, replied, Thank you, Sister Min Noyet. He leaped up, delivering a powerful slash across the dragon's mouth. Min Tuet fired countless arrows from her bow. Awesome, boss. You go ahead and charge. I'll provide cover for you. Long Han Tianha sneaked behind Luke Tran, waiting for this kid to draw aggro. I'll steal the last hit, and the accumulated points will be mine. Suddenly, Ba Tian Dao turned around when he noticed a weapon extending. He swung his sword to block it. Well done, Long Han Tianha. What's so great about sneak attacks? If you're so good, go face the Earth Dragon yourself. Long Han Tianha angrily shouted. Ba Tian Dao. Stop pretending to be a good guy. Don't think I don't know you. Before he could finish, a dragon's tail smacked him away. Little Devil leaped up, scolding. Idiot. Even if you're going to argue, pick the right time. If you want to die, don't drag everyone else with you. Meanwhile, Luke Tran said, Let them be. We'll just focus on killing our enemies. He unleashed a skill, Dragon's Arrow Strike. Area damage minus 2,100. Lasts 3 seconds. Luke Tran struck the dragon 3 times. Heaven Mystery Slash. 3 dragons disappeared at once. Luke Tran raised his weapon and shouted, Attack! Assault the royal city. Weapons were simultaneously pointed at the closed city gate. A surge of power shattered it into hundreds of pieces. The powerful impact from within made everything obscure. The soldiers inside shouted in fear. Holy crap! Help! Little Devil gasped and cursed. Damn, what kind of boss is this? Are you serious? The people inside frantically dodged the power. Each of them, faces pale, shouted loudly, Run! The boss is here. Just by looking, we know he's not someone we can deal with. Before they could even run, a sword slash cut through, causing fresh blood to gush out. 13's eyes widened in surprise. Holy crap, Luke Tran. This boss is incredibly powerful. Luke Tran stopped abruptly. Don't act rashly for now. I can sense the aura of a phantom spirit. A stream of red energy floated brightly in the sky. A massive figure emerged, exuding a terrifying aura. Foolish human adventurers. Do you want to kill me? No Fong, with sharp eyes, raised his sword defiantly. Then come here. My sword will drink every drop of your fresh blood. Iron Furnace General. No Fong, an epic-level boss. Luke Tran pondered deeply. An epic-level boss. He's beyond dark gold and purple gold tiers. Even I might not be able to withstand one of his powerful attacks. Hane asked anxiously. What should we do? He replied, Let's retreat for now. Hearing that, everyone was surprised. Retreat? Luke Tran sarcastically remarked to Bathien Dao. Someone hasn't been able to grab any loot yet. Now he must be restless. He gritted his teeth in anger. The Deep Sinker Halberd. You gained quite a bit of loot from fighting monsters earlier, so this boss should be left for us, right? He casually turned his back and walked away. Suit yourself. We'll follow behind. Bathien Dao chuckled. Haha, good that you know your place. He roared, swinging his weapon, intending to charge forward. Brothers, follow me and take down the boss. Little Devil asked softly, Boss, are we letting them have this boss? Luke Tran calmly replied, Just quietly observe. Besides, with several weapons aimed at No Fong, whether they can defeat him is still a question. He angrily turned back and thrust forcefully. Where did this trash come from, daring to be arrogant with me? Giant Han was stunned. The boss is too strong. He kills too fast. Luke Tran thought to himself, he is indeed strong, but his mobility is questionable. Bathien Dao, fearless, leaped to attack. Isn't he just a phantom spirit? Watch me cut you down. As his sword approached, No Fong reached out to block, growling. What did you say? He shoved forcefully, sending Ba Thien Dao flying instantly. Foolish human. No Fong's entire body emitted a terrifying, gloomy red aura. He leaped up. Your lives will be reincarnated in hell. Come, into the arms of the great phantom spirit. Luke Tran's group recoiled in fear. The boss is about to unleash his ultimate move. Get down now. No Fong unleashed a sword strike, creating a huge explosion that sent Ba Thien Dao's group flying. He powerfully threw his sword forward. Ba Thien Dao's group stared with wide, frightened eyes. A larger explosion with even greater destructive power occurred, launching a powerful wide-area attack. Luke Tran raised his sword and declared, Everyone, it's our turn now. As Luke Tran and Giant Han charged forward, Giant Han and I will go first. You guys flank from behind. The rest of the group followed. No problem. She swung her sword and leaped, and he immediately cast Crimson Blade. Yet No Fong still appeared calm. In just a flash, he vanished, astonishing the two of them. Luke Tran gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, he's gone. No Fong suddenly appeared from behind, swung his sword and slashed. You guys are still too green. Giant Han stood frozen on the ground with one shoulder injured, bleeding profusely. She let out a crazy laugh and challenged, Are you sure? The system announced, Demon Finger Realm activated. Giant Han unleashed hundreds of electric sparks aimed at No Fong. Luke Tran praised her while slashing him from behind, but No Fong immediately dodged the attack. Excellent strike, Giant Han. He couldn't help but wonder to himself, such low damage? Seeing this, Chu Kui rushed forward. Boss, let me go. He extended his weapon and jabbed No Fong's back. At the same time, Min Tuet unleashed a dozen more arrows, arrow rain. Yet it had no effect on him. Luke Tran stood frozen, witnessing. Long-range attacks are almost useless. Physical defense has reached its limit. No Fong smirked contemptuously. Humph, humph. Do you really think I'm a pushover? He unleashed streaks of red and white power. War Shatter. The system announced, War Shatter. Casts a thunderous attack within a 5-zhong radius, dealing 3 layers of damage, accompanied by a knockback effect. Luke Tran's group furiously fought against those streaks of power. Even Luke Tran felt it was difficult, thinking, this boss is probably a data monster. Even a casual move has such terrifying power. Min Noyet called from behind, Luke Tran. Luke Tran surprisingly turned around to look. Min Noyet slowly advanced forward. Stop him. She moved closer to Hong Ne, who was struggling to block No Fong's sword. Let me. Luke Tran leaped up, swinging his sword to attack. Cosmic Absolution. He slashed a powerful blow from behind No Fong. His expression gradually darkened. Indeed, I must rely on critical skills to break his defense. Normal attacks are like tickling him. Luke Tran stood in front of him, facing his fierce, blood-red eyes. Nightmare Bite, deals an additional 50% damage to the target, and has a suppression effect on undead types, reducing defense by 10%. The two swords clashed, creating intense electric sparks. While fighting, No Fong sneered. A bunch of insignificant undead dare to oppose me. You're foolish. Luke Tran gritted his teeth and retorted, When I strike you down, your soul will forever burn in purgatory. He showed no fear, only disdain. You are merely Lam Nap's dog. All your companions have already been slain by me. Are you also rushing to deliver yourself to your death? No Fong slashed his sword down fiercely. You seek death. Luke Tran quickly ran in the opposite direction. Seeing this, No Fong refused to let go. Want to run? It won't be that easy. Luke Tran declared, Giant Han, Ivy, don't be reckless. I'll take the lead. As he ran frantically, he analyzed in his head. The boss has high damage and long attack range, but is slow. I can win by relying on mobility and burst damage. However, the Purple Dragon Roar takes too long to charge. I can only use it at a critical moment. First, I need to deplete some of his health. No Fong laughed loudly and slashed fiercely. Ha ha ha, scared now? Is that all you've got? Luke Tran turned around and aimed for his flank. But in less than 3 seconds, No Fong swung his sword down powerfully, blocking Luke Tran's attack. Useless. The two swords grated against each other, creating electric sparks. Luke Tran looked at it with determination. This battle isn't over yet. He stopped abruptly and called out, purple aura surrounding him. The power of the monarch. Hearing this, No Fong's eyes widened in surprise, wondering, why do you possess the monarch's power? Luke Tran seemed indifferent and rushed forward. Coincidentally, I also want to know the answer, but for now. He struck No Fong hard, but luckily he dodged. First, I'll strike you down, then we'll talk. No Fong started to seriously unleash red electric sparks all over the sky. Enough, kid. I won't play with you anymore. Wrath of the Earth. The system announced, Wrath of the Earth. Effect, deals 8,000 to 10,000 damage, accompanied by burning for 5 seconds, 200 damage per second, and simultaneously knocks back all targets within range. Giant Han shouted in fear, oh no, it's the boss's ultimate move. Both Han Ne and Min Noyet also watched worriedly, not taking their eyes off. Flames vigorously flared around No Fong. He intended to swing his sword high to attack. A massive surge of power erupted in all directions, as if to tear apart both the earth and the sky. Han Ne and Giant Han's faces visibly darkened. Sweat streamed down their faces. That is, suddenly, a girl in knight's attire. The weapon she held was surrounded by red and black aura. Seeing this, Luke Tran said in a deep voice, you finally arrived. I thought I'd have to wait a bit longer. Tun Neen affirmed confidently. Don't worry, big brother. Tun Neen will definitely not lose. He gently patted her head. Giant Han called out, Ivy, look. The girl on horseback approached No Fong and declared, Snow Peak General, No Fong, your raid on the Night Spirit Army of the Bloodfeather Legion has resulted in total annihilation. Locus is also about to be breached. Surrender your weapons. This princess can still spare your life. No Fong couldn't believe his ears and stammered, my elite troops were annihilated? He angrily raised his sword and yelled, Frost Whisperer, you did this, didn't you? Traitor of the temple. You're still willing to fight for these small humans. Truly a disgrace to purgatory. Tun Neen simply replied, that filthy purgatory holds nothing for me to yearn for. There is no such thing as betrayal. Nor is there such a thing as pride. In purgatory, the only law is life and death, and today you must die. No Fong scoffed with a loud laugh. Just you, haha. Years ago you were gravely injured by Lord Lamnap and the kings. Do you think you are still the king, who once made the world tremble at his name? She challenged him directly. Try me and see. At the same time, Luke Tran seized the opportunity to attack him from behind. As soon as she finished speaking, Tun Neen pointed her weapon forward. He called out, Tun Neen,